Greetings, friends. The 8th segment has finally reached completion. Please take your time to enjoy it. The 9th segment will be updated shortly. I am grateful for your unwavering support for my channel. Chapter 633. Farewell, Gu Yuan. In the eastern region of Zhongzhou, 3 figures raced through the night, their forms shimmering like fleeting starlight, moving at a pace unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Xiao Ze and his companions, all formidable Dou Qi warriors, possessed extraordinary speed. Moreover, Xiao Ze, endowed with the power of thunder, experienced an enhancement in his swiftness, complemented by the bloodline of the dragon phoenix. Although he had not fully manifested the wings of the celestial phoenix, the wings forged from the essence of thunder allowed Xiao Ze's speed to soar. Under his leadership, the trio's velocity surpassed that of typical Dou Qi warriors, rendering their journey through the spatial wormhole remarkably brief. Soon, they halted before an ancient city exuding an aura of formidable power. Xiao Ze did not conceal his presence. The arrival of 3 Dou Qi warriors immediately put the inhabitants of the ancient holy city on high alert. The stationed He Yin army prepared for confrontation. However, upon sensing a familiar aura, one of the Dou Qi warriors proclaimed with a booming voice, "They are not foes, there is no need for alarm." Upon hearing the elder's voice, the He Yin army members, adhering to their orders, promptly lowered their black long spears. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in a blue robe appeared swiftly, approaching from outside the ancient holy city. Upon sighting Xiao Ze and his companions, Gu Lan's face broke into a smile. "Esteemed Xiao Ze, Miss Sun, and the gentleman before me, you must be Xiao Chun, as indicated in the intelligence relayed by our clan." "Greetings, Elder Gu Lan," Xiao Ze replied with a respectful gesture. "I apologize for the unexpected intrusion and hope for your understanding that it is of no consequence." "Xiao Ze, may I inquire if your visit to the ancient realm entails any particular matters?" Gu Lan inquired cheerfully. Since Xiao Ze had presented a 9th grade shan as a betrothal gift, many elders of the Gu clan had developed a keen interest in him. After all, both Xiao Ze and Sun are genuinely fond of each other. With Xiao Ze achieving such remarkable feats as a 9th grade master alchemist, he stood among the most esteemed in the present Dou Qi Continent. Many of the Gu clan elders had already regarded him as their future son-in-law, thus would not impose any difficulties on him. "Elder Gu Lan, I must confess that my earlier visit was indeed to seek assistance from Uncle Gu Yuan regarding an urgent matter," Xiao Ze stated directly, without hesitation. "I wish to request permission to enter the heavenly tomb once more to meet our ancestor, Xiao Xuan." Upon hearing this, Gu Lan's eyes flickered momentarily, and after a brief contemplation, he nodded in assent. "Very well, please follow me." Soon after, the 3 were guided by Gu Lan, successfully entering the ancient realm. Given the prowess of Xiao Ze and his companions, there was no need for the Gu clan to deploy a warship for their transport. Xiao Ze and his companions followed Gu Lan at an astonishing pace, heading towards the ancient holy mountain located at the heart of the ancient realm. As they approached the center of the ancient realm, a voice suddenly resonated in the air around the 4 travelers. "Stop, come here." Upon hearing this voice that seemed to echo directly beside him, Xiao Chun was struck with astonishment. It was remarkable that, enveloped in dense battle energy and moving swiftly, they could still perceive such a voice, unaffected by the overwhelming aura around them. The strength of the speaker was evident at the very least. They must be a latest stage Dou Qi. The 4 figures immediately halted. Xiao Ze glanced towards a towering azure peak to the side, nodded to the 3 companions, and then stepped forward. Atop the azure peak stood a middle-aged man clad in simple robes, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were as profound as the starry sky, and it seemed that locking gazes with him could ensnare one's very soul. "Father!" Upon seeing Gu Yuan, Sun Er's face lit up with a smile. She took a few steps forward and embraced Gu Yuan's arm. Observing Sun Er's affectionate demeanor, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile in amusement. His daughter truly had a knack for seeking comfort. This display was unusual. Typically, she would not exhibit such behavior. It was evident that she had come alongside Xiao Ze with a particular request in mind. A sense of helplessness flickered through Gu Yuan's heart, yet he gently patted Sun Er's head, a tender smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ze reached the azure peak and respectfully bowed to Gu Yuan. His reverence stemmed not only from Gu Yuan's peak 9-star Dou Qi prowess, but also because Gu Yuan was Sun Er's father, thus deserving of such respect. "Greetings, uncle." Gu Yuan nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Xiao Ze had already proposed to Sun Er with a 9th grade profound pill, making this address appropriate. "Salutations, esteemed clan leader." Gu Lan performed a deeply respectful bow. "Greetings, clan leader Gu Yuan." Finally, it was Xiao Chun, who also bowed with reverence towards Gu Yuan. He was acutely aware that the man before him was a peak powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent, one of the few who held such stature. Furthermore, as a friend of his cousin, Xiao Chun held him in high regard. 1,000 years ago, I heard you had gone missing. Xiao Xian searched for you for quite some time, ultimately feeling powerless. Who could have imagined that you were ensnared within the demon fire space? That truly caught everyone off guard. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Xiao Chun, a smile gracing his face. Now that you are here in the ancient realm, I presume it is not merely to reminisce. As Gu Yuan spoke, he looked at Xiao Ze, a knowing expression flickering in his eyes, clearly having deduced Xiao Ze's earlier intentions. Uncle, as you surmised, I have come to request your permission for Xiao Chun and me to enter the celestial tomb once more. Upon meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, Xiao Ze immediately clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. My soul's elevation has reached a stalemate. The esteemed ancestor, Xiao Xian, once proclaimed that should one desire to further enhance their soul's realm, they ought to seek him in the celestial tomb. Gu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, casting a profound gaze at Xiao Ze. A faint smile gracing his lips. I could see the pinnacle of the 6-star Dou Saint. You stand but a step away from the 7-star Dou Saint, complemented by the soul power of the perfected celestial realm. Listening to Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Ze maintained a tranquil demeanor, confident in his ability to conceal his prowess from the average latest-stage Dou Saints. However, to obscure his strength from the might of a 9-star Dou Saint would prove quite the challenge. Your achievements are such that even I feel a twinge of embarrassment, Gu Yuan remarked softly, filled with immense satisfaction for his son-in-law, Xiao Ze. Yet, it is remarkable that Xiao Xian possesses the means to facilitate your advancement within the perfected celestial realm. He seems my old friend, even as a mere remnant soul, still wields extraordinary powers. Gu Yuan reflected, fully aware of the monumental difficulty in bridging the chasm between the perfected celestial realm and the imperial soul with his own imperial-level soul. Even he had taken considerable time to elevate his soul to the imperial level after reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. If Xiao Ze could attain an imperial soul while still at the peak of the 6-star Dou Saint, it would signify an astonishing enhancement of his capabilities. Indeed, he would then stand unafraid against any adversary beneath the 9-star Dou Saint. If you can truly elevate your soul to the imperial level, I shall carve a path for you to the celestial tomb. Chapter 634, Re-entering the Celestial Tomb. Upon witnessing Gu Yuan's swift agreement, Xiao Ze's face illuminated with joy. However, after a moment's hesitation, he earnestly beseeched Gu Yuan. Uncle, might it be possible for my ancestor, Xiao Chun, to accompany me into the tomb? Hearing Xiao Ze's request, a flicker of tension crossed Xiao Chen's countenance. Despite past affections, the Xiao family had diminished, and the celestial tomb was now entirely under the dominion of the Gu clan. Whether he could enter or not rested solely upon Gu Yuan's decree. Certainly, if one is to be forcibly admitted, an additional individual should pose no concern. Gu Yuan replied with a smile, addressing Xiao Chun. However, unless there is a matter of utmost importance, after you meet with Xiao Xian, you may exit, allowing Xiao Ze to have more time within the tomb. After all, it has been less than 20 years since the last opening. Having one less person could extend Xiao Ze's stay. Upon hearing this, hesitation clouded Xiao Chen's expression as he contemplated foregoing entry into the tomb. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he felt a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Ancestor Xiao Chun, since the decision has been made, there should be no further hesitation, Xiao Ze asserted earnestly. Can we truly believe that the tomb would expel us simply for the presence of an additional person? Before long, Xiao Ze and his companions arrived at a secluded mountainous region. Each of them, possessing the cultivation of a battle saint, could discern the peculiarities of this space. Xiao Ze gazed upward at the void, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed that with his strength, he could forcibly rend open a fissure to enter. You two will be permitted to remain within the celestial tomb for no more than a year, after which you will be forcefully expelled, Gu Yuan declared. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant as he stared into the void, as if glimpsing an old friend through the barriers of space. Thus, should you have matters to attend to, expedite them. Otherwise, being expelled prematurely may leave your endeavors incomplete. After imparting this advice, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and the energies of heaven and earth surged, evoking a sound reminiscent of tides. The ethereal space began to oscillate violently before tearing open into a pitch-black rift, from which emanated an ancient, untamed aura. Let us proceed. Xiao Ze glanced at Xun'er and Gu Yuan, nodding in acknowledgement, and then led his ancestor, Xiao Chun, directly into the rift. A hazy mist enveloped the land, and solitude and silence appeared to be the sole hues of this world. Yet, amidst this tranquility, a subtle shift occurred. The surrounding fog began to swirl as if stirred by an unseen force, gradually coalescing into a vortex from which two figures emerged. As Xiao Ze beheld the vaguely familiar surroundings, a slight smile graced his lips. The celestial tomb. It has been a millennium since my last visit. Xiao Chun, gazing at this world both familiar and foreign, could not help but express his sentiments. Xiao Chun, among his generation of youth, possessed extraordinary talent, naturally qualifying him to enter the heavenly tomb for trials. He then gazed into the depths of the tomb, his eyes revealing a flicker of excitement. After a millennium apart, although he could only meet the remnant soul of his elder brother, Xiao Xian, he felt a profound joy in his heart. Their speed was remarkable. It was but a short while before they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the tomb. The prowess of Xiao Ze and Xiao Chun was sufficient to sweep aside all Dou Qi energy bodies, except for Xiao Xian. Even deep within the tomb, they were unrestrained. As a golden and a crimson streak of light pierced through the stillness of the third level of the tomb, startling a multitude of Dou Qi energy bodies. However, upon sensing the aura of these two streaks, the energy bodies quickly dismissed any unwarranted thoughts. The luminous trails ultimately came to rest in a void deep within the tomb, where stood a solitary gravestone, instilling fear in all the Dou Qi energy bodies, rendering them hesitant to approach. A figure leaned against the gravestone, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an air of nonchalance. The gentle smile gracing his face was as refreshing as a spring breeze. It was this very figure that caused the crimson streak to come to a halt, revealing its form. Upon seeing the figure by the gravestone, Xiao Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother Xiao Xian," he exclaimed, and in a flash, he appeared before the gravestone, dropping to his knees, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Brother Xiao Xian, I was controlled by the pure lotus demon fire back then. Otherwise, during the most perilous moments for the Xiao Clan, I could have contributed my share, shedding my blood." Xiao Xian's face remained adorned with a gentle smile as he helped Xiao Chun to his feet. "Do not speak such foolishness. Being controlled by the pure lotus demon fire was, in a way, a blessing in disguise, allowing you to escape the catastrophe that befell the Xiao Clan. Now that I see you alive and your strength has progressed, I am filled with joy." His kind words only intensified Xiao Chen's tears. Xiao Ze approached the two, respectfully bowing deeply. "I, the younger generation Xiao Ze, pay my respects to ancestor Xiao Xian." "Ha ha ha, no need for such formality," Xiao Xian replied, his smile broadening upon seeing Xiao Ze. He stepped forward and patted Xiao Ze's hand. "I did not expect Xiao Chun to still be alive. It must have been a heavy burden to carry the mission of revitalizing the Xiao Clan alone. Now, Xiao Chun can share some of that weight with you. Ancestor Xiao Xian, it is my unyielding duty to restore the Xiao Clan to prosperity," Xiao Ze quickly affirmed. Even Xiao Chun vowed, "As long as I draw breath, the Xiao Clan shall never perish. Whoever wishes to annihilate the Xiao Clan must tread over my corpse." "Excellent. Yet I remain merely a remnant soul now, unable to assist the Xiao Clan. It is up to you all," Xiao Xian said, a hint of comfort in his tone, before turning his gaze to Xiao Ze. His eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes filled with astonishment. "How little time has passed, and you have already reached the pinnacle of the six-star Dou Saint." Xiao Xian exclaimed in admiration, surveying Xiao Ze from head to toe. The soul power remained subtle and unmoving, indicating that he too had reached a bottleneck. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Xian's face. "Thus, I can finally do one last thing for you." Meeting the gazes of the two, Xiao Xian opened his arms, as if pressing down on the entire heavenly tomb. Within the heavenly tomb, there are no ordinary souls interred. The remnants here were once powerful figures in life, and it is through the countless imprints of these remnants that the soul of the heavenly tomb is formed. However, it is precisely due to the birth of the soul of the heavenly tomb that this place, once a sanctuary for souls, has transformed into a bloody realm of devouring. I have long wished to obliterate this grotesque domain, yet the affairs of the Xiao Clan have lingered in my heart as an insurmountable obstacle. At this juncture, Xiao Xian cast a gentle glance at Xiao Ze. Fortunately, under the protection of the heavens, the bloodline-weakened Xiao Clan has produced a talent like you, allowing me to entrust the clan to you with peace of mind. Xiao Ze, let the ancestors do one last thing for you. I shall transform the soul of the heavenly tomb to aid your breakthrough into the imperial realm of the soul. Chapter 635, There is Still Hope. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words imbued with a hint of farewell, Xiao Ze had yet to react when ancestor Xiao Qin spoke first. "Elder brother Xiao Xian, what do you mean by that?" With a smile on his face, Xiao Xian gently replied, "To extract the soul's essence from the heavenly tomb's soul, assisting Xiao Ze in breaking through to the imperial realm of the soul." Xiao Chun immediately grasped the implication. Extracting the essence would inevitably lead to the demise of the heavenly tomb's soul. In the face of such a life and death moment, the heavenly tomb soul would certainly fight back with all its might. Elder ancestor Xiao Xian, I assume that the heavenly tomb soul must be exceptionally powerful? Xiao Ze then spoke, noting that since the ancestor had long contemplated its eradication, yet hesitated to act. As Xiao Ze voiced this, a flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Chen's mind. Elder brother Xiao Xian, is it possible that the heavenly tomb soul is so formidable that even you cannot defeat it? Haha. No worries, since I dare to speak thus, I naturally possess a means to contend with the heavenly tomb soul. A warm smile adorned Xiao Xian's face as he regarded Xiao Ze with the affection of an elder. His eyes contained the emotion of wanting to do just a little more for the younger generation. Xiao Chen stared intently at Xiao Xian, and sensing the determination in his cousin's gaze, Xiao Xian sighed softly and explained. The essence of the heavenly tomb soul is composed of the soul imprints of the powerful buried there throughout the ages, and its strength should not be underestimated. My earlier reluctance to make a decisive move stemmed from a degree of trepidation regarding it. I cannot ascertain whether my remnant soul will endure after battling the heavenly tomb soul. A flicker of understanding crossed Xiao Ze's eyes. In the original text, Xiao Xian had ignited his own soul, vanishing entirely from the world at the cost of gaining immense power. In order to establish a dominating stance in the battle against the soul of the tomb, one must possess extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, even if Xiao Xian had been a paragon of brilliance in his former life, reduced now to but a wisp of lingering soul, he could not possibly unleash the terrifying power of a 9-star Dou Saint at its zenith. It is also due to the peculiar rules and environment of the tomb that Xiao Xian is able to retain a considerable portion of his strength. Yet, this retained strength is still insufficient to overpower the soul of the tomb with a crushing demeanor. Thus, in the original narrative, Xiao Xian opts for the self-immolation of his soul. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's explanation, Xiao Chun was rendered speechless. He understood that the concern weighing on his elder brother stemmed from the potential repercussions of battling the soul of the tomb. It was highly probable that Xiao Xian would suffer severe injuries, perhaps even nearing annihilation. As Xiao Chun gazed at Xiao Xian's somewhat ethereal form, his vision became increasingly blurred by tears. Indeed, his elder brother had already become a remnant soul, no longer the formidable powerhouse that once dominated the Dou Qi Continent. A surge of resentment welled up within Xiao Chun, a bitterness towards his own feeble strength, which rendered him incapable of assisting Xiao Xian. He had no inclination to dissuade his elder brother, for he was acutely aware of Xiao Xian's steadfast nature. Once his brother had resolved upon a course of action, it was nearly impossible for others to sway his will. Moreover, Xiao Xian's intent was to further fortify the capabilities of his junior, Xiao Ze, safeguarding one of the most gifted descendants of the Xiao Clan over millennia, ensuring he would not be extinguished by the Soul Clan before reaching his pinnacle. Xiao Chun was keenly aware of the terrifying power that the Soul Clan possessed, a force that had nearly obliterated the Xiao Clan in years past. The clan leader of the Soul Clan, who shared the stature of a continental powerhouse with Xiao Xian, had yet to make his move. Should he choose to intervene, even Xiao Ze's current prowess would likely falter against such might. At this moment, Xiao Xian was indeed adding an extra layer of protection for Xiao Ze, sharpening his blade for the trials and tribulations that lay ahead, enabling him to potentially shatter any obstacles in his path. Caught in this dilemma, torn between the remnants of Xiao Xian's soul and the unparalleled talent that Xiao Ze represented, Xiao Chen opened his mouth but could produce no sound. Observing the anguish and regret etched upon Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Xian offered a gentle smile as he approached and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. I have lived long enough, reflecting on my life, traversing the continent, witnessing the myriad colors of existence, and having stepped upon the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. I find satisfaction in having lingered for millennia within the tomb. Moreover, I have glimpsed the potential resurgence of the Xiao Clan. It is a hope that surpasses that of my own era. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the immense expectations Xiao Xian harbored for Xiao Ze. His wildest dreams had only envisioned Xiao Ze attaining the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saint strength. With the strength of a single individual, I shall shield the Xiao Clan, no longer burdened by the looming threat of the Soul Clan. Presently, it appears my elder brother Xiao Xian harbors great expectations for Xiao Ze to ascend to the realm of the Dou Emperor. My life has indeed been extraordinary. Yet my greatest regret may lie in never having set foot in that legendary domain. Xiao Xian, disregarding the astonishment on Xiao Chen's face, turned his gaze towards Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, are you prepared to experience the grandeur beyond the Dou Saint on behalf of our ancestors? Stepping forward, Xiao Ze approached Xiao Xian and solemnly bowed. As a descendant, Xiao Ze shall not disappoint the wishes of our forebears. Ha! Hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xiao Xian laughed heartily, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are a fine son of the Xiao Clan. Even if my soul were to turn to ash today, it would be a worthy demise. Ancestor. Xiao Xian waved his hand. Speaking candidly, there is no need for persuasion. My mind is resolute. Moreover, after thousands of years of solitude, I have grown weary. And to accomplish something for you before my end would justify my long wait in isolation. No, Ancestor. Perhaps defeating the soul of the tomb does not require you to pay the ultimate price. Xiao Xian paused momentarily, aware that Xiao Ze was not one to speak without purpose. In fact, during their previous interactions, Xiao Xian was exceedingly pleased with Xiao Ze, lamenting only that they were not of the same era. Do you know that the soul of the tomb is a conglomeration of countless powerful souls interred here, unmatched by ordinary beings? Even with your current pinnacle of 6-star Dou Saint and the complete mastery of soul power, your contribution in this battle may be limited. Xiao Xian understood Xiao Ze's good intentions, but shook his head in refusal. Ancestor, I recognize that my strength may be insufficient. But what if my source of power were to be harnessed by you? Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow as he witnessed a brilliant golden flame manifest in Xiao Ze's palm. Upon seeing this golden flame, Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with understanding of Xiao Ze's intention. Chapter 636, The Source of Power. Xiao Ze had contemplated this previously. If the Holy Spirit Saint could wield the Source Emperor Flame to unleash extraordinary power, why could not our ancestor, Xiao Xian, replicate such a feat? In the original tale, Xiao Xian was not weaker than the soul of the tomb. It was merely that without igniting his soul, the battle might become arduous. Moreover, should the soul of the tomb find itself at a disadvantage, it would not remain passive. Even in the original narrative, after several futile struggles, the soul of the tomb attempted to ignite its own soul. However, by that time, Xiao Xian's preparations were complete, and the terrifying force of self-ignition was swiftly quelled. Now, if Xiao Ze were to lend the Source Emperor Flame to Xiao Xian, it might indeed yield effects comparable to self-ignition. To grant the illustrious ancestor Xiao Xian extraordinary combat prowess, thereby achieving an overwhelming advantage in the battle against the soul of the heavenly tomb, is indeed a formidable endeavor. This is also the reason why Xiao Ze, fully aware of the price Xiao Xian must pay to attain the imperial realm of the soul through self-immolation, has ventured to the heavenly tomb. He possesses a method to prevent Xiao Xian's soul from igniting. Otherwise, the success of reviving him, relying solely on the last remnants of his self-immolated soul, remains an uncertain prospect. After all, the original text does not elaborate on this matter. Xiao Ze cannot guarantee that he can fully resurrect someone based solely on a fragmentary soul imprint. Rather than confronting an elusive possibility in the future, it is wiser to extinguish it in its infancy. Thus, Xiao Ze has two paths, either to transcend the imperial realm of the soul without relying on Xiao Xian's strength, or to defeat the soul of the heavenly tomb without allowing Xiao Xian's soul to ignite. Should he choose to ascend to the imperial realm independently, the time required would be exceedingly lengthy. He might even contemplate sacrificing a binding position to enhance his soul's capabilities more swiftly. At this moment, Xiao Ze's presence in the heavenly tomb is driven by another ambition. Previously, he had lent the original Emperor Flame to the Holy Spirit Sage, enabling her to conquer her other half and successfully reach the Saint Dou realm. Thus, the original Emperor Flame is not exclusively his to wield. Xiao Ze, are you suggesting I utilize this extraordinary fire? Xiao Xian's gaze flickered. Recalling the remarkable nature of Xiao Ze's flame, which he had previously speculated about, but had not pursued further due to Xiao Ze's reluctance to elaborate. Indeed, ancestor, the might of my extraordinary fire is unparalleled. No matter how peculiar the soul of the heavenly tomb may be, its essence is merely a unique life formed from the condensation of soul imprints, ultimately belonging to the realm of the soul. My extraordinary fire possesses certain remarkable properties against souls. Xiao Chun observed the golden flames of Xiao Ze, reminiscing about their performance in the demon fire space, and could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, brother Xiao Xian, the potency of Xiao Ze's golden flames is immensely powerful. Even the pure lotus demon fire seems to regard it with great trepidation. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the mysterious gleam in Xiao Xian's eyes intensified, further solidifying his earlier conjecture. Very well, I shall give it a try. If it fails, I will not abandon the path of self-immolation, he declared resolutely. The soul of the heavenly tomb is exceedingly brutal. Without employing thunderous measures to subdue it, he would not resign himself to death. Should he find himself at a disadvantage, he would undoubtedly resort to self-immolation, even if it meant dragging him down with it. Xiao Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, aware that he had only one opportunity to confront the soul of the heavenly tomb. Thus, if Xiao Ze's extraordinary fire proves ineffective, he would not hesitate to ignite his own soul. Rest assured, ancestor, I have a modicum of confidence in my extraordinary fire. Xiao Ze, with a solemn expression, spoke earnestly. I beseech my ancestors to extend their hand. My extraordinary flame possesses immense power, and ordinary means will not suffice. Preparations are necessary. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xuan decisively extended his palm. Xiao Ze produced a root of the primordial tree, transforming it into a delicate golden sapling that took root in the center of Xiao Xuan's palm. This is the source of my power. Only by harnessing it can one wield the extraordinary flame without reservation. Xiao Xuan felt a flicker of familiarity as he gazed upon the golden sapling. Previously, during Xiao Ze's private moments with Xun'er, it was this very aura that had obscured his perception. He had not anticipated that it was indeed the source of Xiao Ze's power. As he sensed the energy contained within the golden tree, his eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that the methods possessed by this younger generation had already surpassed his comprehension. He had certainly never encountered such pure and peculiar power before. Xiao Ze extended a finger, its tip radiating with resplendent golden light, and pressed it against the golden sapling resting in Xiao Xuan's palm. A surge of formidable energy filled the air, and even Xiao Xuan, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Based on the power he sensed from the golden sapling, the might of this golden flame exceeded his expectations. The terrifying ability to incinerate everything was no wonder even the pure lotus demon flame regarded it with trepidation. How many hidden cards do you possess, young one? Of which I am unaware. He chuckled. Ah, my ancestors should strive to endure, even in the form of a remnant soul, so they may witness more of my hidden strengths. Observing Xiao Xuan's astonishment, Xiao Ze understood that he had grasped the power of the primordial emperor flame. If he were to wield this extraordinary flame temporarily, confronting the soul of the heaven tomb would indeed pose no challenge. As Xiao Xuan sensed the searing heat within his palm, a proud expression graced his features. He had once been a supreme being on the continent of Dou Qi. Even as a remnant soul, he could instill fear in the soul of the heaven tomb. With the current mastery of such an extraordinary flame, he felt utterly confident in facing the soul of the heaven tomb. Prepare yourself to break through to the emperor realm soul, Xiao Xuan said with a gentle smile to Xiao Ze. Though an unimaginable chasm lay between the pinnacle of the heaven realm and the emperor realm soul, Xiao Xuan held unwavering faith in Xiao Ze. He believed that Xiao Ze merely needed an opportunity. Once he absorbed the soul's essence of the heaven tomb, he would undoubtedly transcend to the emperor realm soul. With a nod exchanged between the two, Xiao Xuan gradually ascended into the air. As he rose, the mist that shrouded the heavens swiftly dissipated. A terrifying pressure emanated from Xiao Xuan, enveloping the entire heaven tomb, instilling a sense of dread and awe. Under such overwhelming pressure, all energy entities within the heaven tomb came to a halt. They raised their heads, gazing toward the direction of Xiao Xuan's ascent. Their previously numb eyes now alight with excitement. Is Lord Xiao Xuan finally going to take action against him? Chapter 637, The Soul of the Heavenly Tomb. Within the confines of the heavenly tomb, a multitude of energy entities, their eyes brimming with excitement, gazed in the direction of Lord Xiao Xuan. These energy entities, though capable of existing within the heavenly tomb in a unique manner, were endowed with an insatiable desire to devour one another since the birth of the soul of the heavenly tomb. Under the influence of the soul, what was originally a sanctuary for souls became a battleground rife with insatiable bloodlust. To augment their own power, the energy entities found themselves compelled to consume others, a notion abhorrent to their former human selves. Many formidable beings had once dared to resist the soul of the heavenly tomb. Yet those who ascended to the heights vanished without a trace. This relentless cycle of disappearances made them acutely aware of the dire consequences of challenging the soul. It seemed as though any energy entity within the tomb would be effortlessly devoured by the soul. However, there was one exception, Lord Xiao Xuan, who inspired considerable apprehension in the soul. In ancient times, some energy entities had sought assistance from Lord Xiao Xuan, but he had disregarded their pleas. Over time, disillusionment set in, and they gradually relinquished their thoughts of rebellion. With no hope of resistance, they were left to silently endure their fate. Today, however, a multitude of energy entities suddenly sensed the presence of Lord Xiao Xuan. Moreover, it appeared that he intended to confront the soul of the heavenly tomb. Instantly, their previously subdued hearts ignited with fervor. They were weary of the incessant cycle of devouring one another, for they were humans, not beasts. Standing aloft in the heavens, Lord Xiao Xuan was enveloped in an unassailable gale, rendering even his form untouchable. There were matters left unfinished that required my lingering soul. Thus I could not fulfill your wishes. However, now that I have a worthy successor to entrust, I am prepared to engage in battle with all my might. This time, I shall grant your wishes. Lord Xiao Xuan lowered his gaze, surveying the boundless expanse of the heavenly tomb, his calm voice resonating in the ears of all the energy entities. On the ground, some entities, lacking in sensitivity, continued their ruthless consumption of one another. Upon hearing the voice that echoed around them, they suddenly froze. In their blood-red, numbed eyes, a flicker of emotion emerged. Trembling, they slowly raised their heads to behold the direction of Lord Xiao Xian. Deep within the tomb, the Bloodblade sage thrust his blood-soaked blade into the earth, raising his gaze to the figure standing with arms crossed against the sky, and suddenly fell to his knees. Countless energy entities, akin to the Bloodblade sage, knelt before Lord Xiao Xian. Xiao Ze and Xiao Chun, having also stepped into the void, witnessed the multitude of kneeling energy entities. A look of profound emotion washed over Xiao Chen's face. Although the soul of the tomb remains inscrutable to outsiders, only the energy entities within the tomb can sense its presence unless it chooses to reveal itself. Thus, strictly speaking, neither of them is aware of the soul's location, nor even its existence. As an observer, Xiao Chun is unable to fathom the feelings harbored by those energy entities. However, witnessing countless energy beings kneeling before his elder brother Xiao Xian, who intends to eliminate the soul of the tomb, he understands the magnitude of the threat it poses. It is evident that the soul of the tomb is indeed a considerable menace, one that incites loathing and hatred from all energy entities within the tomb. Xiao Chun mused aloud about the peril it represents. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the boundless sky, reverberating like the rumble of distant thunder from the depths of the void. The sheer force of this sound caused many energy entities to tremble violently. Xiao Ze blinked, turning his gaze toward the infinite expanse above. He could sense an overwhelmingly immense soul power suddenly manifesting in the heavens. Even a mere brush with this power bore a crushing weight on one's soul, akin to being pressed down by a mountain. Yet, as Xiao Ze squinted slightly, he felt little fear. Though this soul power was extraordinarily formidable, it appeared remarkably modeled, as if it were a chaotic amalgamation of countless soul energies. One particular essence of soul power evoked in Xiao Ze a sensation reminiscent of facing the myriad poisons of the poisonous abyss, where countless toxins intertwined to create an unparalleled venom. The soul power above mirrored this chaotic nature. Countless soul energies converged, forming a terrifying soul entity. Its mottled appearance suggested it had consumed far too many soul imprints, perhaps losing its purity since its inception. After all, according to the ancestral teachings of Xiao Xian, it was originally coalesced from a multitude of powerful soul imprints. A haze enveloped the sky, and intangible soul waves rapidly coalesced. In a mere moment, a gargantuan face, towering to 10,000 zhong, gradually emerged in the heavens. This colossal visage bore an expression of cold indifference and eerie complexity. The instant this soul giant's face appeared, it sent tremors through the multitude of energy entities kneeling below. The soul of the tomb could instill a desire for mutual devouring deep within the souls of these entities. One could assert that until one reaches a certain level of power, facing the soul of the tomb is tantamount to being at its mercy. The soul giant's face writhed, its emotionless eyes icy and devoid of warmth, fixated on Xiao Xian's figure in the sky. Xiao Xian, it boomed, its voice resonating like thunder. We have always maintained a respectful distance. Do you intend to violate our agreement? In the face of this chilling authority, Xiao Xian regarded it with indifference, gently shaking his head. You are mistaken. There has never been an agreement between us, merely a mutual wariness, for neither can guarantee complete dominion over the other. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Xian smiled gently and remarked, your very existence is a profound error. The mighty Dou Emperor who once created the tomb of heaven likely never anticipated that within its confines, a soul as monstrous as yours would emerge. Presumptuous. I was born in accordance with my master's will. I am the guardian of the tomb of heaven. The colossal visage of the soul surged, its tone imbued with an icy indifference. I embody the tomb. Your continued existence is due to me, and thus you must abide by my rules. In response to the words of the tomb soul, Xiao Xian merely shook his head. You possess a remarkable talent for sophistry. The tomb is the tomb, and you are but yourself. Countless energy entities were born from the tomb, not because of you. His words seemed to incite the soul of the tomb, causing the swirling visage to become increasingly agitated, even as the previously indifferent tone began to betray a hint of fury. I am the tomb, and the tomb is me. My master created the tomb, and thus created me. Chapter 638, The Essence of the Soul. You are not the tomb, and your birth was not the result of that Dou Emperor's will. While Xiao Xian could be amicable and approachable in the presence of his junior, Xiao Ze, he showed no such courtesy to his adversary. Your existence is the culmination of countless lingering souls within this tomb. In a sense, they are your creators. Yet, rather than express gratitude, you repay kindness with enmity. You have sown within their very souls the desire to consume one another, plunging them into perpetual agony and self-torment. Xiao Xian's words twisted the features of the colossal soul's face further, rendering it grotesque and fearsome. Above the heavens, the sight of such a terrifying visage cast an atmosphere of dread throughout the tomb. However, undeterred by the distorted countenance of the tomb's soul, Xiao Xian continued, "Moreover, as you claim, it was your so-called master who birthed you. How could such a being, a Dou emperor, create a soul as marred as yours?" Xiao Xian's final utterance severed the last thread of reason within the tomb's soul. A torrent of soul energy surged across the heavens, manifesting a breathtaking spectacle akin to a tidal wave of souls. Yet, to the energy entities below, this terrifying display bore an uncanny resemblance to an apocalyptic event. "Xiao Xian, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Once you are gone, I shall see who within this tomb can stand against me. You exist because of me. I am your creator, and you must adhere to my rules." The thoughts of the soul spread, allowing all energy entities within the tomb to distinctly perceive its intent. Should the future unfold as the tomb's soul proclaimed, it would render them utterly devoid of hope. They had previously endured in silence, holding on to a flicker of hope, yearning for Lord Xiao Xian to acquiesce to their pleas and vanquish the soul of the tomb. If, in today's battle, Lord Xiao Xian were to tragically fall at the hands of the tomb's soul, then they would be bereft of hope, even if it meant their complete obliteration from existence. Their souls reduced to ashes, they would refuse to languish in such a hell that devoured their kin. Countless souls harbored this thought within, and soon their hearts were filled with fervent prayers, beseeching Lord Xiao Xian to slay the tomb's soul. Otherwise, their prior entreaties would have led Lord Xiao Xian to a tragic end. This realization filled countless energy entities with guilt. As the consciousness of the tomb's soul expanded, a colossal visage emerged in the heavens, suddenly opening its mouth. An incomparably formidable storm of souls erupted forth, piercing towards Xiao Xian like a spear. Yet, in the face of such a dreadful soul tempest, Xiao Xian appeared unfazed, resolutely striding towards that immense soul countenance. The terrifying storm merely passed through him, lacking even the ability to graze his form. Witnessing this spectacle, countless energy entities felt a surge of joy. The fact that Lord Xiao Xian could disregard the tomb's soul's wrathful strike demonstrated his formidable strength. The battle above the firmament remained unaffected by the thoughts and sentiments of the energy entities below. After traversing the soul storm, Xiao Xian approached the tomb's soul, a gentle and astonished smile gracing his face. In an instant, a dazzling conflagration of golden flames ignited in his palm, enveloping his entire being. Though it was but a thin layer of flames, it caused the gigantic soul visage to change countenance in alarm. He sensed his dissipating soul power vanish without a trace upon contact with the flames. The terrifying might of annihilation surged within him, instilling a profound fear. "What is this?" A look of shock crossed the tomb's soul's face as a torrent of soul power surged forth, attempting to force Xiao Xian away. Yet, this soul shockwave, capable of shattering mountains, merely made the flames on Xiao Xian's form sway as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Feeling the power of the golden flames, astonishment filled Xiao Xian's expression. He marveled at how that little one managed to refine and subdue such a terrifying force of annihilation. For even proximity to this fearsome fire would incinerate one to nothingness. At that moment, Xiao Xian's understanding of the flame's origin crystallized. This was likely the supreme flame from the legendary list of otherworldly flames. However, with this thought, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Even with his extensive experiences, he had yet to fathom the esteemed name of that supreme flame from the... Could it truly be shrouded in such mystery? On this vast continent, was there not even a trace of its legacy inscribed in words? As doubts began to surface in Xiao Xian's mind, the colossal visage of the soul emanated an overwhelming terror. The bizarre flame under Xiao Xian's command instilled a profound fear within him. Although his previous soul assault erupted out of astonishment, its might was undeniably formidable. Yet, in the face of that strange flame, he found himself lacking even the qualification to extinguish it, merely causing a slight tremor. In the next moment, that immense soul visage shrank into a singular silhouette. Within the blood-red and furious pupils flickered an intense murderous intent. It was not that he had succumbed to rage, but rather that he was acutely aware of his inescapable predicament. That was both the birthplace and the prison for him. As Xiao Xian had articulated, it was formed from the soul imprints of countless lingering spirits. Should those remnants depart, they would vanish entirely. Hence, no matter how powerful he might be, he was but a rootless weed. The essence of his soul would gradually erode, ultimately leading to his demise. Thus, he had only one path before him, to eliminate Xiao Xian. However, faced with the soul transformed into a shadow, Xiao Xian merely smiled, extending his hand. Inscribed with a golden tree, golden flames surged forth. Under his command, the flames morphed into myriad slender threads, weaving into an immensely vast formation. These delicate fire threads intertwined and pierced through the silhouette, firmly anchoring it within the formation. There was no need for further struggle. Surrender your soul's essence. As Xiao Xian's hand sealed the formation, the countless slender threads began to stir. Slowly, a crystalline halo was drawn from the silhouette. As the halo revealed merely the tip of the iceberg, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. Below, Xiao Ze reached out to touch the resplendent light. Immediately enveloped by a warm sensation, it was as if every particle of the soul's essence was issuing a greedy cry, yearning to devour this splendid luminosity. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze easily suppressed the greed that surged from the depths of his soul and raised his gaze toward the fundamental crystalline halo. Could this be the soul's essence of the? Indeed, it was pure and vast. Should he refine it, the imperial realm would be within reach. Chapter 639, The Ocean of Souls. In the high skies, a colossal golden formation radiated an incredibly formidable aura. This immense formation was solely intended to imprison a singular silhouette. The figure unleashed a terrifying surge of soul power, battering against the golden formation. Yet, constructed from the essence of imperial flames, the golden formation remained unmoved, impervious to the ferocity of the soul's assault. Even as the soul's impact made contact with the golden array, it was immediately incinerated to nothingness by the flames that danced upon it. The resplendent array loomed overhead like a celestial canopy, enveloping a vast expanse of the tomb of heaven, allowing countless energy entities to witness the might of the golden formation. Is this truly the prowess of Master Xiao Xian? It is indeed unfathomably formidable. With such transcendent abilities, the soul of the tomb of heaven cannot endure for long. Could it be that the accursed soul of the tomb is finally to be vanquished by Master Xiao Xian? Voices, brimming with hatred and delight, echoed among the energy entities. All gazed up at the heavens with eager anticipation, though they could not personally deliver the fatal blow to the soul of the tomb. Witnessing its utter downfall was a deeply satisfying prospect. Despite their struggles, they found themselves unable to break free from the constraints of the golden array, driving the soul of the tomb into madness. Its crimson eyes erupted with an intense aura of murder and hatred. Xiao Xian, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Since you show no mercy, neither shall I. The soul of the tomb sensed its essence being relentlessly drawn away, and a brilliant light of spirit radiated fiercely from its being. Observing this, Xiao Xian seemed prepared. He altered his hand seals. You wish to ignite your soul? At this juncture, if I were to allow you to succeed, would my power not be rendered futile? As Xiao Xian spoke, fine threads of flame pierced through the soul of the tomb, causing a surge of overwhelming fire energy to flood into its body, forcibly extracting its essence. With a hiss, a radiant orb detached from the corporeal form of the soul of the tomb. Xiao Xian clenched his hand, sealing the orb with immense power to prevent the soul's essence from escaping. No, Xiao Xian, return my essence to me. As the orb separated from its body, the soul of the tomb let out a piercing scream, calling out to Xiao Xian, though its voice bore a hint of frailty. Once the essence had departed, an immediate sense of weakness enveloped it. Previously, it could still muster some resistance against the might of the golden array, but with its essence gone, an overwhelming fragility rendered it incapable of countering the formation's power. In an instant, the spots pierced by the fine threads of flame became hollow, singed by the relentless fire. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian unleashed a fierce gust of wind that sent the soul of the tomb crashing down, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth, landing directly upon the tomb of heaven. The surrounding energy entities were momentarily stunned, but soon could no longer suppress the hatred bubbling within. After a low growl, they surged toward the fallen soul of the tomb like a tidal wave. The incoming energy entities, fueled by eons of accumulated hatred, unleashed their most ferocious attacks. Stripped of its essence, the woefully weakened soul of the tomb could not hope to resist the onslaught of these formidable energy entities. The anguished wails of the soul of the heavenly tomb echoed ceaselessly, ultimately tearing his form into fragments. An angry and unwilling remnant of that soul drifted upwards, slowly dissipating into the wind. The once mighty soul of the heavenly tomb met its demise at the hands of the energy entities, a fate most tragic. After the soul of the heavenly tomb was shattered, the insatiable desires of countless energy entities within their minds quietly faded, leaving their vision clear. All the energy entities knelt before Xiao Xian, reverently proclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Xiao Xian." Xiao Ze, witnessing the final fate of the soul of the heavenly tomb, could not help but shake his head slightly. The soul of the heavenly tomb was formed from the spiritual imprints of countless energy entities, ultimately succumbing to their relentless assault, a case of poetic justice. High above, Xiao Xian dissipated the vast golden formation, descending gracefully before Xiao Ze and Xiao Chun, encircled by a radiant halo. Little one, I await your good news, he stated, bestowing the luminous ring upon Xiao Ze. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Ze released the outer binding forces, bowing respectfully to the two ancestors, ancestral spirits. Xiao Ze shall not fail in his duty. He then stepped into the radiant halo. As Xiao Ze's figure vanished into the boundless power of souls, Xiao Qun could not resist turning to Xiao Xian. Elder brother, do you believe Xiao Ze will succeed? I have faith in him, replied Xiao Xian. Xiao Qun nodded and inquired, should I exit early to buy time for Xiao Ze to refine the essence of the soul? There is no need. With the soul of the heavenly tomb vanquished, the tomb's repulsive consciousness is no longer as potent. During their exchange, countless energy entities retreated from the essence of the soul, lured by its deadly temptation. Yet, with a figure like Xiao Xian guarding them, they dared not entertain even the slightest thought of the soul. Thus, they could only distance themselves from the essence of the soul, for should Xiao Xian detect any intention, he could easily obliterate them with a mere gesture. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, the luminous ring appeared to the soul as a resplendent sun, radiating immense pressure. Upon entering the luminous halo, Xiao Ze beheld an endless ocean. The surface roiled with tumultuous waves, echoing with what seemed like the roars of souls, resonating incessantly. As Xiao Ze reached out to touch the water, he experienced a wondrous sensation, as if his flesh were brushing against the essence of the soul. An ocean entirely composed of souls. He lifted his gaze toward the boundless sea of souls, his face alight with joy. If he could absorb and refine this ocean of souls, to what unimaginable heights would his own soul power soar? Even the vast chasm that lay between the pinnacle of the celestial realm and the imperium of souls could be bridged through this ocean. However, Xiao Ze did not immediately commence the refinement of the ocean. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. The passage of time in the ocean of souls diverges significantly from that of the heavenly tomb. The boundless and formidable power of souls has even altered the flow of time in this realm. In a sense, it is akin to a miniature version of the heavenly tomb, yet the passage of time here is markedly slower, attributed to the overwhelming essence of soul energy. Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was in the tomb of the heavenly tomb itself. He had calculated that 1 month within the heavenly tomb equated to a year in the ocean of souls. Were it not for his pursuit of transcending to the realm of imperial soul, Xiao Ze would have wished to preserve this ocean of souls. For the flow of time here is remarkably languid. If combined with the temporal dilation of the heavenly tomb, training in this ocean of souls would yield decades more time than one would gain training in the central continent. However, after weighing his options, Xiao Ze chose to pursue the imperial soul, as it was ultimately more enticing. Chapter 640, The Imperial Soul. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean of souls, Xiao Ze pondered briefly before refraining from immediate absorption and refinement. With a mere thought, within the source space, a branch of the world-sustaining source tree trembled slightly among its numerous offshoots. This particular branch, representing the soul-devouring talent feedback, emitted a peculiar radiance. Suddenly, a crystalline branch emerged from the void before Xiao Ze. This branch was exquisite, appearing as though it were sculpted entirely from souls. The source tree was not limited to its roots exiting the source space. The branches, which symbolized Xiao Ze's feedback abilities, could also manifest beyond. Though the ocean of souls was immeasurable and the soul energy it harbored was relatively pure, it still fell short for Xiao Ze. After all, it was the product of the heavenly tomb's soul devouring countless remnants. Despite the refinement it underwent, it appeared less modeled, but it was still insufficient for Xiao Ze, who was on the verge of breaking into the imperial soul realm. He required an essence of soul energy that was utterly pure, necessitating the aid of the source tree. Although Xiao Ze possessed the ability to refine the energy himself, it would ultimately be time-consuming and laborious. However, this branch representing the soul-devouring talent was different. It was his singular feedback talent related to souls, possessing extraordinary efficacy in soul refinement. Thus, Xiao Ze seated himself, and the extending branch of the source tree coiled around his form. The shape of the source branch was ever-changing, adapting in size and form at will. Xiao Ze fully activated the soul-devouring talent, unleashing unparalleled power in that moment. The waters of the ocean of souls within a radius of several thousand zhong surged towards the source branch as if drawn by a monstrous entity. The essence of soul energy contained within capable of wreaking devastating destruction even through mere collision. Even the most towering mountains would be reduced to mere dust in the face of such a soul-shattering force. Yet, this terrifying power of the soul, upon encountering the branches of the soul-devouring talent, was instantly consumed. It transformed into the purest essence of soul energy, which was then absorbed by Xiao Ze. Within the primordial space, Xiao Ze's soul entity took command of the primordial tree, as torrents of soul energy surged into it, forcefully infusing Xiao Ze's soul. However, his soul entity resembled a black hole. No matter how formidable the soul currents were, upon contact with Xiao Ze's being, they were silently devoured without causing the slightest ripple. At this moment, the soul-devouring talent was showcased in its full splendor. Regardless of the terrifying nature of the soul torrents, they were all consumed by Xiao Ze. Consequently, his soul entity grew increasingly robust, with its spiritual realm steadily advancing toward that legendary state. Above the ocean of souls, a tremendous tempest arose, with thunderous waves resonating throughout the cosmos. The influence of the primordial branches had expanded to towering heights. The ocean of souls appeared to have torn open a vast breach, with billions of soul waters surging madly into this enormous opening. Yet, within this breach, it seemed boundless, continually consuming the soul waters. As time passed, nestled within the embrace of the primordial branches, Xiao Ze's breath resonated like thunder, reminiscent of a dragon coiling through the clouds. Suddenly, an aura of dominion over the heavens and the earth emanated from him, exuding the essence of a sovereign over souls. The ocean of souls continued to roar, but its water level visibly diminished. Within the primordial space, the aura of dominion surrounding Xiao Ze's soul entity intensified, awaiting the perfect moment to take that decisive step. Outside, Xiao Xian and Xiao Chun gazed at the now dulled luminous circle, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Judging by the soul power contained within the source, Xiao Ze should be nearing completion of his refinement. However, Xiao Chen questioned the astonishing speed of his progress. Although he had not yet stepped into the realm of imperial souls, he understood that the time Xiao Ze took to refine this power was remarkably brief. Xiao Xian shared a similar gravity in his gaze upon the source of soul energy. Having once traversed the realm of imperial souls himself, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that existed in such endeavors. The sheer magnitude of the soul source being refined at such a rapid pace raised concerns. Could there be unforeseen consequences? Xiao Xian expressed his worry, as Xiao Ze's speed of refinement surpassed all expectations. Even with the peculiar golden flames at his disposal, it seemed improbable for him to refine at a pace so many times greater than that of ordinary individuals. Just as the two were engulfed in their concerns, the luminous circle of soul energy suddenly trembled violently, before shattering into countless crystalline fragments. An overwhelming pull then consumed these myriad fragments, revealing the silhouette within. Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes, meeting the concerned gazes of his two ancestors, and a smile graced his face. A wave of energy, akin to that of a sovereign, suddenly radiated from him, instantly enveloping the entirety of the heaven tomb. Wherever this wave passed, all energy entities found themselves unable to resist, prostrating on the ground. This soul-dominating pressure was utterly insurmountable. Countless energy entities gazed in terror towards the source of the wave, their minds racing with speculation about the nature of this formidable force. Excellent. Xiao Xian, feeling the weight of this soul pressure, couldn't help but laugh heartily, repeatedly praising it. The imperial-level soul. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Feeling the terrifying pressure that weighed upon his very soul, his heart filled with astonishment. After many years, he once again witnessed the sheer terror of an imperial-level soul. Ancestor. Xiao Ze is fortunate indeed to fulfill this mission. With deep respect, Xiao Ze performed a grand bow. After all, such an opportunity and fortune had spared him an immense amount of time and effort, allowing his soul realm to ascend dramatically. Only upon truly stepping into the realm of the imperial soul did Xiao Ze comprehend the vast chasm that lay between the great perfection of the heavenly realm and the imperial soul. This chasm rendered countless peak experts unable to cross it even in a lifetime, for one was divine and the other mortal. With a flicker of thought, Xiao Ze's soul power completely enveloped the entire heaven tomb. Extending his hand, he grasped a peculiar, jet-black stone that had been located thousands of zhang away. Locked by his soul power and directly transported before him through spatial manipulation. With another casual wave, a jet-black mountain peak, thousands of zhang distant, suddenly disintegrated into dust without warning. Such formidable prowess compelled him to experiment further. Wherever his soul power extended, his attacks could traverse thousands of miles, directly striking at his foes. Compared to the soul power of the great perfection of the heavenly realm, this was exponentially more formidable, not only in range, but in every conceivable aspect of enhancement. Chapter 641, Mastering the Heaven Tomb. Xiao Ze's curious attempts to test the capabilities of his imperial-level soul elicited a smile from Xiao Xian. Having once tread the path of the imperial soul himself, he understood the profound wonders of this realm. Naturally, upon first entering, one would desire to experiment. The imperial-level soul is even more powerful than I had imagined. Xiao Ze exhaled softly, gradually retracting his soul power. At this moment, he appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of the terrifying aura that once commanded the heavens. Although the imperial-level soul did not equate to the true emperor realm, it was nonetheless connected to the concept of an emperor wielding immense power. With a gentle smile, Xiao Xuan addressed Xiao Ze, "Little one, I possess some insights regarding the utilization of the imperial-level soul. If you are not in haste to depart, I could elucidate them for you." Upon hearing these words, a look of delight appeared on Xiao Ze's face. Although utilizing soul power is a forte of alchemists, Xiao Ze, having only recently stepped into the realm of emperor-level souls, was indeed not as adept as his ancestor Xiao Xuan. After all, Xiao Xuan had ventured into the emperor realm of souls a millennium ago. Moreover, the passage of time within the heavenly tomb differed significantly, while a millennium passed outside. Several millennia had elapsed within. With such prolonged immersion above the emperor-level soul, Xiao Xuan's mastery of soul power must possess unique aspects. By the way, Xiao Ze, how is it that you are refining the essence of this soul so swiftly? Xiao Chun, standing nearby, could not help but inquire. In truth, the time I have spent refining is not as brief as you two ancestors might presume. Within the essence of the soul lies a realm, a boundless ocean of souls. This ocean is entirely composed of soul power, rendering its richness unparalleled and altering the flow of time therein. A month in the heavenly tomb is equivalent to a year in the ocean of souls. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's elucidation, both Xiao Xuan and Xiao Chun exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that such an intense concentration of soul power could indeed alter the passage of time. However, they quickly realized that even accounting for the differing rates of time flow, the duration Xiao Ze had consumed was not excessively long. Noticing their expressions, Xiao Ze smiled faintly. Of course, I possess a modicum of talent in the realm of souls, which allows me to accelerate the absorption of soul power, thus enabling such rapid refinement. With that, the two nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Xiao Xuan led them back to the depths of the heavenly tomb, where he meticulously imparted the techniques of manipulating emperor-level souls to Xiao Ze, greatly benefiting him. Xiao Ze also corroborated his own methods as an alchemist with the insights shared, rapidly enhancing his application of emperor-level souls. Soon after, Xiao Ze departed from Xiao Xuan's mausoleum. He gently closed his eyes, though enveloped in darkness. Through the perception granted by his soul power, the entirety of the heavenly tomb held no secrets for him. It seemed that by absorbing the essence of the souls within the tomb, Xiao Ze had acquired dominion over it. At the very least, any other entities wishing to enter the heavenly tomb must first gain Xiao Ze's consent. Otherwise, they would be thwarted at its threshold. Even if one were to forcibly breach the spatial barriers of the tomb, they would perpetually endure its repulsion. Mastering the heavenly tomb bore immense advantages for Xiao Ze and his faction. Although the dense energy within the tomb no longer sufficed for Xiao Ze's current needs, it still held some utility for his subordinates. Furthermore, as the master of the heavenly tomb, he could leverage the opportunity for entry to negotiate benefits with ancient races. For Xiao Ze, the most valuable aspect of the tomb was its unique temporal flow, so distinct from that of the outside world. The opportunity to grant Xiao Ze more time for cultivation, alchemy, and the study of pill formulas is indeed remarkable. The tomb itself possesses an extraordinary quality. The mere passage of time has positioned it as a significant realm within the entire Dou Qi Continent. As Xiao Ze reflected on this, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Having reached the pinnacle of a 6-star Dou Saint, he naturally possessed the ability to construct space. However, the realms created by an ordinary Dou Saint lack the unique capabilities of the celestial tomb. Nevertheless, due to the feedback from Ziyan's Dragon Phoenix bloodline, Xiao Ze's mastery over spatial power had become increasingly profound. Drawing from the celestial tomb as a reference, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to create a similar space. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ze promptly crouched down, placing his palm upon the earth of the celestial tomb, allowing his soul's perception to permeate its depths. He aimed to comprehend the tomb at its most fundamental level, attempting to deduce how such a space had been crafted by a mighty Dou emperor. After a brief period, Xiao Ze straightened up, his brow furrowed. Although he now commanded the celestial tomb and possessed an imperial-level soul, deducing the creation process of a Dou emperor proved exceedingly challenging. Despite the difficulty of the deduction, he contemplated whether it might be feasible to directly imitate the celestial tomb and create a similar space without such analysis. If deduction was unattainable, he entertained the notion of mimicking the celestial tomb. With his current spatial abilities and his understanding of the tomb, such imitation was indeed within his reach. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Ze extended his hand, concentrating the immense power of space within it. An overwhelming amount of Dou Qi was rapidly consumed as he utilized spatial energy to construct a barrier, forming an independent realm. As time passed, a luminous sphere akin to a crystal began to coalesce in his palm. Within this orb, the power of space gradually evolved under Xiao Ze's control. After a considerable duration, he ceased the expenditure of spatial energy, gazing at the crystal sphere. With a flicker of thought, a strand of soul power ventured into its depths. Inside the crystal sphere lay an entirely different world. As it was a temporary creation, this realm, though vast, was devoid of substance, merely a chaotic void. While its dimensions could be expanded incrementally, Xiao Ze frowned as he sensed the passage of time within the sphere, regrettably noting that there were no discernible changes. Creating space was straightforward. However, the challenge of crafting a realm where time flowed differently surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment struck Xiao Ze as he recalled another place he had previously visited that altered the flow of time, the Sea of Souls. Remarkably, due to the peculiar nature of the Sea of Souls, time within it flowed even more slowly than in the celestial tomb. Rather than attempting to replicate a space fashioned by a Dou emperor, it would be more prudent to emulate the Sea of Souls. For imitating the celestial tomb, Xiao Ze felt utterly at a loss, but the Sea of Souls was not entirely beyond his comprehension. Infusing a vast reservoir of soul energy into a designated space, transforming it into an exceedingly dense realm of spiritual essence, thus recreating an ocean of souls. Moreover, this ocean can be nestled within the space of Xiao Ze's own creation, allowing him to carry it with him, a far more convenient option than the heavenly tomb. Chapter 642, Creating Space. Deep within the heavenly tomb, Xiao Ze held a crystal sphere in his hands. The sphere radiated with spatial energy, and as Xiao Ze further constructed it, the stability of the space within the crystal sphere strengthened. Concurrently, he ceased to expand the size of the sphere. The purpose of this created space was not for the residents of his clan, but rather for his personal cultivation, thus requiring it not to be excessively large. His primary aim in crafting this space was to ensure its stability, capable of bearing immeasurable soul energy. Secondly, it needed the capacity to contain the soul energy, preventing any overflow. After further refinement, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. The space within the crystal sphere was roughly equivalent to a city of Canaan, significantly smaller than the realms created by other Dou Saint powerhouses. However, with Xiao Ze's relentless reinforcement through spatial energy, this space became considerably more robust. At the very least, he could unleash his full strength within it without fear of rupturing the space, capable of withstanding the might of a novice 9-star Dou Saint. Indeed, possessing an imperial-level soul, Xiao Ze felt confident in his ability to contend with a novice 9-star Dou Saint. The enhancement of spatial energy had reached its zenith, nonetheless. Xiao Ze pondered that there remained areas within this space that could be further fortified. With this thought, flames of brilliant gold ignited in his other hand. The source of imperial flame, under Xiao Ze's command, coalesced into resplendent runes. These dazzling golden runes transformed into a torrent, surging into the crystal sphere, gradually saturating the realm. Countless runes adorned the space Xiao Ze had created, elevating its sturdiness to new heights. Simultaneously, these runes possessed the effect of isolating soul energy. Once Xiao Ze infused soul energy into this realm, it would continuously accumulate, rendering the soul energy therein exceedingly rich, achieving an effect akin to that of the ocean of souls. Soon after, Xiao Ze retracted the source of imperial flame and extended his spiritual perception into the crystal sphere. Within his awareness, the solidity of the space inside the sphere had intensified compared to before. He attempted to impinge upon the barrier with his own soul energy, encountering an extraordinarily potent obstruction that prevented his spiritual force from breaching it. At last, the initial container for the ocean of souls was established. The next step was to infuse this realm with a vast quantity of soul energy. Xiao Ze exhaled softly, then brushed the surface of the crystal sphere. A myriad of energies enveloped the sphere, bestowing it with additional layers of protection. Even a formidable warrior at the late stage of Dou Saint would find it quite challenging to shatter this crystal orb. Such rarity is noteworthy, for those at the pinnacle of Dou Saint possess the cataclysmic power to obliterate worlds. The mere ability to slightly impede a warrior of this caliber has left Xiao Ze thoroughly satisfied. After a moment's hesitation, he felt compelled to test the orb's spatial integrity. Casting a glance back at the mausoleum of Xiao Xian, where both Xiao Xian and their ancestor, Xiao Chun, remained engrossed in conversation, he chose not to intrude. Instead, with a swift motion, he vanished from sight, leaving behind only the levitating crystal orb. In the vast emptiness of the cosmos, Xiao Ze's figure suddenly materialized. Observing the expanse, which was as grand as a city, he swung his fist with force, producing a rush of wind, yet failing to rend the fabric of space itself. Recognizing this, he nodded in approval and swiftly began to form seals with his hands. Above him, a colossal ethereal figure, 100 feet tall, coalesced. Though it was merely a spectral manifestation, it appeared substantial, resembling an amplified version of Xiao Ze himself, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded the heavens. Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. he proclaimed. A terrifying surge of soul energy erupted from the spectral figure, causing the surrounding space to tremor and ripple. Despite the apparent strain on the fabric of reality, it ultimately withstood the assault of Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. Witnessing an attack formidable enough to render even a 9-star Dou Saint at the initial stage solemn, yet failing to rupture this realm, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Ze's face. As a soul-based technique, the potency of Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath escalates with the strength of one's soul. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yan's soul ascended to the imperial realm, the manifestation of Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath surpassed even the 6-colored destruction fire lotus he had conjured, becoming his most potent means of attack. This level of spatial resilience is already comparable to that of the ancient realm, which has been fortified over millennia by the continuous efforts of the ancient clan's Dou Saints. In contrast, Xiao Ze achieved this within a remarkably short span through his own efforts, which suffices for his current aspirations. However, the ancient realm can endure the clash of 2 peak 9-star Dou Saints without succumbing, whereas Xiao Ze is uncertain if his created domain can withstand such a confrontation. Regrettably, his current strength does not reach the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saints, and he may not last long against one. After all, his capabilities, even when contending with a 9-star Dou Saint at the initial stage, allow him to endure for a considerable time. Yet, even the 9-star Dou Saint at the initial stage, when faced with Gu Yuan in a one-on-one scenario, would struggle to persist and could even face ceiling. It can only be said that the disparities in strength during the Dou Saint phase become increasingly pronounced in the later stages. The gap between the initial and peak stages of the 9-star Dou Saint is one that ordinary individuals find exceedingly challenging to bridge. As the spatial fluctuations in this realm gradually subsided, Xiao Ze's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Following his departure, an immense surge of soul energy flooded the area. Where once there had been nothing, now a faint mist began to envelop the surroundings. Holding a crystal ball in his hand, Xiao Ze sensed the rapid depletion of his soul energy and pressed his forehead in mild frustration. It appeared that emulating the ocean of souls was not as effortless as he had anticipated. The consumption of soul energy was indeed beyond his expectations. In such a brief span of time, the soul energy he had expended was sufficient to perform several instances of the Huangquan Tianru, a formidable high-tier celestial combat technique capable of injuring even a 9-star Dou Saint under the enhancement of an imperial realm soul. The terrifying power it represented was matched only by the equally staggering consumption of soul energy. Yet, even in such circumstances, it paled in comparison to the soul energy he infused into the crystal ball. Fortunately, this realm was significantly smaller than the previous ocean of souls, and he believed it would not drain his own soul energy entirely. Xiao Ze contemplated, moderating the infusion of his soul energy to maintain a balance between recovery and consumption, ensuring he would not exhaust himself completely. Thanks to Dan Shen's talent for soul devouring and the origin tree, Xiao Ze's recovery of soul energy was several times faster than that of his peers at the same level. This was also why he could repeatedly engage in high-intensity alchemical refinement while maintaining ample reserves of soul energy. Chapter 643, The Rest of the Soul. With a whoosh, a sound of air being cut through echoed, and Xiao Xuan appeared before Xiao Ze. He curiously scrutinized the crystal ball in Xiao Ze's hand, recognizing that within it lay an entire world. Little one, what has suddenly sparked your desire to create a space? Xiao Xuan inquired, perplexed. Given Xiao Ze's current prowess, creating a space was indeed within his capabilities. However, he did not strike Xiao Xuan as the sort to engage in such frivolous endeavors. After all, the Xiao Clan had fallen into decline, with their numbers hovering around 10,000, a stark contrast to the flourishing ancient races which boasted populations in the millions, necessitating the creation of vast realms for their kin to thrive. Moreover, those ancient races aimed to cultivate isolated realms not only for sustenance, but also to preserve the strength of their bloodlines, as intermarriage with outsiders could dilute their ancestral vigor. Although, over time, the potency of bloodlines inevitably wanes, the practice of intra-clan marriage could prolong the onset of this decline. By creating a secluded realm, they could minimize the risk of external contamination to their bloodline's vitality. However, Xiao Xuan had gleaned a preliminary understanding of the Xiao family's situation through Xiao Ze's descriptions. Xiao Ze and Xiao Chun are the last 2 individuals possessing the bloodline power of the Xiao clan. The remaining members of the clan have all succumbed to bloodline depletion, rendering further concern unnecessary. Thus, Xiao Xuan found himself in a state of perplexity as Xiao Ze presented him with a crystal ball. Ancestor, I have drawn inspiration from the previous ocean of souls and aspire to create another such realm. Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing the imagery encapsulated within the crystal. With Xiao Ze having lifted the array's concealment, Xiao Xuan could effortlessly perceive the scene within. Inside the crystal ball, a formidable surge of soul energy roared. The soul power, rushing forth, formed clouds and mists that coalesced into shapes, soaring like dragons, cascading like the Milky Way, or erupting suddenly like a shower of stars. This magnificent spectacle caused Xiao Xian's eyes to narrow slightly. It was evident that Xiao Ze had expended considerable effort in crafting this crystal ball. Not only was the spatial integrity remarkably high, but the spatial barrier was also adorned with a multitude of intricate golden runes, designed to prevent the soul energy from leaking out, creating another ocean of souls. As the realization dawned on him, a look of understanding graced Xiao Xian's face. Are you drawn to the slow passage of time within the ocean of souls? After all, Xiao Ze is already at the imperial realm of soul mastery. To recreate such a domain would undoubtedly be a laborious and thankless endeavor. The only reason for Xiao Ze's current pursuit must be the unique properties of the ocean of souls. Indeed, ancestor, Xiao Ze affirmed with a nod. While my talent is commendable, the plans of the Soul Clan are gradually unfolding, pressing in on us. Time is of the essence, and it is increasingly challenging for me to find ample opportunity for growth. If I successfully create the ocean of souls, I will gain a tenfold advantage in time for my development compared to the outside world. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Xiao Xian's gaze softened, and he let out a gentle sigh, patting Xiao Ze's shoulder. Little one, you bear the heavy burden of the clan's rise and fall alone. It is indeed a great responsibility. Xiao Ze met Xiao Xian's gaze with steadfast determination, replying slowly, Ancestor, this is my duty. In response, Xiao Xian's face broke into a warm smile as he patted Xiao Ze's shoulder once more. Xiao Xian found himself at a loss for words that might ease Xiao Ze's burden. Given the current perilous circumstances, any moment of relaxation could lead to a grim fate facing the advancing Soul Clan forces, potentially resulting in annihilation. Therefore, Xiao Xian merely patted Xiao Ze's shoulder again before returning the crystal ball to him. He could discern that there remained a considerable distance before the crystal ball would be complete. What are your plans next? Within the heavenly tomb, there should be no further opportunities for your advancement. Xiao Ze nodded, fully aware of the situation within the heavenly tomb, having taken charge of it. Indeed, there were no opportunities left, or rather, none that would be of benefit to him. The current state of affairs in the external world is fraught with tension, and the ancient races have yet to make their move. For the time being, the forces of the central continent remain primarily under my domain. Therefore, there is no need for me to remain in a position of constant vigilance. I wish to traverse the continent, to gaze upon the boundless void or the vast expanse of the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Dou Qi Continent is replete with endless opportunities awaiting discovery by those who come after. With your current strength, it is impossible to achieve rapid advancement in a short time. One can only hope for a monumental opportunity. By the way, before our ancestor departed, I wish to discuss something with you. Xiao Ze suddenly spoke, causing Xiao Xian to pause momentarily, before a gentle smile graced his features. Little one, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In truth, since I refined the soul origin of the Tianmu, I have come to master it. In a sense, I am now its sovereign. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Xiao Ze. After all, throughout history, there has only been one soul of the Tianmu. He was unaware that by refining the soul origin, one could become its master. I have heard you mention that the Tianmu was created by a certain Dou Di expert as a sanctuary for souls to find rest. I wish for all energy entities within the Tianmu to relinquish their conflicts entirely, allowing their souls to truly slumber. After all, the desires to devour one another that once resided deep within their souls have dissipated. If that is the case, why not eradicate such acts of conflict and consumption altogether? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian contemplated for a moment before smiling and nodding. Excellent. This aligns with the original intent of the Dou Di expert who created the Tianmu, allowing these souls to find peace. Subsequently, Xiao Ze inquired about various matters and sought Xiao Xian's counsel on numerous issues. After all, Xiao Xian had spent a considerable amount of time within the Tianmu and possessed a deeper understanding of the energy entities. Previously, outsiders such as Xiao Ze were entirely unaware of the existence of the Tianmu's soul. Only the energy entities within the Tianmu seemed to be aware of its presence. Although Xiao Ze is the master of the Tianmu, he remained somewhat oblivious to the needs of these energy entities. Before long, a voice resonated in the ears of all energy entities within the Tianmu. I am Xiao Ze, the master of the Tianmu. The soul of the Tianmu has been eradicated, and the desires to consume one another have quietly faded. Henceforth, the Tianmu shall return to the original intention of the Dou Di expert who created it, serving solely as a resting place for souls. Within the Tianmu, no energy entity shall engage in acts of consuming their kin, nor shall they attack or slay other energy entities without cause, nor shall they force other energy entities into servitude. Chapter 644. Obeying the command of the Master of the Tianmo. Xiao Ze's words echoed in the ears of all energy entities within the Tianmo, leaving them in a state of shock. Firstly, they had not anticipated that Xiao Ze would become the master of the Tianmo. Secondly, the implications of his words offered all energy entities a chance to find respite. Within the celestial tomb, the overwhelming majority of energy entities, had it not been for the insatiable desire for mutual consumption instilled by the soul of the tomb, would have been reluctant to devour one another. It can be asserted that most powerful beings were willing to heed the commands of Xiao Ze, allowing their souls to find repose. Thus, countless energy entities knelt in unison towards the depths of the tomb, proclaiming loudly, "We obey the decree of the Lord of the tomb." At the periphery of the third layer of the tomb, the Bloodblade Saint arose, withdrawing the blood-stained blade embedded in the ground. He turned to the high-ranking Star Dou energy entities accompanying him. "May you part amicably. There is no longer a need for you to submit to my banner for protection." With the Lord of the Tomb's command in place, no entity could attack another without cause, lest they jest with their own souls. The high-ranking Star Dou energy entities exchanged glances, acknowledging that the Lord's decree indeed forbade the coercion of others into servitude. Any relationship between energy entities necessitated mutual consent. Just as the Bloodblade Saint could not compel their allegiance, they too could not force themselves upon him. If either party objected, the relationship would be deemed improper. Evidently, the Bloodblade Saint did not wish to take them as subordinates, prompting the high-ranking Star Dou entities to half-kneel in gratitude. "We thank the Saint for your prior protection. We bid you farewell." The Bloodblade Saint, observing the kneeling figures before him, nodded slightly. "Go forth. Seek a place within the tomb where your souls may rest. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." The high-ranking Star Dou entities, though reluctant, nodded in understanding. They were acutely aware that while the majority of entities within the tomb desired the peace of eternal rest, some remained fiercely ambitious, intent on ruling even in death and manipulating others at will. The Bloodblade Saint's promise touched their hearts deeply. They bowed deeply once more before rising to depart. The Bloodblade Saint watched the retreating figures, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He harbored a profound aversion to the desire for mutual consumption, perceiving it as akin to cannibalism. During the reign of the tomb's soul, those high-ranking Star Dou entities had sought his protection. After contemplation, he had accepted them, recognizing that, despite being a singular saint amidst many in the third layer, he could not dominate unchallenged. From this moment forth, the celestial tomb would once again become a sanctuary for the repose of souls. The Bloodblade Saint displayed a relaxed smile as he returned to the mountains where he once dwelled, carelessly discarding the blood blade upon the ground. He then reclined upon the earth, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. Many energy entities akin to the Bloodblade Saint dispersed their followers to embrace the tranquility of eternal rest. During the reign of the tomb's soul, numerous entities had been engaged in mutual consumption. The formidable energy entities often subjugate the weaker ones, compelling them to serve as loyal followers. This practice fortifies their own power, safeguarding them from being consumed by other energy beings. Conversely, the feeble entities gravitate towards the more powerful ones, seeking refuge. During that era, the celestial tomb could hardly be deemed a sanctuary for souls. Rather, it resembled a primordial forest, fraught with the constant peril of being hunted by other entities. However, with the assurance and edict from the newly appointed master of the celestial tomb, few dared to overstep their bounds. After all, despite the formidable essence of the tomb, it had ultimately been devoured by Lord Xiao Ze. In that time, no one dared to defy the spirit of the celestial tomb, and now, even fewer would challenge Xiao Ze, save for those energy entities dutifully adhering to his commands. The tomb was vast, teeming with energy entities, yet some remained aberrant. In the second layer of the tomb, an energy entity at the level of 7-star, Dou Qi abruptly surged into a valley, subduing one of the sleeping entities. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Dare you defy the master of the celestial tomb?" He ranted. "What nonsense about the master of the celestial tomb? To prohibit mutual consumption, do they not realize that such acts are essential for our strength?" His eyes glowed crimson with greed as he glared at the subdued entity. Yet, in the next moment, a strand of golden lightning materialized from the void. In an instant, it struck the 7-star Dou Qi with a speed that left no time for evasion. In that fleeting moment, the presence of the 7-star Dou Qi vanished, obliterated into nothingness by the annihilating force of the golden lightning. The remaining Dou Qi, still reeling from shock, sensed the power of the golden lightning and was filled with dread. He knelt upon the ground, exclaiming, "I humbly thank the master of the celestial tomb." The golden lightning flickered briefly before disappearing from his sight, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the might of the lightning had not been unleashed upon him, The instantaneous eradication of a 7-star Dou Zun left him trembling with fear, fearing the same fate could befall him. Now, having witnessed the golden lightning dissipate, the Dou Zun relaxed, silently resolving never to contravene the master of the Celestial Tomb's orders. Within the Celestial Tomb, myriad forms of existence unfolded, as Xiao Ze, with his imperial soul, perceived all. Those who adhered to his commands needed no further mention. They could simply enjoy the tranquility of their souls. Yet, amidst the Celestial Tomb, there were always restless energy entities, some of whom, twisted by the rule of the tomb's spirit, had come to accept the practice of mutual consumption. Even after Xiao Ze issued his decree, they continued their defiance, intent on pursuing their devouring ways. In such cases, they could not blame Xiao Ze for his lack of courtesy, as streams of golden lightning erupted from his hands. Even across vast distances, his strikes could instantaneously descend upon those disobedient energy entities. Xiao Ze could not linger long within the tomb of heaven. Indeed, he was soon to depart. Thus, he had no time to waste in allowing them the opportunity to reform. He decisively executed them, believing that this act of retribution would serve as a stern warning to the hidden, disobedient entities lurking in the shadows. Xiao Ze spoke softly, while Xiao Xuan, standing beside him, replied gently, "Do not worry, my young friend. In your absence from the tomb, I shall carry out the directives you have left behind." However, Xiao Ze expressed his unease. "But ancestor, will this not disrupt your peace?" With a hearty laugh, Xiao Xuan recounted, "Previously, I refrained from conflict with the soul of the tomb, allowing it to suppress me and limit my movements. I could only leave the crypt at intervals. Now that I am free to act, I could not be more pleased. After so many years within the tomb, I wish to see it flourish. Then I entrust the tomb to you, ancestor," Xiao Ze said, bowing respectfully to Xiao Xuan before creating a rift in space and stepping through with Xiao Chun. "Ancestor, we shall take our leave now." Xiao Xuan nodded gently, a flicker of reluctance crossing his features. "Farewell, my young friend." Chapter 645, The Postponement of the Wedding. In the ancient realm, upon the peak of Xiao Xun'er gently closed her beautiful eyes, drawing the vast energies of heaven and earth into her being. Through the process of refining her cultivation techniques, it transformed into a thread of fighting spirit within her. The quality of the fighting spirit possessed by a Dou Saint was vastly superior to that of a Dou Zun. This was due to the intervening 9 transformations to sanctity technique, which continuously compressed the fighting spirit, thus elevating its quality and bridging the chasm between Dou Zun and Dou Saint. Consequently, upon reaching the Dou Saint level, the amount of heavenly energy refined into fighting spirit diminished correspondingly, due to the explosive enhancement in quality. This resulted in an exceptionally slow advancement rate for Dou Saints. Unless one were to encounter an extraordinary opportunity, significant progression during the Dou Saint phase was nearly impossible. Standing a short distance away, Gu Yuan watched the spatial barrier of the tomb intently, his expression betraying a hint of concern. He had sensed a change in the barrier not long ago. Previously, he could easily tear open a rift in the barrier. Now, it demanded his utmost attention to breach it. The strengthening of the tomb's spatial barrier filled Gu Yuan with unease. After all, this sudden augmentation had occurred only after Xiao Ze and his companion entered the tomb. Had their presence within the celestial realm triggered this enhancement? With the barrier now fortified, it became increasingly arduous for outsiders to enter the tomb, while those within found it equally challenging to depart. The current transformation of the tomb instilled in him a sense that it had acquired a master. Gu Yuan mused to himself, casting a glance at the meditating Xun'er. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against informing Xun'er, fearing it might cause her unnecessary worry. As Xun'er engaged in her tranquil cultivation, Gu Yuan was beset by concern when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the void where the heavenly tomb resided. Xun'er, not delving into deep meditation, also quickly perceived the anomaly in the void, and the surging energies of heaven and earth within her gradually subsided. She then swiftly turned her gaze towards the unusual phenomenon in the void. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with joy as a spatial passage materialized in the air, from which Xiao Ze and Xiao Chen emerged. This time, their entrance into the heavenly tomb did not bear the half-month time constraint as depicted in the original narrative. Upon the expiration of that duration, Gu Yuan had attempted to forcibly breach the spatial barrier of the heavenly tomb, only to be momentarily obstructed by Xiao Yan's imperial soul. However, now that Xiao Ze was departing the heavenly tomb, no such tumult accompanied his exit. Observing the approaching figure, Xiao Ze opened his arms to embrace her delicate form. "It feels as though you have been away for an eternity." Despite my longer sojourn within the heavenly tomb, he remarked with a smile, glancing at Xun'er, who had nestled her head against his chest. In truth, Xiao Ze had spent a considerable amount of time within the heavenly tomb, while less than half a month had elapsed outside. Hee. This time alone with brother Xiao Ze is indeed rare, and I shall cherish it doubly, Xun'er softly whispered from within his embrace. Xiao Ze, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure. Their time together, while intimate, was not entirely devoid of company, as Gu Yuan and the ancestral figure of Xiao Chun were present, thus not truly alone. With this realization, Xiao Ze swiftly glanced at Gu Yuan, who had narrowed his eyes, seemingly observing them with a hint of disapproval. Feeling the weight of their closeness in front of his prospective father-in-law, Xiao Ze gently patted Xun'er's shoulder. Xun'er, blushing, quickly stepped away from his embrace, her cheeks aflame. Witnessing the youthful exchange, Xiao Chun, standing behind Xiao Ze, could not help but reveal a benevolent smile. Although Xiao Chun had neither married nor fathered direct descendants, he regarded Xiao Ze, the most outstanding heir of the Xiao clan amidst its decline, with significant esteem, indeed, more so than his own direct lineage. Gu Yuan approached them, casting a glance at Xun'er, and with a hint of resignation, remarked, "A daughter should not be kept at home." He then turned his attention to Xiao Ze, who was somewhat evasive of his gaze, prompting Gu Yuan to let out a light snort. "Well, your bond with Xun'er is profound, and you have presented the betrothal gifts to the Gu clan. It can be said that aside from the final wedding ceremony, you two are as good as married." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, but then a look of joy illuminated his face. Gu Yuan had completely acknowledged him. "By the way, how do you plan to hold the grand wedding with Xun'er? As my daughter, she must be married off in splendid fashion." However, as the topic of the wedding arose, hesitation crept onto Xiao Ze's visage. Gu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. "Do you have any reservations?" Naturally, Gu Yuan did not presume that Xiao Ze was unwilling to marry Xun'er. After all, he had witnessed their affection for one another. And Xiao Ze treated Xun'er with utmost care. The invaluable 9th-grade Xiandan was offered as a betrothal gift without a second thought. Yet, the flicker of hesitation on Xiao Ze's face suggested that he harbored some concerns. Xun'er also lifted her gaze to Xiao Ze, her eyes contemplative. "To be honest, uncle, I am indeed quite eager to hold a grand wedding with Xun'er. I have promised her that I will arrange the most magnificent wedding in the entire continent," Xiao Ze stated earnestly, without a hint of hesitation. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, refraining from speaking, for he knew Xiao Ze had more to reveal. "However, regarding the recent incident in the demon fire space, I believe you are aware of it, uncle. Seizing that opportunity, I, along with the Dan Alliance, annihilated the vast majority of the Soul Hall's forces, including their leader. Yet, despite suffering such losses, the Soul Clan behind the Soul Hall has shown no reaction, as if they are completely oblivious, seemingly concocting some sort of conspiracy." At this juncture, Xiao Ze took a deep breath, gazing at Xun'er and grasping her delicate hand. He solemnly declared, "I have made a promise to host the grandest wedding in the continent. If, at that time, the Soul Clan intervenes and disrupts the ceremony, it is a scenario I would never wish to witness, not only because of my promise, but also because I feel I would owe you an apology." Xun'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she bit her lip, intertwining her other hand with Xiao Ze's. "It's all right, brother Xiao Ze. Just being by your side brings me immense satisfaction." Gu Yuan nodded slightly in response. As his only daughter, he too would not wish to see her experience a momentous occasion marred by chaos, resulting in an imperfect wedding. The recent movements of the Soul Clan were indeed highly suspicious, as if they were plotting something. Chapter 646, The Astonishment of the Void Devouring Flame. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Xiao Ze's concerns were far from unfounded. On the contrary, the Soul Clan, capable of eradicating the Xiao Clan, possessed strength that could be deemed the most formidable among ancient races. Furthermore, Xiao Ze had recently led the Dan Alliance to significantly weaken the forces of the Soul Hall. As a subordinate force of the Soul Clan, Xiao Ze's actions naturally forged a deadly enmity with them. Under such circumstances, hosting a wedding for the two was fraught with the potential for the very scenario Xiao Ze had described. Should we simply delay indefinitely? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Unless the Gu clan took the initiative to instigate war and declare hostilities against the Soul Clan, they would need to ensure the complete annihilation of the Soul Clan. However, within the ancient clan, dissenting voices must undoubtedly be resounding. The expenditure of the ancient clan's strength to wage war against the Soul Clan is not in the family's interest. Moreover, even with the combined might of the ancient clan and the Pill Alliance, they may not possess the capability to annihilate the exceedingly enigmatic Soul Clan. It is precisely due to this realization that Gu Yuan expressed his distress. The situation has reached an impasse. Xiao Ze also nodded slightly. It has been less than half a year since the incident in the demon fire space. The medicinal compendium of the Medicine Clan is still nearly 2 years away. The Soul Clan launched their attack based on the Medicine Clan's compendium, leading to the annihilation of the entire Medicine Clan. It was only the survivors, such as Xiao Yan, who managed to escape and deliver the accurate news, confirming that the Soul Clan was the true culprit behind the downfall of other ancient races. This revelation prompted the remaining Lei clan and Yin clan to ally with the ancient clan, thereby gaining the strength to confront the Soul Clan. As for the truth that Xiao Ze spoke of now, apart from the ancient clan, no other ancient races are likely to believe him. Even if Xiao Ze elucidates the matter clearly, they could very well remain skeptical, contributing little to the alliance. In such a circumstance, what difference does it make whether the alliance is formed or not? Considering this aspect, Xiao Ze refrained from divulging the entire situation. Rather than relying on the strength of others, it is far more prudent to focus on enhancing one's own power. Once Xiao Ze attains the rank of 9-star Dou Saint, the union of the Pill Alliance and the ancient clan will suffice to eradicate the Soul Clan. For the time being, the only course of action is to monitor the movements of the Soul Clan while diligently bolstering their own strength. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ze spoke again. The likelihood of the Soul Clan being the culprit behind the disappearance of the Spirit Clan is exceedingly high. If possible, the ancient clan should consider keeping a watchful eye on the Soul Clan's activities. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Among the ancient races, only the ancient clan and the Soul Clan possess the capability to silently eliminate the Spirit Clan. Gu Yuan is well aware of the ancient clan's circumstances, leaving only the Soul Clan as a suspect. Thus, during this period, the ancient clan has intensified its investigations into the Soul Clan. It is not that the ancient clan is unwilling to seek explanations from other ancient races. Rather, such explanations would be futile until the Soul Clan schemes are completely unraveled. Even the Lei clan and Yin clan would not be united with the ancient clan. Conversely, while there is interaction among the ancient races, deep-seated conflicts persist. The existing ancient races have, to varying degrees, experienced friction and even warfare. Therefore, once the annihilation of the Spirit Clan occurred, the other ancient races immediately distanced themselves from both the Soul Clan and the ancient clan. The remaining ancient races harbor distrust towards both of these powerful clans. They formed defensive alliances amongst themselves to prevent these two formidable clans from taking action against them. Under such circumstances, no matter how the ancient clan explains the situation, the other ancient races will remain unconvinced. It appears this is the only course left, Gu Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Uncle, I intend to venture into the starry sky shortly. It appears that our ancestors made some remarkable discoveries during their travels across the continent. The starry sky, being a realm seldom traversed by souls, indeed harbors the potential for extraordinary opportunities. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. However, the starry sky is not without its perils. In certain areas imbued with concentrated stellar energy, even the Dou Saints hesitate to tread lightly. Xiao Ze nodded in acknowledgement, for he had learned from Xiao Xuan about the dangers of the starry sky, which rivaled the treacherous void. The opportunity discovered by Xiao Xuan in those days was still in the process of gestation. A forcible intrusion would only serve to endanger that chance. Thus, Xiao Xuan had opted to leave after marking the spatial coordinates, intending to return later to explore the profound stellar energies and what they might cradle. Yet, circumstances took a dire turn. Not only did Xiao Xuan himself perish, but his entire lineage also fell into decline. In the Soul Realm, a somewhat somber expanse draped in dark mist, the chilling energies permeated every corner of this space. In the depths of this realm lay a cluster of shadowy palaces, where an elder of the Soul Clan, a Dou Saint, hastily approached a grand hall. With utmost reverence, he proclaimed, "Soul High seeks an audience with Lord Void Devouring Flame." "Come in." A voice, slightly hoarse, emanated from within the hall. The grand doors creaked open, revealing tendrils of black flames flickering in the void. Observing the beads of cold sweat forming on Soul High's brow, he felt a subtle threat from the wisps of black flame radiating from Lord Void Devouring Flame. Nevertheless, he dared not delay and swiftly entered. Lord Void Devouring Flame. This encapsulates the entirety of the incident concerning the demon fire space. Soul High presented a jade tablet, the result of their rigorous interrogation of an eyewitness to the demon fire space. A figure clad in a black robe, emanating small black flames, accepted the tablet. Perusing its contents, he quickly grasped the unfolding events. The jade tablet detailed every minute aspect, chronicling all that transpired within the demon fire space. Suddenly, the small black flames enveloping Void Devouring Flame appeared to solidify, ceasing their flickering. A look of astonishment emerged on his face, his brows furrowing tightly. He scrutinized the segment of the record once more. When confronted with the golden flames exhibited by Xiao Ze, the pure lotus demon fire revealed a visage of profound astonishment, tinged with a hint of fear. Furthermore, the extraordinary flames displayed by Xiao Ze directly suppressed the alchemy array, which had been dominated by the pure lotus demon fire. Seizing control of it entirely, Void Devouring Flame meticulously examined the contents of the jade tablet, seeking a specific description of Xiao Ze's golden flames. While appearing golden on the surface, they seemed to harbor an array of colors within. How could this be? Is it truly him? The Void Devouring Flame, too, recalls from distant memories that singular flame of extraordinary fire, a flame adorned with myriad colors. In that era, there was no such thing as the first in the ranking of extraordinary fires. Only two flames were hailed as the sovereigns among them, the Void Devouring Flame and the Purifying Lotus Demon Flame. Yet, even this sovereign of extraordinary flames found itself unable to resist against that flame, which possessed a multitude of colors, ultimately succumbing and becoming but one hue among the myriad. Now, witnessing once more this vividly described extraordinary flame, how could the Void Devouring Flame not be filled with astonishment? In the 647th chapter, The Celestial Vortex, the Void Devouring Flame remained silent for an extended period, its expression fluctuating. The emergence of the imperial flame disrupted all of its plans. Initially, it had intended to harness the power of the Soul Clan to collect fragments of the ancient jade, subsequently entering the ancient emperor's cave alongside the Soul Emperor. It aimed to assist the Soul Emperor in seizing the imperial grade seed pill, while securing the ancient emperor's legacy for itself. In terms of potential, obtaining the ancient emperor's legacy would undoubtedly render it more formidable than the Soul Emperor, who would break through to the Dou Emperor realm through the imperial grade seed pill. Regrettably, the appearance of that extraordinary flame has thrown all plans into disarray. Even the Void Devouring Flame cannot assure whether that supreme extraordinary fire, forged from the consumption of myriad flames, can retain its memories as it and the Purifying Lotus Demon Flame have. Should it preserve such memories, the implications would be exceedingly daunting. In contrast to the two flames that had once been consumed, the memories left behind by the imperial flame might be entirely intact. Although they are unaware of the reasons behind their departure from the ancient emperor's cave, they have lost many memories due to its constraints. Thus, they remain oblivious to the true location of the ancient emperor's cave. However, the situation has changed. The emergence of the imperial flame instills a profound sense of crisis in the Void Devouring Flame. The ancient emperor's true form was indeed the imperial flame. How could the methods he left behind not affect itself? When it comes to the knowledge possessed, the imperial flame undoubtedly surpasses both of them. Currently, the imperial flame has not ventured to the ancient emperor's cave, likely due to insufficient power and the inability to gather all the fragments of the ancient jade. Yet, this is not a matter for celebration. For once the imperial flame attains true growth, their opportunities shall vanish. Therefore, time is of the essence. They must hasten to assemble the fragments of the ancient jade. The Void Devouring Flame contemplated a possibility. If the ancient emperor's true form is indeed the imperial flame, could it be that most of the restrictions within the ancient emperor's cave hold no significance for the imperial flame? This thought heightened the urgency within the Void Devouring Flame's heart. It appears that an earnest discussion with the Soul Emperor is imperative. The plans of the Soul Clan must be expedited. The Void Devouring Flame mused, casting a glance at the elder of the Soul Clan who had come to report. You may return for now. I have matters to discuss with the clan leader. Understood, my Lord Void Devouring Flame. After the elder of the Soul Clan departed, Hun Tiandi lingered in the Grand Hall for an extended period, contemplating the intricacies of the situation. Ultimately, he reaffirmed his earlier resolution to confront the Soul Emperor candidly and engage in an open dialogue. Hun Tiandi bore a profound concern. As the Emperor Flame, did he require the ancient jade to enter the ancient Emperor's cave? If not, then the sole impediment to the Emperor Flame would be the Emperor-grade primordial pill residing within the cave. This pill, imbued with primordial energy, possessed an overwhelmingly terrifying power, one that even a peak 9-star Dou Saint could not rival. If the Emperor Flame did not gather the shards of ancient jade, he would be unable to obtain the complete Dou Qi ancient Emperor jade. Even with knowledge of the Dan transformation divine art, without the Dou Qi ancient Emperor jade, he would be unable to execute it. The Dou Qi ancient Emperor jade represented the only barrier preventing the Emperor Flame from smoothly acquiring the legacy within the ancient Emperor's cave prior to his complete maturation. The Soul Clan would undoubtedly safeguard the Dou Qi ancient Emperor jade while hastening the execution of their plans. Otherwise, by the time the Emperor Flame grew powerful enough to disregard the Emperor-grade primordial pill, the legacy within the Dou Qi ancient Emperor's cave would inevitably fall into his hands. It was this apprehension that compelled Hun Tiandi to seek an honest discussion with the Soul Emperor. Having reached a definitive conclusion, Hun Tiandi transformed into a wisp of black flame and vanished toward a highly concealed location within the Soul Realm. Beyond the ancient realm, Xiao Ze stretched lazily, lifting his gaze to the heavens. The blazing sun hung high, its glaring rays piercing his eyes, obscuring the stars. Considering that this journey was aimed at seizing opportunities within the vast starry expanse, he decided to venture alone, mindful that he might neglect Xun'er. He had previously seen his ancestor, Xiao Xun, depart, as the latter needed to return to the Pill Tower to oversee matters. Now, it was time for him to embark towards the boundless cosmos. With a flash, Xiao Ze disappeared near the ancient holy city. Moments later, he began to sense the emergence of stellar power within the void. Given Xiao Ze's current strength, ascending to the star domain would not take long. Thus, upon perceiving the stellar energy, he felt a surge of vitality and accelerated once more, plunging into the vast expanse of stars. Gazing around, he beheld the resplendent stellar energy flickering in the darkness, exuding an ancient and frigid aura. These stellar energies had existed for an immensely long time. They were not as benevolent as one might imagine, but instead were imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. A layer of energy enveloped Xiao Ze, shielding him from the corrosive effects of the stellar power. Although the 3,000 starry flames possessed formidable self-healing abilities, the stellar energy emerging from the cosmos appeared deceptively gentle, like a force capable of healing life. In reality, however, the stellar power bore the potential for utter destruction. Over the eons, these ancient energies had grown cold and lethal. Contact with an ordinary person could swiftly freeze them solid from the outside in. Xiao Ze sensed the spatial coordinates left by his ancestors and immediately tore through the ancient and frigid power of the stars surrounding him, hastening towards that location. This coordinate lay at a considerable distance, situated in the western regions of the continent, far removed from the central plains. The journey was undeniably lengthy. However, Xiao Ze's current strength was no longer what it once was. The speed of a Dou Saint in transit is not to be underestimated, especially with the aid of spatial forces and the power of the soul for relocation. After a day, Xiao Ze arrived at that starry domain. The vast power of the stars transformed into a swirling vortex stretching for millions of miles, casting a magnificent glow before his eyes. Xiao Ze gazed gravely at the stellar vortex, acutely aware of the terrifying force of annihilation within. He silently rejoiced that he had not brought Xun'er along. Otherwise, she might have faced insurmountable challenges. The power of this stellar vortex was formidable enough to make even a late-stage Dou Saint feel apprehensive. Even Xiao Ze harbored doubts about whether he could escort Xun'er safely through this treacherous vortex. What a conundrum. Opportunities are indeed precious, yet this one seemed exceedingly perilous. Xiao Ze attempted to use the 9 shin golden thunder to probe ahead, but to his astonishment, he was utterly obliterated by the vortex's power within less than 1,000 feet. This left Xiao Ze momentarily hesitant, for he was uncertain how deep this stellar vortex truly was. Given its cosmic nature, depths of 10,000 miles would hardly be surprising, and yet, his attempt with the 9 shin golden thunder had barely advanced 1,000 feet. This was a rare opportunity. If faced with an insurmountable danger, he could always invoke the traversal power of the source tree to escape. With this thought, a layer of source emperor flame enveloped him. He contemplated further, causing roots of the source tree to materialize in the void. Under his command, they formed a sturdy suit of armor around him. With this, he charged straight into the stellar vortex. Chapter 648, The Heart of the Stars. The unfathomable stellar vortex, with its casually rising waves of stellar power, was capable of annihilating territories the size of several empires on the Dou Qi Continent. It was no wonder that exploration of the vast cosmos had been exceedingly rare throughout history, with ancient records on the subject being scarce. At that time, Xiao Xuan, his ancestor, had traversed the continent with the strength of a peak 9-star Dou Saint. Facing this vast stellar vortex, he surprisingly sensed that something extraordinary was being nurtured within. Xiao Ze pondered this revelation, internally acknowledging the considerable distance he still had to cover to reach the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint. Clad in his source armor, Xiao Ze was struck by a wave of stellar energy, yet his body remained anchored in the void as if it were impervious to the onslaught. Even though the celestial waves possess the power to obliterate vast territories equivalent to several empires, when they crash upon Xiao Ze, it appears as though they have encountered the stabilizing force of the sea god's needle. Regardless of how terrifying these waves may be, they cannot displace Xiao Ze's form. Nevertheless, he does not let his guard down. This is merely the outer layer of the colossal star vortex spanning millions of miles. Xiao Ze is acutely aware of the profound dangers lurking within the vast starry expanse, which is not only immense, but also potentially connects to realms beyond the continent of Dou Qi. However, the sheer magnitude of this star vortex exceeds even his expectations. The extent of the celestial power accumulated within is beyond his imagination. Truly, one cannot help but marvel at the grandeur of nature's might. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Ze continues to delve deeper into the star vortex. The incessant flow of celestial energy washes over his primordial armor, causing his form to waver and fluctuate. As he navigates the treacherous currents of celestial power, curiosity wells up within him regarding what lies in the depths of the star vortex. After all, the celestial energy contained within the vortex is already formidable, and it is often the case that such vast energies give birth to rare treasures of heaven and earth. Having spent over a month, Xiao Ze senses that he has plunged at least hundreds of thousands of miles into this star vortex. To traverse such a distance in over a month, even for a Dou saint, might invite ridicule. Yet, within the confines of this star vortex, it is hardly surprising. For now, having ventured this deep, Xiao Ze can feel the celestial energy surrounding him thickening to a nearly tangible essence. It is likely that even an ordinary Dou saint would be crushed under its weight. Moreover, Xiao Ze has begun to hear the primordial armor he wears emitting sounds of unbearable strain, as though it might shatter at any moment. In fact, 2 days prior, he had tirelessly channeled energy to alleviate the pressure exerted by the celestial force upon the armor. Now, having depleted his Dou Qi, he relies solely on the strength of his soul to perceive his surroundings. The celestial energy in the depths has solidified into a palpable form. Were he in an ordinary subterranean environment, Xiao Ze would be untroubled, capable of shattering the ground with a single punch. Yet, before him lies the purest essence of celestial power. With one final attempt, should the primordial armor come close to collapse, he would retreat immediately. Xiao Ze muses to himself, surprised that his utmost efforts are not directed against an adversary, but rather against the formidable forces of nature. At present, all of Xiao Ze's strength has been employed to maintain the integrity of the primordial armor. An overwhelming amount of Dou Qi is expended in a frantic effort to mitigate the impacts of the celestial force. He feels as though the armor is enduring the impact of mountain ranges stretching for thousands of miles. The fact that it has not yet disintegrated is a testament to Xiao Ze's relentless determination. Now, he can only test the limits of what his imperial-level soul can achieve. Xiao Ze, with great effort, formed a massive soul phantom towering 100 feet tall amidst the celestial forces, and then parted his lips, uttering a resonant moo. A vast torrent of soul energy surged towards the depths of the starry vortex. This time, Xiao Ze meticulously controlled the range of his yellow spring's heavenly wrath, focusing it in a singular direction to prevent it from dispersing excessively. Before him, the celestial power had solidified into a tangible form, fracturing inch by inch, only ceasing its expansion after stretching several thousand feet. Observing this, Xiao Ze swiftly dove into the fractured celestial energy. Upon entering this substantial celestial force, he immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. Realizing the surrounding changes, Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. This solidified celestial energy was no longer in tumult, unlike the swirling celestial forces he had to constantly endure. Now, immersed in this solidified celestial energy, he was spared from its relentless onslaught. Fortune favored him, as he had not faltered along the way. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ze plunged downward once more, continuously employing the yellow spring's heavenly wrath to carve a path for himself. Eventually, to sustain the abundance of his soul energy, he began to utilize his physical strength as well. After all, while Xiao Ze's soul energy was immense, it had its limits, and its recovery rate was finite. He could not indefinitely wield the yellow spring's heavenly wrath. After delving nearly 10,000 miles deeper, Xiao Ze struck the completely solidified celestial energy with a fist. However, contrary to his previous encounters, the spatial energy before him did not shatter. Instead, it withstood his blow. This unusual development invigorated Xiao Ze's spirit. Such a transformation signified that he was entering another phase of the starry vortex. He felt as if he were excavating the earth, drilling through the crust, penetrating the mantle, and ultimately reaching the core. Witnessing this new change, Xiao Ze began to carefully sense the barrier before him, composed purely of celestial energy. Yet its strength far surpassed that of the celestial forces he had previously shattered. Unable to break it? Then let it be incinerated. With that thought, Xiao Ze unleashed a flicker of golden flame that blazed fiercely upon the barrier, instantly creating a gaping hole. Seizing the momentum, he commanded the Source Emperor Flame to erupt with even greater power. At last, he completely breached the stellar barrier, bracing himself for what might emerge. Yet, what greeted his eyes was an overwhelming darkness, as if there were nothing within. Xiao Ze extended his soul energy into the void, probing the situation inside. Within his armor, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Xiao Ze directly passed through the scorching void created by the Source Emperor Flame, entering the realm beyond the starry barrier. In the endless darkness, a crystalline heart pulsed slowly. Gulp! Xiao Ze could not suppress the involuntary swallow that rose in his throat. The heart of all stars. A treasure of heaven and earth, spoken of in distant legends. If one were to assert that the Bodhi ancient tree ranks among the top 3 treasures of heaven and earth on the Dou Qi Continent, then the number of comparable treasures is exceedingly scarce. Before me lies the heart of all stars, one such extraordinary treasure. It is formed from the boundless power of the stars. According to legend, the heart of all stars is described as the stars endure, so does the heart. When the stars fade, the heart remains. Chapter 649, The Starry Dou Emperor. Xiao Ze never anticipated encountering this legendary treasure of heaven and earth in this place. The heart of all stars, of such a caliber, is indeed a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. In Xiao Ze's view, this heart of all stars is even more precious than the Bodhi heart he possesses. This, of course, is due to the fact that the most valuable aspect of the Bodhi ancient tree is not the Bodhi heart itself, but rather its tree spirit. If the Bodhi heart is beneficial for Dou Sheng level experts and those below, the tree spirit of the Bodhi ancient tree is immensely advantageous for Dou Emperor level experts. After all, within the illusions of the Bodhi ancient tree, a severely wounded black-clad Dou Emperor contemplated drawing upon the tree spirit to heal his injuries. It is evident that the tree spirit of the Bodhi ancient tree holds significant benefits for Dou Emperor level experts. At that time, the black-clad Dou Emperor was being pursued by another Dou Emperor, and it is certain he would not seek out something of no use to him. Conversely, the tree spirit of the Bodhi ancient tree could potentially restore the black-clad Dou Emperor's injuries instantaneously, even allowing him to advance further in strength. This illustrates the preciousness of the Bodhi ancient tree spirit. The heart of all stars, a treasure of this caliber, can indeed be likened to the Bodhi ancient tree. On the Dou Qi Continent, there has long been debate regarding which of the heart of all stars or the Bodhi ancient tree holds a higher position among the top 3. However, Xiao Ze personally believes that the heart of all stars surpasses the Bodhi ancient tree in power. This is because, according to legend, it is directly related to a Dou Emperor. If one were to gain insights from the Bodhi tree's 3 treasures, it could potentially bestow the potential to ascend to the Dou Emperor level. In contrast, the heart of all stars is said to be directly linked to the birth of a Dou Emperor. The title of this Dou Emperor is none other than the Starry Dou Emperor. Legends state that the heart of all stars grants unparalleled regenerative abilities, rendering its possessor exceedingly difficult to kill. Furthermore, it possesses the capacity to harness the power of the stars, drawing upon the vast stellar energies from the boundless sky, with a single strike capable of obliterating a territory the size of an empire. Most fearsome of all, the individual wielding the heart of all stars can absorb the stellar energy from the infinite cosmos. Should this immense power amassed over eons be absorbed by a person, their rate of advancement would undoubtedly astonish all onlookers. In Xiao Ze's estimation, the heart of all stars encapsulates all the virtues of the treasures from the Bodhi ancient tree. The Bodhi seed and the Bodhi heart assist individuals in transcending the realm of Dou Sheng, while the heart of all stars possesses the ability to absorb the celestial forces of the stars. It is no exaggeration to state that if one could truly harness the vast stellar energies of the cosmos, the immense chasm that separates the pinnacle of Dou Zun from Dou Sheng would no longer seem insurmountable. In fact, under the infusion of such boundless stellar power, breaking through to Dou Sheng would be as effortless as eating or drinking. Furthermore, the final treasure among the 3 treasures of the Bodhi tree, the insight gained beneath the Bodhi tree, grants individuals the potential to ascend to the realm of Dou Di. The heart of all stars is equally formidable, and it is even said in legends that a Dou Di once claimed this as their imperial title. As for the healing abilities of the ancient Bodhi tree spirit compared to the self-healing capabilities of the heart of all stars, Xiao Ze could not ascertain. Gazing at the heart of all stars before him, Xiao Ze felt his heart race uncontrollably. He quickly took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, and expanded his spiritual perception. Such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth are not easily acquired. They may possess accompanying guardians, or have their own incredibly formidable powers. For instance, the ancient Bodhi tree is a terrifying entity capable of clashing with Dou Di experts. Even now, Xiao Ze would not dare provoke the ancient Bodhi tree. Indeed, in this current era where Dou Di experts are absent, the ancient Bodhi tree stands as the strongest entity upon the continent of Dou Qi. Even the imperial-grade embryo pill within the cave of the ancient Emperor Tua, she would likely have to flee in the presence of the Bodhi tree. If only the Bodhi tree's mobility were not inferior to that of the imperial-grade embryo pill. Otherwise, the pill would not even qualify for escape. However, after sensing the surroundings, Xiao Ze found no accompanying guardians. His expression turned solemn as he gazed intently at the heart of all stars. It seemed that this seemingly innocuous heart could indeed rival the terrifying existence of the ancient Bodhi tree. Yet, with such a heavenly treasure before him, it would be impossible for Xiao Ze to simply abandon the attempt without even trying. Thus, he cautiously probed with his spiritual energy. Upon sensing the heart of all stars, an expression of astonishment emerged on Xiao Ze's face. For upon closer inspection, he was surprised to discover that although the heart of all stars is named a heart, its core is not a heart at all, but rather resembles a minuscule planet, shrunken to countless times smaller than its true form. The pulsating heartbeat he initially observed was merely the spectacle created by the glimmering points of light that enveloped the heart of all stars. Perhaps it was this very phenomenon that led to its peculiar nomenclature. Not sensing any hint of danger, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow slightly. It should be noted that he currently possesses a soul at the level of an emperor, granting him exceptional perceptive abilities regarding his surroundings. Even the ancient Bodhi tree could not completely elude his awareness. No danger? How could that possibly be? Xiao Ze instinctively dismissed the notion, only to glance back at the stellar barrier from whence he came. A flicker of enlightenment surfaced within his heart. Perhaps danger was not entirely absent. On the contrary, treasures of such celestial origin could not possibly exist without a protective force. The moment they revealed themselves, they would be devoured. Thus, it was not that the heart of the stars lacked a guardian, but rather that Xiao Ze had already traversed past its protective barriers. Not to mention the stellar barrier incinerated by Xiao Ze's primordial imperial flame. Even the outermost star vortex posed an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary Dou Saint, often resulting in near-fatal outcomes. To navigate through the star vortex was immensely arduous, let alone the solidified stellar power at its center. As for the final stellar barrier, Xiao Ze estimated that without the strength of a 9-star Dou Saint, breaking through it was nothing more than a distant fantasy. It could be said that the perils Xiao Ze had faced on his journey were feats that few could accomplish across the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent. After all, the number of 9-star Dou Saints present in this current age could be counted on one's fingers: Gu Yuan, the Soul Emperor, the Old Dragon Emperor, and the Void Devouring Flame. Of course, if one were to include the imperial-grade nascent elixir and the Bodhi ancient tree, there would be 2 additional figures. This serves to illustrate the formidable difficulty in obtaining the heart of the stars. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Xiao Ze had reached a status that placed him among the 1 in a billion individuals on the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 650, The Nebula Barrier. Lost in thought, Xiao Ze suddenly became still. For according to legend, the Star Dou Emperor did not acquire the heart of the stars at the 9-star Dou Saint stage. He obtained it before ascending to the Dou Saint realm. The legend also describes the Star Dou Emperor's breakthrough to the Dou Saint level as being as effortless as eating or drinking. This raises the possibility that the Star Dou Emperor possessed an extraordinarily fortuitous opportunity to seize the heart of the stars from a 9-star Dou Saint who had acquired it, yet chose not to utilize it. Contemplating this possibility, Xiao Ze could not help but shake his head, leaning instead towards another hypothesis. The rise of the Star Dou Emperor occurred during an ancient era when Dou Emperors had yet to vanish. Thus, it was highly plausible that the Star Dou Emperor obtained the heart of the stars through his father, a 9-star Dou Saint, or perhaps through his Dou Emperor ancestors. Naturally, in the face of such a heavenly treasure as the heart of the stars, it was more reasonable to consider the Dou Emperor father. As if a Dou Saint had been involved, he would have already utilized it. However, to align with the legendary narrative that the Star Dou Emperor broke through to the Dou Saint level with the heart of the stars, the involvement of the Dou Emperor father would contradict the tale. The enhancement from the Dou Emperor's direct bloodline was far more immediate than any heavenly treasure. There was no need to fret over breaking through to the Dou Saint level. With the activation of the Dou Emperor bloodline, surpassing the Dou Saint realm was simpler than the most mundane of tasks. A myriad of thoughts raced through Xiao Ze's mind, yet he soon redirected his focus to the present. Since danger was absent, the only remaining challenge was how to obtain the heart of the stars. The reason that Xiao Ze has time to indulge in idle thoughts is that his imperial soul has yet to fully comprehend the situation. The layer of twinkling lights surrounding the heart of all stars remains a mystery. This celestial treasure, existing solely in legend, poses a significant challenge due to the absence of ancient texts for reference. Despite Xiao Ze's extensive perusal of countless tomes, he has found no pertinent records. Extracting such extraordinary materials is no simple feat. It is akin to the earth core refinement liquid he once procured. If the method of acquisition is flawed, it could easily render the treasure useless. The seemingly insubstantial layer of shimmering lights completely obstructs Xiao Ze's investigation. Within the realm of his soul's perception, it feels as though he has entered a cosmic microcosm. The flickering lights around the heart of all stars resemble a nebula, enveloping it in layers of protection. Xiao Ze's soul power has extended for quite some time, yet within this nebular barrier, it has not reached its limit, the heart of all stars itself. Without dismantling this layer of nebula, he cannot obtain the heart. However, this seemingly delicate barrier appears as vast as a universe contained within a fingertip. and breaching it may require decades of effort. Xiao Ze mused internally, resolute that the conditions perceived by his soul power were not mere illusions. On the contrary, should his physical form venture into this nebular barrier, it would likely mirror the situation perceived by his soul power, a cosmic microcosm indeed. Utilizing the Origin Emperor flame to incinerate, it could hasten the process, given its formidable ability to obliterate all. Yet, Xiao Ze hesitated, for he truly did not wish to completely dismantle this nebular barrier unless absolutely necessary. Treasures of this caliber are exceedingly rare on the Dou Qi Continent, perhaps existing solely in this location. If he could extract the heart of all stars while preserving the nebular barrier, it might allow for the eventual emergence of another heart within tens of thousands of years. However, if he were to destroy the barrier entirely, the possibility of birthing another heart could vanish forever. This was a prospect Xiao Ze, as an alchemist, found deeply unsettling. It was reminiscent of his earlier acquisition of the Earth Core refinement liquid, where he left a portion behind to ensure its continued cultivation rather than obliterating the source entirely. Until the final moment, he was reluctant to resort to such drastic measures. Pressing his fingers to his temples, he sighed in frustration, wishing he could uncover how the starry battle emperor had once gathered the heart of all stars. Regretfully shaking his head, he resumed his study of the nebular barrier. After days of research, Xiao Ze began to form some promising insights, as he realized that the nebula barrier merely enveloped the hearts of the stars, continuously infusing them with immense celestial energy. He also noted the considerable void between the nebula barrier and the stellar barrier that Xiao Ze had shattered. This void contained no trace of celestial power. Naturally, Xiao Ze did not believe that the nebula barrier possessed an infinite supply of celestial energy capable of nurturing the hearts of the stars continuously. He was certain that it needed to draw from the stellar barrier. This process of absorption might just present an opportunity for Xiao Ze. Having come to this understanding, he patiently settled into the void, quietly awaiting the arrival of the right moment. Meanwhile, he communicated with Xun'er, Medusa, and others through the origin tree, reassuring them not to worry and to focus on their cultivation. As Xiao Ze observed the hearts of the stars within the nebula barrier, a contemplative expression emerged in his eyes, pondering how to maximize the utilization of the hearts of the stars. It was then that his attention naturally shifted to Xun'er, a tenfold feedback reward. If he could achieve this through Xun'er, his gains would be substantial. As Xiao Ze meticulously contemplated, 6 months swiftly passed. During this time, he diligently developed the Holy Heart glazed pill formula, primarily using the hearts of the stars as the main material, yielding remarkable results. Just as he was reveling in his success, his concentration on the soul power within the nebula barrier was suddenly stirred. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ze utilized spatial displacement to shift his body outside the stellar barrier. The void between the nebula barrier and the stellar barrier had sparked significant speculation within him. It felt as though this barrier had not appeared by mere happenstance. At this moment, Xiao Ze finally turned his gaze toward the hearts of the stars. He beheld the nebula barrier surrounding the hearts pulsating like a beating heart, suddenly thrumming and exploding apart. In an instant, it expanded as if in a cataclysmic explosion, rapidly reaching the stellar barrier. Xiao Ze quickly harnessed his soul power to manipulate the fragments of celestial energy surrounding him, sealing the breach. In his perception, the expanding nebula seemed to sweep across the stellar barrier, absorbing boundless celestial energy. Clearly, this was the process through which the nebula barrier drew in celestial power. Xiao Ze's awareness remained focused on the central hearts of the stars, and as he gazed at the core of the nebula, a faint smile graced his lips. An opportunity had arrived. Chapter 651, The Little Medical Fairy Awakens. The emerald and golden light in Xiao Ze's eyes shimmered brilliantly. He refused to let this rare opportunity slip away. After all, he had waited so long for a chance to witness the nebula barrier absorbing energy from the stellar barrier. Who could predict how long it would be before the nebula barrier would draw energy again? Therefore, Xiao Ze was determined not to relinquish such an opportunity. The power of space enveloped him, and in the next moment, Xiao Ze's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a dense and potent aura of celestial energy. Within the nebula space, Xiao Ze's figure materialized before the heart of all stars, his eyes glimmering with a hint of astonishment. Following the expansion of the nebula barrier, the space within no longer expanded infinitely as Xiao Ze had previously sensed, but had returned to a normal spatial dimension. This allowed Xiao Ze to utilize his spatial displacement ability to appear directly before the heart of all stars. However, upon gazing at the heart, Xiao Ze hesitated for a moment before employing his purest power, the root of origin, as the essence of his innate strength. The root of origin could indeed be deemed the most untainted force within Xiao Ze. Such treasures of heaven and earth were exceedingly delicate, and to prevent the heart from being tainted, he enveloped it in the root of origin. Sensing that the root had successfully encased the heart without causing any pollution, he breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the situation unfold so smoothly, Xiao Ze felt reassured. After all, the surrounding nebula barrier possessed no sentience, nor even a hint of spirit. It was merely a protective shield, posing no threat to him. However, as Xiao Ze grasped the sphere formed by the root of origin, his expression shifted slightly. The weight of the sphere exceeded his expectations. For the heart of all stars weighed potentially billions of times more than a comparable volume of gold or stone. Yet, having mentally prepared himself, Xiao Ze managed to lift it without difficulty. With his current physique, he could easily hoist mountains. Subsequently, he stored it within his spatial ring and, with a flash of his figure, vanished from the nebulous space. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the nebula barrier still absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps, in tens of thousands of years, this barrier might give rise to another heart of all stars. However, this was of no concern to Xiao Ze. He could not foresee how much he would evolve in such a span of time. Yet, he was certain that, by then, he would be unfazed by the allure of a single heart. Thereafter, utilizing the Origin Emperor flame, Xiao Ze melted the fragments of stellar power surrounding him and filled the void. Although it could not compare to the original strength of the star barrier, with the passage of time and the constant replenishment of stellar energy, it would gradually grow stronger. Upon completing the repair of the star barrier, Xiao Ze felt a sense of relief. The star barrier was the very locus from which the nebula absorbed stellar power, and it was imperative to restore it fully to avoid hindering the future generation of the heart of all stars. As for the more external regions, Xiao Ze need not worry, for the vast stellar energy would gradually fill in those gaps. Exiting the star vortex was significantly less arduous than entering, as the difficulty of entry escalated progressively, while the pressure required to leave diminished, allowing Xiao Ze to accelerate with increasing speed. Boom! In the vast whirlpool of millions of stars, a tiny splash unexpectedly erupted, and a figure swiftly pierced through the void, successfully emerging from the stellar vortex. The duration of this journey felt like an eternity, yet the roots of the primordial tree allowed for communication with Xun'er and the others. However, their exchanges were not constant. Xiao Ze was preoccupied with the matters of the heart of stars, while they each focused on their own cultivation. At that moment, the primordial tree suddenly received a message. Xiao Ze, I have emerged from seclusion. Will you come find me? Hearing that familiar voice, a smile spread across Xiao Ze's face. Little Medical Sage had finally come out of her retreat. Compared to Medusa, the duration of Little Medical Sage's seclusion was relatively brief. After all, Medusa had to not only break through to the Dou Saint realm, but also undergo a bloodline evolution. In contrast, Little Medical Sage was already a Dou Saint. The effects of the 10,000 poisons pool merely enabled her to progress further within that realm. Moreover, her poison body did not require further evolution, thus shortening her time of seclusion. All right, I will come immediately, Xiao Ze replied without hesitation through the primordial tree. He then produced a root of the primordial tree, which instantly transformed into a colossal golden tree towering dozens of feet high. The power of space coalesced, forming a slowly rotating spatial passage. Xiao Ze glanced back at the immense starry whirlpool before stepping directly into the spatial portal. In the cold poison secret realm, Little Medical Sage stood with her delicate feet upon the waters of the 10,000 poisons pool. The icy water, sharp and penetrating, did not cause her discomfort. Rather, it enveloped her in a sense of comfort. The Bai Shuang heavenly poison scorpion, which Xiao Ze had subdued, guarded the perimeter, hesitant to enter, even though it had sensed Little Medical Sage's awakening. Suddenly, the golden tree left at her seclusion site emanated a powerful spatial fluctuation, coalescing into a spatial passage. A figure gradually emerged from the gleaming silver passage. Upon sensing the familiar aura, Little Medical Sage's eyes brightened, her face lighting up with a joyful smile as she rushed toward Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, I have missed you so much. The simplicity of her words concealed an essence of pure emotion, causing Xiao Ze's heart to leap momentarily before settling again. He opened his arms to welcome Little Medical Sage, feeling the softness of her form as a delicate fragrance danced around his senses. Gazing at her flowing tresses, Xiao Ze could not help but caress her hair. The silky strands glided through his fingers, yet his mind was preoccupied with a sudden realization. Little Medical Sage's attire seemed a touch too sparse. As she embraced him tightly, their bodies pressed together, Xiao Ze distinctly sensed her alluring curves. Noticing Xiao Ze's momentary stiffness, Little Medical Sage, nestled in his embrace, let out a soft, muffled sound. Xiao Ze, my malefic poison body has once again improved, and I wish to engage in a deeper discourse regarding the essence of this lethal toxin. As the Little Medical Sage spoke, her voice dwindled to a near whisper. Nevertheless, she valiantly suppressed her shyness to complete her words. Xiao Ze said nothing. merely lifting her chin with his hand before leaning down to capture her delicate pink lips in a fervent kiss. In the next moment, countless primordial roots emerged from the void above the Wandu pool, anchoring themselves in the ethereal expanse. These roots intertwined, forming a colossal sphere that isolated this realm, as if the world within it belonged to an entirely different dimension. Meanwhile, the Bai Shuang Tian poison scorpion outside became agitated, realizing it could no longer sense the presence of the formidable human. Had it not just detected Xiao Ze's aura, it might have surged into the Wandu pool in haste. After all, with the little medical sage disappearing under its watch, Xiao Ze would undoubtedly hold it accountable. Chapter 652, Refining the Profound Pill Again. The little medical sage's gentle demeanor enveloped Xiao Ze in warmth for an extended time. Compared to Medusa's allure, the little medical sage's tenderness equally captivated him. Each possessed their unique charm. Xun'er, on the other hand, evoked a different sensation, an intimate connection that brought a profound comfort to Xiao Ze's very soul. After a lengthy period, the little medical sage donned a pristine white dress. During this time, Xiao Ze had unknowingly torn apart countless garments, prompting her to cast an exasperated glance at him. Xiao Ze chuckled, shrugged, and assured her he would procure more. That seemed reasonable enough. The little medical sage huffed softly, although they could acquire as many ordinary clothes as they desired. The ones Xiao Ze bought for her held a distinct significance. Upon surveying the Wandu pool, Xiao Ze noted that the toxicity of its waters had not waned, but rather intensified. After all, the little medical sage not only absorbed the poison from the pool, but her own malefic toxin also infused it. In terms of toxicity, her malefic poison, having reached the Dou Qi stage, rivaled that of the Wandu pool. Thus, it effortlessly enhanced the pool's toxicity once more. Well, you've been in seclusion for quite some time. It's time to return, Xiao Ze remarked, stretching lazily as his spiritual power swiftly detected the presence of the Bai Shuang Tian poison scorpion. Moments later, the colossal figure of the scorpion appeared before them, still several meters in size, seemingly recalling Xiao Ze's previous request to reduce its form. We intend to depart from the cold poison secret realm. What are your intentions? Xiao Ze inquired of the Bai Shuang Tian poison scorpion. Although Xiao Ze had tamed it, he merely sought its temporary protection for the little medical sage. Moving forward, he did not intend to exploit the scorpion relentlessly. Should it choose to accompany him back to the Pill Alliance and lend its strength, Xiao Ze would certainly ensure it was well compensated. However, if the Scarlet Frost Heavenly Scorpion wished to remain in the Cold Dew secret realm, Xiao Ze held no objections. Master, I wish to accompany you, the Scarlet Frost Heavenly Scorpion exclaimed eagerly. Having acknowledged Xiao Ze as her master, she had fully recognized her reality and resolved to cling tightly to his side. After all, at such a young age, Xiao Ze had already achieved remarkable accomplishments, and his future held limitless potential. Very well, I hold a modest position within a faction in the Central State. You may join me in the Pill Alliance. Xiao Ze replied with a nod. The Pill Alliance has its own system of rewards and penalties. Upon joining, you must adhere to its rules. Yes, master, the Scarlet Frost Heavenly Scorpion affirmed. Glancing at her beastly form, Xiao Ze suggested, transform into human form. It will be more convenient for you to navigate the human alliance. Beasts at the Dou Saint stage possess the ability to shapeshift, do they not? Upon hearing this, the Scarlet Frost Heavenly Scorpion promptly transformed, and her human guise left both Xiao Ze and the little medicine fairy momentarily astonished. She appeared as a tall and alluring beauty with deep green hair, her form exquisitely crafted. Enough, let us proceed, Xiao Ze said, though slightly taken aback by her human appearance. His attitude towards her remained unchanged. He then led the two back to the Pill Alliance. After catching up with Medusa and others, Xiao Ze communicated with Xun'er and used the golden tree to open a spatial passage to the ancient realm. Now possessing an imperial soul, he aimed to refine the Bodhi heart and the heart of stars into the sacred heart glazed pill as swiftly as possible. He intended to administer it to Xun'er, thereby garnering a tenfold reward. This was, in Xiao Ze's view, the most expedited method of enhancement, unlike the monotonous practice of seclusion. Shortly thereafter, within the ancient realm, with a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze conjured a spatial passage in the void. Xun'er and Gu Yuan followed closely behind as they entered the heavenly tomb together. As the master of the heavenly tomb, he had the authority to invite anyone he wished into its depths. This time, he intended to attempt the refinement of a 9th-grade golden pill. If successful, it might very well attract the 9 Xian golden thunder. Although Xiao Ze had already encountered the 9 Xian golden thunder, he was uncertain of the strength of the thunder summoned by a 9th-grade golden pill. If it were to reach the peak level of the 9-star Dou Saint, Xiao Ze would find himself ill-equipped to handle it. Thus, as a precaution, he had called upon Gu Yuan for assistance. Should the 9 Xian golden thunder be within his capability, he would naturally absorb it himself to enhance his own power. Nonetheless, it was wise to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, especially since the 9 Xian Golden Thunder had not manifested due to pills for several millennia. Gu Yuan had no intention of refusing such a modest request from Xiao Ze. Upon learning that Xiao Ze was refining pills for Xun'er, he became exceedingly enthusiastic. Deep within the tomb of heaven, the long-separated friends Gu Yuan and Xiao Xuan exchanged nostalgic sentiments from a distance, while Xiao Ze commenced preparations for alchemical concoction. However, the first elixir Xiao Ze intended to refine was not the 9th-grade golden pill known as the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, but rather a 9th-grade Xian pill, primarily composed of Bodhi Heart. At the time Xiao Ze acquired the Bodhi Heart, he had already envisioned the possibility of transforming it into the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill. Initially, he had considered pushing the limits of the Bodhi Heart to ascertain whether it could reach the 9th-grade golden pill level. Yet, with the acquisition of the Celestial Heart, such concerns were rendered obsolete. Even if the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, based on the Bodhi Heart, fell short of the 9th-grade golden pill standard, the Celestial Heart would undoubtedly suffice. Regardless, should the Bodhi Heart not achieve the 9th-grade golden pill level, it would certainly rank among the finest of the 9th-grade Xian pills. For there exists a hierarchy among them. The Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, utilizing the Bodhi Heart as its primary component, is undoubtedly the apex of the 9th-grade Xian pills. Having previously refined a 9th-grade Xian pill, Xiao Ze approached this endeavor with considerable confidence. Even though the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill posed a greater challenge within its category, Xiao Ze felt assured in his abilities. As a potion that could enhance one's innate talent, the difficulty of crafting the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill is indeed among the highest in its class. Furthermore, with the Bodhi Heart as its principal ingredient, the complexity escalates yet another tier. Nonetheless, Xiao Ze himself had experienced significant growth. He had made advancements in the 3 pivotal factors influencing alchemical success rates. Firstly, the flames. The Origin Emperor flame had intensified alongside Xiao Ze's burgeoning power. Compared to his former self, Xiao Ze had undergone remarkable enhancement, consequently amplifying the potency of the Origin Emperor flame. Secondly, his alchemical skills. During this period, Xiao Ze had diligently studied the 12 primordial pills and felt a palpable improvement in his craft. Lastly, the enhancement of his spiritual power was the most substantial. Transitioning from the great perfection of the heavenly realm to the imperial realm of the soul signified a transcendence from the mundane to the divine. Xiao Ze estimated that, with his current level of alchemical expertise, the success rate for concocting that previous 9th-grade Xian pill would exceed 80%. Achieving such a success rate at the 9th-grade level is the aspiration of all esteemed alchemists throughout history. Even in the creation of the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, Xiao Ze felt a solid 60% assurance. Golden flames coalesced into a colossal cauldron, towering tens of feet high, into which Xiao Ze promptly cast over 100 varieties of celestial materials and earthly treasures. Observing Xiao Ze initiate the refinement of the 9th-grade Xian pill, Xun'er clenched her jade hands in nervous anticipation. Meanwhile, the two friends reminiscing from afar turned their gaze towards him. Unperturbed by external distractions, Xiao Ze remained wholly focused on his alchemical undertaking. In the depths of the tomb of heaven, Xiao Ze executed the refinement with grace and fluidity, successfully crafting the 9th-grade Xian pill known as the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill without incident or peril. Given Xiao Ze's current level of alchemical prowess, the process of creating a 9th-grade Xian pill posed no significant strain upon him. Xiao Ze's true concern lies in the crafting of the 9th-grade golden elixir. This apprehension arises not solely from the steep increase in difficulty associated with producing the 9th-grade elixir, a feat that has eluded success for millennia, but also from his limited understanding of its primary material, the heart of the stars. His comprehension of the Bodhi heart is relatively adequate, as it is intrinsically linked to the Bodhi seed, both derived from the ancient Bodhi tree. Having attempted to refine Bodhi seeds on numerous occasions, he possesses some insight into the characteristics of the Bodhi heart. However, his grasp of the heart of the stars is superficial at best, founded primarily upon hearsay and legends. Above the depths of the celestial tomb, the sky darkened instantaneously, shrouded in ominous thunderclouds, with boundless thunderous powers swirling within. Yet, Xiao Ze remained largely unconcerned by the tempestuous clouds overhead, no matter how formidable the black magic thunder might be. It remained merely a shadow compared to the supremacy of the 9 Xian golden thunder, which he commanded. Even the black magic thunder would be compelled to bow in submission before the might of the 9 Xian golden thunder. Golden light radiated from Xiao Ze, with flashes of lightning dancing around him. A faint rumble of thunder echoed by his side, coalescing into a magnificent golden dragon, approximately 10 feet in length. This dragon appeared remarkably lifelike, exuding an essence that belied its composition of pure lightning. Instead, it resembled a genuine golden dragon, its scales shimmering, occasionally flickering with lightning arcs finer than a strand of hair. The golden thunder dragon coiled around Xiao Ze, ultimately resting its majestic head upon his shoulder. Xiao Ze extended his right hand, playfully stroking the dragon's chin. The dragon's countenance brightened, seemingly reveling in the attention. With a glance towards the tumultuous thunderclouds above, the dragon displayed an air of indifference. "Little one, I shall rely on you shortly," Xiao Ze murmured, as the 9 golden dragon affectionately nuzzled his hand. At that moment, a dark rift erupted within the thunderclouds above, unleashing a torrent of black magic thunder that cascaded downward. The golden thunder dragon surrounding Xiao Ze swiftly detached from him, expanding magnificently into a colossal dragon thousands of feet long. With its jaws agape, it directly consumed the descending black magic thunder. Despite the cataclysmic power inherent in the black magic thunder, the golden dragon appeared utterly unfazed, soaring around the celestial expanse. Its tail playfully swishing against the heavens, as if beckoning more black magic thunder to satiate its appetite. This provocative display incited the thunderclouds above to churn even more violently. In the next instant, dozens of dark rifts tore open in the clouds, unleashing a barrage of black magic thunder. Undeterred, the dragon widened its mouth, which gleamed like a black hole, emanating an irresistible force of attraction. Even as the black magic thunders scattered, they remained inescapably drawn into the ravenous embrace of the 9 golden dragon. Dozens of black magic thunderbolts were swiftly consumed by the 9 golden dragon, causing its massive abdomen to swell slightly with the immense energy, only to settle back down almost immediately. The disparity between the black magic thunder and the 9 golden thunder was simply staggering. Even after devouring numerous black magic thunderbolts, the 9 golden thunder felt little more than a fleeting sensation. It hovered majestically in the heavens, occasionally roaring at the ominous thunderclouds. However, after enduring such a ferocious assault from the black magic thunder, the thunderclouds appeared somewhat spent and refrained from unleashing further tribulations. The onlookers below gazed in stunned silence at the resplendent 9 golden thunder. The unimaginable energy it emanated seemed to render even the terrifying black magic thunder powerless against the golden thunder dragon. What kind of divine being was this dragon? The 9 golden thunder had not manifested for thousands of years, and it was summoned only by the formidable power of a 9th-grade golden pill. Ordinary Dou Saint practitioners were hardly qualified to witness the 9 golden thunder, let alone hear tales of it. Consequently, within the celestial tomb, the vast majority of energy entities were entirely unacquainted with the 9 golden thunder. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gu Yuan and Xiao Xuan, who were reminiscing, also lifted their heads to behold the golden dragon soaring in the sky. "I truly cannot fathom what kind of fortuitous encounter that little fellow has experienced to obtain both the 9 golden thunder and that extraordinary flame," Xiao Xuan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration despite having expressed it numerous times before. Indeed, this time he is preparing to refine materials for the 9th-grade golden pill, which are related to the Dou Emperor. Gu Yuan echoed, his voice laden with awe. In terms of rarity, the heart of all stars was equally as precious as the 9 golden thunder. Xiao Xuan nodded in agreement, then expressed a hint of envy. That little girl certainly benefits. Being able to obtain both the 9th-grade Xian pill crafted from Bodhi heart and the 9th-grade golden pill forged from the heart of all stars. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan could not help but throw his head back in hearty laughter, revealing that this very news was what he had shared with Xiao Xuan. In the past, before Xiao Ze's talents had fully come to light, nearly everyone in the ancient clan believed that Xiao Ze had gained an undue advantage from Xun'er, who was the jewel of the ancient clan. Xiao Ze's favor from Xun'er was tantamount to a meteoric rise, granting him access to the ancient clan's vast resources. However, the tide had now turned. A 9th-grade Xian pill grandmaster and a peak 6-star Dou Saint, who was truly benefiting from whom was now abundantly clear. Though Xiao Xuan lamented that Xiao Ze had bestowed such a precious pill upon Xun'er, he refrained from interfering with Xiao Ze's decision, knowing well that Xiao Ze was a person of strong convictions. Once Xiao Ze made up his mind, few could sway his will. Furthermore, Xiao Xuan was confident that Xiao Ze had his reasons for such actions. Just as the thoughts of the crowd began to diverge, the thunderclouds above once again shifted ominously. Dozens of fractured black holes slowly converged, transforming into a colossal black hole several hundred zhang in size. The obsidian mouth of the abyss loomed across the heavens, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Xiao Ze gazed intently, sensing the terrifying force of annihilation brewing within. He became more serious. This must be the final black magic thunder. As expected, from the vast mouth of the black hole, thunder descended, cascading like a celestial river, a magnificent sight of unimaginable terror. In the face of this dreadful thunder, the 9 golden dragon responded as before. It opened its jaws wide, as if to devour the heavens and earth, consuming the black magic thunder. However, this came at a cost, as the dragon's abdomen swelled slightly. Noticing this, Xiao Ze waved his hand, and the 9 Shin golden dragon instantly returned to his side. Shrinking to a size of about a zhang, Xiao Ze gently stroked the dragon's belly, and the swelling subsided. He then turned his gaze to the sky, where an exceedingly pure force of thunder descended, landing within the fire cauldron. Yet, neither Xiao Ze nor the 9 Shin golden thunder obstructed it. For this was a gift from the heavens. Having endured the previous thunder tribulation, one could thus receive such thunder for refinement. This infusion of thunderous power rendered the elixir even more exquisite. The 9th grade Xiandan, the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, was complete. Chapter 654, the 9 Xian Golden Thunder Tribulation. The purification by the pure thunderous energy enhanced the 9th grade Xiandan within the cauldron, causing the brewing energy to surge dramatically, shaking the golden fire cauldron. Observing this, Xiao Ze waved his hand, lifting the lid of the cauldron. Since the accumulated energy was bound to be immense, the cauldron would inevitably be breached by the 9th grade Xiandan. Thus, it was better to release it now. A torrent of energy surged skyward, vibrant azure energy points blossoming in the heavens, forming an ancient tree towering thousands of zhang. Standing not far away, Xun'er was somewhat taken aback, for this was unmistakably the appearance of the Bodhi ancient tree. The surreal sensation evoked in her a sense of facing the Bodhi ancient tree once more. However, deep down, she understood that this was merely the manifestation of the 9th grade Xiandan, not the actual Bodhi ancient tree descending. The elixir seemed to intend to use the image of the Bodhi ancient tree to intimidate those present, seizing the opportunity to escape. In the next moment, the 9th grade Xiandan transformed into a beam of azure light, shooting away into the distance. Yet, Xiao Ze remained unmoved, slowly extending his palm. With a distortion of spatial power, the 9th grade Xiandan appeared instantly in the palm of his hand. Xiao Ze was now the master of the heavenly tomb. Within the tomb, he possessed immense control, able to twist space, shift positions, and command with ease. Gazing at the verdant little tree in his palm, he was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill, crafted from the essence of the Bodhi heart, was also influenced by it. The final form it took was indeed that of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, Xiao Ze did not pay much attention. With a slight bend of his fingers, he disintegrated the ethereal green tree into countless luminous points, revealing the essence of the pill within. Subsequently, golden flames emerged, shimmering with myriad rays of light. Surrounding the pill, a vial entirely composed of sealing power materialized. Xiao Ze tossed the vial directly to Xun'er. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it, intending to persuade Xiao Ze later. Engaging him in conversation now would likely disrupt his focus during the refinement of the 9th grade golden pill. With a wave of his hand, the golden fire cauldron transformed into a line of flame, reassembling in his palm. Shaped into a blazing golden fire, Xiao Ze collected it. Refining a top-tier 9th grade mysterious pill demanded considerable energy from him, necessitating a moment of recovery. He also wished to inquire with Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan about the Heart of the Stars, curious whether they possessed any understanding of its attributes. Upon Xiao Ze's arrival, both Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan expressed surprise. Gu Yuan chuckled and asked, "Why are you not focusing on restoring your spiritual strength, but instead seeking out 2 old fellows like us? Having met our ancestors and uncles, I do have a matter to discuss with the 2 of you," Xiao Ze replied, clasping his hands together. With his current prowess, he need not enter a state of cultivation to recuperate. Even in casual movements, he could restore his spiritual power with every breath. As for his fighting energy, Xiao Ze had long ceased to worry about it. After all, within the source space, fighting energy was virtually inexhaustible. He estimated that even with utmost effort, depleting his fighting energy would be a formidable task. Thus, although Xiao Ze was an alchemist, he did not keep pills for replenishing fighting energy on hand. Even if he had concocted a few, they were solely for the use of others in critical moments. He had no need for them himself. Both his spiritual strength and fighting energy required no special rest for recovery, prompting his visit to the 2 elders for consultation. Regrettably, the rarity and mystique of the Heart of the Stars ranked among the highest in the fighting energy continent. Had it not been associated with the fighting emperor, it might have faded into mere legend. After all, it was birthed from the vast cosmos, with its formation potentially spanning millennia or even tens of millennia. Such an extensive duration was sufficient for many ancient races to be lost to the river of time. Consequently, the 2 elders were not well acquainted with the Heart of the Stars. Faced with this reality, Xiao Ze felt a sense of resignation. He had no choice but to press on. However, he was not without options. Through the imperial realm of the soul, he could achieve a profound perception of the Heart of the Stars. With his current knowledge of alchemy, he could still summarize its characteristics with reasonable clarity. 2 days later, Xiao Ze once again sensed the jade slip, which contained the characteristics of the heart of the stars that he had meticulously organized. The pill formula had been adjusted anew, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a magnificent fire cauldron, towering dozens of zhang high, materialized. Invaluable heavenly materials and earthly treasures were continuously cast into the cauldron by Xiao Ze. Subsequently, they were refined by the primordial emperor flame, extracting their essence while incinerating all impurities into nothingness. Only after the complete refinement of all the heavenly materials did Xiao Ze cautiously retrieve the heart of the stars. Enveloped by the roots of the primordial tree, the spherical formation created by the roots gradually opened, and the rich power of the stars instantly radiated outward. In an instant, within a 1,000-mile radius, the celestial energy could be distinctly sensed. The nearest observers, Xiao Xian, Gu Yuan, and Xun'er, widened their eyes in astonishment at the heart of the stars, which emitted a profound starry power. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze enveloped the heart of the stars with the primordial emperor flame and cast it into the cauldron. The subsequent process of refining was anticipated by Xiao Ze to be exceedingly protracted. A month later, he finally exhaled in relief, observing the heart of the stars spinning within the primordial emperor flame. At that moment, it resembled a dazzling star, with the surging celestial energy entirely contained within. Under Xiao Ze's command, a substantial amount of refined heavenly materials and earthly treasures were introduced into the heart of the stars, either to harmonize with its starry power, balance its overwhelming energy, or enhance its remarkable effects. Within the framework of the Sacred Heart glazed pill, it was sufficient to forge the heart of the stars into a 9th-grade golden pill. Time swiftly passed, and another 3 months elapsed. Such a long and arduous process of refinement brought a hint of weariness to Xiao Ze's eyes, yet even so, joy still sparkled within them. A pill, radiating an incomparably vast energy, slowly rotated within the cauldron. As it revolved, an overwhelming sensation enveloped the air. Crack! The cauldron was directly fissured by the immense energy, releasing an extraordinarily rich pill aura that dispersed into the surroundings. In an instant, it seemed as if boundless pressure coalesced throughout the heavens and the earth, swiftly forming colossal thunderclouds spanning thousands of miles. Within the celestial tomb, countless energy entities looked up in awe at the enormous thunderclouds. They could see golden lightning streaks weaving through the clouds, exuding an overwhelming sense of suppression. It was as if any existence beneath this golden thunder would be subdued by its might. Some of the weaker energy entities were directly overwhelmed by this pressure, collapsing to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Meanwhile, those at the Saint combat level gazed up at the sky in horror, their hearts racing with astonishment, wondering what kind of pill Master Xiao Ze was concocting. How could such a terrifying thunder tribulation arise? Chapter 655, the 9th-grade golden elixir. Xiao Ze gazed upon the immense thundercloud spanning tens of thousands of miles, his expression a mixture of gravity and delight. The delight stemmed from the fact that attracting such thunderclouds indicated his previous alchemical endeavors had been entirely successful. As long as he could withstand the 9 Xian golden thunder tribulation, he would have truly forged the 9th-grade golden elixir. However, the sight of this unprecedented expanse of thunderclouds filled Xiao Ze with trepidation, for it was beyond his expectations. The 9 Xian golden thunder brewing within was even more formidable than the singular 9 Xian golden thunder he had encountered in the void thunder pool. That particular thunder might had already reached the level of 7-star Dou Saint, while the one coalescing above the heavens surpassed even that. The 9 Xian golden thunder at the 9-star Dou Saint level. Xiao Ze's gaze grew serious, and he silently resolved in his heart, then turned to Ancient Yuan. Uncle Ancient Yuan, should I falter, I beseech you to lend your aid. Ancient Yuan wore a gentle smile and nodded, his gaze towards Xiao Ze brimming with satisfaction. This was not merely due to Xiao Ze's achievement in crafting the 9th-grade golden elixir, thus earning the title of Grand Master of the 9th-grade golden elixir, but also because Xiao Ze intended to bestow this invaluable elixir upon Xun'er, which filled Ancient Yuan, as a father, with immense contentment. Rest assured, should you find yourself unable to endure, simply speak, and I shall shield you from the 9 Xian golden thunder. Ancient Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm, yet exuding an undeniable authority. After all, to regard the 9 Xian golden thunder with such indifference was nothing short of imposing. Hearing these words, Xiao Ze felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He then propelled himself into the sky, his figure soaring aloft. Xiao Ze did not intend to let Ancient Yuan confront the 9 Xian golden thunder tribulation from the outset, for even the 9 Xian golden thunder tribulation would unfold progressively, not unleashing its full might immediately. Thus, Xiao Ze could seize this opportunity to allow his own 9 Xian Golden Thunder to absorb some of the tribulation's energy. Though the 9 Xian Golden Thunder was immensely powerful, it was still limited to Xiao Ze's current capabilities. As long as Xiao Ze continued to grow, the 9 Xian Golden Thunder would ultimately be surpassed. Unlike the Origin Emperor Flame, which could evolve alongside Xiao Ze's strength, the 9 Xian Golden Thunder could not adapt to his rising prowess, and its power would eventually fall short of his needs. Therefore, should an opportunity to enhance the potency of the 9 Xian Golden Thunder arise, Xiao Ze would not wish to miss it. Within the vast thunderclouds, countless golden lightning serpents danced wildly, gradually coalescing into a golden lightning dragon that emerged from the clouds. The dragon's gaze locked onto Xiao Ze suspended in midair, and it transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling directly towards him. As it passed, the space around it shattered, leaving behind a gaping, ominous rift. Faced with the 9 Xian Golden Dragon, Xiao Ze's eyes reflected his gravity. He then enveloped his fist with pure 9 Xian Golden Thunder and launched a powerful punch in a direct confrontation. As Xiao Ze's fist traversed the space, it instantaneously warped, giving rise to numerous fine, obsidian fissures encircling his form. This was the manifestation of a terrifying physical prowess that even space could scarcely contain. Xiao Ze's corporeal strength, augmented through multiple enhancements, had reached a level unparalleled by even the most formidable of magical beasts. With a single punch, he shattered the colossal thunder dragon, measuring thousands of zhong into countless darting lightning serpents. In the next moment, a golden lightning net surged forth from Xiao Ze, enveloping those errant serpents before consuming them entirely. Within the realm of thunder, hierarchies were rigidly defined, and the distinction of power was stark. Previously, Xiao Ze's 9 profound golden thunder had overwhelmed the black magic thunder due to the significant disparity in their ranks. Currently, however, the 9 profound golden thunder possessed a considerable gap in power relative to the thunder tribulation. Thus, to vanquish the tribulation using the 9 profound golden thunder would require an immense expenditure of energy. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the 9 profound golden thunder tribulation, Xiao Ze was compelled to act swiftly. He unleashed his formidable physical might to dismantle the 9 profound golden dragon, subsequently utilizing his own 9 profound golden thunder to absorb it. As he sensed the gradual amplification of the 9 profound golden thunder, a satisfied smile graced his countenance, indicating a marked improvement in efficiency. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, from the vast thunderclouds above, 2 more massive thunder dragons, each thousands of zhong in length, surged forth with a menacing intent, charging towards Xiao Ze. Unfazed by the onslaught of the 9 profound golden dragons, equivalent to an 8-star Dou Saint's assault, Xiao Ze summoned the immense power in his fists, capable of rending the heavens, and obliterated the 2 golden dragons into myriad flying lightning serpents. Such a fierce combat style left Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan, who were observing from below, momentarily stunned. Given their understanding of Xiao Ze, he was not typically inclined toward such a method of warfare. Yet, sensing the awe-inspiring might of Xiao Ze's physique, they began to comprehend his strategy. Xiao Ze was maximizing his advantages, while simultaneously enabling himself to better absorb the power of the 9 profound golden thunder tribulation. After all, should he resort to that fearsome, even the 9 profound golden thunder might be reduced to naught. Even if any vestiges remained, their potency would undoubtedly be severely diminished. Gu Yuan silently mused that it would be prudent to avoid extinguishing the 9 profound golden thunder. Rather, its power should be partitioned for Xiao Ze's absorption. However, as time elapsed, Gu Yuan's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. He gradually realized that Xiao Ze seemingly required no assistance. With his unparalleled physique, every punch and kick from Xiao Ze was sufficient to transform the immense 9 profound golden thunder into mere lightning serpents. The 9 profound golden dragons swirling around him had now surpassed 100. Even the potency of the 9 profound golden thunder had surged to the level of a 9-star Dou Saint. Under the auspices of the original Emperor Yin of Xiao Ze, he was still unable to escape the fate of being obliterated by a single punch. As Xiao Ze sensed the surging might of the 9 Xian golden thunder within him, a look of delight graced his countenance. Just as he intended to unleash the 9 Xian golden dragon once more, he noticed an extraordinarily pure bolt of thunderous power coalescing in the heavens above. Observing the radiant essence of this celestial lightning, Xiao Ze exhaled in relief, realizing that he had unwittingly transcended the tribulation of the 9 Xian golden thunder. As the bolt descended into the golden fire cauldron, the sacred heart glazed pill grew even more flawless. With a resounding boom, the energy of the 9th grade golden pill erupted, causing Xiao Ze's golden cauldron to explode violently, scattering myriad stars throughout. A brilliant column of starlight shot skyward, shattering the lingering thunderclouds into oblivion. This astonishing display of power elicited expressions of awe from Xiao Ze and those around him, as they felt the overwhelming force of the stellar energy. Everyone's countenance turned grave. The Sacred Heart glazed pill would not entirely erase the properties of its primary material. On the contrary, it would enhance them to a considerable extent. Hence, the 9th grade golden pill, forged from the heart of the stars, retained the capacity to unleash formidable stellar energy. Chapter 656, The Source of Calamity. As the crowd marveled, Xiao Ze suddenly turned his gaze to the side. As the master of the celestial tomb, he possessed unparalleled perceptive abilities within its confines. Sure enough, in the next instant, starlight shimmered, revealing a pill materializing before them. The Sacred Heart glazed pill sparkled with a multitude of tiny stars, resembling an exquisite work of art. Yet, the terrifying power brewing within it cast a shadow of seriousness over the onlookers. Xiao Ze clasped his hands before Gu Yuan, pleading, "I beseech you, Uncle Gu Yuan, to assist me." The current 9th Shin golden pill possessed the strength of a 9-star Dou Saint. Even more daunting was the implication that the Sacred Heart glazed pill might harness the power of the stars. With this stellar force bolstering it, Xiao Ze was uncertain he could secure the Sacred Heart glazed pill. Thus, to err on the side of caution, he directly sought Gu Yuan's intervention. Boom. Gu Yuan had long been prepared, having intended to help Xiao Ze weather the 9 Shin golden thunder tribulation. However, Xiao Ze had successfully navigated it through his own strength, leaving Gu Yuan with a sense of pent-up energy. Therefore, the moment Xiao Ze spoke, a colossal tidal wave of heavenly energy emerged behind Gu Yuan. Utilizing his own Dou Qi, he initiated a resonance with the heavenly energies, forming an immense tidal wave. This was a fearsome technique only attainable by those at the late stage of Dou Saint. The roar of the tidal wave echoed throughout the celestial tomb. A hand, vast and transcendent, emerged from the surge of heavenly energy, spanning the distance of space to grasp the fleeing starlight pill. No matter how violently the stellar power within the pill surged, it could not dissipate the colossal hand forged from the confluence of celestial energy. Xiao Ze gazed upon the scene before him, a flicker of yearning evident in his eyes. Even the Sacred Heart glazed pill, which left him feeling somewhat powerless, was utterly restrained in the hands of Gu Yuan, unable to break free. The vast energies of heaven and earth coalesced within the giant hand, forming a formidable energy seal that suppressed the stellar power of the Sacred Heart glazed pill. Moments later, under Gu Yuan's guidance, a pill radiating concentrated energy suddenly soared towards Xiao Ze. Upon beholding this exquisite pill, Xiao Ze did not hesitate. Golden flames instantly transformed into countless sealing runes that descended upon the pill to enhance its confinement. After all, a 9th-grade golden pill had not graced the world for millennia. The capabilities of such a pill were beyond the comprehension of those present, and one could not be overly cautious. Congratulations, Xiao Ze. Your alchemical skills are now undoubtedly the finest on the continent. Gu Yuan dissipated the tidal energies of heaven and earth and approached Xiao Ze with a beaming smile. Even he had to extend respect to an alchemist of such caliber. Xiao Xin also flashed to Xiao Ze's side, his eyes brimming with pride. Haha, little one. You have reached the pinnacle of alchemy. I dare say there is no one on the Dou Qi Continent who can rival you. Receiving the affirmation from the 2 elders, Xiao Ze smiled faintly, relieved that he had finally succeeded in his refinement. Though the process of concocting these 2 high-tier pills had consumed considerable time within the Tomb of Heaven, the passage of time outside remained relatively brief, and he hoped no unexpected events would occur. Since you have completed the refinement, please allow me to depart first, Gu Yuan said with a smile. Father, I wish to stay, Xun'er interjected. Gu Yuan glanced at her before shifting his gaze back to Xiao Ze, shaking his head in resignation. Very well. It is up to you both. As they watched Gu Yuan enter the spatial passage, Xun'er grasped Xiao Ze's hand. Brother Xiao Ze, these 2 pills are far too precious. Before she could finish, Xiao Ze gently placed his finger upon her rosy lips. Xun'er, do you trust me? Naturally, Xun'er had faith in her brother Xiao Ze, but she quickly added, if it were those previous items, I would accept them under your persuasion. However, a 9th-grade Shin pill and a 9th-grade golden pill are far too valuable. Moreover, Xiao Ze could absorb and refine them more effectively than she could. With the aid of these 2 pills, Xiao Ze would undoubtedly break through the barrier between the mid and late stages of Dou Shang, successfully stepping into the latter. This would significantly enhance his strength. Xun'er, please listen to me. I must venture into the boundless void in search of an opportunity, and I will be unable to divide my attention. Therefore, the Dan Alliance will require someone to oversee matters, and the Xiao family will need protection. With a subtle shift in her expression, Xun'er found it quite difficult to decline such a proposition. Although her father possessed formidable strength, He must remain at the ancient clan stronghold and could not linger indefinitely in the outside world. If her own prowess were to ascend to the same level as Xiao Ze's, she would be better equipped to safeguard the Xiao family. Xun'er was acutely aware of the significance of the Xiao clan in Xiao Ze's heart. Standing a short distance away, Xiao Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. As a progenitor of the Xiao family, he felt helpless in their time of peril. The weight of protecting the Xiao clan now rested heavily upon the shoulders of the younger generation, a thought that left him profoundly disheartened. After a moment of hesitation, Xun'er arrived at a decision, yet still turned to Xiao Ze with a question. Brother Xiao Ze, what is the opportunity you spoke of? It was, in fact, the heavenly tier combat techniques obtained years ago in the ruins of the Dou Saint, an existence linked to an endless river of power. Xiao Ze pondered briefly before revealing the truth. As you know, my fundamental attribute is water. If I can refine it, my strength will experience a tremendous surge. Xiao Ze had previously inquired about this endless river from both Xiao Xian and Gu Yuan, yet their knowledge was limited. Nonetheless, its might was undeniable. After all, a single drop of water could project such formidable power onto the Dou Qi Continent from the boundless void. Such a feat was something even many nine-star Dou Saints had never possessed. Then, Brother Xiao Ze, you must exercise caution. Rest assured, should circumstances prove dire, I shall simply open a spatial passage to return. Xiao Ze affectionately ruffled Xun'er's hair and then handed her a 9th-grade golden elixir. This level of elixir wields immense power. I shall concoct some auxiliary refining pills for you to prevent any overwhelming potency that may hinder absorption. As Xiao Ze immersed himself once more in the art of alchemy. Within the Soul Realm, the Soul Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in response to his subordinates' reports. Mobilize the entire clan's strength. We must catch them off guard. After issuing his commands, several elders of the Dou Saint level bowed and withdrew, left alone on the cliff. A flicker of anger surfaced in the Soul Emperor's eyes when no one was watching. Earlier, Su Wu Tun Yin had engaged him in a lengthy discussion, providing a wealth of concealed information. Although the Soul Emperor was vexed by Su Wu Tun Yan's secrecy, the situation had escalated to a point where he could only strive for damage control. Otherwise, the Soul Clan's Millennium Plan might be compromised by a seemingly spontaneous flame. Such an outcome was absolutely intolerable for the Soul Emperor. Thus, even if mobilizing the entire clan might lead to considerable losses, the Soul Emperor was willing to bear the cost. Calculating the time, Su Wu Tun Yin should have already dealt with the Stone Clan by now. Humph, ancient clan. Xiao Clan, let Gu Yu remain in your hands a while longer. Chapter 657, The Arrival of the Soul Emperor. Time passed swiftly, and several days went by. Xiao Ze gradually retracted his soul power. Within the golden fire cauldron lay a cerulean elixir, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. The energy was contained, and intricate patterns adorned the pill, signifying its extraordinary nature. Xun'er, you shall cultivate within the heavenly tomb this time. The passage of time here is swifter than in the outside world, allowing you to gain ample cultivation time. First, refine the 9th-grade profound pill to elevate your strength to a higher tier. Then endeavor to refine the 9th-grade golden pill, Xiao Ze advised Xun'er. She nodded, her eyes filled with concern. Brother Xiao Ze, if the opportunities within that endless river prove too perilous, please do not push yourself. You may seek assistance from my father. I am well aware of that. My strength has grown to this point without any recklessness, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, gently ruffling Xun'er's hair to ease her worries. Hearing this, Xun'er also smiled. Having accompanied Xiao Ze from weakness to strength, she understood that regardless of his might, his caution remained unwavering. At times, she herself was perplexed by the multitude of his concerns. However, this very caution in Xiao Ze brought her considerable reassurance. Xiao Ze retrieved a root of the primordial tree and cast it into the air, where it swiftly transformed into a towering golden tree. Its roots anchored themselves in the void, intertwining to form a wooden cushion adorned with a vortex-like pattern. Observing this, Xun'er hesitated no longer. With a gentle touch of her toes, she ascended to the cushion and settled into a meditative posture. To her astonishment, she discovered that this golden tree seemed to possess the ability to gather the energies of heaven and earth. A mere attempt to absorb its essence resulted in an overwhelming influx of celestial energy flowing towards her. Cultivating on this cushion, the concentration of heavenly energy was several times greater than that found outside. This was an exceedingly remarkable enhancement, considering the already dense energy present in the depths of the heavenly tomb. With such a significant increase, even formidable opponents like the battle sage would find it beneficial. Noticing this, Xun'er nodded at Xiao Ze, then took out the sacred heart glass pill and placed it in her mouth, beginning the process of absorption and refinement. The immense medicinal potency erupted from within her, with some even spilling over. However, the surplus potency was gathered by the golden tree, converging back around Xun'er. As long as she absorbed the celestial energy, the spilled medicinal essence would be reclaimed, ensuring no loss occurred. Xiao Ze observed for a while, and seeing Xun'er methodically using the auxiliary elixirs and calmly refining the sacred heart glass pill, he breathed a sigh of relief. The 9th grade profound pills were not easily absorbed. If one were to rush the process, even a battle sage could be overwhelmed by the vastness of the medicinal power, potentially leading to crystallization of the essence. Hence, the need for supplementary elixirs in the refinement process. The intricate process of refinement signifies an extraordinarily substantial enhancement. Even at the level of Dou Saint, it can directly elevate one's standing by 1 or 2 stars. Such an outrageous improvement has led countless Dou Saint powerhouses to flock towards it. Xiao Ze surmises that once Xun'er completes the refinement of the 9th grade golden pill, her Dou Qi realm should surpass his own. Of course, in terms of actual combat prowess, Xun'er may still fall short compared to him, even though she has mastered the power of the stars. She cannot negate the advantages bestowed by Xiao Ze's imperial soul and unparalleled physical form. Furthermore, Xiao Ze stands to gain immense benefits from Xun'er's ascendance in her Dou Qi realm. After all, every increment in her strength translates into a tenfold feedback reward, ultimately becoming nourishment for Xiao Ze's growth. Ancestor, there is no need for you to continuously guard Xun'er. I have established numerous protective measures myself. Moreover, since the heavenly tomb now belongs to me, should anything occur here, I can swiftly return. Xiao Ze gazed towards Xiao Xuan atop a distant peak, taking a step forward to stand before him, clasping his hands in respect. Do not concern yourself with me. Feel free to attend to your own matters. Although I am uncertain why you chose to give those 2 precious pills to that young girl, I shall not interfere with your decision. However, I absolutely will not allow anything to hinder her refinement of them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze fell silent for a moment, a hint of emotion glimmering in his eyes. Though Xiao Xuan did not fully comprehend his actions, he unwaveringly supported him. This unconditional trust deeply moved Xiao Ze. Just then, Xiao Ze's expression shifted slightly, as if he sensed something. However, he quickly composed himself, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Xiao Xuan. Thank you for your protection, ancestor. I shall take my leave now. With a respectful bow, Xiao Ze's figure vanished into the celestial expanse. Xiao Xuan contemplated the direction in which Xiao Ze had disappeared, pondering whether the young lad had sensed something. His gaze was profoundly penetrating as he looked towards the path Xiao Ze had taken, as if peering through the heavenly tomb into the ancient realm. Ah well, since this young one does not wish for me to worry, I shall focus on what I can do. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xuan shook his head, deciding not to delve further. Outside the heavenly tomb, Xiao Ze's figure suddenly materialized, and without any hesitation, he turned his attention to a particular direction. In the next instant, Gu Yuan appeared beside him, his expression grave. Did you sense it too? Yes. The presence emanating from the newcomer feels exceedingly powerful, comparable to that of your uncle, Xiao Ze replied, nodding. As insights flashed through his mind, logically, the Soul Emperor should not be present in the ancient realm at this time. As there remains over a year until the Medicine Classic, the Soul Clan's plan likely requires the gathering of more ancient bloodline power, even with the utmost haste. It is inconceivable to devour the 2 ancient clans, the Stone Clan and the Medicine Clan, in such a brief span of time, unless the Soul Emperor intervenes personally. Contemplating this possibility, Xiao Ze promptly turned to Gu Yuan. Uncle, do you possess the ancient jade held by the Gu clan? Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, instantly grasping the intent behind Xiao Ze's inquiry, then shook his head. It is not with me. But the ancient jade is stored in the ancestral hall of the Gu clan, which is fortified with formidable defenses. Just as Xiao Ze was about to respond, a sudden ripple emerged in the void, swiftly forming a vortex. An overwhelming pressure surged through the ancient realm, startling countless powerful figures. Under this terrifying oppression, all the formidable beings of the Gu clan instinctively converged towards this location. A hint of concern flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes as he gazed into the depths of the ancient sacred mountain. The Soul Emperor is deliberately releasing his pressure. As this thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind, an intense energy fluctuation erupted from the depths of the ancient sacred mountain. A coordinated assault. Chapter 658, The Lost Jade. Under this dreadful pressure, all the powerful members of the Gu clan sprang into action. Gu Yuan's expression shifted as he recalled Xiao Ze's earlier question. The Soul Emperor's visit to the ancient realm this time is quite unusual. He has directly unleashed his own pressure, as if proclaiming his arrival to all the Gu clan strong. There must be ulterior motives at play, surely not benevolent. Gu Yuan could not help but gaze into the depths of the ancient sacred mountain, where the ancestral hall of the Gu clan resides. A violent surge of energy erupted forth. Almost immediately after the other Gu clan members were lured away, the energy burst forth. Gu Yuan felt a rush of fighting spirit within him, instinctively preparing to act. However, from within the vortex, a slender, fair hand suddenly emerged, followed by a soft, mocking voice. Gu Yuan, after a millennium, I seldom visit the ancient realm. Want you take a moment to reminisce with me? Or do you intend to leave your clan members and your esteemed Gu clan's son-in-law to face me alone? The Soul Emperor's words caused Gu Yuan to freeze. For he understood that if he were to leave, the Gu clan members and Xiao Ze would be in grave danger. The title of the continent's strongest is never a mere fade. It embodies true and terrifying power. The figure of the Soul Emperor fully materialized from the void. Strikingly handsome and appearing to be around 30 years of age. His eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if capable of piercing through the very soul. The first impression the Soul Emperor gave was one of elegance. Were he to hold a scroll, many would mistake him for a refined scholar. Yet, this seemingly delicate figure evoked a dramatic shift in the expressions of countless powerful members of the Gu clan upon his arrival. The Soul Emperor's penetrating gaze swept across the numerous strong beings of the Gu clan present. The ancient clan's powerful figures felt a chill creep into their hearts as they were swept by the gaze of the Soul Emperor. Although his eyes appeared tranquil, beneath that calmness lay an emotionless coldness, as if in his sight, all things in heaven and earth were nothing more than mere grass. Following the emergence of the Soul Emperor, the swirling void behind him continuously manifested powerful figures of the Soul Clan, including the void devouring flame and the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan. Such peak experts were rarely seen on the continent of Dou Qi, yet now they had gathered in one place. The formidable pressure they exuded caused the expressions of countless ancient clan warriors to change dramatically. One of the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, Gu Dao, sternly questioned, Soul Clan, do you intend to wage an all-out war against the ancient clans? However, the Soul Emperor paid no heed to Gu Dao's inquiry, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Ze, that seemingly serene look imbued with a chilling intent. Regrettably, during this period, you have remained in the ancient realm, thus I have not had the opportunity to eliminate you, the Soul Emperor stated in a tone devoid of emotion. As if discussing a trivial matter, Xiao Ze maintained a calm demeanor. The Soul Emperor's attempt to seize the ancient jade had indeed exceeded his expectations, as it occurred much earlier than anticipated. To Xiao Ze, the Soul Clan's plan was one that could not be hastily executed as it approached completion. The Soul Clan required a significant amount of ancient bloodline power, which was essential for the Soul Emperor's future breakthrough to the Dou Emperor level. Such a matter could not be overlooked. Therefore, in this context, the Soul Emperor's initiative to seize the ancient jade was truly unexpected for Xiao Ze. Now that the Soul Emperor had directed his attention towards him, Xiao Ze's conviction solidified. It seemed that the alteration in the Soul Clan's plans was fundamentally due to him. His single flutter of a butterfly's wings had finally instigated a tempest capable of altering the course of events. Although he was unclear about the specific circumstances that led to the Soul Clan's change of strategy, the immediate task was not to delve into the origins, but to find a remedy. The Soul Emperor's action to seize the jade differed from the original narrative. In the original tale, the Soul Emperor attracted the attention of the ancient clan and the Lei and Yin clans with his very presence, buying time for Elder Gu Yuan to claim the ancient jade. However, this time, the Soul Emperor unleashed his overwhelming might, sweeping across the entire ancient realm and forcibly alerting all its powerful beings. The arrival of such a formidable entity as the Soul Emperor compelled even the most significant ancestral halls of the ancient clan to dispatch protective elders to respond. This resulted in a reduction of the protective forces within the ancestral halls, providing Gu Yuan with a chance to exploit. The fundamental reason for the Soul Emperor's change in tactics was the current strength of the ancient clan. The lower-tier Dou saints of both the Soul and ancient clans were relatively evenly matched, capable of restraining one another. However, the Soul Clan possessed 2 9-star Dou saints, leading the Soul Emperor to perceive the Soul Clan's strength as slightly superior to that of the ancient clan. Without the support of the Lei and Yin clans, as in the original narrative, the Soul Emperor's actions against the ancient clan were indeed far more audacious. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Ze comprehended the intricacies of the situation, yet the present circumstances rendered any remedial action nearly impossible. The absence of 2 formidable 8-star Dou saints from the Lei and Yin clans allowed the ominous figure of Su Wu Tun Yin, a 9-star Dou saint, to remain virtually unchallenged. Should Xiao Ze attempt to leave, Su Wu Tun Yin would undoubtedly inflict grievous losses upon the ancient clan's warriors. Noticing Xiao Ze's silence, the Soul Emperor remained unfazed, casually remarking, "Though you are within the ancient realm, I cannot lay a hand on you. However, the remnants of the Xiao Clan are not bound by these confines." Xiao Ze's expression shifted slightly as he coldly retorted, "Do you think you can intimidate me? I can contact the Xiao family at any moment." "Huh. Even so, what difference would it make? Even if you were to utilize your peculiar secret arts to reach the Xiao family instantaneously, it would merely add another life to my collection, the Soul Emperor declared nonchalantly. Gu Yuan cannot shadow your every move. He has the ancient clan to protect. When the time comes, I shall personally strike at the Xiao family. I am curious to see who, aside from Gu Yuan, can stand against me. At his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, feeling a sense of disgrace at the Soul Emperor's unscrupulous intentions. Yet, faced with his overwhelming power and such audacious actions, they found themselves powerless. His assertions were, indeed, factual. Even if Xiao Ze could return to the Xiao family at will, should the Soul Emperor take action, Xiao Ze's return would only serve to furnish the Soul Emperor with another soul to claim. Surely you do not naively believe that mere verbal disputes will compel me to relinquish the ancient jade. Xiao Ze realized the gravity of the situation, but remained resolute. The Soul Emperor ceased speaking, turning his gaze towards Su Wu Tunyan. With a sinister grin, Su Wu Tunyan opened his mouth, transforming into a pitch-black void, from which he expelled a fragment of ancient jade. The lingering aura upon it caused Gu Yuan's countenance to change dramatically. It was unmistakably the ancient jade preserved by the clan. At that moment, an elder rushed in, crying out desperately, "Patriarch, Gu Yuan has betrayed us," injuring the guardian elder and swallowing the ancient jade whole. Xiao Ze then turned to gaze at the ancient jade in Su Wu Tunyan's possession. Indeed, Su Wu Tunyan possessed the ability of spatial transmission. In the original narrative, after suffering defeat in the final battle, Su Wu Tunyan employed his black flames to coalesce into a black hole, facilitating the escape of numerous Soul Clan warriors. With Gu Yuan possessing the power of transmission, it was likely that Su Wu Tunyan had granted him a fragment of his own fire, enabling Gu Yuan to successfully transport the ancient jade after seizing it. Retrieve the ancient jade. Upon witnessing the jade fall into Su Wu Tunyan's hands, Gu Yuan bellowed, and countless ancient clan warriors formed an imposing formation. He himself summoned a tidal wave of energy, fiercely charging at Su Wu Tunyan. In the skies above, the sound of the energy tide reverberated throughout the realm. Amidst the boundless energy, a colossal hand, towering tens of thousands of feet, came crashing down. In the face of Gu Yuan's ferocious assault, the Soul Emperor merely smiled, raising his palm to conjure a colossal black hole of immense proportions. The black hole collided with the giant hand, and the surrounding space groaned under the strain, revealing distinctly visible spatial patterns. It seemed as though it might tear asunder at any moment. However, after millennia of reinforcement by the ancient clan, the solidity of the ancient realm's space is among the finest in the Dou Qi Continent, capable of withstanding the clash of two peak 9-star Dou saints. As the two clan leaders engaged, the 4 demonic saints of the Soul Clan clashed with the 3 immortals of the ancient clan, mutually restraining one another, resulting in a stalemate for the time being. Meanwhile, the 3rd 9-star Dou saint present, the void devouring flame, grinned menacingly, his devilish visage captivating. His eyes, ablaze with black flames, fixed their gaze upon Xiao Ze. "For today, I shall spare your life. Attack." At the void devouring flame's command, an endless surge of black mist erupted from the void behind him. Within this mist, exceptionally powerful and chilling auras writhed. The black mist coalesced into a massive black seal, harboring an incomprehensibly terrifying force of destruction. The multitude of powerful beings within the Soul Clan, leveraging their numerical advantage and the power of the formation, forcibly conjured this dreadful attack imbued with the might of a 9-star Dou saint, the seal of annihilation. A deep voice, reminiscent of thousands shouting in unison, proclaimed the name of this terrifying black seal. The ancient clan's foundation was equally formidable. A vibrant light curtain emerged throughout the mountains and valleys, as numerous powerful beings of the ancient clan sustained the formation, gathering an overwhelming amount of Dou Qi. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into a resplendent ancient mirror. The ancient clan's warriors, their faces flushed with exertion, roared in unison. The ancient emperor's domain. The equally massive, resplendent ancient mirror surged forth to meet the seal of annihilation. The collision of these two colossal entities birthed an immensely terrifying storm of destruction. Many ancient clan warriors who supported the formation grunted in pain, the terrifying backlash forcing them to cough up blood, their energies waning. Within the boundless black mist, anguished cries echoed, the terrifying onslaught unleashed by the combined might of both clans exacting a toll on both sides. In the face of this fearsome storm of destruction, the 4 demonic saints of the Soul Clan and the 3 immortals of the ancient clan recoiled in horror, desperate to avoid being engulfed by the tempest. Only the 3 9-star Dou saints present, and Xiao Ze remained unaffected by the storm. Just as Xiao Ze sought to engage the void devouring flame, he suddenly witnessed the Soul Emperor sweep his hand, a pitch-black blade of light descending from the heavens, cleaving toward him. An overwhelming sense of crisis caused Xiao Ze's expression to shift. Yet, in the next instant, a vibrant giant hand seized the blade of light, obliterating it in the void, unleashing an incredibly powerful surge of energy. Soul Emperor, do you truly consider me non-existent? Gu Yuan's hands swiftly formed seals, conjuring an ancient and archaic decree. Confronted with this unrelenting assault, the Soul Emperor's expression grew grave, yet there was little trepidation in his eyes. I merely offer you a word of counsel. It would be wise for you to remain close to Gu Yuan. Otherwise, I shall claim both the ancient jade in your possession and your very life. Xiao Ze stood suspended in the void, his gaze fixed intently upon the Soul Emperor. While thoughts raced through his mind, why was the Soul Emperor so determined to eliminate him? Was it possible that some underlying reason made the Soul Emperor perceive him as an immense threat, one that could jeopardize the Soul Clan's grand millennial plans? Noticing Xiao Ze's unwavering calm, the Soul Emperor couldn't help but smile. Now that I have secured the ancient jade, I shall bid farewell to you, Gu Yuan. The Tuashi ancient emperor's jade is destined to be restored to wholeness in my hands, and the treasures within the Tuashi ancient emperor's cave shall inevitably belong to me. Gu Yuan, I shall ascend to that realm and become yet another battle emperor in millennia. Gu Yuan's countenance darkened, though he remained composed. What a deluded dream you weave. Your Soul Clan possesses but a handful of ancient jades. Even if you were to seize the ancient jades from the ancient clan today, we could still unite with other ancient races to thwart your plans. The Soul Emperor similarly conjured a formidable attack to counter Gu Yuan's previous seal. You may inquire with the other ancient races and see if they can escape unscathed while I take action against the ancient clan today. The Soul Emperor's words caused Gu Yuan's brow to furrow in disbelief. Could the Soul Clan truly possess the capability to seize ancient jades from other ancient races while contending with the ancient clan? The endless black mist gradually surged into the dark fissure, yet it still coalesced into a mark of annihilation, rendering the ancient clan hesitant to act recklessly. Gu Yuan remained bound by the Soul Emperor's constraints until only the Soul Emperor stood alone, at which point he turned his gaze toward Xiao Ze. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. The ancient jade in your possession is not a safeguard for your life. Rather, it is a harbinger of calamity for your family. A millennium ago, the Xiao Clan was not completely obliterated, and now I shall rectify that historical misstep. Xiao Ze's demeanor remained unchanged. Regardless of the Soul Emperor's rhetoric, he could not conjure several 9-star battle saints on a whim. Thus, with the ancient clan's alliance with other ancient races, their collective strength would surely surpass that of the Soul Clan. At that moment, one could only hope the Soul Emperor would reconsider his harsh words. Observing Xiao Ze's steadfast composure, the Soul Emperor found the encounter somewhat tedious. After fending off Gu Yuan's subsequent fierce assault, he vanished into the void's vortex, completely disappearing from the ancient realm. Gu Yuan surveyed the weakened, powerful beings of the ancient clan below, gestured for the 3 immortals of the ancient clan to make the necessary arrangements, and then approached Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, what are your plans? Uncle, can today's events serve to unite the other ancient races with the ancient clan? Without hesitation, Xiao Ze replied, no matter how the Soul Emperor may speak, the strength of his clan cannot surpass the combined might of the other ancient races. No matter what plans the Soul Clan devises, as long as we gather formidable strength before their completion, we shall eradicate them entirely. Xiao Ze's tone was calm. Yet Gu Yuan detected a faint hint of murderous intent beneath. Very well, I shall contact the chieftains of the other ancient races at once, Gu Yuan declared, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he added, Xiao Ze, do you need assistance in temporarily placing the members of the Xiao family within the ancient realm? If my uncle departs from the ancient realm, will the Soul Emperor not strike again? Not a problem. We can temporarily seal off the ancient realm. Even if the Soul Emperor seeks to locate it, it will require considerable effort. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Xiao Ze's eyes narrowed slightly, then he nodded. Before matters settle, it is prudent to house the Xiao family in the ancient realm for the time being. Moreover, Xiao Ze had another plan in mind. In addition to uniting various ancient races, he needed to prepare for another opportunity for a breakthrough in strength. Chapter 660, The Art of Soul Division. The war that erupted within the ancient realm significantly influenced the entire situation in Central Continent, rendering it exceedingly tense. After temporarily sealing the ancient realm, Gu Yuan successfully relocated the members of the Xiao family therein. Within the grand hall of the ancient clan, Xiao Ze pressed his fingers against his brow, uncertain whether the numerous opportunities he had previously accumulated would allow him to bridge the vast chasm and achieve the rank of 9-star Dou Saint or even Dou Emperor. As he perused the feedback rewards displayed on the panel, his expression suddenly shifted, and he glanced up at a hurried figure entering. Xiao Ze, this is the response from the other ancient races. Gu Yuan's expression was grave as he handed several jade slips to Xiao Ze. Noticing Gu Yuan's demeanor, Xiao Ze felt a sense of foreboding arise within him. Upon receiving the jade slips, he infused his soul power into them, frowning slightly as he absorbed the information. Have the ancient jades of the other races been seized by the Soul Clan? The Soul Emperor has appeared not only within the ancient clan, but also among the other ancient races? Xiao Ze murmured softly after reading the contents of the slips. According to the descriptions within, the Soul Emperor had simultaneously targeted the three great ancient races, the Ancient Clan, the Flame Clan, and the Thunder Clan. In addition to leading the Soul Clan's forces into the ancient realm, the Soul Emperor had ventured into the other two ancient races, accompanied solely by two 8-star Dou saints. Coupled with the traitors hidden within these two ancient races, the Soul Clan had successfully acquired the ancient jades. And what of the Medicine Clan and the Stone Clan? They have not responded, and their respective realms have been sealed as well. Xiao Ze's fingers traced the jade slips thoughtfully. It appeared that aside from the ancient jade in his possession, the others had likely fallen into the hands of the Soul Clan. Gu Yuan's expression shifted. Intrigued by Xiao Ze's certainty, the Soul Clan's actions suggested they had been provoked, mobilizing their entire lineage in a desperate bid to seize all the ancient jades. Xiao Ze softly elucidated. The Spirit Clan is the most ancient race to have vanished, and apart from the Ancient Clan, only the Soul Clan possesses the capability to silently eradicate the Spirit Clan. Presently, the void devouring flame has attained the initial stage of the 9-star Dou Saint. Should it envelop the spatial domain belonging to the ancient races, it could effectively sever all perception. Under such circumstances, it continues to devour the Stone Clan and the Medicine Clan. Subsequently, it has summoned 4 hidden 8-star Dou Saints, successfully seizing the ancient jade from both the Flame Clan and the Thunder Clan. Uncle, we must hasten to forge an alliance with the remaining Flame and Thunder clans, lest we be picked off one by one, leading to a dire fate indeed. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. The Thunder and Flame clans had already dispatched their elite forces to the ancient realm, while the Thunder realm and Flame realm were temporarily sealed to obstruct external perception. What concerns me now is whether the combined strength of the 3 clans can surpass that of the Soul Clan, and how the Soul Emperor manages that peculiar method of division. Gu Yuan pondered. As Xiao Ze spoke, he meticulously examined the information contained within the jade slip. It revealed that the Soul Emperor had indeed made his move towards the Thunder and Flame clans, as their chieftains could sense the might of a 9-star Dou Saint when confronted with him. Gu Yuan's expression grew grave. I cannot say for certain. The Soul Clan is the most ancient of races. Though the Ancient Clan has battled with them for years, we cannot discount the possibility of additional stratagems. At this juncture, Xiao Ze produced a dragon-shaped jade pendant to contact Xiao Xian. Before departing from the heavenly tomb, Xiao Ze had left a similar pendant with Xiao Xian for the sake of convenient communication. After all, Xiao Xian had once reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saint and traversed much of the continent, amassing vast knowledge. In times of crisis, consulting him would prove invaluable. Xiao Ze conveyed the situation regarding the Soul Emperor to Xiao Xian, and soon the pendant resonated with Xiao Xian's contemplative voice. After a period of silence, both Xiao Ze and Gu Yuan had nearly lost hope when they heard Xiao Xian's uncertain tone emanating from the pendant. This method seems somewhat familiar to me. Can our ancestors still recall it? Xiao Ze inquired eagerly. Gu Yuan also turned his gaze towards the dragon-shaped pendant. Although Gu Yuan himself was at the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saint and possessed considerable knowledge, he had not traversed as extensively as Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had journeyed across the continent in search of solutions to the Xiao clan's bloodline deterioration, immersing himself in ancient relics whenever rumors of them surfaced, hoping to discover ways to counter the waning bloodline power. Thus, in matters of ancient secrets, Gu Yuan was indeed less informed than Xiao Xian. That was a secret technique I encountered in an ancient relic, known as the soul division technique. Xiao Xian began, gathering his thoughts. This technique allows one to split their own soul, supplemented by an immense reservoir of soul energy, thereby manifesting a true soul avatar with a degree of power. While this soul division technique appears formidable, the records within the ancient relic hinted at underlying flaws in this method. Ancestral forebears, does the record elucidate the precise flaws? Xiao Xian expressed a note of regret as he spoke. Alas, it does not. The ancient relics provide scant details regarding the soul division secret art. However, given its name, which implies the division of one's soul, it undoubtedly affects the integrity of the soul to some degree. Perhaps the Soul Emperor's essence has been influenced as a result? Brother Gu Yuan, should you encounter the Soul Emperor again, consider approaching from the aspect of the soul. Gu Yuan nodded gravely in acknowledgement, responding, I understand. If the Soul Emperor's essence indeed bears a deficiency, it would be akin to him inflicting a wound upon himself. Xiao Ze's expression shifted subtly. For within the soul division secret art mentioned by Xiao Xian, Aside from the division of one's own spirit, it necessitates a vast reservoir of soul energy. Although Xiao Ze endeavored to envision the Soul Clan's foundation as robust, it was evident that their accumulation of soul energy was likely outweighed by expenditure. This was primarily due to the Soul Clan's significant consumer of soul energy, the void devouring flame. To transcend into the imperial realm of the soul, the void devouring flame must inevitably consume an immense quantity of soul energy. Presently, as the Soul Emperor practiced the soul division secret art, he too was depleting vast reserves of soul energy. Given that the totality of the Soul Clan's soul energy is finite, this endeavor by the Soul Emperor may indeed have delayed the progress of the void devouring flame's imperial soul. Uncle, I must temporarily entrust the Xiao Clan to you. I intend to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. After stowing away the dragon-shaped jade pendant, Xiao Ze respectfully addressed Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, with a hint of concern, remarked, "You are prone to being targeted by the Soul Emperor should you depart from the ancient realm. It should be fine. I am confident in my stealth abilities, and moreover, I do not intend to traverse the continent, but rather venture into the boundless void." "That is permissible," Gu Yuan nodded. He would soon be unable to assist Xiao Ze, as he needed to engage in discussions regarding an alliance with the Lei and Yin clans to jointly combat the Soul Clan. Consequently, he would not be able to remain by Xiao Ze's side at all times. Chapter 661, Once More into the Void. In a certain location within the boundless void, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly erupted. The golden light surged forth, transforming into a colossal golden tree reaching dozens of zhang in height. At the center of the golden tree, a spatial passageway gradually coalesced. Utilizing the root of the primordial tree, Xiao Ze endeavored to reach the vicinity of other primordial tree root bearers. The root he employed had two potential fates. It could either be reclaimed later or be left in situ. At that moment, Xiao Ze chose not to reclaim the primordial root situated in the void, allowing it to take root there instead. Should any matters arise necessitating his presence in the boundless void, he could directly utilize this primordial root to arrive there. Alternatively, it could serve as an escape route. Much like Xiao Ze's current situation, as he departed the ancient realm to arrive in the boundless void. Employing the method of traversing through the primordial root maximizes the insulation from the Soul Emperor's detection. Once one enters the boundless void, the quest for exploration becomes exceedingly arduous. Although the endless void exudes an aura of desolation and emptiness, it conceals within its dark and barren expanse countless perils, chaotic void currents, spatial tempests, shattered secret realms, and ancient relics, each representing extreme danger. Even those of formidable might, such as the peak Dou Saints, would find themselves facing near-certain demise should they venture into these treacherous locales. These hazardous areas profoundly affect the perceptions of onlookers. Even a pinnacle 9-star Dou Saint would find it immensely challenging to discern the presence of a specific individual amidst the dangers of the endless void, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Thus, on the continent of Dou Qi, should one inadvertently offend a superpower, many formidable beings opt to flee into the endless void. Despite its inherent dangers, it serves as an effective sanctuary for obscuring one's presence. From there, they may traverse to other regions of the continent, seeking refuge in dense mountains and forests to evade the pursuit of their enemies. Xiao Ze emerged from the spatial passage, watching as the golden tree reverted to its primal roots. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to reclaim it, allowing the primal roots to take root in the void instead. Perhaps there will be future opportunities to utilize them. Such ordinary primal roots could be forcefully cultivated by Xiao Ze, rendering them of little consequence. However, those roots birthed from the primordial tree at the moment of its inception are exceptionally precious. Xiao Ze possessed very few of these initial primal roots. He would only employ them for truly critical matters. The roots fused within individuals like Xun'er, Medusa, and Xiao Xun'er are examples of these initial primal roots, which possess greater authority than ordinary ones. In fact, the seals established by Xiao Ze using the primal tree can be undone by those who possess the initial primal roots. After concealing the primal roots within the void, Xiao Ze let out a faint sigh. The altered plans of the Soul Clan have indeed left him in a somewhat passive position. Had events unfolded according to the original timeline, after more than a year studying the medicinal compendium, Xiao Ze would have already matured significantly. Even when confronted by the Soul Clan's army led by the Void Devourer, he could have single-handedly thwarted their plans to consume the medicinal clan. However, the Soul Clan's premature enactment of their plan caught Xiao Ze off guard. Furthermore, the use of soul-splitting techniques by the Soul Emperor has instilled a sense of unease within him. With the introduction of secret arts that did not exist in the original narrative, could there potentially be a 9-star Dou Saint as well? One that was also absent from the original tale? In light of these concerns, Xiao Ze yearned to swiftly enhance his strength. To break through to the 9-star Dou Saint level, or even ascend directly to the Dou Emperor realm. Should he achieve the Dou Emperor realm, any plans devised by the Xiao Clan would be but a mere afterthought, easily obliterated by his overwhelming power. According to the original work, a 9th grade Xiandan could elevate one's Dou Saint level by 1 or 2 stars. As Xiao Ze traversed towards the boundless river, guided by the sensation of its droplets, he pondered silently. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin consumed the 9th grade Xiandan twice. First ascending from the late stage of 5-star Dou Sage to the mid-stage of 6-star Dou Sage, and subsequently from the mid-stage of 6-star Dou Sage to the initial stage of 7-star Dou Sage. This indicates that the terrifying potency of the 9th grade Xiandan can elevate one by 2 tiers, even in the mid to late stages of Dou Sage. For those in the early stages of Dou Sage, a rise of 1 to 2 stars is not beyond the realm of possibility. With the tenfold enhancement from Xun'er, to what extent could this medicinal power elevate Xiao Ze? As one progresses further into the Dou Sage realm, the energy required becomes increasingly formidable. The energy needed to elevate from late 8-star Dou Sage to early 9-star Dou Sage could suffice to elevate a Dou Sage in earlier stages by 2 to 3 stars. However, aside from the insurmountable chasm of energy, the more daunting challenge lies in the inherent talent when faced with numerous Dou Sages. A deficit in talent could render one in despair, unable to make progress even after refining the energies of heaven and earth and retreating for centuries. Yet, such concerns did not plague Xiao Ze. Even the Dou Emperor barrier that had impeded Gu Yuan and the Soul Heaven Emperor for over a millennium seemed trivial before him. Provided there exists a sufficiently vast reservoir of heavenly and earthly energy for Xiao Ze to refine, the Dou Emperor barrier could be effortlessly traversed. As he delved deeper into the Dou Sage realm, Xiao Ze gradually became aware of the existence nurtured within the source space. The source space, as a nascent lower realm, constitutes a truly authentic world, one among countless lower realms beneath the vast universe. The unique source energy of the Dou Qi Continent, as well as the primordial essence of other lower realms, allows Xiao Ze to disregard the Dou Emperor barrier entirely. Xiao Ze estimated that the 9th grade Xiandan, specifically the Sacred Heart Liuli Dan, could propel him to 9-star Dou Sage, or even the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Sage. Yet, he harbored uncertainty about whether the tenfold enhancement of the 9th grade Golden Pill could indeed enable him to bridge the chasm between 9-star Dou Sage and Dou Emperor. From the original account, it is evident that the breakthroughs of the 3 Dou Emperors were exceedingly arduous. The ancient Emperor Dou Qi, born of the heavens and the earth, faced greater difficulties in cultivation than humans or magical beasts. After a millennium of formation, a millennium of spirit gathering, and a millennium of seclusion while wandering the earth, he consumed countless flames to ultimately become the Emperor Yan. Following his ascension, he entered a 1,000-year retreat before emerging to finally achieve the title of Dou Emperor. In just a few sentences, this encapsulates over 20,000 years of Dou Qi's cultivation. The Soul Heaven Emperor, having acquired an imperial-grade embryonic pill, needed to refine the flesh and blood of countless beings from Zhongzhou, extracting their life force. Through the bloodline powers of the 4 ancient races, soul, spirit, stone, and herb, alongside the immense energy extracted, he ultimately succeeded in becoming a Dou Emperor. Likewise, Xiao Yan's acceptance of Dou Qi's legacy was no simple feat. If the physical form could not bear the weight of the inherited power, it would shatter, necessitating a complete reconstruction. In the span of a year, countless physical forms have shattered. Only through repeated cycles of destruction and rebirth can one ultimately bear the power of inheritance and achieve the title of Dou Emperor. Let us recount the ascension of these 3 Dou Emperors. The ancient Dou Qi cultivated his path to emperorship over a protracted period. The Soul Emperor attained his status through the slaughter of innumerable beings. In contrast, Xiao Yan emerged anew countless times from destruction, eventually becoming an emperor. It is precisely because Xiao Ze is acutely aware of the arduous journey to achieve the title of Dou Emperor that he harbors concerns over whether the tenfold feedback reward from the 9th grade Golden Pill will indeed enable him to ascend. In Chapter 662, titled Endless River of War, Xiao Ze's trepidation regarding the tenfold feedback of the 9th grade Golden Pill propels him to venture into the boundless void, seeking the Endless River. He hopes to harness the Endless River for his own purposes, as he previously confided to Xun'er. At his core, Xiao Ze's elemental affinity remains that of water. The refinement of celestial energy predominantly draws upon this water attribute, with fire and lightning serving as supplementary forces. Should he truly succeed in refining the Endless River, it might provide a portion of the energy required for his breakthrough to Dou Emperor. Guided by the sensation of water droplets, Xiao Ze traverses the infinite void at great speed. Even when confronted by chaotic void currents and spatial storms, he employs the primal Emperor Flame. incinerating them into nothingness without a moment's pause. As he plunges deeper into the boundless void, the hazards of chaotic currents and spatial tempests multiply. The energy storms resulting from countless battles on the Dou Qi Continent have continuously accumulated in the depths of the void over the years, significantly heightening the peril of this region. Only the most formidable entities could possibly survive here, surpassing the dangers presented by these currents. A wisp of golden flame ignites from the darkness, swiftly slicing through the void towards an immense, towering chaotic current ahead. Were it not for his position deep within the endless void, Xiao Ze might find it difficult to fathom the existence of such a colossal chaotic current. Even a Dou Saint would find it exceedingly challenging to extricate themselves if ensnared within its grasp. Should their Dou Qi be entirely depleted without escape, the only fate awaiting such a Dou Saint would be death. However, for an ordinary Dou Saint, this exceedingly perilous chaotic current succumbs to the might of the golden flame. Igniting fiercely, the once tumultuous spatial force, intermingled with diverse celestial energies, burns under the influence of that golden flame as if it possessed a tangible form. The previously swift advance of Xiao Ze is momentarily halted by the vast chaotic current before him. In the depths of the boundless void, vast and limitless. Even with his current speed, Xiao Ze realizes that he has yet to traverse a significant distance toward the endless river. He estimates that the distance he has already flown would be sufficient to return from the central continent to the northwestern continent. The greater the distance he perceives, the more his evaluation of the power of the endless river is elevated. As the boundless river surged forth, it almost instantaneously transported a fragment of Xiao Ze's soul into the depths of the infinite void. Although methods of spatial transmission exist, the formidable power of the endless river cannot be denied. After once again incinerating a colossal spatial tempest spanning tens of thousands of zhang, the darkness before Xiao Ze abruptly dissipated, and a radiant azure glow filled his eyes. The immense spatial storm had created a veil that obscured his vision, and only after its destruction could he behold this magnificent azure world. Before him lay an endless expanse of cerulean river, winding and twisting like a serpent, appearing at first glance to be an infinite ocean. Yet, it was distinctly clear that it remained a flowing river. Upon witnessing this breathtaking azure river, Xiao Ze's expression turned grave. The droplets of the boundless river pointed unmistakably towards this very river before him. Unlike the endless river he had perceived in his soul state, the scale of this river was beyond Xiao Ze's imagination. The endless river coiled together, with its surface varying from narrow stretches of merely a few miles to broad expanses reaching hundreds of miles in width. It was difficult to fathom the breathtaking spectacle that the endless river would present atop the Dou Qi Continent. What troubled Xiao Ze the most, however, was the feedback from his imperial-level soul perception. Each droplet of water within the endless river held immense celestial energy. Such an entity, brimming with inexhaustible power, was something Xiao Ze had only encountered in the ancient Bodhi tree. Moreover, even the ancient Yuan Soul Emperor had never imparted upon Xiao Ze such a sensation. Though both he and the ancient emperor were at the pinnacle of the nine-star Dou Saint realm, their energies, while vast, drew upon their own Dou Qi to evoke a resonance with the celestial energies, controlling the boundless forces of nature. Their own Dou Qi could not reach an infinite level. Yet, the endless river bestowed upon Xiao Ze a sense of boundlessness. This feeling prompted him to reconsider, contemplating whether to delay confronting the endless river until his strength had ascended once more. It seemed that Xiao Ze's hesitation to approach had extinguished the river's patience. The once tranquil waters suddenly surged with formidable waves, and amidst the tumult, countless figures emerged. The auras of these figures varied in strength. Within Xiao Ze's perception, some radiated the might of a Dou Saint, while others were merely at the Dou Emperor level. These figures, formed from the azure waters, bore indistinct features. Yet Xiao Ze could faintly discern expressions of terror and resentment. Could these figures be the souls of those devoured during the cataclysmic flood unleashed by the endless river? Xiao Ze was acutely aware that the droplet of water from the endless river possessed the power to unleash celestial-grade Dou techniques, capable of annihilating worlds. The method of attack employed by the apocalyptic torrent manifests as an endless river, devouring those formidable beings engulfed by its overwhelming force. As the silhouettes emerge from the vast expanse of the river, they inevitably evoke in Xiao Ze a recollection of a celestial tier combat technique. Just as his thoughts flicker with lightning speed, these figures, fierce as wolves and tigers, lunge towards him. The apparitions, formed from the river's waters, exude an overwhelming surge of cosmic energy with every movement. Merely by harnessing such terrifying energy, they could effortlessly shatter mountains and rend the earth asunder with a casual punch. However, in the face of these imposing figures, Xiao Ze remains calm, perceiving them as little threat. As he feels the dampness closing in, a faint smile graces his lips. It has indeed been a while since he last wielded the water element, which is, after all, his most intrinsic attribute, yet least utilized. With this thought, he conjures a pale blue water orb in his palm. In an instant, countless droplets burst forth from the orb, seemingly insignificant, yet radiating a fearsome aura akin to that of mountains and seas. As these droplets strike the azure figures, they explode with a thunderous force, as if crushed by a divine mountain rather than merely touched by minuscule droplets. The power of the vast sea remains formidable. With his current strength, even a single droplet, under the enhancement of this power, could easily collapse a mountain. Observing the spectacle of the azure figures erupting, Xiao Ze cannot help but remark on the continued efficacy of the illusory sea spirit pearl. The most frequent application of this pearl has been its ability to cloak his presence. Since acquiring the powers of thunder and the primal emperor flame, the utilization of the vast sea's strength has diminished. Yet, it appears its might remains undiminished. Nevertheless, despite his words, the gravity in Xiao Ze's gaze does not wane. For this is merely a preliminary test from the endless river. The true confrontation is yet to unfold. In the depths of the boundless void, as Xiao Ze anticipated, the relentless tide of the endless river swells even more violently. After easily dispatching the water beings formed from the river's essence, Xiao Ze, with a hint of solemnity in his expression, observes as 9 formidable silhouettes emerge from the depths. Compared to the earlier water beings, these 9 figures emanate a far more potent aura, each one at the saintly realm. Unlike their predecessors, the features of these figures are markedly clearer. Were it not for their bodies being encased in the azure river water, they could easily be mistaken for ordinary humanity. Xiao Ze's gaze sharpens as he scrutinizes these 9 figures, for not a single one exudes an aura weaker than that of a late-stage Dou Saint. In other words, even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a 7-star Dou Saint at its initial stage. The most formidable figure, however, has astonishingly reached the level of a 9-star Dou Saint at its initial stage. As these 9 silhouettes emerge from the boundless river, the azure radiance surrounding them gradually retracts. The energies of heaven and earth converge upon them, transforming their forms back into that of humans. Yet, Xiao Ze can discern that beneath this celestial energy, their bodies are still composed of the azure waters of the sea. At the forefront stands a young man clad in a white robe, his face adorned with a gentle smile that evokes a sense of springtime warmth. However, despite the inviting demeanor of the white-robed youth, Xiao Ze harbors no contempt. For this seemingly innocuous young man occupies the leading position, and the expressions of the other 8 figures reveal no signs of discontent. Instead, their gazes towards the white-robed youth subtly betray a sense of trepidation. Clearly, this harmless-seeming youth is far more complex than he appears, and his methods may be exceedingly ruthless beyond imagination. The white-robed youth gestures respectfully towards Xiao Ze, greeting him, and inquires about his presence in the depths of this boundless void. A flicker of insight crosses Xiao Ze's eyes as he recalls a droplet of the endless river hidden within the roots of the primordial tree. Through this droplet, he can sense the endless river. However, the reverse perception from the river has been obstructed by the roots of the primordial tree. At least the 9 figures formed from the endless river cannot detect the existence of this droplet. Greetings to you all. I simply seek to break through my current limitations and have ventured into this infinite void in search of opportunities, Xiao Ze explains. Ah, I see. The white-robed youth's expression brightens, and his tone becomes more fervent. I observed your remarkable strength. That previous minor assault was effortlessly extinguished by your single strike. You must have reached the late stage of the 8-star Dou Saint, am I correct? Xiao Ze falls silent, aware that his combat prowess does not align with his Dou Qi level, compounded by his exceptional ability to conceal his true capabilities. It is exceedingly difficult for others to ascertain his real realm based on his displayed strength. Mistaking Xiao Ze's silence for acquiescence, the white-robed youth beams with delight. If you seek a method to break through to the 9-star Dou Saint, there are indeed opportunities here that can assist you in your ascent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze's eyes narrow slightly. With the perception granted by his imperial soul, he clearly senses the white-robed youth's extraordinary eagerness, likely stemming from the so-called breakthrough opportunity. Might I inquire for further details? Certainly. Regardless of the outcome, I shall bestow generous rewards, Xiao Ze states, intent on uncovering the true nature of these 9 saints. Thus he is not hesitant to promise substantial benefits. That is quite acceptable, the white-robed youth replies, gesturing with his hand and pointing towards the endless river below. You need only enter this river, allow its waters to wash over you, and harness the power of the Void-S river, and you shall naturally break through to the 9-star Dou Saint. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened slightly. Could it be that these 9 saints before him transformed into their current forms through such a means? Unlike other formidable beings consumed by the endless river, who could only manifest their watery forms, Their power evidently surpassed that, as their shapes and visages were more distinctly defined. Xiao Ze continued to converse with the young man in white, while the 8 figures behind him remained expressionless, silently observing the exchange. However, beneath Xiao Ze's imperial realm soul perception, the emotions flickering in the eyes of those 8 figures seemed to convey a sense of mockery, as if they were watching prey unwittingly approach a trap. To extract further insights from them, Xiao Ze gradually revealed a semblance of intrigue. Ultimately, the young man in white graciously extended an invitation, gesturing with his right hand. "Esteemed Xiao Ze, please enter this void river and embrace the destiny that awaits you." Upon hearing this, all traces of intrigue vanished from Xiao Ze's countenance, replaced by an air of tranquility. He understood that continuing to converse along the lines suggested by the white-clad youth would yield no further revelations about their true nature. Thus, a shift in demeanor was warranted. To enter this boundless river? Surely, the ultimate fate would be to become, like them, a being neither human nor ghost, merely an essence of water. The joyful expression on the young man's face faltered slightly before settling back into calmness. "It seems you have discerned our true nature. My earlier pretense now appears somewhat foolish," he remarked, yet his tone bore no trace of agitation. "Since you have managed to arrive here, it is likely you possess the Master's water droplet. A wielder of the apocalyptic torrent, am I correct? Although I am unaware of the means by which you have severed our connection to that droplet, it is undeniable that this place is beyond the reach of an ordinary Dou Saint." Acknowledging the white-robed youth's insight, Xiao Ze nodded readily. Moreover, from the youth's words, he gleaned valuable information. They too were wielders of the apocalyptic torrent? These 9 had previously mastered the heavenly tier combat techniques, the apocalyptic torrent. Now, having fallen to such a state, they acknowledged the endless river as their master. It appeared that while heavenly tier combat techniques were indeed formidable, they were not so easily born. Your ability to sever the master's perception and personally navigate to this profound void is indeed remarkable. As the master has yet to forge a contract with others and remains in slumber, he lacks the leisure to deal with you. However, we may act on his behalf. With these words, the white-robed youth unleashed a tremendous aura, which exploded forth. The 8 figures behind him followed suit, releasing an astonishing presence, collectively bearing down upon Xiao Ze. The aura emanating from 9 late-stage Dou Saints was truly earth-shattering. There is no need to resist, even with your strength at the late stage of the 8-star Dou Saint. Facing us, defeat is inescapable. Moreover, aligning oneself under the Master's banner bears no detriment. Rather, it could elevate your prowess to unprecedented heights. Under the Master's formidable might, even reaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint realm may not be beyond your grasp. After all, your strength far surpasses that of my peers before we were endowed with the Master's power. In response to the white-robed youth's persuasion, Xiao Ze slowly shook his head. If a battle is to ensue, then let it come. Chapter 664, Displaying Might. It is uncertain what influence the white-robed youth has experienced from the endless river, enabling him to so diligently recruit formidable warriors. Even when Xiao Ze clearly deceived him to extract information, and subsequently severed their cordiality, the white-robed youth remained undeterred in his efforts to enlist Xiao Ze for the endless river. This only attests to the youth's unwavering dedication. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, the white-robed youth could only sigh softly. "It seems that without allowing you to witness the true power of my master, you are reluctant to pledge your allegiance." As his words fell, 8 formidable figures surged forth behind him, radiating an overwhelming energy. 8 late-stage Dou Saints represent a force so elite that it ranks among the most formidable across the Dou Qi Continent. It is astonishing that such a terrifying power lurks within this boundless void. Were it not for the endless river's intent to refrain from expanding into the Dou Qi Continent, it would stand undaunted even against the mightiest of the ancient races, such as the Xiao Clan. After all, Xiao Ze has not forgotten that the endless river itself may very well be a being comparable to the legendary Bodhi ancient tree. Even the Soul Emperor would find little advantage in confronting such a powerhouse. As thoughts raced through Xiao Ze's mind, he turned his gaze towards the 8 figures hurtling towards him. The white-robed youth, however, refrained from engaging, believing it somewhat unjust to utilize his 9-star Dou Saint early-stage status against Xiao Ze, who stood at the late stage of 8 stars. If the intent is to have Xiao Ze join the ranks of the endless river, they would soon serve the master together. The strength Xiao Ze currently exhibited, once refined by the master's power, would surely surpass his own. Thus, it would be unwise to offend Xiao Ze too gravely at this juncture. Of course, should the 8 late-stage Dou Saints prove incapable of overcoming Xiao Ze, he would not hesitate to intervene. However, the white-robed youth deemed this scenario improbable, as even an 8-star Dou Saint late stage would quickly falter against 8 other late-stage Dou Saints. As the battle loomed, the terrifying energies of heaven and earth erupted, yet the outcome left the white-robed youth's gaze sharpened in disbelief. The confrontation did not unfold as he had envisioned, resulting in a one-sided rout. Or rather, it was a complete and utter domination by Xiao Ze in their initial encounter. A formidable warrior at the early stage of the 7-star Dou Saint was obliterated by a single punch from Xiao Ze, transforming into countless splashes of water. Among these droplets, one surged forth like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards the young man in white robes. The power contained within elicited a slight furrowing of his brow. Raising his hand, he grasped the air, solidifying the deluge of water before him. Peering through the aqueous veil, the young man's gaze toward Xiao Ze shifted, his tone now grave. An unparalleled physique? Such a form may not bear substantial weight against the peak of 9-star Dou Saints, merely managing to endure. Yet, even when confronted by those at the initial stage of 9-star Dou Saints, it possesses formidable lethality. The young man in white dared not withstand a punch from this unmatched physique. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the earlier 7-star Dou Saint. Utterly shattered by a single blow, disregarding the murmurs of the young man in white, Xiao Ze continued his onslaught after obliterating the 7-star Dou Saint, engaging the fierce attacks of the other 7 figures. It was indeed commendable to witness such a luxurious assembly of late-stage Dou Saints. Thoroughly dismantling them would require considerable effort on Xiao Ze's part. An inexhaustible force erupted from him, each punch creating tremors in the void, fracturing energy itself. This spectacle left the Dou Saints surrounding him astonished and horrified. These Dou Saints had existed for an exceedingly long time, some even tracing their existence back to ancient times, thriving in the endless river of time. Yet, they had never encountered an adversary with such a physique and tenacity. Despite their ability to wield formidable energy, this adversary could rend the gathered power apart with a mere swing of his fist. One careless moment could lead to instant annihilation under the weight of that punch. Within mere moments of battle, 4 of their companions had already been shattered by this formidable foe, were it not for their allegiance to the endless river. Granting them revival as long as their soul marks remained intact, they might have already fled in terror. Confronted with such a potent enemy, they felt utterly powerless. Moreover, as their companions fell one after another, the pressure they faced escalated to terrifying heights. At that moment, a vast and overwhelming aura erupted behind them, followed by the appearance of the young man in white, who interposed himself into their battlefield. He summoned the azure river water, coalescing it into a slightly flattened sphere that shielded against Xiao Ze's advancing fist. Xiao Ze's imperial soul instinctively locked onto the young man in white. After all, among the 9 present, only he posed a significant challenge. Observing the young man take action, Xiao Ze hesitated not for a moment, launching himself directly toward him. Noticing the techniques displayed by the young man, Xiao Ze felt a heightened sense of caution, yet his punches did not waver. Instead, they intensified. Boom! Xiao Ze's fist struck the somewhat flattened water sphere, and he instantly felt the boundless force within him being completely absorbed and dispersed by the sphere. As the water sphere gradually compressed, the power contained in his punch continued to dissipate, ultimately erupting into an intricate mist of water around the now flattened sphere. With his strength nearly depleted, the young man in the white robe suddenly grasped Xiao Ze's fist. The azure energy surged forth, attempting to invade Xiao Ze's body and forcibly subject him to the relentless torrents of the river. However, Xiao Ze's formidable physique was beyond the young man's imagination. Moreover, until now, Xiao Ze had only relied on his physical strength, without employing any other abilities. A flash of golden radiance erupted, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. In an instant, it was as if he had encountered an unspeakable terror, leading him to sever his own right hand. In the moment following the severance of his arm, the dismembered limb was consumed by the emerging golden flames, turning to nothingness. The young man in white could not help but swallow hard. Despite being composed of river water, he retained the instincts of his former corporeal existence. Before the golden flames, he felt a chilling sense of imminent doom. Should he be struck by those flames, his fate would be to be reduced to ashes. Xiao Ze observed the figures before him with a smile. Although their strength indeed corresponded to their respective ranks in the realm of combat, their forms were ultimately composed of the water of the endless river. No matter how extraordinary the river might be, it fundamentally remained an elemental force of water. In the presence of the Origin Emperor Flame, it was the most restrained attribute. Chapter 665, Confronting the Endless River. Upon seeing the Origin Emperor Flame, the young man's expression lost all semblance of calm, his eyes flashing with terror. He retreated sharply, simultaneously forming an intricate seal with his hands. As the seal took shape, a circle of azure light suddenly expanded around him. Yet before that circle could fully manifest, a strand of golden flame followed closely behind, enveloping him. In an instant, the young man's entire being was engulfed in golden flames. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, Yet he did not gaze at the ignited young man, but instead focused on the endless river. The young man's actions were strikingly decisive. Seemingly unaffected by any emotion, he assessed the current situation to determine whether to awaken the consciousness of the endless river. When Xiao Ze revealed the origin emperor flame, the young man's mind was singularly fixated on one thought. He must awaken the consciousness of the endless river, devoid of any other sentiment. Such decisiveness was rather uncharacteristic of a typical sentient being. Xiao Ze cast a deep glance at the young man, watching as he gradually faded into nothingness amid the golden flames. Within Xiao Ze's heart, a sense of clarity began to dawn. This young man, despite appearing to behave like an ordinary human, was far from it. Yet, at its core, it remains a puppet forged from the ceaseless river. For the young man in white robes, there exists but one paramount presence, that of his master, the endless river. Hence, his resolute actions left Xiao Ze momentarily taken aback. However, since the halo had already invoked the consciousness of the endless river, Xiao Ze ceased to conceal himself. He immediately incinerated the remaining phantoms into oblivion, fully focusing on the tumultuous awakening of the endless river. Boom! The boundless waters surged, causing the void to tremble. Xiao Ze could then perceive a consciousness within the endless river slowly stirring to life. Having acquired the method to cultivate the heavenly rank technique, the cataclysmic torrent, why have you ventured into the depths of this infinite void? A voice echoed from within the river. Xiao Ze did not allow that soul's thought to encroach upon him. Instead, he summoned a barrier of soul energy to isolate it, utilizing this shield to discern the content of the thought. Does this not align perfectly with your aspirations? The voice inquired. Xiao Ze replied coolly, rather than await my unleashing of the cataclysmic torrent, only to be eroded into oblivion and ultimately consumed by you. I would prefer to confront the depths of this infinite void myself. His words intensified the tempest upon the river's surface, and after a brief pause, another soul's thought emerged. Is this not desirable? You and I becoming one. My lifespan is limitless, granting you a form of immortality. Regrettably, I am not inclined toward such a fate. Xiao Ze shook his head, stating indifferently that he would sooner forego an existence akin to that of the young man in white robes. Now that I have arrived in the depths of this infinite void, you shall no longer dictate the course. The final soul's thought resonated, and the endless river erupted with immeasurable power. An inexhaustible energy surged forth from the river's surface, transforming into myriad resplendent azure beams, converging upon Xiao Ze. This onslaught, reminiscent of a volley of arrows, was directed solely at him. Faced with this terrifying assault, Xiao Ze did not yield in the slightest. Instead, he chose to meet it head-on. From his palm, he summoned the primal imperial flame, which then birthed a cascade of golden flames that soared toward the azure radiance. Each golden flame, upon contact with the azure light, ignited like dry timber meeting fierce fire, blazing intensely and continuing to consume the traces of azure energy towards the surface of the endless river. In response to the golden flames, the endless river exhibited a different reaction. The vast waters surged, transforming into monstrous waves that crashed against the advancing golden flames. Though the primal imperial flame wielded boundless might, it was ultimately composed of individual flames, and faced with the relentless onslaught of colossal waves, it struggled to persist, eventually being extinguished one by one. Confronted with the primal imperial flame, the endless river finally ceased its probing and began to extend with immeasurable grandeur. Xiao Ze observed as the long river, which had coiled together, began to extend towards him, his expression turning grave. He promptly retreated, yet in the next instant, he was astonished to witness ethereal traces materializing within the void. As the river water approached, these void traces took shape, resembling a waterway. This sprawling expanse of emptiness, stretching for over 100 miles, was filled with such ephemeral markings. There was no thought of escape, having entered the profound depths of the endless void. He had unwittingly stepped into his adversary's territory. The consciousness of the endless river surged forth, instantly conjuring towering waves that transformed into serpentine water dragons. Lunging towards Xiao Ze with ferocity, a magnificent golden flame erupted from Xiao Ze, who was taken aback by the horrifying management of the endless river in these unfathomable depths. As the flames collided with the water dragons, the intense fire swiftly incinerated the oncoming dragons into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of vapor. However, true to its name, the endless river proved relentless, as the water dragons seemed to be inexhaustible. With the passage of time, a substantial amount of steam began to envelop Xiao Ze, surging upward with unbearable heat. This signified that the number of water dragons had surpassed the limits of what Xiao Ze could withstand. Initially, the primordial imperial flame could easily reduce the water dragons to nothingness, but now it could only vaporize them into steam. Surrounded by golden flames, Xiao Ze's gaze was not on the water dragons, but rather cast downward, in stark contrast to the tumultuous waves around him. The surface of the river beneath him appeared remarkably tranquil. Yet, within this calmness lay a far more perilous threat. For beneath the river's surface, Xiao Ze's reflection, encircled by the primordial imperial flame, was mirrored in the water. Alongside his reflection, countless other figures lurked in the depths, their faces twisted with malice. Reaching out with hands to grasp Xiao Ze's reflection, as if seeking to drag him down to the riverbed to share in their plight. Nevertheless, the primordial imperial flame served its purpose, shielding him from the onslaught of those vengeful figures. Yet, Xiao Ze could sense that their attacks still impacted him. The energy expended by the primordial imperial flame far exceeded that required to fend off the water dragons. The inexplicable drain on his strength was evidently attributed to the shadows beneath the surface. Xiao Ze attempted to influence the river's surface, but no matter the nature of his assaults, the water remained unaffected, as if belonging to an entirely different realm. Such an inscrutable assault only deepened his wariness of the endless river. Fortunately, Xiao Ze had always maintained an escape route, so even in the face of adversity, he remained unperturbed. Should the situation become untenable, he could invoke the primordial tree, using its roots anchored in the void to depart from the depths of the endless void. It is believed that even this bizarre and endless river cannot traverse infinite distances to reach him directly. Moreover, as long as he remains outside the encompassing range of the endless river, Xiao Ze harbors no fear of it. After all, the primordial emperor flame he possesses is exceedingly effective against the endless river. In the depths of the boundless void, an astonishing surge of energy erupted. Should a powerful being arrive here, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover an apparently infinite river violently stirring up waves, transforming into water dragons that lunged at a mass of golden flames. Within that golden flame, a figure could be faintly discerned. Xiao Ze's expression grew exceedingly grave. Despite his myriad of means, the primordial emperor flame remains one of his strongest assets. Among all his abilities, it is indeed the most effective against the endless river. If even the primordial emperor flame cannot withstand it, he must consider retreating. The water dragons that gnash and bite around him pose little threat to Xiao Ze. What truly concerns him is the reflection in the water. Those shadowy figures with vengeful expressions attacking his reflection could potentially affect him directly. This peculiar ability is something Xiao Ze has never encountered before. At that moment, Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened as he looked beneath the river's surface, where a particularly dark figure slowly coalesced among the endless vengeful shadows. This shadowy figure emanated tendrils of dark energy that were visible even in its reflection on the water's surface. The moment this shadowy figure materialized, it lunged towards Xiao Ze's reflection. However, the reflection of Xiao Ze was similarly encircled by the primordial emperor flame, which also provided a barrier against these shadows. With a resounding explosion, the shadow, which had been in the water, suddenly ignited as if in the air, producing a deep, thunderous roar. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the shadow, Xiao Ze's countenance betrayed no joy. He turned his gaze to the reflection of the primordial emperor flame, which now bore a tinge of darkness. Although it was but a trace, it nonetheless affected the primordial emperor flame. Xiao Ze's eyes narrowed as he looked at the flame above the water's surface, for he noticed a hint of black creeping into the once vibrant flame. Swiftly, he gestured, causing the immense primordial emperor flame to surge towards the dark color. As the flame scorched, wisps of faint black gas began to waft from it. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ze realized that while he could separate that trace of the primordial emperor flame, it would be akin to self-inflicted harm. Observing the ever-coalescing dark figures in the reflection, Xiao Ze ceased his hesitation. His energy erupted forth, manifesting countless roots of the primordial tree from the void. These roots twisted and writhed, resembling not roots, but rather the furious dance of a true dragon. Countless primordial roots materialized from the void, directly tearing apart the endless river. Beneath the eruption of golden energy, a vast bowl-shaped indentation, tens of thousands of zhang deep, was formed in the river. Xiao Ze raised his gaze to the heavens, observing that the waters, instead of dissipating, coalesced above into an intricate web of water. This web, suffused with the power of space, elicited a cold smile from Xiao Ze. It seemed they intended to seal this space. For an ordinary Dou Saint, the natural recourse would be to utilize spatial displacement to extricate oneself. However, encountering this water web, any forced displacement would likely result in grievous wounds from being severed, even if one possessed remarkable abilities or formidable physique. Breaking through the water web would leave remnants of the river upon them, establishing an inextricable link with the endless river. Akin to a maggot clinging to flesh, extremely hard to shake off, it appeared the endless river was resolutely intent on preventing his escape. Xiao Ze mused inwardly. forcibly unleashing the primordial roots to shatter the bizarre reflected attack of the water surface. Yet, after dispelling this peculiar assault, he felt little trepidation in the face of the spatial confinement imposed by the water web. Ordinary spatial seals were utterly ineffective against him. As long as the primordial tree unfurled, he could undoubtedly reach the location of the primordial roots. The primordial tree had granted Xiao Ze numerous opportunities for adventure, always ensuring he had an escape route during perilous times. Even now, confronted by the endless river, comparable to the ancient Bodhi tree, Xiao Ze still had a fallback. Just as he contemplated utilizing the golden tree for his departure, biding his time for a power increase before seeking opportunities, his gaze flickered upon noticing a new prompt on the panel. A subtle smile graced his lips as he altered his actions. The primordial roots that had materialized began to encircle him in layers, forming a colossal sphere that enveloped Xiao Ze in protection. Gu Yuan has successfully refined a 9th-grade profound pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold feedback reward. This prompt shifted Xiao Ze's perspective. Since they sought to imprison him, he would see if they could succeed after he achieved breakthrough. Standing amidst the void, he felt the primordial roots enduring the relentless onslaught of the river's waters. Yet, even against the torrent of the endless river, the sphere formed by the primordial roots remained steadfast. At that moment, Xiao Ze suddenly turned his gaze to the surrounding void. With the keen perception of an imperial soul, he discerned ethereal points of soul light flickering within. Could these be fragments of the endless river's memories? Xiao Ze, having made some accomplishments in the realm of souls, quickly unraveled the nature of these soul points. He conjectured that, following the eruption of the primordial roots, these soul points had been forcefully expelled from the body of the endless river. Xiao Ze hesitated briefly before forming a soul seal with both hands. The surrounding points of soul light converged towards him, coalescing into a somewhat chaotic mass of memory light. He then produced a segment of the primordial tree root and infused it with a thread of soul power. Subsequently, he plunged the primordial tree root into the memory light mass to extract the endless river of memories. After a while, sensing no abnormalities in the thread of soul power, he withdrew it. Vivid scenes began to materialize within Xiao Ze's mind. A figure clad in blue robes appeared, devoid of any fluctuations of fighting spirit, yet emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to transcend the very heavens and earth. This sight invigorated Xiao Ze, for it was evident that the figure in blue robes was a genuine Dou Emperor. The Dou Emperor occupied a position deep within this boundless void. He retrieved a water orb the size of a fist and placed it in the infinite expanse, his voice intermittent, likely due to fragmented memories. "I am sorry for leaving." The blue-robed Dou Emperor's voice bore an inscrutable emotion. What followed left Xiao Ze wide-eyed. The Dou Emperor brought his fingers together and made a gentle incision on his other wrist, revealing a line of blood. A torrent of Dou Emperor's essence blood surged forth from the wound, continuously nourishing the fist-sized water orb. As the orb absorbed the essence blood, it began to extend, subtly taking on an endless form. Witnessing this, Xiao Ze could not help but take a deep breath, astonished that the endless river was nourished by the essence blood of a Dou Emperor. Chapter 667. Vast Energy, Continuous Breakthroughs. The origin of this endless river indeed surpassed Xiao Ze's expectations. He had not anticipated that it was born from the essence blood of a Dou Emperor. From the words of the blue-robed Dou Emperor, it seemed the true nature of the endless river was extraordinary, evoking a sense of guilt in the Dou Emperor. After all, in the hands of the blue-robed Dou Emperor, the endless river was merely a fist-sized water orb. There must have been some upheaval that reduced such a powerful existence to this diminutive form. The Dou Emperor's act of nourishing it with essence blood was evidently an attempt at compensation. However, the blue-robed Dou Emperor likely did not foresee that the endless river he nurtured with his essence blood would, after eons, use heavenly-tier combat techniques as bait to ensnare countless strong individuals, devouring their physical forms and souls, reducing them to slaves and servants. According to the blue-robed Dou Emperor's words, he seemed poised to depart the Dou Qi Continent for the vast world beyond. After all, if it were merely a matter of leaving, given the Dou Emperor's investment of essence blood, he would have held the endless river in significant regard. It was unlikely he would permit it to evolve to such a degree, treating the consumption of powerful beings as a matter of course. However, soon after, Xiao Ze shook his head once more, realizing he had allowed his preconceived notions to cloud his judgment. He had unwittingly projected his own perspective onto the thoughts of the azure-robed Dou Emperor. At present, from the scant words available, it was impossible to discern whether the azure-robed Dou Emperor was benevolent or malevolent. After all, not all Dou Emperors are inherently virtuous. Among them was the aloof Dou Qi ancient emperor, who remained indifferent to the calamities besieging the Dou Qi Continent. Indeed, Qi, ancient emperor, had explicitly stated that he was unconcerned with the tribulations of the Dou Qi realm. It was solely because Xiao Yan was suited to inherit his legacy that Qi chose to bestow the Dou Emperor inheritance upon him. Conversely, there existed the ruthless and malevolent Soul Sky Emperor, who, in his pursuit of ascension to the Dou Emperor realm, did not hesitate to sacrifice an entire region of Zhongzhou. Regardless of the Soul Sky Emperor's grandiloquent justifications, the plight of the innocent souls who perished at his hands laid bare his true nature for all to witness. Of course, there was also Xiao Yan, who, for the sake of the common people, bravely confronted innumerable adversities to achieve the rank of Dou Emperor. It could be said that these three pivotal Dou Emperors in the original narrative personified three distinct factions within the Dou Emperor hierarchy. At this moment, Xiao Ze remained uncertain about the character of the azure-robed Dou Emperor, and thus, he refrained from making any judgments. Nonetheless, irrespective of intent, the seeds sown by the azure-robed Dou Emperor had undeniably led to considerable calamities. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ze shook his head. He was not so self-righteous as to envision himself as a champion of justice, seeking to eradicate this being that enslaved the masses. His sole desire was to harness the boundless river of time to elevate his own strength. Provided that his existence remained unthreatened, he would gladly eliminate the endless river. However, should it require him to stake his life, Xiao Ze found himself hesitating. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the memory orb before him, then retrieved the crystal sphere he had previously constructed. In an instant, Xiao Ze vanished from his location and entered the crystal sphere. The vast ocean of souls surged with tumultuous waves. Upon his entry, the once roaring sea of souls immediately calmed, transforming into a tranquil expanse devoid of wind and waves. The brilliance of the souls emanated forth, rendering the ocean akin to an exquisitely beautiful gemstone. This was the space Xiao Ze had crafted, capable of operating under a different temporal flow than the outside world, much like the heavenly tomb. With this ocean of souls, Xiao Ze was afforded greater time for cultivation. He sat cross-legged upon the surface of the soul sea, gradually closing his eyes. Receiving a tenfold feedback reward from the 9th grade Xiandan, Xiao Ze thought with anticipation. Before entering a state of cultivation, boom, an oceanic surge of energy flooded into Xiao Ze's body, and in an instant, he shattered the barrier between the mid and late stages of the Dou Saint realm. His origin tree successfully soared to a height exceeding 700,000 meters. Subsequently, under the deluge of energy, the height of the origin tree continued to ascend. The magnitude of energy from the tenfold feedback of the 9th grade Xiandan exceeding Xiao Ze's expectations. Let him harbor even greater anticipation for the tenfold feedback of the 9-tiered golden core. Moreover, this holy heart glazed pill, crafted primarily from the Bodhi heart, inherently possesses the effects of the Bodhi heart. Xiao Ze immediately felt a newfound ease in his body's absorption of the energies of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, a peculiar force began to be gradually assimilated by his soul. Should Xiao Ze choose to unveil his panel at that moment, he would behold the ancient wisdom talent, bestowed by the Bodhi ancient tree, deepening in hue. As the primordial tree perpetually absorbed the vast energies around it, the golden radiance emanating from it penetrated the primordial space, casting a luminous glow upon Xiao Ze's form. The instant the golden light manifested within him, every fiber of his being erupted with an insatiable yearning for that radiant glow, greedily absorbing the energies contained within. To Xiao Ze's astonishment, the strength of his physique, which had been progressing at a turtle's pace, experienced a remarkable surge. Thanks to the talents he had previously acquired regarding his physical prowess, he faced no bottlenecks in enhancing his corporeal strength. Thus, even without focusing on physical improvement before, he continued to advance, albeit at a seemingly slow rate. However, under the nourishment of that golden light, his physical strength surged once more. Xiao Ze's corporeal fortitude was steadily approaching the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. With such a significant enhancement in his physical strength as a byproduct, it was needless to say that his Dou Qi realm flourished as well. In merely a few dozen days of cultivation, Xiao Ze transcended decades of training, witnessing a remarkable elevation in his prowess. The height of the primordial tree soared from a mere 700,000 meters to an astonishing 790,000 meters. In Xiao Ze's perception, the boundless energy continued to flow ceaselessly. Indeed, the ascent between star levels proved somewhat challenging, and the elevation rate of the primordial tree had slowed. Yet, under the infusion of that vast energy, it still incrementally ascended. Xiao Ze calmed his mind, immersing himself in his cultivation, unfazed by the deceleration in pace. Amidst this steady and deliberate practice, he finally breached the barrier of 800,000 meters, successfully stepping into the 8-star Dou Saint. With his entry into the 8-star Dou Saint, the elevation rate of the primordial tree resumed its vigor. Within just a few days, Xiao Ze found himself advancing into the mid-stage of the 8-star Dou Saint. Sensing the still abundant and vast energy, a flicker of joy ignited in his heart. It seemed he was on the verge of challenging the 9-star Dou Saint. However, at that moment, an intent he had left outside the crystal ball suddenly received a communication from Medusa. Xiao Ze, trouble is brewing. The Soul Emperor has captured Xiao Yan and is demanding you surrender the ancient jade fragment. Chapter 668, Premature Arrangements. The sudden news left Xiao Ze momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Previously, he had instructed Uncle Gu Yuan to ensure the safety of all members of the Xiao family by relocating them to the ancient realm temporarily. However, one individual remains outside the ancient realm, residing within the space of demonic fire, Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan has refined the pure lotus demonic fire, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power, even the 4 demon saints of the Soul Clan may struggle to subdue him. Yet this time, the Soul Emperor has personally intervened. Despite Xiao Yan's prowess, the disparity between him and the Soul Emperor is insurmountable. The gap is so vast that even should Xiao Yan self-destruct, the Soul Emperor could effortlessly quell that energy with merely a wave of his hand. Beyond the crystal sphere, a singular thought coalesced into the energies of heaven and earth, forming a slightly ethereal figure. This is the energy avatar of Xiao Ze. He had long delved into techniques concerning clones and avatars. Typically, during profound cultivation sessions, Xiao Ze would prepare an avatar in advance for unforeseen circumstances. After much preparation, the moment to utilize it has finally arrived. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ze entered the crystal sphere and retrieved a dragon-shaped jade pendant from the storage ring of his cultivating body. Medusa, I am in the midst of a critical cultivation phase and cannot spare a clone. I will send you the ancient jade shortly. Please ensure it reaches Uncle Gu Yuan and implore him to retrieve my 3rd brother. After receiving Medusa's affirmative response, the energy avatar promptly extracted the root of the primordial tree, establishing a spatial connection with Medusa. Subsequently, Xiao Ze retrieved an iron box from the storage ring, which, upon opening, revealed the ancient Emperor Dou Qi Jade. Xiao Ze sent the ancient Emperor Dou Qi Jade to her, simultaneously instructing Medusa to inform him immediately should any unforeseen circumstances arise. After clarifying everything, Xiao Ze's energy avatar let out a soft sigh. Such unforeseen developments heightened Xiao Ze's sense of urgency. He was at a pivotal moment in his refinement. Once he received the feedback rewards, he could not halt the process. To abandon it midway would mean discarding the vast energies he had accumulated. Thus, he had to rely on Uncle Gu to exchange the ancient jade for his 3rd brother. Of course, should any incident occur that might lead to irretrievable consequences, Xiao Ze would not hesitate to forsake all that vast energy. He swiftly utilized the primordial tree to return to the Dou Qi Continent. After a short while, the energy avatar, which had been awaiting news, received a message from the dragon-shaped jade pendant. Xiao Yan had returned safely, but the Soul Clan had already completely gathered the ancient jade. Xiao Ze nodded. The safety of his brother was paramount. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to inform Gu Yuan of the location of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi's cave. He then used the dragon-shaped jade pendant to contact Gu Yuan. Uncle Gu Yuan, the elder, located within the ancient realm, was taken aback upon receiving Xiao Ze's message, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. Xiao Ze, concerning Xiao Yan's matter, uncle, you need not worry about my 3rd brother. After all, you have already aided the Xiao family tremendously. The fact that he has returned safely is the best outcome possible. I have reached out to my uncle to convey a matter of great significance regarding the situation of the Dou Qi ancient emperor's cave. Xiao Ze informed Gu Yuan of this news, claiming it was purely by chance that he came to know of it. To his astonishment, the Dou Qi ancient emperor's cave is located beneath the Qinglin Academy, within the realm of magma. Gu Yuan's face displayed a look of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Ze, do you mean to suggest that we should immediately head to the Qinglin Academy to intercept the Soul Clan's army? Xiao Ze continued, precisely. The Soul Clan should currently be retreating within the Soul Realm, making their final preparations. However, their ultimate destination will undoubtedly be the Dou Qi ancient emperor's cave. But, dear uncle, please do not enter that cave prematurely. There might be traps left behind by the ancient emperor. Without the ancient emperor's jade, you could find yourself ensnared within the cave. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression grew serious. He would never underestimate the lair of a Dou emperor. In truth, within the Dou Qi ancient emperor's cave, there resides a peak 9-star Dou Saint, forcibly retained there by the ancient emperor's means. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. If there had been a glimmer of hope in his heart, Xiao Ze's words shattered it completely, instilling in him a profound sense of trepidation toward the ancient emperor's cave. This peak 9-star Dou Saint is none other than the previous Dragon Emperor of the Tai, Su ancient Dragon Clan. At that time, in order to prevent Ziyin from overthinking, I chose not to disclose this matter to her. When the army sets out for the northwest continent, I kindly request that you take Ziyin along, uncle. Gu Yuan immediately agreed, though he felt a degree of surprise. He was, of course, aware of the new Dragon Emperor of the Tai, Su ancient Dragon Clan. After all, he had kept an eye on matters related to Xiao Ze. It was unexpected that the former Dragon Emperor had not fallen, but was instead forcibly retained in the cave by the ancient emperor using Dou Emperor techniques. Subsequently, Xiao Ze refrained from further discussion, merely informing Gu Yuan to prepare accordingly. As for the specific arrangements, Xiao Ze felt it unnecessary for him to intervene, as he was currently deep within the endless void and lacked knowledge of the present coalition situation. Excessive interference would only exacerbate matters. After concluding his communication with Gu Yuan, Xiao Ze, sensing the still vast energy surrounding him, continued his focused cultivation. He was concerned about the unforeseen developments occurring within the Soul Clan, which made the situation increasingly unpredictable. Thus, Xiao Ze feared that events might unfold similarly to those in the original narrative, allowing the Soul Emperor to successfully obtain the Emperor-grade Qi Dan, thereby acquiring terrifying power that surpassed the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint. At that juncture, even Xiao Ze could not guarantee his ability to defeat the Soul Emperor, for every step beyond the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint presents an immense disparity. The Emperor-grade Qi Dan could withstand the onslaught of 3 peak 9-star Dou Saints and 1 early-stage 9-star Dou Saint. It is evident how vast the gap is among them. The unpredictable changes have compelled Xiao Ze to fervently seek to elevate his own power. It is not merely the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint he aspires to, but the realm of the Dou Emperor. Once he steps into the Dou Emperor realm, no matter how tumultuous the storms conjured by the Soul Heavenly Emperor may be, Xiao Ze possesses the confidence to quell them. Initially, he harbored little assurance, but now, having experienced the tenfold feedback reward from the 9th grade profound elixir, he has gained confidence in the tenfold reward from the 9th grade golden elixir as well. Moreover, the boundless river outside the root of the primordial tree is nourished by the blood essence of the Dou Emperors. Xiao Ze is certain that if he fully absorbs both of these elements, he may very well ascend to the Dou Emperor realm. What he currently lacks is merely time. After a considerable duration, a pillar of light, reaching towards the heavens and the earth, erupted from the luminous sphere encircling the root of the primordial tree. The brilliance of this light was so vast and powerful that it tore apart the endless river, stirring it into a frenzy of tumult and awe. Alongside the emergence of this radiance, a voice resonated forth. Endless river, let us engage once more. Chapter 669, The Fierce Battle in the Endless River. In the depths of the boundless void, as infinite and resplendent light began to radiate, a gentle laughter echoed in tandem. The intensely fiery brilliance descended upon the endless river, akin to plowing through a field or cleaving through waters. Wherever it passed, the endless river was cleaved asunder, and even the nebulous paths beneath it in the void were severed by that searing light. Anchored within the vast emptiness, the root of the primordial tree gradually retracted into the primordial space under Xiao Ze's command, revealing his figure. Bathed in the resplendent golden light, Xiao Ze donned a robe of thunder fire, his long hair flowing like a deity, exuding an aura of profound might. This time, the refinement of the 9th grade profound elixir has propelled Xiao Ze's strength to unprecedented heights. Even in the face of the boundless river, nourished by the blood of Dou Emperors, he harbored no fear. As Xiao Ze surveyed the area, the endless river within a radius of several thousand zhang was utterly fragmented by the dazzling light. Yet, in the more distant stretches of the endless river, a terrifying wave was brewing. From beneath the surface of the river, azure light continuously surged forth, within which faint hints of bloodlust shimmered. Although the bloodlust appeared unremarkable at first glance, the moment it manifested, Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened. For within that bloodlust lay an overwhelming might that seemed capable of subjugating even heaven and earth. Is this the blood of the Dou Emperors concealed within the endless river? Xiao Ze mused internally, yet his countenance bore no trace of trepidation. Raising his right hand, he conjured a blaze of fervent golden flames. The power emanating from this golden fire was equally formidable, as if it could command myriad flames. As the golden flames materialized, the surrounding void warped. Unable to contain the might of the golden fire, boom, the endless river, having condensed that azure energy, transformed the fragmented waters previously severed by Xiao Ze into an array of streams, irresistibly drawn towards the brilliant blue radiance. Observing this, Xiao Ze, without a moment's hesitation, clenched his fist, and as golden flames surged forth, he unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in golden flames, akin to a celestial inferno. sweeping across the expanse and incinerating the endless waters that had yet to coalesce fully into nothingness. The primordial imperial flame, capable of accompanying Xiao Ze in his growth, had now surpassed even the void devouring flame in potency. Effortlessly, it consumed the scattered waters of the endless river. The golden flames, swelling with the wind, transformed into a vast barrier stretching tens of thousands of feet, crashing towards the gathering azure light. A resounding tide echoed in the void as the azure brilliance amassed an infinite torrent of waters. Although briefly interrupted by Xiao Ze, the waters from afar continued to converge upon that luminescence, ultimately forming a nebulous silhouette. As this figure emerged, the sound of the tide reverberated through the cosmos. The figure glanced at the approaching barrier of flames, and from before it, boundless tides materialized. When these collided with the flaming barrier, no sound resonated through the air. The tides were immediately reduced to nothingness. Yet, the flaming barrier had its limits, while the tides were inexhaustible. With each inch the barrier advanced towards the azure figure, countless tides were consumed by the flames. As the barrier drew within 100 feet of the figure, a tremendous boiling sound erupted. A vast array of water vapor began to manifest before the flaming shield, signaling that it could no longer entirely obliterate the tides. Within Xiao Ze's soul perception, the azure figure raised its right hand and thrust it forward. The flaming barrier shattered violently, extinguished by the endless tides. Xiao Ze scrutinized the silhouette emerging from the mist of water vapor, narrowing his eyes slightly. This figure was unmistakably the blue-robed Dou Emperor he had previously glimpsed within the memory orb of the endless river, though its features remained indistinct. The form and attire were identical. Was this manifestation a product of the endless river's memories and longing for the blue-robed Dou Emperor? Or did the Dou Emperor's blood influence the river itself? After all, the blood of a Dou Emperor is not easily absorbed. Its energy and will can significantly affect the one who ingests it. However, such considerations were of no concern to Xiao Ze. He only knew he must shatter the figure of the blue-robed Dou Emperor. The blue-robed Dou Emperor's eyes glimmered with a faint bloodlust, and despite the obscurity of its features, Xiao Ze felt an unsettling sensation as if he were being watched. As the blue-robed Dou Emperor stepped forward, an infinite expanse of ocean seemed to surge forth behind him, teeming with countless restless souls. Each specter appeared as a fragmented and ethereal entity, their visages twisted with profound malice. It was as though they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the ocean that had claimed their lives and souls, yearning to drag others into its depths to share their eternal torment. With the Emperor's movement, the boundless sea transformed into a vast and overwhelming torrent, cascading toward Xiao Ze with relentless force. This terrifying deluge, composed of countless tons of water, bore the weight of annihilation, and upon its crest rode the vengeful spirits. Confronted by this awe-inspiring onslaught, Xiao Ze's primordial imperial flames erupted around him, enveloping his form in a protective embrace. From his palm, he conjured a sword of flame, his gaze fixed upon the approaching tidal wave. With a decisive stroke, he swung the blade upward. A searing, razor-sharp brilliance erupted from the sword, manifesting as an enormous beam of light stretching for tens of thousands of feet. With a single stroke, he cleaved the ocean asunder. The cataclysmic torrent parted around the flaming sword light, and before the souls riding the tumultuous waves could react, they were incinerated to nothingness by the searing flames. The once unyielding deluge, severed by the sword's brilliance, spread far and wide, crashing upon the depths of the void, shattering what were deemed perilous realms. Even the chaotic currents of the void and spatial storms, capable of obliterating even the mightiest Dou saints, were mercilessly crushed by this flood. The blue-robed Dou Emperor flickered, evading the fiery blade strike. The beam of light, unreturnable, cleaved through the vast ocean he had conjured. Countless spirits were reduced to oblivion in its golden radiance. The Emperor tilted his head slightly. Though he bore the guise of the blue-robed Dou Emperor, he remained, at his core, the essence of the endless river. He observed the golden sword light with clarity. Although its sharpness was indeed extraordinary, capable of easily slicing through space, it held little sway against the infinite torrent. The true force that cleaved the world-ending flood was the golden flames contained within the sword light. He found himself perplexed. Why were these flames so powerful? His annihilating flood, even against the so-called exotic flames, would easily extinguish them. After all, he had not been ignorant of the process of devouring. However, the endless river's confusion was swiftly suppressed as two more beams of sword light surged forth. Xiao Ze advanced, preparing to engage in close combat with this blue-robed Dou Emperor, forged from the infinite river. After all, during this period of seclusion, his physical prowess had significantly heightened, sufficient to contend with a pinnacle 9-star Dou saint. In the pitch-black, boundless void, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. The radiance, imbued with an overwhelming heat, resembled a resplendent sun being born within the darkness, casting warmth and illumination into the frigid expanse. As the light swept through the void, it manifested as shards of shattered sword light, each harboring an intensely searing flame. Even if this flame disperses 1,000 miles away, it can effortlessly ignite anything it touches, reducing it to nothingness. Even the ethereal currents of void or the ferocious spatial tempests cannot escape its wrath. Where the shattered sword light pierces forth, energy surges and swells. The emanating energy is such that even a formidable fighter of the saintly rank would have their very soul obliterated if caught within its grasp. Bathed in golden radiance stands a figure clad in a robe of thunder and fire. As he moves, his long hair dances, adorned with flickering flames at the tips, resembling a sovereign of fire. In stark contrast, beneath the onslaught of golden flames, a figure cloaked in blue emerges. The assault of golden flames strikes like thunder and lightning, an awe-inspiring force that turns the blue figure into a mere leaf tossed in a storm, as if it might be scattered at any moment. With a swift motion, the golden blade effortlessly cleaves through the figure of the blue-robed emperor. Yet, in the next moment, the blue figure reconstitutes itself like water, seemingly unharmed. Immediately, a torrent of vengeful spirits bursts forth from him, surging once more toward Xiao Ze. However, before they can close in on Xiao Ze, they are consumed by the golden flames emanating from him, turning to nothingness. With a fist enveloped in fire, Xiao Ze strikes at the heart of the blue-robed emperor, creating a gaping wound. Observing the blue-robed emperor reassemble as if nothing had happened, Xiao Ze reflects on the tenacity of life within the endless river. It has been several days since he chose to engage the blue-robed emperor in close combat. During this time, Xiao Ze has obliterated the vast ocean behind the blue-robed emperor, slaying all the vengeful spirits that emerged from it. Yet, the essence of the blue-robed emperor seems impervious, no matter how fiercely Xiao Ze's golden flames burn. He can restore himself in an instant. Blades and strikes, thunder and fire, mental assaults and toxic afflictions. Xiao Ze has employed every means at his disposal, yet to little effect. In fact, the damage inflicted by his primal imperial flames appears more substantial. Nonetheless, Xiao Ze finds satisfaction in the current state of affairs. For while the blue-robed emperor may recover, Xiao Ze can sense that he is gradually weakening. However, this process is slow. Days of annihilation have merely diminished the blue emperor's power slightly, without truly harming his essence. It is important to note that, in Xiao Ze's perception, the might of the endless river rivals that of the ancient Bodhi tree. Ultimately, the one-sided nature of this confrontation is largely due to the overwhelming restraint that Xiao Ze's primal imperial flames impose upon the endless river. Despite its vast energy, the water-based attacks it conjures are rendered ineffective in the face of the primal flames, unless the formidable power of the endless river can be transcended. Unleashing a water-based assault that rivals the prowess of a Dou Emperor, it cannot effectively counteract the Origin Emperor flame wielded by Xiao Ze. After all, water and fire do not merely counter each other unilaterally. They exist in a delicate equilibrium of mutual restraint. Once again, Xiao Ze cleaved through the form of the blue-robed Dou Emperor, his gaze flickering as the sword light flashed like lightning. With a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest, he shattered the blue-robed Dou Emperor's body into countless fragments. Although Xiao Ze possessed ample time to gradually extinguish the blue-robed Dou Emperor, he remained wary of the dangers that prolonged conflict might entail. The water that the blue-robed Dou Emperor transformed into surged toward Xiao Ze, the horrifying force of impact causing him to stagger backward. However, it seemed that for reasons unknown, the blue-robed Dou Emperor had not vacated the depths of the endless void. Even if he were destined to be annihilated by Xiao Ze, the blue-robed Dou Emperor harbored no intention of fleeing. Otherwise, despite Xiao Ze's ability to suppress him, if the blue-robed Dou Emperor were determined to escape, Xiao Ze would be powerless to stop him. As time passed, Xiao Ze's bursts of energy became increasingly rapid. Whenever he engaged the blue-robed Dou Emperor in close combat, he exerted his full strength to utterly obliterate him. Of course, such intense exertion would significantly deplete his Dou Qi. Yet, Xiao Ze feared not the consumption of Dou Qi, for the origin space was a nascent plane of existence. He possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of Dou Qi from this realm, limitless and boundless. Days passed, and once more, Xiao Ze reduced the blue-robed Dou Emperor to fragments. While remaining vigilant against a potential counterattack, he noted that the blue-robed Dou Emperor made no move to retaliate, nor did he reconstitute his form. The azure energies began to converge toward a specific point. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift, and a faint smile graced his lips. Finally, it has come to an end. This had been the most protracted battle of his journey thus far. Although Xiao Ze had not communicated with the spirit of the endless river, each time he shattered the blue-robed Dou Emperor's form, A portion of the spirit of the endless river was extinguished. Xiao Ze's annihilation was not merely the obliteration of the endless river's energy, but also the eradication of its sentience, returning it to the state it was in prior to being nurtured by the blood of the Dou Emperor, a mere sphere of water. Xiao Ze's gaze turned toward the location where the waters coalesced, precisely the spot recalled in the memories of the endless river, where the blue-robed Dou Emperor had placed the water sphere. Observing this, Xiao Ze's eyes sparkled with insight. Could it be that the blue-robed Dou Emperor foresaw this possibility and thus imposed restrictions upon the endless river, preventing it from departing the depths of the endless void? Or perhaps, deep within the soul of the endless river, the connection to the blue-robed Dou Emperor had not yet dissipated. Even in the face of this annihilation, it remained, awaiting the Emperor's return. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ze shook his head. The truth remained elusive. The origin Emperor flame had extinguished the sentience of the endless river, erasing its memories. What transpired between it and the blue-robed Dou Emperor ultimately became a conundrum. Xiao Ze swiftly approached the resplendent water sphere, which glimmered with a cerulean light, subtly revealing a hint of crimson. He concentrated, conjuring an energy crystal to elevate the water sphere. Sensing the potent energy encapsulated within, Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then shifted to the panel, where a new notification gleamed brightly. Gu Yuan has successfully refined a 9th-grade golden pill. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold reward. Upon witnessing the 9th-grade golden pill, crafted primarily from the heart of the stars, Xiao Ze's initial intention to refine the endless river on the spot transformed. A more suitable location for his refining endeavor emerged in his mind, the starry vortex, where he had previously acquired the heart of the stars. The stellar energy gathered there was immense, spanning millions of miles. If he could harness the effects of the heart of the stars to refine that boundless stellar power, even the barrier of a Dou Emperor would be within his reach to shatter. Chapter 671. The Youthful Ascension to the Emperor Realm. The atmosphere on the Dou Qi Continent grew increasingly tense, while Xiao Ze emerged from the depths of the infinite void into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Gazing upon the colossal starry vortex, he was filled with anticipation. The stellar energy swirled around the core, twinkling like distant stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As he drew nearer, the overwhelming stellar power became palpable, revealing both beauty and inherent peril. The swirling of the starry vortex unleashed a formidable wash of stellar energy, capable of instilling trepidation even in the hearts of Dou Shen powerhouses. Observing the tumultuous stellar energy, a flicker of desire ignited in Xiao Ze's eyes. For even a mere fraction of this unleashed stellar energy, given its vast potency, could obliterate vast territories of several empires in the blink of an eye. This was the magnificent force of nature, forged over countless millennia. In a flash, Xiao Ze transformed into a golden streak of light, racing toward the starry vortex. Previously, he had required the roots of the origin tree as armor to withstand the onslaught of stellar energy while venturing into its depths. However, having significantly enhanced his strength and physique, he could now navigate through the starry vortex with ease, even without the protective roots. Boom! The stellar energy surged against Xiao Ze's own power, erupting in a deafening roar. Undeterred by the terrifying impact, Xiao Ze pressed deeper into the vortex. After a considerable time, he halted before a crystal formed entirely of pure stellar energy. Shattering this crystal would grant him access to the core region, where a nebula was nurturing the heart of the stars. Yet, instead of delving deeper, Xiao Ze chose to land atop the crystal. Constructing a sanctuary from the roots of the primordial tree, he promptly retrieved the crystal ball. Within this sphere, he could procure additional time for cultivation. In a flicker, Xiao Ze vanished from his original location, leaving the crystal ball resting upon the roots, which served as a conduit linking the sphere with the external world. Above the ocean of souls, the primordial roots emerged from the void, gradually taking the form of a wooden seat. Xiao Ze settled upon it. As the seat radiated a gentle golden light, sensing the abundance of energy coursing through him, he exhaled slowly, then produced the sealed endless river water sphere. Upon his palm, he concentrated the primordial emperor flame to refine this orb. This sphere contained the very essence of the endless river, housing not only a vast reservoir of energy, but also the blood of a Dou Emperor. Xiao Ze could not afford to be careless. He must utilize the primordial emperor flame to refine it, extracting the purest energy for absorption. Moreover, the endless river had devoured numerous powerful beings, forcibly retaining their souls, which transformed into vengeful spirits. Who could tell what hidden dangers lingered within? The simplest solution was to refine everything with the primordial emperor flame, retaining only the most pristine energy while discarding the rest. As the refining process commenced, an incredibly pure energy surged forth. However, beneath the golden light, this energy did not spill over. Instead, it coalesced within this small golden space, saturating it with such density that it penetrated into Xiao Ze's body without the need for him to absorb it actively. Once prepared, Xiao Ze gradually closed his eyes, silently contemplating the retrieval of all accumulated feedback rewards. A resounding boom, akin to the opening of the heavens, echoed in his ears, followed by an outpouring of boundless energy. After Xiao Ze's breakthrough to the Dou Saint realm, he had not absorbed the tenfold feedback rewards brought forth by Xiao Xun'er's advancement. Instead, he had amassed them for this pivotal moment, for the chasm between the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint and the Dou Emperor was too vast. No amount of preparation was excessive. Under the impetus of this immense energy, the height of Xiao Ze's primordial tree continued to ascend. Each meter gained beyond the 99,000 mark required an extraordinary amount of energy, even with the tenfold feedback rewards from absorbing the 9th grade profound pill. The remaining energy could only elevate him a mere 300 meters beyond the 99,000 mark before it came to a complete halt. This limitation made it evident to Xiao Ze that the final stretch of 10,000 meters represented the gap between the peak of the 9-star Dou Saint and the Dou Emperor. However, with the accumulation of tenfold feedback energy, this chasm was gradually being bridged. Coupled with the refined, pure energy from the endless river, within just a few days, his elevation had surged from a mere 300 meters to over 2,000. The surging energy, akin to a mighty river, continues unabated. As the height of the source tree ascends, its golden radiance intensifies further. The golden light washes over Xiao Ze's body, gradually enhancing his physical strength. In this subtle and silent nurturing, the power of his bloodline begins to mutate, embarking on a transformation towards a higher echelon. Xiao Ze, immersed in his cultivation, perceives this change, reminiscent of the descriptions of the pinnacle of the battle saints in the original narrative. This bears some resemblance to the Hades demon saint, who has already set one foot into the realm of the battle emperor, as his bloodline power gradually transforms. Xiao Ze finds himself undergoing a similar phase. Time in cultivation is devoid of boundaries. In the blink of an eye, half a year has elapsed. The height of the source tree has risen significantly, yet the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. With only 3 meters remaining to reach 1 million meters, Xiao Ze feels a sense of apprehension. This is due to the relentless energy that has begun to settle into tranquility. The pure energy, refined from the endless river, has long been absorbed by Xiao Ze. Just as concerns arise, a sudden feeling of enlightenment dawns upon him. It seems he has acquired the ability to refine the power of the stars. After absorbing and refining the 9th grade golden Dan, crafted from the hearts of the stars, Xiao Ze has indeed gained the capability to harness the power of the stars for himself. Under the influence of this power, the roots of the source tree, which had previously existed in the void, now begin to exhibit this newfound ability. In an instant, the roots within the stellar vortex seem to emanate an infinite allure, drawing in the surrounding star power in a frenzy. The roots of the source tree appear as bottomless pits, incessantly devouring the power of the stars. As the star power continues to be refined by the source tree, Xiao Ze joyfully observes that the height of the source tree is steadily and resolutely increasing. The influx of star power not only nourishes the roots, but also forms a small vortex, towering thousands of zhang around the roots. Of course, this small vortex seems diminutive when compared to the colossal stellar vortex spanning millions of miles. Amidst the unending infusion from this vast stellar vortex, the last 3 meters of the source tree are forcefully filled with this overwhelming energy. When the source tree breaks through the 1 million meter barrier, or rather, the battle emperor threshold, the entire source space quivers. A strand of chaotic light materializes from the void, descending upon the source tree. The essential source energy required for breaking through the battle emperor realm is effortlessly substituted. Boom! The source tree decisively surpasses that crucial height, reaching an elevation of 1 million meters. The realm of the battle emperor. Having emerged from the land of Gamma in his youth, he now ascends to the emperor's domain. Chapter 672. The Might of the Battle Emperor. In the central continent, if one were to gaze down from the highest heavens, one would behold an expanse shrouded in blood-red clouds. An endless stench of blood ascends to the heavens, coalescing into this vast crimson region. Beyond the sanguine expanse, the coalition of the 3 ancient races encircled this crimson territory. Gu Yuan, stationed at the coalition's temporary headquarters, gazed upon the vast blood clouds, unable to suppress a sigh. Having previously conferred with Xiao Ze, Gu Yuan had made prior arrangements. However, this time, the presence of the Emperor Flame instilled an acute sense of urgency within the void devouring flame. Upon entering the ancient abode of the Tua, Shi Ancient Emperor, the void devouring flame, alongside the Soul Heaven Emperor, immediately employed the divine alchemy technique, harnessing the might of the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor's statue to subdue the Emperor-grade nascent Dan. It could be said that the Emperor Flame exhibited a level of threat so profound that it compelled a deeper collaboration between the Void Devouring Flame and the Soul Heaven Emperor. Despite their apparent cordiality, both harbored ulterior motives and calculated schemes against one another. In stark contrast, the relationship between the Void Devouring Flame and the Emperor Flame was markedly different. The Emperor Flame had once devoured the Void Devouring Flame. Should the Emperor Flame succeed in consuming it, even a sovereign among the, like the Void Devouring Flame, would find its consciousness obliterated, reduced to a mere hue within the myriad colors of the Emperor Flame. The degree of threat posed by the two was indeed incomparable. In light of this, the Void Devouring Flame disclosed more of its knowledge to the Soul Heaven Emperor, thereby affording them greater agency. Following their entry into the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor's abode, their endeavor to seize the Emperor-grade nascent Dan progressed more smoothly. Yet, the Soul Clan's soul-eating absolute formation did not encompass the entirety of the central continent. During the previous arrangements, Xiao Ze had instructed Qinglin to utilize the Baishi San Huatong to survey the cities across the continent, striving to dismantle the soul-eating absolute formations concealed within. Within the territories of the Pill Alliance and other neutral factions, Qinglin effortlessly dismantled the soul-eating absolute formations. Previously, the Pill Alliance and the Soul Palace had engaged in skirmishes, with Xiao Ze leveraging the matter of the Demon Fire space to deliver a significant blow to the Soul Palace. Nevertheless, the forces affiliated with the Soul Alliance remained under the dominion of the Soul Clan, even though Qinglin attempted to dismantle several soul-eating absolute formations. They were swiftly restored following the Soul Heaven Emperor's schemes regarding the Emperor-grade nascent Dan. The current domain shrouded in blood clouds was once the territory of the Soul Alliance. Upon learning that the soul-eating absolute formations in other regions of the central continent had been dismantled, the Soul Heaven Emperor was enraged, shattering the skull of the elder Dou Qi responsible for the debacle. However, given the situation, they could only devise a remedy. With both sides retaining substantial strength prior to a grand confrontation, a contest for this region ensued. The Central Continent Coalition fervently sought to deplete the array's energy, aiming to impede the Soul Heaven Emperor's progress in refining the Emperor-grade nascent Dan. In response, the Soul Heaven Emperor urged the Soul Clan to expedite the restoration of the array, relentlessly channeling all available resources into the blood pool, transforming them into sustenance for his ascension to emperorhood. Ultimately, even under the guidance of the Void Devouring Flame, the formidable Dou Qi warriors of the Soul Clan were drawn into the blood pool. Under the management of the Void Devouring Flame over the years, most members of the Soul Clan bear his bloodline mark within them. Therefore, amidst the increasingly urgent urgings of the Soul Emperor, the Void Devouring Flame has staked all his treasures on the Soul Emperor. This is solely for the purpose of ensuring that the Soul Emperor, upon successfully breaking through to the Dou Emperor realm, can fulfill his promise made on that day, granting him the legacy of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi. Within the vast blood pool, a tremendous surge of crimson energy continuously emerged, ultimately converging upon the Soul Emperor. With blood-red hair swirling around him, the Soul Emperor's eyes radiated an intense crimson light, and his aura began to undergo a gradual transformation. The Void Devouring Flame, standing before the Soul Emperor, spoke solemnly. There are no more lives to be sacrificed. Even the forces of the Soul Clan have been thrown in, with 7 or 8 parts already consumed. The Soul Emperor's gaze fixed intently on the Void Devouring Flame, stating, I only need one last step, to throw all the remaining members of the Soul Clan into the blood pool. We need not concern ourselves with the protective barrier outside. Once this step is taken, everyone beyond the formation shall perish. The bloodlight in the Soul Emperor's eyes fell upon the Void Devouring Flame, chilling him to the core. Could one who resorts to such extreme measures for the sake of breaking through to the Dou Emperor truly be a trustworthy ally? After all, if this relentless sacrifice continues, the Soul Clan may face extinction, leaving only the Soul Emperor to stand alone. Can one who is willing to completely abandon his kin truly be expected to uphold his promises? Sensing the increasing depth of the Soul Emperor's gaze, the Void Devouring Flame sighed inwardly. What further changes could he enact at this moment? He had already placed all his hopes upon the Soul Emperor. His only recourse was to assist the Soul Emperor in breaking through to the Dou Emperor realm, and regarding whether the Soul Emperor would fulfill his promise thereafter. That was beyond his control. If he refrained from aiding the Soul Emperor, the situation would remain a deadlock, under the assault of the Central State Allied forces. The protective formation was on the brink of collapse. Should the Soul Emperor fail to break through, facing death and obliteration, the Void Devouring Flame would be left with nothing but endless seals awaiting him. After a moment of silence, the Void Devouring Flame finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Very well. Shortly thereafter, the final remnants of the Soul Clan were cast into the blood pool, enriching the crimson energy within even further. Meanwhile, the protective formation began to tremble precariously, even emitting sounds of cracking. Just as the central state allied forces rejoiced and prepared to muster their final strength to shatter the formation entirely, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the very souls of the warriors. It was an aura that transcended the heavens and the earth. As the forces sensed this presence, despair washed over their hearts. They were so close, just one step away from breaking the formation and thwarting the Soul Emperor's scheme. The light of hope was within reach, yet it extinguished in an instant, leaving them engulfed in profound despondency. Standing at the forefront of the allied forces, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and other esteemed Star Dou saints could not help but feel a pang of despair. Within the ancient abode of the Gu Emperor, they had already experienced the overwhelming strength of a Dou Emperor. Even a mere fragment of power left behind by the Tua Shi Gu Emperor was enough to render them powerless to resist. How much more daunting was the prospect of facing a true Dou Emperor? Yet, amidst their anguish, a flicker of hope remained in the hearts of Gu Yuan and his companions. That hope was none other than Xiao Ze. Not long ago, they had learned that the bloodline power of the Xiao family had been reignited, resulting in a dramatic surge in their strength. While it was difficult to believe, it was entirely possible that Xiao Ze had achieved a breakthrough to the Dou Emperor realm. The awakening of the Dou Emperor bloodline had undoubtedly propelled the Xiao family's prowess to new heights. However, as Xiao Ze had not communicated any information to them, they remained uncertain whether he was undergoing a final enhancement and dared not disturb him. They could only bide their time, waiting for Xiao Ze's arrival. The members of the Xiao family had been settled in the ancient realm, and thus the collective increase in their strength was yet unknown to the wider world. Gu Yuan, considering various factors, was aware that the allied forces were a mixed bag, with a possibility of traitors from the Soul Clan lurking among them. The intelligence regarding Xiao Ze's likely breakthrough to Dou Emperor was the most crucial card the alliance held, potentially a lifesaver in a critical moment. Consequently, Gu Yuan chose to keep this information under wraps, sharing it only with a select few trustworthy Dou saints in high positions. In fact, to conceal the matter of the Xiao family's bloodline awakening, even the formidable Xiao Yin was kept within the ancient realm. After all, given the unscrupulous nature of the Soul Emperor, if he were to learn of Xiao Ze's ascension to Dou Emperor, it was likely that they would be used as leverage against him. As the allied forces ceased their attacks, realizing their futility, the grand formation began to unravel. A figure clad in a blood-red robe emerged from the formation, exuding a terrifying aura that transcended the very fabric of existence. Even standing there, he was the most imposing presence in the realm. The Soul Emperor gazed upon the assembly of high-ranking Star Dou saints with a detached demeanor, as if surveying a colony of ants. With a mere wave of his sleeve, a surge of crimson energy rippled forth, crashing toward the group of Star Dou saints. The overwhelming force, akin to an entire cosmos bearing down upon them, compelled Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and other powerful figures to unleash their full might. Yet they were still grievously wounded by a single strike. Blood rained from the heavens as numerous Dou saints either crashed to the ground or struggled to remain aloft. Their reactions varied, but all were engulfed by a profound sense of despair. The might of the Dou Emperor was indeed terrifying. Chapter 673, The Emperor Approaches. Observing the most formidable Dou saints within the allied forces, who could not withstand even a single attack from the Soul Emperor and were left severely injured, the despair in the hearts of the central state allied forces grew ever more intense. The Soul Emperor gazed upon the two-peak 9-star Dou saints, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, who were forcibly suspended in the void, unlike other Dou saints who had been directly struck down to the ground by him. A smile graced his lips. You have forced me into a dire predicament before, yet alas, I have ultimately triumphed and successfully ascended to the Dou Emperor realm. There was a hint of joy in the Soul Emperor's tone. Even one of his disposition could not remain unaffected by the accomplishment of taking that final step amidst such pressing circumstances. Moreover, achieving the title of Dou Emperor had been his aspiration for a millennium. With success finally in his grasp, how could he not feel elated? However, he did not hold back against Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan as the original text suggested. Instead, he struck with ferocity, inflicting severe injuries upon them. This time, the Soul Emperor had only narrowly broken through to the Dou Emperor realm. Had he failed to make that leap, he would have faced the onslaught of two-peak 9-star Dou saints once the great formation shattered. In such a scenario, his path to becoming an emperor would have ended in utter failure. Soul Emperor, in your quest for the Dou Emperor title, you have slaughtered countless beings in the central continent. Even if you attain the title, you shall be condemned for eternity. Gu Yuan suppressed his internal injuries and retorted angrily. Haha, the victors write history. I am the sole emperor of the Dou Qi Continent in millennia. From this moment forth, the Dou Qi Continent shall be under my dominion. All that the Soul Clan has sacrificed for me shall receive the utmost recompense. As for the disdain of future generations, I am eager to witness the futility of mere ants. As the Soul Emperor concluded, he slightly intensified his voice, unleashing a resounding sound wave towards Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun. Wherever the sound wave passed, the fabric of space shattered inch by inch. The expressions of the two men shifted slightly as they attempted to summon the energies of heaven and earth. However, with a mere thought, the Soul Emperor severed their connection to the celestial energies, rendering them utterly incapable of drawing upon the external forces. They could only rely on their own formidable Dou Qi for defense. Ancient Emperor Mirror, Ancient Dragon Seal. An ancient mirror and a magnificent dragon seal, imbued with immense Dou Qi, collided with the sound wave. In an instant, the ancient mirror shattered, and the dragon seal fragmented, with the sound wave engulfing the remnants and ruthlessly crashing into their chests. With a splatter of blood, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun plummeted like meteors, crashing into the mountains and creating two colossal craters. Gu Yuan, at this moment, you are truly as insignificant as ants to me, the Soul Emperor remarked, observing how even their utmost efforts could not withstand his casual strike. He could not help but feel a sense of intoxication as he extended his hand to sense the power within. With this strike, crushing you two ants should be a mere trifle. Upon hearing the Soul Emperor's words, Gu Yuan could not suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a glimmer in the heavens, as if the stars were shining brightly, even under the shroud of blood clouds. The brilliance of the stars could not be concealed. The Soul Emperor, having ascended to the realm of the Dou Emperor, possessed an astonishing perceptive ability. Immediately sensing the changes in the heavens above, he gazed upward, his eyes narrowing slightly. An increasing number of individuals became aware of the celestial phenomena. The daylight revealed the brilliance of countless stars, a spectacle so peculiar that many had never encountered anything like it before. Under the scrutiny of multitudes, a myriad of stellar energies converged, and a figure emerged from the starlight. Upon witnessing this apparition, the Soul Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? How is it possible that you have also ascended to the realm of the Dou Emperor? His voice was laden with uncertainty, yet within his perception, Xiao Ze indeed posed a genuine threat. The Soul Emperor's exclamations rendered countless onlookers speechless as they beheld the figure bathed in starlight. A question arose in their hearts. Another Dou Emperor? If you could achieve the Dou Emperor rank, why could I not? A faint smile graced Xiao Ze's face as he waved his right hand, channeling the vast power of the stars to heal the numerous gravely injured Dou saints. The remaining stellar energy transformed into a barrier, enveloping the coalition forces. The ensuing battle, even as a mere spectator, could lead to death and destruction. It is Lord Xiao Ze. Lord Xiao Ze has also broken through to the Dou Emperor rank. Splendid. Long live Lord Xiao Ze. The coalition felt an overwhelming sense of security emanating from the starlit barrier, and upon seeing the familiar figure, they erupted into joyous cheers, vociferously chanting Xiao Ze's name. The Soul Emperor's gaze remained fixated on Xiao Ze, a sinister expression gradually emerging upon his face. He had orchestrated countless schemes to reach this point, sacrificing so much, and now found himself isolated and alone. Yet, why was it that Xiao Ze could achieve such feats with apparent ease? In less than a year, he had ascended from the pinnacle of a 6-star Dou Saint to the realm of the Dou Emperor. Above the blood pool of the Grand Formation, void devouring flame hovered, gazing beyond the array with trepidation in his eyes. It was that overwhelming pressure, a force that transcended all flames and commanded them. Damn it! Did he not venture into the ancient cave of the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor? Could it be that the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor left behind contingencies elsewhere? Void devouring flame could not help but exclaim, for in his view, apart from the cave of the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor, there was no other place on the Dou Qi Continent capable of nurturing a Dou Emperor. Yet the aura Xiao Ze now exhibited was undeniably that of a true Dou Emperor. This realization led Void Devouring Flame to speculate that the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor had indeed left behind means and locations beyond the cave. Cursed Dou Qi Ancient Emperor. Regardless of the turmoil within the hearts of the Soul Emperor and Void Devouring Flame, Xiao Ze paid them no heed. He felt the surge of power within him, a force that transcended the very heavens, stirring his spirit. The Soul Emperor soon regained his composure, suppressing the malevolent expression on his face. As a fellow Dou Emperor, he did not believe he was inferior to Xiao Ze. Moreover, he bore the legacy of the Dou Emperors from the ancient Soul Clan. In contrast to the mysterious methods employed by Xiao Ze to transcend into a Dou Emperor, the Soul Heaven Emperor possesses unwavering confidence in the legacy of the Soul Clan. For within the Soul Clan lies a formidable combat technique, one that has previously vanquished Dou Emperors. Xiao Ze, now that you too have attained the status of Dou Emperor, let us engage in a duel. Should you be defeated today, All that is associated with you shall be utterly annihilated. The Soul Heaven Emperor declared ominously. Xiao Ze shrugged. For despite the Soul Heaven Emperor's inheritance from the ancient Soul Emperor, he remained unconvinced of his potential defeat. After all, the towering source tree, exceeding 200,000 meters in height within the source space, radiated boundless power. The disparity between Dou saints, even by a single star, was vast. How much more so when it came to Dou emperors? If I emerge victorious today, your Soul Clan. Xiao Ze began, but abruptly paused. Glancing at the Soul Heaven Emperor, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I almost forgot. In your quest to break through to Dou Emperor, you have become a solitary figure. These words served as a spark, igniting the energies of the world around them. A torrent of immense energy surged forth from the Soul Heaven Emperor, transforming into an ocean of blood. Let us settle this with action rather than words. He retorted coldly. Chapter 674. Absorbing the world into oneself. Xiao Ze sensed the chilling aura emanating from the Soul Heaven Emperor, but maintained an expression of calm. In the vastness of the starry sky, a colossal star vortex, spanning millions of miles, loomed. The accumulated stellar power, gathered over countless years, surpassed ordinary comprehension. Even after Xiao Ze's successful breakthrough to the Dou Emperor realm, he could harness the power of the stars to elevate his own level further. Once Xiao Ze shattered the barriers of the Dou Emperor realm, he found himself in an expansive domain, capable of devouring the stellar energies, allowing him to ascend to the rank of a 2-star Dou Emperor. This achievement was undoubtedly aided by the tenfold rewards from the 9th grade Golden Pill. The 9th grade Mystic Pill, crafted from the Bodhi heart, amplified the feedback talents of the ancient Bodhi tree, imbuing it with ancient wisdom. Meanwhile, the 9th grade Golden Pill, forged primarily from the hearts of myriad stars, bestowed upon Xiao Ze a golden talent. Celestial favor. The ancient stars bestow their blessings upon you, enabling you to wield the power of the stars at will. This succinct description belied its formidable strength. When Xiao Ze sought to absorb the stellar power, he felt a deluge of energy surging towards him from the vast star vortex. In a mere thought, he summoned the majority of the stellar forces to converge upon him. It was this monumental energy, amassed over eons, that allowed Xiao Ze to advance further within the Dou Emperor realm in such a brief period. Furthermore, the newly acquired golden talent of celestial favor played a crucial role, facilitating his effortless absorption of stellar power. In stark contrast to Xiao Ze's burgeoning strength, the Soul Heaven Emperor appeared to be struggling to maintain his Dou Emperor status. Compared to the original narrative where the Soul Emperor sacrificed all living beings in Central State, the current Soul Emperor's actions are far less exaggerated. He has only consumed the souls within the territory controlled by the Soul Alliance. The beings beyond this influence have been spared from his devouring, as the Soul Devouring array has been dismantled by the likes of Qinglin and Medusa. The energy deficit created by this destruction has been compensated for by numerous powerful members of the Soul Clan. Through the shattered array's breach, one can glimpse a vast blood pool. Surrounding this pool, beside the void devouring flame, there are only a handful of Soul Clan warriors present. No other figures from the clan are in sight. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, after the Soul Emperor's ascension to the Dou Emperor rank, a considerable portion of the Soul Clan's strength remained intact. Subsequently, these surviving warriors were offered as sacrifices to the slaughtering Emperor's blood knife during the climactic battle between the Soul Emperor and Xiao Yan. However, at present, these Soul Clan warriors are not being used as sacrificial offerings. Instead, they have become sustenance for the Soul Emperor's ascension. Even if they survive, they are destined to become sacrificial tools, illustrating that under the Soul Emperor's command, their fate is merely a matter of whether they perish sooner or later. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flickered, the Soul Emperor had already amassed an overwhelming sea of blood. The stench of blood surged skyward, enveloping the entirety of Central State. Countless individuals beyond the battlefield, witnessing this terrifying pressure, felt a twinge of despair. The news of the Soul Emperor's ascension had already stirred considerable unrest throughout Central State. Now, the daunting power capable of overshadowing the entire region solidified the reality of the Soul Emperor's achievement as a Dou Emperor. Should Central State fall under his dominion, it is likely to become a desolate wasteland. The Soul Emperor paid no mind to the unease of Central State's inhabitants. His sole focus was on his opponent, Xiao Ze. The blood sea surged upward, obscuring even the radiant sun in the sky. Within the barrier of stars, countless onlookers paled as they beheld this scene. Confronting the might of a Dou Emperor, even with the protection of another Dou Emperor's barrier, left them trembling with fear. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed throughout Central State, followed by a tidal wave of blood surging toward Xiao Ze from a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Wherever this torrent passed, the fabric of space ruptured, and the earth sank beneath it. Even a mere splash from this wave could obliterate a 9-star Dou Saint, reducing their very soul to nothingness. As Xiao Ze gazed upon this colossal wave, he contemplated its overwhelming might, likening it to the celestial-grade Dou technique annihilation torrent of the endless river. In response to this impending deluge, Xiao Ze merely waved his sleeve, causing the stars to manifest in the heavens. The boundless power of the stars cascaded down like an inverted river of stars. The immense starry river collided fiercely with the vast blood wave stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. In an instant, the collision caused the surrounding space to explode, resulting in a sprawling fissure that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. The frigid, piercing power of the stars intertwined with the bloodthirsty, malevolent force of blood energy, causing fragments of shattered space to swirl across the entire central continent. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow, and with another wave of his hand, boundless starry energy cascaded down, forming a celestial canopy. Surrounding Xiao Ze and the Soul Emperor, a colossal battlefield spanning millions of miles was established. Should the residual waves go unchecked and spread throughout the central continent, even the mere fragments of shattered space could decimate entire cities in an instant. Regardless of whether it was walls or humanity, the outcome would be the same: complete obliteration akin to fragile glass. Noticing Xiao Ze's movements, the Soul Emperor let out a cold sneer. In a decisive battle against me, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with the lives of those insignificant ants? The Soul Emperor could undoubtedly sense that after Xiao Ze had delineated this expansive battlefield, he did not cease his actions. Instead, utilizing the power of the stars, he began to teleport the beings scattered across this vast area to safety. After all, compared to the coalition forces gathered behind Xiao Ze, which facilitated his ability to create protective barriers, safeguarding those dispersed entities was far more troublesome. It was preferable to send them away directly. Isn't this better? I have dispersed some of my strength, giving you a greater chance to defeat me, Xiao Ze remarked with a faint smile. The Soul Emperor, upon hearing this, sneered in agreement, intrigued by Xiao Ze's intentions. I wish to see if you can save those ants' lives, while also managing to preserve your own. As he spoke, the Soul Emperor's mouth gaped wide, swallowing the blood clouds that loomed in the sky. The blood clouds, condensed from the essence of countless lives, were consumed in one gulp. Immediately thereafter, the Soul Emperor's form swelled, transforming into a massive crimson giant towering tens of thousands of feet. With every breath, winds and thunder surged, and with each movement, the very fabric of space began to fracture. A single exhalation sent tremors throughout the energy of the central continent. Within the starry barrier, countless coalition forces gazed up at this seemingly titanic blood giant, rendered speechless. The body of a battle emperor, the strength of a battle emperor could encompass the very heavens. And in that moment, they embodied the cosmos itself, shattering the sky with every gesture, their might unparalleled. Witnessing the Soul Emperor manifest his blood embodiment, Xiao Ze smiled faintly, channeling the vast power of the stars within himself, transforming into a similarly colossal starry giant. The Soul Emperor's expression grew grave as he beheld Xiao Ze's starry battle emperor form, sensing an unexpected threat emanating from it. However, hesitation was not in the Soul Emperor's nature. Having come this far, defeating Xiao Ze would grant him dominion over the fate of the entire Dou Qi Continent. At this juncture, he could not afford to entertain even a flicker of doubt. Chapter 675, The Fall of an Emperor. Xiao Ze, I am eager to witness whether your stellar emperor form is more formidable than my bloodline emperor form. The colossal figure of the emperor, when it moves, appears as if it could bring the very heavens crashing down. Within the stellar barrier, the two-peak 9-star Dou Saints, Gu Yuan and Gu Yuan, feel a profound sense of trepidation. The sheer might emanating from this clash is so terrifying that even a mere gesture could easily annihilate them. As the Soul Emperor launches his initial assault, Xiao Ze, with remarkable swiftness, retaliates, striking fiercely against the Soul Emperor's chest. Boom! The Bloodline Emperor's chest is violently breached, creating a massive cavity. As the power of the stars pours forth, the fierce and bloodthirsty Bloodline Emperor form is incessantly corroded. The force radiates outward, with each gust of wind effortlessly tearing apart vast chasms spanning thousands of miles, laying waste to the battlefield of millions of miles. This is merely the consequence of their first exchange. Had it not been for the protective stellar barrier, which descended like a celestial curtain, the aftermath of that blow would have been sufficient to reduce a significant portion of the central continent to ruins. The Soul Emperor, with disbelief etched on his face, perceives the frailty of his emperor form and the relentless erosion from the stellar power. Despite his reluctance, he must concede that Xiao Ze's stellar emperor form surpasses his own bloodline emperor form by a considerable margin, enabling him to shatter the chest of the emperor with such devastating ease. At this juncture, The Soul Emperor realizes that Xiao Ze's enigmatic methods of achieving his emperor status appear to be even more formidable than his own, which relied on the imperial-grade seed and the devouring of myriad life forces. He recalls the words spoken to him by the void-swallowing flame. Xiao Ze possesses the imperial flame and has likely garnered profound secrets regarding the emperor from the ancient emperor Dou Qi. Compared to his own arduous breakthrough to emperor status, Xiao Ze's form is evidently more stable and powerful. In a fleeting moment of clarity, the Soul Emperor comprehends the chasm that exists between himself and Xiao Ze. However, given the circumstances, there is no room for any thoughts of surrender. As he witnesses Xiao Ze advancing upon him with an overwhelming presence, he exerts himself to create distance, albeit at the cost of his right hand being shattered. Upon observing this, the coalition forces of the central continent erupt in cheers. Though they have never witnessed a clash of such mighty emperors, the current situation is unmistakably clear. Lord Xiao Ze evidently holds the upper hand, having already forced the Soul Emperor into retreat. Though the means by which you have attained your emperor status remains a mystery, your foundation is astonishingly solid. Even without resorting to my true trump cards, it is difficult for me to contend with you. As the Soul Emperor withdraws, he attempts to draw Xiao Ze's attention once more. Xiao Ze's emperor form momentarily hesitates, curious to discover what further tactics the Soul Emperor might employ. Due to the destruction of the Devouring Spirit's absolute life array, the emperor-slaying array laid down by the Soul Clan is now severely flawed. Xiao Ze is intrigued to see whether this imperfect emperor-slaying array can still regain its former glory. Observing that Xiao Ze's attention is genuinely captivated by his words, the Soul Emperor inwardly scoffs, simultaneously feeling a tinge of anger. Xiao Ze's nonchalant demeanor is evidently a form of self-contempt. The colossal figure of the Soul Emperor, towering like an imposing giant, raises both arms, though one arm is shattered, diminishing the awe of his display. As he gestures, the fragmented array behind him erupts with streams of bloodlight, coalescing into an unbroken formation. Within this formation, a blood-colored blade, tinged with a hint of transparency, slowly materializes. The blood from the vast blood pool at the center of the formation continuously surges into the blade, solidifying it further. Although many of the Devouring Spirit's absolute life arrays have been destroyed by you, fortunately, the foundation remains intact, allowing the manifestation of the Emperor-slaying ghost blood blade. The Soul Emperor's face brightens with joy upon seeing the translucent blood blade. Initially uncertain if the flawed array could conjure the Emperor-slaying ghost blood blade, he now speaks with a chilling tone. Xiao Ze, I acknowledge that your foundation is more stable, but I possess the ancient legacy of the Soul Clan. This is the Emperor-slaying array passed down from the very first Dou Emperor of my clan. The Emperor-slaying ghost bloodblade has truly slain Dou Emperors. Xiao Ze remains calm. For although the Emperor-slaying ghost bloodblade radiates formidable power, it has yet to reveal its true capabilities. Seeing Xiao Ze unfazed, the Soul Emperor grins maliciously, inhaling deeply to consume the remaining energy of the blood pool, restoring his blood energy-infused Dou Emperor form. He then grasps the coalesced bloodblade, which appears in his hand. And to Xiao Ze's astonishment, he thrusts the blood knife into his own heart. The ritual of the blade, with a burst of bloodlight. The might of the Emperor-slaying ghost blood blade reaches its zenith. Xiao Ze, today I shall use my own ritual blade to slay you, declares the Soul Emperor. Yet, it seems you have forgotten, I have not employed my true power from the very beginning, fighting solely with the strength of the stars. Xiao Ze replies in a composed tone. As he gazes upon the Emperor-slaying ghost blood blade, born from the blood of a Dou Emperor, his expression remains serene. Hearing this, the Soul Emperor's countenance shifts slightly, and without further hesitation, he swings the blade towards Xiao Ze. If this is your ultimate move, then today shall mark your downfall. With these words, a golden flame ignites in Xiao Ze's palm. In an instant, countless brilliant golden rays burst forth, as if a magnificent sun were manifesting in the mortal realm, accompanied by a myriad of vibrant colors. Accompanying the Source Emperor flame, which has grown alongside Xiao Ze, is the formidable power of a two-star Dou Emperor. When it manifests, it resembles the arrival of the sun, causing the temperature within a radius of millions of miles to surge by several hundred times. Were it not for the stellar barrier encircling millions of miles that isolates its might, the mere aura emanating from this Source Emperor flame would be sufficient to render the entire central continent barren. The Soul Emperor, positioned closest to Xiao Ze, wore an expression of disbelief, wondering how such immense power could possibly exist. Even his Dou Emperor form struggled to endure the extreme and terrifying heat of the flames. Emperor Flame, devouring the world. In the face of a blade capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, Xiao Ze merely thrusts the Source Emperor flame forward. The sharp blood blade, upon contact with the golden flames, was instantly consumed into nothingness. Following this, the blade of the Soul Slayer, too, could not withstand the might of the Emperor Flames for even a moment before being reduced to void. Impossible. The Soul Emperor bellowed in a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos, despair flooding his heart upon sensing the obliteration of the Soul Slayer. There is nothing impossible. Soul Emperor, you and your Soul Clan shall now draw the curtain on your existence. The Source Emperor flame ascended, igniting the very essence of the Soul Emperor. The colossal Dou Emperor form, towering tens of thousands of feet, blazed with an inferno. The flames that soared into the sky heralded the demise of a Dou Emperor. The Soul Emperor has fallen. Chapter 676, Source Emperor. As the Soul Emperor's very soul was incinerated by the Source Emperor flame, an uproarious cheer erupted from the coalition forces within the stellar barrier in the central continent. Long live Lord Xiao Ze! Lord Xiao Ze, a paragon of righteousness, who saved the central continent from peril. Countless members of the Central Continent Coalition knelt in reverence, paying their utmost respect to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze smiled gently and waved his hand, dispelling the stellar barrier that enveloped the Central Continent Coalition, as well as the surrounding celestial canopy. Then, with a slight lift of his hand, everyone felt a soft power elevating their forms. Each of you has contributed to the safety of the beings of the Central Continent. By eradicating the scourge of the Soul Clan, you all share in this merit. Upon hearing this, the members of the Central Continent Coalition displayed expressions of joy, for this was the personal acknowledgement from a Dou Emperor, a source of great honor. Today, having transcended the Emperor realm and slain the Soul Emperor in the Central Continent. From this day forth, I shall be. Xiao Ze paused momentarily, contemplating his title. To name himself based on power attributes would be overly complex, and using his surname would overlap with the ancient Dou Emperor title of the Xiao Clan. However, as thoughts flashed through his mind, a decision formed. Though his power attributes are intricate, they ultimately belong to the tree of origin. Henceforth, I shall be known as the Source Emperor. As Xiao Ze's voice resonated, the stars echoed in response, proclaiming to the entirety of the Dou Qi Continent the birth of another Dou Emperor after countless millennia. The Central Continent Coalition below bowed in unison. We salute the Source Emperor. Although the origins of Xiao Ze's imperial title remain unclear, it is evident that the fate of the Dou Qi Continent lies firmly in his hands. With a mere wave of his hand, he vanquished the remaining Soul Clan, sealing the void devouring flame. Subsequently, he gracefully descended before the assembled forces of the Central State. Those high-ranking Dou saints whom Xiao Ze had effortlessly healed hurriedly approached him, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Source Emperor, for your timely rescue. There is no need for such formalities. It is thanks to your valiant efforts in buying me time that I was able to arrive and prevent a bloodbath, Xiao Ze replied with a warm smile, cupping his hands in respect to the powerful Dou saints. Their astonishment was palpable. After all, this was a genuine Dou Emperor, a being standing at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. The amiable conversation alone was enough to leave them in awe, let alone the gesture of bowing in gratitude. Uncle Gu Yuan, Xiao Ze greeted with a respectful nod, bringing a radiant smile to Gu Yuan's face. Though he had not achieved the rank of Dou Emperor himself, having a Dou Emperor as a son-in-law was indeed a remarkable accomplishment. After exchanging pleasantries with Gu Yuan, Xiao Ze turned to Uncle Zhu Kuan and said, "You must be the father of Ziyin, Uncle Zhu Kuan. I am Xiao Ze, a close friend of Ziyin. There is no need for such courtesy. I have heard of your deeds from the elders of our clan. Thousands of years ago, I was constrained by the ancient emperor's cave, which led to the misfortunes of the ancient dragon clan. Even my child has been adrift. Without your assistance, she would have endured much suffering. It is I who should be thanking you," Zhu Kuan said, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. "Xiao Ze, you are aware that due to the matters concerning the ancient emperor's cave, Ziyin has not been very close to me, and even seems somewhat resistant to communicating with me. Could you possibly mediate this situation?" Zhu Kuan fidgeted, his demeanor not befitting a renowned 9-star Dou saint, but rather resembling that of a father who has long been separated from his child, seeking the help of his child's friend to mend their relationship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze smiled gently. "Since you have requested my assistance, uncle, I will not refuse." Zhu Kuan's face brightened instantly, yet Xiao Ze shifted the conversation. "However, in this matter, I am ultimately an outsider." Zhu Kuan's expression changed to one of urgency as Xiao Ze raised a hand, signaling him to remain calm. "In my time with Ziyin, I have come to understand that she often appears cold and proud in front of outsiders, yet among friends, she can revert to her true nature, like a child. She treasures friendship and familial bonds deeply. She may simply be unsure of how to approach you, causing her reluctance to communicate. I believe you could speak openly with Ziyin, which may lead to a new opportunity for reconciliation." Zhu Kuan nodded, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. His eyes filled with concern, The profound appreciation that Xian holds for familial and friendly bonds is perhaps a reflection of her own shortcomings as a father. I shall endeavor to give my utmost effort, regardless of her requests. As Xiao Ze declared his imperial title, the entire Dou Qi Continent erupted in fervor. Beyond the central state, all were engrossed in discussions regarding this newly emerged and enigmatic Dou Emperor. However, amidst the vibrant discourse, the central state began to witness the resurgence of war's devastation. Though it was not entirely obliterated by the sole emperor, a significant portion of its regions suffered catastrophic destruction, particularly those once governed by the Sole Alliance. The vast territory over which Xiao Ze battled the Sole Emperor has since been referred to as the Dual Emperor Wilderness. Even after the passage of considerable time, one can still sense the oppressive aura of the Dou Emperor within this desolate expanse, deterring most from venturing into its depths. As for the Xiao Clan, after Xiao Ze ascended to the Dou Emperor realm, it swiftly emerged as the most esteemed ancient race upon the Dou Qi Continent. Each member of the Xiao family experienced a remarkable surge in strength, varying in magnitude based on their proximity to Xiao Ze's bloodline. It is noteworthy that innate talent seemingly influences the extent of this enhancement. For instance, after awakening the Dou Emperor bloodline, Xiao Yan soared to the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint. In the original narrative, the most astonishing elevation following the awakening of the Dou Emperor bloodline was witnessed in Xiao Xiao, who rose from Dou Zong to 8-star Dou Saint. While this may be attributed to her close blood relation with Xiao Yan, one cannot overlook her own extraordinary talent. With her attainment of the 9-star Dou Saint pinnacle, even without considering Xiao Ze's prowess as a Dou Emperor, the Xiao Clan undeniably stands as the foremost ancient race on the continent. After achieving the status of Dou Emperor, Xiao Ze, alongside Xun'er, Medusa, Little Doctor Immortal, Xian, and Qinglin, reunited for a time before seeking out the family. Instead, he first journeyed to the Heavenly Tomb. Within the Heavenly Tomb, Xiao Ze moved silently to the deepest recesses. Upon reaching the tomb of Xiao Xuan, he bowed in reverence, prompting the sudden manifestation of Xiao Xuan's spirit. His gaze upon Xiao Ze was filled with astonishment, as he had not anticipated that the latter would arrive here. Descendant Xiao Ze, I pay my respects to my ancestor. Little one, you have achieved the Dou Emperor status? Xiao Xuan exclaimed, his expression one of sheer amazement. Although he held unwavering faith in Xiao Ze, he had not expected that so little time had passed for Xiao Ze to attain the Dou Emperor realm. Living up to the ancestor's expectations, Xiao Ze vowed not to disgrace his mission. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's affirmative response, Xiao Xuan erupted into hearty laughter, declaring that the solitude and waiting of millennia had been for this very moment. Ancestor, I too have attained the Dou Emperor status. I can now attempt to revive you. Xiao Ze's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in response to his gaze, Xiao Xuan revealed a smile of contentment. Excellent. Chapter 677, The Resurrection of Xiao Xuan. Upon receiving Xiao Xuan's consent, Xiao Ze summoned the primordial imperial flame in his hands and addressed Xiao Xuan. Ancestral Master, this is my primordial imperial flame. Regarded as the foremost flame on the, however, it is uniquely mine. He continued, I shall utilize it in my attempt to resurrect you. So please do not resist its power. Xiao Xuan gazed in astonishment at the primordial imperial flame. Although he had anticipated its significance, the revelation of this golden flame's origins still left him somewhat surprised. It was difficult for him to fathom the extraordinary fortune required to successfully tame the top-ranked, especially given Xiao Ze's current strength. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Xuan encouraged, proceed without any trepidation. Even if it were to fail, it matters not. For my life has been quite eventful. Xiao Ze nodded and fervently channeled the primordial imperial flame, which gradually enveloped Xiao Xuan's energy form. Instantly, Xiao Xuan felt a surge of vibrant life force coursing into his energy body, nurturing his fractured soul. The sensation was akin to soaking in a warm spring, immensely comforting, prompting Xiao Xuan to involuntarily emit a soft hum of satisfaction. This comfort, stemming from the soul itself, was indeed irresistible for someone of Xiao Xuan's stature. After regaining his composure, he looked in astonishment at his energy body. He could distinctly sense that his soul was being completely restored. Although the celestial tomb allowed the deceased to exist within its confines, they remained fundamentally lifeless, their lingering souls fragmented. Yet now, under the warmth of the golden imperial flame, his soul was gradually becoming whole again. Joy illuminated Xiao Xuan's face. In his eyes, this was already a success. As an imperial-level soul, the restoration of his soul's completeness felt akin to resurrection. The only missing element was a physical body, which held little significance for an imperial soul, save for a slight reduction in power. In a complete soul state, Xiao Xuan's combat prowess could reach that of a 9-star Dou Saint, though it fell short of the pinnacle of that level. Suddenly, Xiao Ze clenched his fist, and flames erupted, enveloping Xiao Xian in an overwhelming sense of wholeness, causing him to tremble. The surging power of the soul erupted from Xiao Xian, revealing his imperial-level soul. As Xiao Xian sensed his energy body had transformed into a complete soul body, he declared, "Ancestral Master, I will forge a body for you shortly. And thus our endeavor will be accomplished. Ha! There is no rush. My soul is now complete and no longer tethered to the celestial tomb. I am free to come and go as I please, and I do not feel compelled to acquire a physical form just yet," Xiao Xian replied nonchalantly, displaying a serene disposition regarding his complete resurrection, allowing Xiao Ze to take his time. Hearing this, Xiao Ze smiled and invited, "I implore you, Ancestral Master. Let us depart the celestial tomb and visit the current members of the Xiao Clan." Xiao Xian's expression faltered, revealing a hint of unease. After all, if one were to pinpoint the cause of the Xiao family's decline, he would be the one responsible. Yet, upon encountering Xiao Ze's tranquil gaze, Xiao Xian inexplicably found his composure restored. "Very well, I too wish to behold the present members of the Xiao Clan." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze escorted Xiao Xian to the current abode of the Xiao family, where they reunited with the clan members. After introducing their ancestor to the gathering, Xiao Ze lingered for a while before quietly departing. Upon returning to the alchemist tower, Xiao Ze suddenly sensed a familiar presence, his brow arching in curiosity. In an instant, he found himself within the elder tower. Inside the room, a graceful figure clad in a blue dress was wholly engrossed in arranging Xiao Ze's garments, as if this task were of utmost importance to her. Approaching her, Xiao Ze gently inquired, "Qinglin, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be celebrating?" Startled, Qinglin spun around, lightly patting her chest and casting a playful glare at Xiao Ze. "Young Master Xiao Ze, you startled me. I was merely contemplating that with your ascension to the Dou Emperor, you might soon vacate the Elder Tower, so I came to tidy up for you in advance." Xiao Ze chuckled heartily, stepping closer to Qinglin. "You are far too considerate, my dear. If I were to part from you, I would find no one else to care for me in such a manner." Qinglin's expression shifted slightly, and she stepped closer to Xiao Ze, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Then if young Master Xiao Ze desires me, I shall devote my life to your service." Suppressing her embarrassment, she met Xiao Ze's gaze with unwavering seriousness. Observing her earnest demeanor, Xiao Ze also tempered his mirth, regarding her with equal gravity. "Have you truly decided?" Before he could finish, a delicate finger pressed gently against his lips. "Young Master Xiao Ze, I do not wish to hear your excuses," Qinglin declared softly. In response to her words, Xiao Ze abruptly embraced her slender waist, and in the next moment, the room was illuminated by golden light as the tree of origin emerged from the void, enveloping the chamber in its radiance. With a soft gasp from Qinglin, their forms intertwined. Meanwhile, atop a mountain, Ziyan stretched languidly, her brow furrowing in contemplation as she propped her chin in distress, her somewhat gaunt face betraying a hint of youthful plumpness. She remained uncertain how to navigate her relationship with her father. Just then, she sensed a disturbance behind her and turned to find the source of her vexation. Zhu Kuan stood not far away, rubbing his hands together. And upon meeting Ziyan's gaze, his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing the complexity reflected in Ziyan's eyes, Zhu Kuan felt a pang of regret. A sudden urge to flee surged within him, yet recalling Xiao Ze's words fortified his resolve. "Ziyan, may we converse?" Ziyan parted her lips slightly, lowering her gaze without uttering a word. Zhu Kuan sighed. Although Ziyan did not refuse, neither did she acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to step away from Xiao Ze, as it was Xiao Ze who suggested he seek her out for a discussion. Ziyan's eyes flickered, her lips pursed, yet ultimately, she offered a slight nod. Upon witnessing Ziyan's agreement, a smile blossomed on Zhu Kuan's face, and he swiftly approached her, though he refrained from making any sudden movements, fearful of startling her, simply standing before her. After a moment of silence, Zhu Kuan finally found his voice, albeit hoarsely. "Ziyan, I am sorry." The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, with Ziyan's emotions fluctuating. Yet she eventually regained her composure. After a prolonged silence, Ziyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Zhu Kuan, who appeared eager to draw nearer, yet hesitant. In a spontaneous gesture, Ziyan reached out, encircling his arm, and softly uttered, "Father." Hearing her words, Zhu Kuan's smile widened to the point of nearly reaching his ears. Good daughter. It is I who am at fault. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to speak." Chapter 678, The Age of Alchemy. Ziyan, upon hearing Zhu Kuan's words, offered a gentle smile, rolling her eyes slightly as she replied, "Father, I am now the dragon monarch of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. I want for nothing." Zhu Kuan was momentarily taken aback, yet his smile grew ever more radiant. Ziyan no longer rejected their relationship. Rather, she willingly acknowledged him as her father. Yes, My daughter is indeed the dragon monarch of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Anyone who dares deny it shall face my wrath first. Zhu Yuan eagerly flattered her, eliciting a somewhat exasperated smile from Xian. Zhu Yuan was uncertain how to navigate their relationship, and in truth, Xian was equally unsure how to interact with her father. Despite the profound blood bond that exceeded many earthly connections, Zhu Yuan had not been present during Xian's upbringing. Thus, although she had witnessed and heard of various father-daughter dynamics, she felt a sense of bewilderment when faced with the reality. Xian fell into a brief silence, while Zhu Yuan, somewhat troubled, ran a hand through his hair. Xian, now possessing the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix and serving as the dragon monarch of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, could be said to want for nothing. However, due to his desire for the opportunities presented by the Dou Qi ancient emperor, Xian had endured numerous tribulations throughout her growth, and Zhu Yuan felt an urgent need to offer her some form of compensation. Yet, as her father, he found himself lacking in what he could provide. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Zhu Yuan as he turned to Xian and tentatively inquired, "My dear, do you harbor feelings for Xiao Ze?" Xian's face briefly betrayed a hint of fluster, but she quickly responded, "Father, why do you bring this up all of a sudden?" Noticing her reaction, Zhu Yuan's heart was already filled with understanding. "Patient daughter, wait here. I shall go find Xiao Ze." Zhu Yuan immediately made a motion to leave, but Xian hurriedly grasped his arm, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she implored, "Wait, father, where are you going? Are you attempting to arrange a marriage? To pressure a powerful Dou emperor into such a union?" Upon hearing her words, Zhu Yuan came to his senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was rare for his daughter to express a desire for something, and he had momentarily lost himself in the excitement. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I am not pressuring anyone into marriage. I merely wish to see if I can discuss matters with him. Father, please stay put. I can handle my own affairs." Xian insisted, pulling Zhu Yuan back with a hint of exasperation. Noticing that Zhu Yuan was about to protest further, she added, half threateningly, "If you act recklessly and jeopardize any chance I have with Xiao Ze, then I shall no longer acknowledge you." All right, I won't do anything." Zhu Yuan responded in a fluster, eager to maintain the fragile rapport he had established with his daughter. Unbeknownst to him, the exchange between Zhu Yuan and Xian was lost on Xiao Ze. After a while, he stretched lazily and departed from the Elder Tower. Qinglin had effectively absorbed Dou Emperor blood essence and was currently refining it. After this process, it was anticipated that even within the Dou Saint realm, its strength would see a notable enhancement. As Xiao Ze wandered through the Pill Tower, it radiated an extraordinary vitality. Although the Pill Tower boasted a long-standing legacy, it had never before had a Dou Emperor as its support. This moment marked a historical milestone, a genuine Dou Emperor emerging from within the Pill Tower. Countless alchemists within the Pill Tower walked with their heads held high, brimming with pride. Meanwhile, the subsequent matters concerning the Central State allied forces and other factions were entrusted to others to manage, as it would be improper to burden the Dou Emperor with such trivialities. Naturally, the Xiao Clan was more involved this time, not merely in managing affairs, but also in the distribution of benefits. The resources left behind by the Soul Clan were not insignificant, and acquiring them could bolster the long-declined foundation of the Xiao Clan. However, these matters bore little relevance to Xiao Ze. At his current level, the resources in the Dou Qi Continent that could truly captivate him were exceedingly rare. Instead, his mind was preoccupied with another ambition he had harbored for quite some time, to unify the art of alchemy. Back then, his skills and strength were insufficient to pursue such an endeavor, but now, with his mastery in 9th-grade golden elixirs and his Dou Emperor-level prowess, he possessed the means to advocate for this vision with conviction. After a brief discussion with the Pill Tower representatives, an invitation was extended to numerous Dou Saints, and a comprehensive reorganization of the Holy Pill City commenced. Before long, the people across the Dou Qi Continent would hear the resounding echoes of the stars, as Xiao Ze's voice reverberated throughout the land. "I am the source of the Emperor," reminiscing about the glorious era of alchemy in ancient times. Although I have not personally experienced it, I have long yearned for it. Reflecting on the past and embarking on the path of alchemy, I find that despite the multitude of alchemical techniques available, I have been hindered by sectarian barriers from mastering them. Now, having achieved the status of a 9th-grade alchemist, I wish to impart the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life, ensuring that every alchemist on the Dou Qi Continent has the opportunity to learn the profound arts of alchemy. I aspire to plant the tree of teachings across the 9 regions of the continent, allowing alchemists from each domain to come forth and receive my legacy of alchemical mastery. Xiao Ze's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire Dou Qi Continent, prompting those who heard him to engage in deep contemplation, with some revealing expressions of unrestrained joy. This was indeed the teaching of the alchemical arts from a Dou Di master. Following his proclamation, Xiao Ze directly removed 9 roots from the source tree, piercing through the void and soaring towards the 9 major regions of the Dou Qi Continent. The other 7 regions were chosen at random by Xiao Ze, while the Northwest Continent and Central State were treated differently. In the Northwest, the Tree of Teachings was planted near the Canaan Academy in Tianming City. In Central State, it was planted within the inner domain of Holy Dan City. In an instant, an immensely colossal golden tree sprouted, its shade nearly enveloping the entire inner domain. A warm, pale golden light cascaded down, illuminating all beneath it and soothing their very souls. This was the reason the Dan Tower sought the assistance of the Dou masters to mobilize their resources within Holy Dan City. This was an object of teaching bestowed by a Dou master. Failing to secure its placement within Holy Dan City would be a grievous oversight. Before their demise, the Dou masters of the Dan Tower would surely regret missing such a monumental opportunity. Upon hearing the requests of the Dou masters, Xiao Ze did not refuse. After all, the Dan Tower had indeed aided him significantly, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. He had initially intended to plant the tree near Holy Dan City, but the fervent insistence of the Dou masters led him to plant it directly within the inner domain of the city. As he gazed upon the magnificent Tree of Teachings, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. The prosperous era of alchemy created by ancient alchemists has been recounted through generations. Yet perhaps he could forge an even more flourishing era of alchemy with his own hands. Of course, Xiao Ze was not solely acting for the benefit of others. The alchemical arts of the Dou Qi Continent possess unique qualities that stand out even in the vast world. The alchemical techniques of the Endless Fire region are unrivaled, having earned its place as one of the 3 great sanctuaries of alchemy in the greater world. By promoting the alchemical arts now, Xiao Ze is also laying the groundwork for the development of his influence in the vast world in the future. Chapter 679, Ziyan, Admi. The vast world is a battlefield of myriad paths, with alchemical practices as numerous as the stars. Amidst this multitude, the alchemical arts of the Dou Qi Continent can indeed be regarded as possessing distinctive qualities. Under the development fostered by Xiao Yan, the Endless Fire region has emerged as one of the 3 great sanctuaries of alchemy in the vast world. Certainly, the extent of Xiao Yan's contribution to the advancement of alchemy remains uncertain. The intention behind reviving the golden age of alchemy on the Dou Qi Continent is to cultivate a multitude of alchemists. After all, even if Xiao Ze possesses unparalleled skills in concocting elixirs, he cannot single-handedly satisfy the demands of the myriad factions in the vast world. A substantial number of alchemists are essential as a foundation. The path of cultivation in this grand world emphasizes the accumulation of resources. It is evident that upon reaching the celestial sovereign realm, the pace at which a lone wanderer can gather resources is insufficient to meet their own needs. This is why nearly every celestial sovereign, upon achieving their status, either establishes their own faction to seize control of a continent and harness its resources for their cultivation, or they join ancient powers, offering their services in exchange for the resources necessary for their advancement. The resources required for cultivation at the celestial sovereign level are immensely vast, making it nearly impossible for a solitary celestial sovereign to fulfill their own needs. For instance, upon reaching the celestial sovereign level, the protagonist Mu Chun requires an astonishing 700 million units of supreme spirit liquid annually. Similarly, after attaining the celestial sovereign status, Jiu Yu also acquires 400 million units of supreme spirit liquid for cultivation. Despite the significant acceleration of Xiao Ze's cultivation speed, bolstered by numerous innate talents, he remains uncertain if his rapid advancement can keep pace with the ever-increasing consumption of resources required for ascension. Thus, cultivating a large number of alchemists will facilitate the acquisition of supreme spirit liquid more effortlessly. Following the planting of the Dao tree, many formidable individuals departed from the Holy Dan City under the arrangements of the Dan Tower, heading to the other 8 regions of the Dou Qi Continent to maintain order around the Dao tree. After all, the Dou Qi Continent still operates under the principle of the survival of the fittest. Should any faction seize control of the Dao tree, Xiao Ze's plans would be rendered futile. In the face of immense profits, even the deterrence of Dou level experts may not prevent some from daring to seize the opportunity. Many fail to comprehend the might of Dou experts and mistakenly believe that distance affords them impunity. In reality, should Xiao Ze wish to intervene, he could span vast distances to assert control. However, he prefers not to handle every matter personally. Hence, he conferred with the Dan Tower to dispatch powerful individuals to maintain order. Furthermore, the Dan Tower has resources allocated for those strong individuals venturing to remote areas. For instance, the descendants or family members of those powerful beings may gain entry into the Dan Tower for cultivation, and they will also have priority access to rare treasures. With the Dao tree secured, Xiao Ze prepares to attend to his own affairs. With a flicker of his form, he sets off towards the ancient realm, ready to make arrangements for the matters he had previously promised Xun'er and the others. Now that matters have settled, any further delay would not only cause discontent among Xun'er and the others, but would also weigh heavily on Xiao Ze's conscience. However, upon returning to the Dan Tower, he received an invitation to visit the ancient Dragon Island. Within a secluded temple on Dragon Island, Ziyin sat nervously in a chair, her palms clenched and then released in anxious succession. She recalled the news relayed to her by Xun'er and the group, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This opportunity, if not seized promptly, might forever hinder the advancement of her relationship with Xiao Ze. Thus, she hastily reached out to him, requesting his presence on Dragon Island for a discussion. In the resplendent temple, a shimmering silhouette suddenly materialized, coalescing into the form of Xiao Ze. Observing the visibly anxious Ziyin, he couldn't help but smile and asked, "What troubles you? Did your conversation with Uncle Zhu Kun not go well?" Upon hearing Xiao Ze's inquiry, Ziyin felt a warmth in her heart. Despite his ascension to the rank of Dou Emperor, Xiao Ze remained unchanged, still concerned for her well-being upon their reunion. "No. I heard from Xun'er that you plan to undertake your grand wedding ceremony with her soon," Ziyin replied, her previous bold demeanor giving way to a rare shyness. Xiao Ze nodded in response. Such significant matters naturally required consultation with elders. The proper formalities must be observed, and he was on his way to discuss arrangements with the ancient clan and Gu Yuan. "Could I possibly be included?" Ziyin asked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Ze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Clearly, Xun'er had interceded on her behalf. He stepped closer, gently taking her small hand and ruffling her hair, chuckling. "What do you mean by included? Matters of marriage are not to be taken so lightly." A flicker of unease crossed Ziyin's face, prompting her to hastily explain. "I am a magical beast. Among magical beasts, there are not so many formalities." Xiao Ze, however, let his hand slide from her head to cup her cheek. "Do not be anxious. This matter was initially intended to be approached one step at a time, but it seems the timing is quite favorable now. Ziyin, you are aware of my circumstances, so I will not elaborate further. If you are willing to accept, would you join me in a lifelong partnership as husband and wife?" Before Xiao Ze could finish his sentence, Ziyin swiftly covered his mouth, her eyes shimmering with tears as she declared, "I agree. I accept. I love you." In an explosive surge of energy, Ziyin launched herself toward Xiao Ze in a passionate kiss. Feeling the softness of her lips, Xiao Ze wrapped his arms around her waist. In the next moment, their figures flashed, and they found themselves in Ziyin's chamber. Golden light surged forth, as the roots of the primordial tree isolated them from the outside world, creating a unique sanctuary solely for the two of them. Days later, amidst the witness of various influential forces across the continent, Xiao Ze celebrated the grandest wedding, marrying 5 extraordinary beauties. As Xun'er, Medusa, Little Medicine Fairy, Qinglin, and Ziyin donned the most resplendent and opulent wedding attire, they stood amidst a multitude of witnesses to unite in matrimony with Xiao Ze. The formidable forces represented by Xiao Ze, at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor level, now boasted 5 esteemed matriarchs. A plethora of sincere blessings were bestowed upon them, while countless envious gazes from women were directed towards Xun'er and her companions, yearning for the favor of the esteemed Source Emperor. In a realm where the Dou Emperor stands as the epitome of power, it is said that if Xiao Ze so desired, he could easily command a harem of 3,000 beauties. After all, in this world, where strength reigns supreme, a Dou Emperor could proclaim his intention to take a bride, and an abundance of exceptional women would willingly offer themselves. It is no exaggeration to assert that those eager to devote themselves could be found from Central Continent to the Northwest. In this era, Xiao Ze is destined to shine as the most radiant star. Chapter 680. Preparation to journey to the grand world. Time swiftly passed, marking over a year since Xiao Ze's wedding. During this time, Xiao Ze devoted himself to cultivation while also embarking on journeys across the continent with Xun'er and the other 4, compensating for the moments previously sacrificed to his training. The most significant transformations in the Dou Qi Continent were not among the various factions, but rather within the realm of alchemy. In the Northwest Continent, an elderly man with hair as white as snow walked along a mountain path, accompanied by a delicate young girl. Though the girl appeared tidy and well-groomed, traces of weariness could be discerned in her expression. Nevertheless, she did not complain but steadfastly remained by the old man's side. Upon reaching a mountaintop and gazing into the distance at a patch of black earth, excitement flickered in the elderess eyes. Had they finally arrived? The legendary alchemical inheritance of the Source Emperor. With a deep breath, the old man knelt slightly to speak gently to the girl. "Xiao Lingxian, your grandfather, once lacked the ability to find you a teacher in alchemy. Now that the great Source Emperor has bestowed the alchemical legacy, we need no longer beseech those proud and obstinate alchemists. At last, we have not squandered your gifted talent. Ling Xian gazed up at the old man with her large, watery eyes and nodded earnestly. Grandpa, rest assured, I will surely accept the alchemical inheritance of the Source Emperor. The old man smiled with satisfaction, taking Ling Xuan's hand as they approached the expanse of black soil. It is said that atop this black land in the northwest continent lies the tree of transmission left by the Source Emperor. There, those possessing the potential to become alchemists can receive the legacy of the Source Emperor. The scarcity of alchemists in the Dou Qi Continent primarily stems from the stringent conditions required to become one. Not only must one possess a hint of wood power within their fire affinity, but they must also have a qualified soul perception. These two prerequisites alone are enough to exclude the vast majority of individuals from the Dou Qi Continent. Yet, despite possessing the qualifications to become an alchemist, many potential alchemists remain undiscovered. The challenge lies in the arduous journey of becoming an alchemist, which, aside from the consumption of alchemical materials, demands substantial financial support. The foremost requirement is to find a mentor. Mastery of alchemy cannot be achieved merely by studying recipes or notes. It necessitates a teacher who can guide one through the nuances of utilizing spiritual perception, controlling flames, and refining medicinal herbs. These skills require the wisdom of a mentor. Furthermore, each alchemist has limited energy and cannot take on numerous disciples, and many are simply unwilling to accept apprentices. Consequently, despite the abundance of seeds capable of blossoming into skilled alchemists, they remain barred from entry by this formidable threshold. Currently, the Tree of Enlightenment cultivated by Xiao Ze aims to address this predicament. As Xiao Ze steps into the realm of Dou Emperor with the aid of the Origin Tree, his capabilities within this world surpass ordinary imagination. Even the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Saint cannot fathom the might of a Dou Emperor. Utilizing the roots of the primordial tree, Xiao Ze can effortlessly manifest myriad thoughts, imparting knowledge to those promising seeds destined to become alchemists with remarkable ease. Moreover, regarding materials, with the aid of the original roots, Xiao Ze can project the Origin Emperor flame across the entire Dou Qi continent. Even if the projected flame's power is but a billionth of its true strength, its effects far exceed those of ordinary exotic fires. The elder, accompanied by Ling Xian, ventured deep into the black earth until joy surged within him upon sighting an immense city. Upon witnessing the Heavenly Alliance city, he felt a surge of elation. Realizing that the Tree of Enlightenment was not far off, the elder expressed his delight, noticing many others, like them, moving in the same direction. He and Ling Xian followed suit. Soon, they beheld an unforgettable sight, a colossal golden tree, seemingly reaching the heavens, standing at the horizon's edge. This golden tree appeared to support a golden realm above. Beneath this golden expanse lay an orderly array of houses, with people bustling to and fro, entering and exiting. No one dared to cause a disturbance within these premises, as the majority were alchemists. Yet, unlike the proud alchemists the elder had previously encountered, these individuals bore a different demeanor. It could be said that the noble stature of the alchemist profession had been thoroughly dismantled by Xiao Ze's singular influence. Those who once cherished their alchemical skills found themselves humbled upon witnessing the vastness and profundity of the alchemical techniques inherited by Xiao Ze. In comparison to the alchemical legacy of the Origin Emperor, their own skills appeared as commonplace as weeds found by the roadside. With a heart filled with reverence, the elder led Ling Xian to the vicinity of the golden tree, where they were promptly informed of the local customs. The elder diligently took notes, and soon wished to offer some gifts, only to be gently declined by the informant. Feeling somewhat awkward, the elder hoped to leverage his own character and dealings to secure some advantages for his granddaughter, but he soon realized that such practices were not the norm here. Once a small cabin became available, the elder watched as his granddaughter entered it. In another cabin, a black-robed alchemist was extracting several seeds, channeling his fighting spirit. He activated the jade platform within the cabin, which ignited with flames of gold interspersed with hints of green. The alchemist placed the seeds into the flames and infused them with his own fighting spirit, gradually revealing the flame's formidable power. To his astonishment, the seeds began to sprout, transforming into aged medicinal herbs. Indeed, the divine fire of the Source Emperor was extraordinary, even as a mere projection. It exhibited the same catalytic effects as the 5th-ranked ethereal fire on the spirit flame list, capable of nurturing rare materials. However, the alchemist's complexion soon turned pale as his fighting spirit dwindled. The projection fire was indeed a significant consumer of energy, and he realized that next time, he must invite some companions to assist in stoking the flames. As he contemplated the fading projection fire, his eyes brimmed with utmost reverence. For he too had risen from humble beginnings as an alchemist. Within the Tree of Transcendence, there resided the teachings of Xiao Ze, along with the projection of the Source Emperor's flame, which could catalyze medicinal materials and serve as the initial flame for alchemists. with teachers, materials, and flames in abundance. It could be said that anyone possessing the aptitude for alchemy could refine their skills into those of a true alchemist, given they devoted time and effort at the Tree of Transcendence. This could be seen as a trace left by Xiao Ze before his departure from the continent of fighting spirits. In the central state, Xiao Ze and his companions, having traversed much of the continent, returned to the space created by Xiao Ze himself. He sensed that his strength had reached a plateau. With progress in the continent of fighting spirits becoming exceedingly slow, it was clear that he must venture into the vast world beyond. Xiao Ze planned to utilize the foundational space of a lower realm to directly access the Great Thousand World. Since the passage from the continent of fighting spirits was sealed, he resolved to take another route through a different lower realm to reach the Great Thousand World. Chapter 681. Assimilation of Spiritual Power. Xiao Ze chose not to tear open the dimensional passage from the continent of fighting spirits to the Great Thousand World. Although, with his current strength, he could indeed force open such a passage, he reconsidered and decided against it. Despite the presence of source energy within the dimensional passage, the sudden disappearance of the ancient fighting emperor alongside the sealing of the passage had severed access to the source energy. There might be lurking dangers in this situation. After all, the closure of the dimensional passage, while severing the source of energy and hindering the nine-star Dou Saint from advancing further, has rendered the Dou Qi Continent somewhat insular. However, this very closure may also serve to keep at bay certain perils capable of annihilating the Dou Qi Continent, preventing their entry into this realm. It is evident that only those of Emperor Dou rank and above possess the capability to effect such a seal. And given the arduous nature of the breakthrough to Emperor Dou as evidenced by the ancient Tuoshi, it is likely that the ancient Dou emperors were responsible for this closure. Their collective disappearance in a single night suggests a desperate measure to fend off an exceedingly terrifying entity. Xiao Ze is acutely aware of the existence of the extraterrestrial evil clan. 14,000 years ago, under the leadership of the immortal emperor, the vast world endured a harrowing victory at a tremendous cost to safeguard itself. The vanishing of the ancient Dou emperors coincided precisely with those millennia, a time when the Dou emperors, although merely at the supreme realm, were not confined to that level alone. Upon transcending to the vast world, their power would inevitably see an enhancement. It is conceivable that the incursion of the extraterrestrial evil clan compelled those formidable beings from the Dou Qi Continent to return, summoning the Dou emperors to the vast world to collectively resist the invasion. Concurrently, to protect the Dou Qi Continent, the dimensional passage was sealed, preventing the extraterrestrial evil clan from discovering this lower realm, thus averting catastrophe for its inhabitants. Standing atop the mountain peak, Xiao Ze pondered the enigma surrounding the disappearance of the ancient Dou emperors, forming some conjectures. Perhaps, 50,000 years ago, the vast world was indeed in such dire straits that even the warriors of the lower realms were summoned. Although the vast world ultimately proclaimed its victory in that cataclysm, the objective outcome reveals that it suffered a grievous defeat, losing half of its territory to the demonic domains, now under the dominion of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Countless beings from the vast world were enslaved, reduced to mere livestock for sustenance. This paints a stark picture of the dire shortage of fighting power at that time, necessitating the summoning of even the supreme realm from the lower dimensions. It is worth noting that the vast world was not devoid of means to consolidate collective strength into a formidable force. The battle array masters, having evolved from the spirit array practitioners, represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the war against the extraterrestrial evil clan, capable of harnessing the power of millions to forge an immense strength. Upon this realization, a wry smile crept across Xiao Ze's face. For it is evident that during the great tribulation of the vast world, even the supreme realm was but cannon fodder. While the supreme realm could utilize the methods of the battle array masters to gather the strength of millions and inscribe battle runes of immense magnitude to rival the heavenly supremes, those beneath the supreme realm scarcely counted as even fodder. Thus, the disappearance of the ancient Dou emperors should be closely tied to the invasion of the extraterrestrial evil clan. Xiao Ze remains uncertain whether his speculations truly reflect the reality of that long-ago upheaval. However, given the speculations, Xiao Ze would refrain from deliberately tearing open a dimensional passage. This protection was bestowed upon the Dou Qi Continent by the ancient ancestors. Unless the seal were to unravel on its own, Xiao Ze stood atop the mountain peak for a moment, having meticulously arranged everything prior to his arrival. At present, there were no other Dou emperors on the Dou Qi Continent aside from him. Although Xiao Yan was undergoing the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi, he would not be able to ascend to Dou Emperor status so swiftly. As for others, Xun'er and her companions had either reached the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Saint or were nearing it. Such prowess was ill-suited for accompanying him on adventures in the vast world. Should he venture into the vast world alone, he might still muster the strength to confront dangers. However, should he enter alongside companions, any unforeseen circumstances leading to their dispersion would render it difficult to render assistance in times of peril. It would be more prudent for Xiao Ze to explore the vast world first. The Tree of Transmission would retain Xiao Ze's intentions, alleviating concerns that it would fall into paralysis and cease to instruct the alchemists upon his departure. Moreover, Xiao Ze had left a spark of the origin imperial flame, ample for the alchemist's use. After all, their utilization of the origin imperial flame was merely a projection of fire, not a true consumption of its power. Even when harnessing the origin imperial flame to cultivate medicinal materials, it consumed their own Dou Qi. After casting one last glance at the Dou Qi Continent, an ethereal space slowly materialized beside Xiao Ze, enveloping his form. Through this ethereal space, a primordial tree that upheld the world could be seen. This was Xiao Ze's manifestation of the origin space, enabling his entry into the vast world through this dimension. As Xiao Ze's figure gradually faded within the ethereal space, the space itself transformed entirely into motes of light. In the Xiao realm, within an ancient and elegant courtyard, 5 enchanting women of unparalleled beauty sat around a table, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, as if sensing something, they fell into a synchronized silence, gazing into the distance. They instinctively touched the roots of the primordial tree in their palms, feeling its warmth, which alleviated much of their concern. As long as the power of Xiao Ze persisted within the roots of the primordial tree, they would remain informed of his circumstances. Xun'er and her companions exchanged no further words, simply gazing quietly into the distance. Following the sensation of the primordial tree roots, they knew that direction marked the final traces left by Xiao Ze on the Dou Qi Continent. In the vast world, on Tianluo Continent, one of the 10 supercontinents, lay the North region, a territory devoid of dominant powers due to its excessive chaos. Not only was it tumultuous, but its resources were also somewhat barren, rendering it unappealing to those dominant forces. Suddenly, a rift tore through space, and even the residual fluctuations of that spatial disturbance revealed the terrifying nature of the entity that had caused it. A figure plummeted from a rift, crashing violently onto the desolate peaks of an uninhabited mountain. Instantly, the earth fissured, cracks extending for miles. With a gasp, Xiao Ze's complexion turned ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His internal condition was dire. An overwhelming force of spatial energy relentlessly tore at his body. Did every soul who transcended from the lower realms into the vast world encounter such a tempest of space? Xiao Ze pondered, recalling that since his journey began, he had never sustained such grievous injuries. The memory of a cataclysmic storm, vast beyond comprehension, surged in his mind, prompting him to close his eyes and reveal a wry smile. It was no wonder that so few from the lower realms succeeded in breaking into the great world. Should one encounter such a spatial storm, even those at the threshold of the Emperor of Combat would face certain death. As Xiao Ze reflected, he suddenly sensed the energy of the universe converging upon him. The energy within him was being assimilated. Chapter 682, Mandala. On the Tianlu continent. In the northern domain, Xiao Ze felt the celestial energy infiltrating his being, and his expression shifted slightly. Although he understood that this was the spiritual energy assimilating his combat aura, the nature of the celestial energy in the great world differed from that of the Dou Qi Continent. It was spiritual essence. The combat aura cultivated on the Dou Qi Continent would transform into a purer form of spiritual energy upon entering the great world. Under normal circumstances, knowing this transformation would benefit his evolution, Xiao Ze would certainly not resist. However, he had just endured a storm of spatial magnitude comparable to that of the lower realms. His injuries were severe, and his body was ravaged by chaotic spatial forces. It was precisely a time when he required energy to suppress his wounds. Yet the process of assimilation had already commenced. In the midst of Xiao Ze's distress, a thought suddenly emerged. This phenomenon of spiritual energy assimilation is benign. It is a necessary experience for the strong who ascend from lower realms to the great world. Though the thought lacked specific language, it conveyed a general meaning. After all, the languages of the great world and the lower realms were not the same. Xiao Ze abruptly lifted his gaze toward the distance. Hundreds of feet away, a girl clad in a black dress perched upon a branch, her golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Despite her seemingly harmless appearance, Xiao Ze felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. She was a formidable being far beyond his strength. Struggling to rise, Xiao Ze refrained from immediately associating her with any familiar figure. The vastness of the great world was overwhelming. Even half-occupied territories housed countless continents, each colossal in scale, rivaling the largest realms of the lower worlds. Within such a vast domain, the myriad of life forms was as numerous as the stars, numbering in the billions. The little girl possessing such striking features could number in the millions, if not more. However, the scope of her power, which even posed a threat to Xiao Ze himself, was considerably limited, leading him to form some conjectures. Yet, he refrained from making any decisive actions and instead engaged in a mental exchange. Thank you for your guidance. As I am new here, I understand that this is an experience I must undergo, yet I am uncertain of how to navigate it. The girl in the black dress displayed a fleeting hesitation, gazing at Xiao Ze from afar, seemingly attuning to something. Ultimately, she rose and transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy, appearing before him. She retrieved a jade slip from her Qian Kuan bracelet and handed it to Xiao Ze, gesturing for him to utilize it. Xiao Ze reached out to accept it, and as his soul energy permeated the slip, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. With his formidable spiritual strength, he swiftly grasped a new language, the common tongue of the vast universe. Thank you, Xiao Ze said, bowing respectfully. The girl in the black dress appraised Xiao Ze from head to toe. Under normal circumstances, the assimilation of spiritual energy would bear no adverse effects. However, given his current state of injury, such assimilation would only strip him of his strength, hindering his ability to contain his internal wounds. You have two choices. Either expel the residual spatial energy within you and heal your injuries before undergoing spiritual energy assimilation, or the reverse. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ze nodded. Might I ask if you could assist me in this matter? The girl in the black dress did not respond directly, but instead inquired. Which method do you intend to choose? If you are willing to assist, I would prefer the first option. She nodded, extending her delicate, ethereal hand, her spiritual energy radiating and enveloping Xiao Ze. I have temporarily confined the spiritual energy around you, halting the process of your assimilation. Xiao Ze's face brightened at her words, and he bowed in gratitude. He then settled into a meditative position, suppressing the spatial energy within him. Of course, he remained cautious, refraining from entering into a profound state of cultivation. After a considerable amount of time, Xiao Ze finally managed to expel the residual spatial energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes, finding the girl in the black dress perched on a branch of a nearby tree. Thank you for your guidance and protection, esteemed one. The girl, with her golden eyes, fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Ze and remarked, my assistance is not without reason. Please, esteemed one, speak freely. I shall comply with any request within my capabilities. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ze felt a sense of relief. If someone were to extend such kindness without cause, it would indeed raise his suspicions. In my perception, there seems to be a force within you that could be of use to me. Xiao Ze's expression shifted slightly as he cautiously inquired, what do you mean by useful? Am I to encounter an ancient being capable of seizing the powers of others so soon after arriving in this vast universe? I require your strength to assist me in resolving a conundrum. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us focus on the assimilation of spiritual energy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Ze nodded in agreement. Although the souls in the imperial realm exhibit diminished discernment of good and evil when confronted with beings of superior realms, he sensed no malice emanating from the girl in the black dress. Under her guidance, Xiao Ze commenced the process of spiritual assimilation, transforming his battle energy into a purer form of spiritual power. As he entered a meditative state, the girl's golden pupils revealed a flicker of surprise. The amount of spiritual energy required for Xiao Ze's assimilation unexpectedly stirred the elemental energies of the entire mountain range. Contemplating the situation, the girl retrieved a jade vial from her spatial bracelet, containing droplets of exquisitely pure energy that radiated a brilliant light, none other than the esteemed supreme spiritual liquid, the most coveted elixir among practitioners in the vast world. Even a single ordinary drop of this liquid necessitates a month of refinement by a one-star supreme. Removing the vial's cork, the supreme spiritual liquid cascaded forth like a river towards Xiao Ze. As this luminous stream enveloped him, the speed of his spiritual assimilation surged remarkably. Observing Xiao Ze devour the elixir like a voracious beast, the girl could not help but shake her head slightly, pondering whether her investment would yield a grievous loss. Yet, she trusted her instincts. This formidable individual, having broken free from a lower realm, surely possessed the power to aid her in overcoming her curse. Even a mere suppression of her affliction would significantly improve her circumstances. Time passed swiftly, and within a span of over 10 days, the surging spiritual energy within Xiao Ze flowed like an expansive river. The transformation of the internal spiritual energy had been completed. However, the conversion of the source space would require a protracted duration. After all, it was an entire world, and the time and energy needed to fully refine its essence into pure spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Fortunately, with the internal spiritual energy already transformed, he need not fear entering a state of assimilation during battle, and he would retain considerable combat capability. Thank you, esteemed one. In the earlier urgency, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Xiao Ze, hailing from a lower realm known as the Dou Qi Continent, he said, sensing the changes within him as he clasped his hands in respect towards the girl in the black dress. Despite her youthful appearance, the power radiating from her commanded his utmost respect. From her delicate lips, she slowly uttered a name, Mandala. Chapter 683, The Curse. The name that the girl in the black dress spoke elicited both surprise and an undeniable sense of expectation in Xiao Ze. For he had previously surmised that such an appearance must not be rare in the vast world, likely numbering in the millions, if not hundreds of thousands. However, if one were to augment such an appearance with a power that could instill an extreme sense of threat, even in Xiao Ze, the realm of conjecture would be significantly narrowed. For only those of the supreme realm, that is, the Earth's sovereign or even the celestial sovereign, could evoke such a profound sense of peril in Xiao Ze. These two tiers of formidable beings are undoubtedly regarded as titans in the vast universe. In lesser continents, they could easily secure a prominent position, commanding territories spanning millions of miles. Though it may seem that Earth sovereigns and celestial sovereigns emerge in abundance during the latter stages of the Great Dominator, the reality is that, amongst the countless sentient beings in the vast universe, the number of those who rise to become Earth sovereigns or celestial sovereigns is exceedingly scarce. The probability of such powerful entities coming into existence is even more disheartening compared to the continent of fighting spirits. Elder Mandala, may I now speak of that matter you previously mentioned? If it is within my capability, I shall exert every effort. Mandala nodded slightly and replied softly, in truth, I too have merely sensed something. Whether it can assist me remains uncertain. As she spoke, a subtle change crossed her countenance, and a fleeting shadow of pain emerged on her previously serene face. Such a transformation certainly caught Xiao Ze's attention. Elder Mandala? A hint of hesitation flickered across Mandala's face. After all, their time together had been brief, making it challenging to foster profound trust. Yet, considering the disparity in their powers, a semblance of resolution began to form within her. Noticing the hesitation on Mandala's face, Xiao Ze pondered for a moment and said, Elder Mandala, I, Xiao Ze, am not one to be ungrateful. You have provided me with immense assistance since my arrival, regardless of your intentions. I am aware that such a short span of time makes it difficult for you to place your trust in me, but I vow upon the great path I pursue that my heart harbors no ulterior motives beyond repaying your kindness. With a flicker of golden light in her eyes, Mandala ultimately nodded. Do not resist. I shall take you to my secluded place of cultivation. Transforming into a beam of light, Mandala appeared before Xiao Ze. Her diminutive hand rested gently on his shoulder, and in an instant, they became a shimmering light, soaring towards the horizon. In the Daluo heavenly domain, two ethereal figures of spiritual energy swept past countless guardians and entered a grand hall deep within. The spiritual forms coalesced into a figure clad in a black gown and another in a white robe. With a delicate tap of her toes, Mandala ascended to her seat in the hall, turning to face Xiao Ze, her skirt billowing, golden pupils reflecting his silhouette. For a moment, she found herself momentarily entranced. Due to the curse within her, Mandala had long been in a state of slumber, yet she had suddenly sensed an unusual opportunity. Following this sensation, she arrived at a desolate mountain in the Daluo heavenly domain, where she discovered Xiao Ze's presence. She sensed within Xiao Ze a power capable of suppressing the curse that resided in her body, prompting Mandala to take her earlier actions. The curse within me is a tormenting affliction, one that renders existence more agonizing than death itself. Mandala spoke softly, indicating that the curse inflicts extreme suffering upon the cursed at every moment. Such agony can torment even a formidable being of the 9th rank to the point of utter despair. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze's expression grew grave. He was profoundly alarmed by the sheer horror of such a curse. After all, the pain inflicted by the curse could drive a 9th rank supreme to madness, illustrating the terrifying might of the curse itself. According to Xiao Ze's estimations, once the primordial tree fully transforms its spiritual energy, he would equate to an 8th rank supreme. However, once the transformation is complete, his combat prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. With the myriad powers of the primordial tree, even a 9th rank supreme could likely be subdued with ease. At present, with his spiritual energy transformed, he functions at the level of a typical 8th rank supreme. Yet, lacking divine abilities, sacred artifacts, and a supreme physical form, he found himself at a disadvantage in combat. The primary concern remained the supreme physical form. One of the hallmarks of supreme mastery, the power it could unleash was exceedingly formidable. Xiao Ze pondered deeply about his own supreme physical form. After all, it was quite rare for an 8th rank supreme like him to lack such a form in the vast realms. This situation typically arose only for those formidable beings who had broken free from constraints in lower realms, like himself. In contrast, other supreme beings in the vast realms, even without a ninth-rank supreme physical form, would exhaust every conceivable method to forge a unique supreme physical form. Should a supreme physical form be merely condensed from one's own spiritual energy, it would fall into the realm of the ordinary. Now, as Mandala spoke of the torment inflicted by her curse, it became evident that even a ninth-rank supreme, stronger than Xiao Ze, would suffer profoundly under its weight. With Mandala's elucidation, Xiao Ze garnered a deeper understanding of the curse within her. He contemplated briefly before conjuring the primordial emperor flame. The power within me that can influence the curse should be limited. Senior Mandala, could you ascertain if this is the force you sensed earlier? Before entering the vast realms, he had already exerted all his abilities to withstand a spatial storm. The primordial emperor flame, being one of his most potent powers, naturally erupted in full force. Upon entering the vast realms, it was hardly surprising that Mandala could perceive the lingering essence of the primordial emperor flame. Divine fire. Mandala's eyes widened. Her golden pupils fixated on the primordial emperor flame. From this divine fire, she sensed a terrifying power capable of incinerating all things in existence. You possess such an extraordinary divine fire, Mandala exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in her voice. To my astonishment, there exists such a divine entity in the lower realms. Should this sacred fire truly fall under your dominion, you might indeed resolve the quandary I face. In that case, the millions of supreme spiritual liquids I have invested in you would not be in vain. Upon hearing Mandala's words, Xiao Ze felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated Mandala to be so generous, directly presenting over 1 million supreme spiritual liquids for the purpose of spiritual power assimilation. Naturally, under normal circumstances, during the late stages of the supreme realm, the quantity of supreme spiritual liquids required to break through a major realm would far exceed 1 million. However, since Xiao Ze's own strength had already reached the 8th rank of the supreme realm, the consumption of supreme spiritual liquids for spiritual power assimilation was significantly reduced. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze was somewhat astonished by the underlying implication in Mandala's words, suggesting a certain disdain towards the powerful beings that emerge from the lower realms. Chapter 684, Suppressing the Curse. Soon after, Xiao Ze regained his composure. Throughout history, countless formidable beings have emerged from the lower realms, making a name for themselves in the vast world. Yet, none have truly stood at the pinnacle of this grand cosmos. It can be said that it was only after the era of the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor that the perception of powerful beings from the lower realms was fundamentally altered, heralding a new recognition for them. People began to harbor different expectations for those hailing from lower realms, as the names of these two peak figures became synonymous with such beings. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ze felt a sense of nostalgia. Although the appearances of these two protagonists in the Great Sovereign were not particularly frequent, they undoubtedly deserve the title of former protagonists. After all, countless prodigies in the vast world have been surpassed by these two who originated from the lower realms. However, that is a matter for the future. The Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor have yet to make their appearance, and the people of the vast world still regard the powerful beings from the lower realms with a degree of condescension. They believe that the talents and treasures birthed in the vast world are far superior to those from below, whether in terms of humanity or the extraordinary materials of the earth. Though Mandala did not overtly display her astonishment, her words conveyed a deep surprise at Xiao Ze's ability to wield the original imperial flame. There was an inherent disbelief that such a level of divine fire could possibly originate from the lower realms. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flickered, he chose not to reveal anything. For this perception has been a long-standing consensus that is difficult to overturn by the will of a single individual. It is precisely for this reason that when the myriad powerful beings of the vast world witness two formidable entities from the lower realms progressively surpassing them and standing at the pinnacle, they bestow upon them great reverence. My original imperial flame possesses numerous capabilities, the most formidable of which is the power of annihilation, although it bears some sealing strength. It pales in comparison to the annihilation ability, much like a firefly compared to the radiant moon. Xiao Ze introduced the Source Emperor flame in his hand, while Mandala lightly tapped her toes and, in a flicker of ethereal light, appeared before him. With her golden pupils fixed intently on the Source Emperor flame, she spoke softly. I can sense its formidable power. Though its strength may not yet reach the level of the earthly sovereign, its essence possesses a remarkable ability to counter curses. After her words, Mandala shifted her gaze slightly, locking eyes with Xiao Ze. I can perceive that you harbor no ill intent, and I am willing to place my trust in you. If you assist me in resolving the curse, even if only to suppress it, I shall absolve you of the previous consumption of 1 million sovereign spirit liquids. Moreover, I command a rather capable force. Having descended from the lower realms, you are at a disadvantage and may find sanctuary within my power to acclimate to this vast world. Mandala offered an extraordinarily generous proposal, not only waiving the debt of 1,000,000 sovereign spirit liquids, but also providing Xiao Ze with a haven. Senior Mandala, my endeavor to resolve the curse is solely to repay the assistance you previously extended to me. I seek no further rewards, Xiao Ze reflected, ultimately deciding to keep matters straightforward. Mandala had aided him in addressing the assimilation of spiritual energy, and in return, he would aid her in confronting the curse. Thus, both would stand even, and he did not wish to extract further advantages from Mandala regarding the curse. As for the debt of the 1,000,000 sovereign spirit liquids, Xiao Ze believed his alchemical skills were adequate. Once he acclimatized to the environment of the vast world, he should be able to swiftly acquire a substantial amount of sovereign spirit liquid through his own abilities. Mandala's gaze flickered as she noticed Xiao Ze's resolute demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. From their brief interaction, it was evident that Xiao Ze held firm principles and was not the type to resort to unscrupulous means for personal gain. Such individuals, while occasionally obstinate, are also more trustworthy. As spiritual light surged from Mandala, a vast wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, activating the concealed spiritual formations within the Grand Hall. In an instant, numerous dark spiritual patterns materialized within the immense palace, forming a colossal spiritual array. The pressure emanating from the array was palpable, causing Xiao Ze to feel a hint of strain. The brilliance of the array coalesced, and amid the flickering spiritual light, it subtly took the shape of a peculiar flower. Observing the look of confusion on Xiao Ze's face, Mandala gently explained, "This is the ancient Mandala flower, possessing the ability to seal all things. However, the current spiritual array can only mimic a fraction of the Mandala flower's divine essence and cannot genuinely achieve the sealing of all." Once she concluded her explanation, Mandala lightly tapped her toes and settled onto the spiritual array, enveloped by the ethereal projection of the ancient Mandala flower, which radiated profound purple light. Seeing this, Xiao Ze hesitated no longer. He swiftly moved to sit opposite her. "Senior Mandala, please do not resist. Allow me to examine your condition, so that I may devise an appropriate strategy." Mandala slightly nodded, then closed her eyes, allowing Xiao Ze to proceed as he wished. Observing Mandala before him, Xiao Ze ultimately extended his hand to grasp her delicate, jade-like fingers, his soul's power penetrating into her being. Immediately, his brow furrowed deeply. It seemed that Mandala's previous words were indeed not unfounded. The potency of the curse was truly formidable. In a daze, Xiao Ze felt as though every fragment of flesh and blood within Mandala was emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable weight. Yet, Mandala maintained a serene expression, as if she had grown numb to the agony. A flicker of compassion crossed Xiao Ze's eyes. Although Mandala appeared as a young girl, her indomitable spirit was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. After a careful assessment, Xiao Ze made his decision. Through the point of contact with Mandala's palm, the origin emperor flame gradually melded into her body. Suddenly, Mandala opened her eyes wide, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within them. To her, Xiao Ze's action felt akin to bestowing the origin emperor flame upon her. Had she harbored ill intentions, she could have seized this flame for herself, directly claiming the divine fire. Such trust stirred a flicker of emotion in Mandala's gaze, and it seemed as though Xiao Ze's shadow had manifested within her golden pupils. Just as Mandala believed that Xiao Ze was reciprocating her trust with sincerity, he harbored no such notions. For, although the origin emperor flame was infused within her, as long as the tree of origin remained under Xiao Ze's dominion, he could reclaim the powers residing within it at any moment. Senior Mandala, attempt to control it. Use your own spiritual energy as a conduit to spread the origin emperor flame throughout your being. During this process, be cautious not to provoke the curse, lest it erupt. Mandala gazed deeply at Xiao Ze, determined not to betray the trust he had placed in her. She closed her eyes, channeling the origin emperor flame to envelop her body while beginning to shroud the curse. Beneath the concealment of her spiritual power, the might of the origin emperor flame went unnoticed by the curse. By the time the curse was completely enveloped, it was already too late. The origin emperor flame transformed into golden divine runes, inscribing themselves upon the curse within Mandala's body. Boom. The curse sensed a crisis and erupted violently. Mandala's once fair skin instantaneously turned pitch black. Even beneath the surface, dark thorns surged through, leaving behind gruesome trails of blood. Chapter 685, Alchemist Guest. Within the vast spiritual array, two figures sat cross-legged, as the primordial Mandala flower, formed from concentrated spiritual light, blossomed forth in violet radiance. The purple light, imbued with profound power, cascaded down, preventing the black thorns, which were writhing madly beneath Mandala's skin from breaking free. However, the sharp spikes within those black thorns continued to leave behind grotesque and terrifying marks upon Mandala's skin. Fortunately, the supreme vitality of her life was extraordinarily resilient. Under the healing embrace of the vast spiritual energy, those ghastly and fearsome scars were gradually mending. Mandala let out a muffled sound, completely enveloped by darkness. From a distance, one might mistake her for a figure molded from black sludge. Xiao Ze remained steadfastly grasping Mandala's hand, yet at that moment, his palm was ablaze with golden flames, incinerating the curse that sought to taint him. He reflected on the resilience of this curse, which proved to be quite formidable. He then fervently summoned the power of the primal imperial flame. Since they had fully engaged in battle, there was no need for restraint. The primal imperial flame surged into Mandala, transforming into golden divine patterns that etched themselves upon the curse. As time passed, the black thorns manifested by the curse began to shimmer with a golden radiance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this golden glow emanated from the divine patterns. Though somewhat obscured by the darkness, they were indelibly inscribed. Regardless of how fiercely the curse erupted, it could not erase these golden patterns from her being. When these golden divine patterns completely enveloped the curse, connecting and merging into one, it would signify the curse's complete suppression. Mandala was evidently aware of the situation, her spiritual energy surging as she fervently suppressed the explosion of the black thorns. At that moment, she suddenly conveyed a thought transmission, urging, "Do not concern yourself with my body. Inscribe the divine patterns directly upon me." Xiao Ze's expression shifted. Indeed, since they had fully declared war against the curse within her, there was no longer any need for caution regarding whether the curse would take notice. Given the challenges of inscribing divine patterns upon the curse residing within Mandala, it was more prudent to inscribe them directly upon her body, thereby indirectly suppressing the curse's power. Once the curse's strength had been diminished, they could then pursue a decisive victory by inscribing divine patterns upon the curse within her. Very well, Xiao Ze declared resolutely. The primal imperial flame ignited from his being, transforming into an ethereal garment of divine fire, as if even his flowing hair had been bathed in a sacred golden brilliance. The intensified primal imperial flame then spread from Xiao Ze to Mandala, igniting them both. Even though the fabric of Mandala's black gown was extraordinary, it was rendered to nothingness in an instant under the might of the primal imperial flame, revealing a form so dark it seemed capable of devouring light itself. With unwavering focus, Xiao Ze diligently inscribed golden divine patterns upon her shadowy form. From palm to arm, from shoulder to abdomen, the golden patterns proliferated. The ferocious and terrifying aura emanating from Mandala was continuously subdued. At last, the final golden pattern coalesced at her forehead, completely repressing the terrifying power of the curse back into her. As the inscribing of the golden divine patterns on her exterior reached completion, Mandala's body, once tainted by the curse and turned black, gradually returned to normal, regaining its fair complexion. Yet upon her fair skin, golden divine patterns shimmered, imparting an air of sanctity. Xiao Ze's gaze remained tranquil. After all, the growth cycle of the Mandala flower was exceedingly protracted and manifested in a human body. The Mandala was merely around 11 or 12 years of age. With the further suppression of the curse's power, the condition within the Mandala began to improve. The golden divine patterns, coalesced from the source emperor flame, continuously descended upon the curse, rendering it powerless to escape their grasp, regardless of its struggles. As the final golden inscription was etched upon the curse, the Mandala let out a soft gasp, expelling a copious amount of black blood. This black blood possessed a potent corrosive ability. Even at its nascent stage, it distorted the surrounding spiritual energy. Since Xiao Ze was seated opposite the Mandala, he found himself enveloped by this ominous miasma. However, no matter how peculiar the black blood appeared before the source emperor flame, it could only meet the fate of being reduced to nothingness. The source emperor flame enveloping Xiao Ze surged forth, incinerating the vile black blood entirely. The Mandala slowly opened her eyes, fatigue evident in her golden orbs. Clearly, even with the assistance of the source emperor flame, the exertion to suppress the curse within her was immense. Observing the weariness in her gaze, Xiao Ze retrieved a robe from his storage ring and draped it over her delicate, bare form. He then gently lifted her, his toes barely touching the ground as he ascended to the throne in the main hall, placing her upon the seat. "You should rest for a while," he urged softly. The Mandala nodded almost imperceptibly and leaned back in the chair, gradually regaining her strength. Xiao Ze returned to the center of the hall, his eyes fixed on the still glimmering spiritual array, curiosity flickering within him. As one of the most illustrious paths of cultivation in the vast world, array masters held a significant position in the grand tapestry of existence. Cultivating to the pinnacle could even rival the celestial paragons of the sacred realm. Previously, Xiao Ze had dabbled in formations on the Dou Qi Continent, thus possessing a modicum of understanding, and now, he felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding the spiritual array. He yearned to explore whether he could embark upon the path of array cultivation. The spiritual array resonated with the forces of heaven and earth through a unique methodology, stimulating these powers to forge a dynamic interplay of offense and defense, and even engendering a myriad of extraordinary effects. As he gazed at the array before him, he murmured softly. Just as Xiao Ze became lost in contemplation of the spiritual array, he heard the voice of the mandala behind him. Do you also dabble in spiritual arrays? No, I merely harbor an interest, Xiao Ze replied, turning to face her. At that moment, her aura had returned to normalcy. The mandala hesitated briefly before speaking softly. I wonder if you might remain in the Dou heavenly domain. Although the curse within me has been suppressed by your divine fire, there remains. Xiao Ze nodded, understanding her reservations. After all, this was the power of another. And trust was not easily bestowed. He could not have anticipated that he had previously infused the Source Emperor flame into the mandala's being. In mandala's eyes, Xiao Ze held her in the highest esteem, bestowing upon her his genuine trust. Naturally, she reciprocated with equal sincerity. Wishing to provide some measure of protection for Xiao Ze, who was new to the vast world, she sought a reason to encourage him to remain within the Dou Tian domain. After all, the temporary seal did not truly resolve the curse afflicting the esteemed mandala. I had yet to fulfill my promise. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement, revealing that he had acquired some alchemical skills during his time in the lower realms, which would allow him to contribute modestly to her faction. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Mandala's eyes. In the grand world, myriad paths contended for supremacy. Beyond the orthodox practices of spiritual energy cultivation, numerous radiant avenues of training existed, including spirit array masters, spirit artifact masters, battle array masters, and alchemists. It was unexpected that Xiao Ze possessed such proficient alchemical skills. Then I shall put your abilities to the test. If your alchemy proves satisfactory, the Dou Tian domain would not hesitate to welcome an alchemist guest. Chapter 686, The Sensational Pill. Within the Dou Tian domain, after assessing Xiao Ze's skills, Mandala found herself genuinely impressed. Contrary to his modest claims, Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess was far from trivial. In fact, with his talents, even if he chose not to remain in the continental domain, he could thrive among other factions. I did not foresee your mastery of such refined alchemy, Mandala remarked with astonishment, before contemplating the formidable divine fire he possessed, perhaps for the purpose of alchemy. After some deliberation, she declared, since you have demonstrated your adeptness in alchemy, I hereby appoint you as an alchemist guest in the Dou Tian domain for the duration of your stay. The annual tribute is set at 1 million supreme spiritual liquid, and before the year's end, you must refine pills worth at least 500,000 supreme spiritual liquid. Once you meet the 500,000 standard, you may freely dispose of any additional pills you create. Noticing that Xiao Ze had not expressed any desire to join the Dou Tian domain, Mandala conferred upon him the title of alchemist guest. Thank you, esteemed Mandala. Xiao Ze replied with a respectful bow, deeming this guest's status quite generous. Subsequently, he requested some supreme spiritual liquid from Mandala to exchange for the rare materials needed for alchemy. With a wave of her hand, Mandala produced a jade vial from her cosmic bracelet, within which spiritual light flickered, indicating an abundant supply of supreme spiritual liquid. Here are 500,000 supreme spiritual liquid. Surely this will suffice? Upon seeing Xiao Ze nod in affirmation, Mandala smiled. By the way, the Dou Tian domain has been engaged in continuous warfare these past years, and we have acquired various ancient texts related to alchemy, including some pill formulas. You may use my token to search the scripture pavilion. Mandala retrieved a violet golden token, intricately engraved with a peculiar flower, the back adorned with the ornate characters spelling out Dou Tian domain. Thank you. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in gratitude as he accepted the token. Mandala watched him depart from the grand hall, her golden eyes reflecting his silhouette. It was not until he had completely vanished from sight that she gradually returned to her senses. Raising her hand, she clenched and then relaxed her fist, feeling the abundant power coursing through her. A smile graced her lips. Alongside the newfound strength, the torment that had long plagued her faded away. Thank you, Xiao Ze, she whispered, though her words went unheard in the empty hall. With the token bestowed by Mandala, Xiao Ze approached a nearby guard, casually displaying the emblem, and requested to be escorted to the scripture pavilion. The heavenly domain token indeed provided significant convenience, allowing him to traverse the grounds unhindered. Any guard who might have wished to question his identity would simply bow respectfully and grant him passage upon seeing the token. After a short while, Xiao Ze emerged from the scripture pavilion, standing at its entrance with a sense of confusion. It seemed that aside from granting him the title of Alchemist Guest Elder, Mandala had not arranged anything further for him. After contemplating his next steps, he resolved to retrace his path back to the Grand Hall. Upon returning, he found that Mandala's figure had already vanished. Unperturbed, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to delve into the ancient texts and formulas of alchemy from the vast cosmos. In the great Luo Heavenly Domain's offering hall, a man clad in a gray robe entered. He was the Gray Bear King, one of the rulers within this celestial realm, commanding the Gray Bear Palace. He was a notable force among the various kings. His purpose for visiting the offering hall today was to collect the annual tribute bestowed upon the Gray Bear Palace and to seek any suitable treasures for his cultivation. The sources of supreme spiritual liquid income for the kings of the Great Luo Heavenly Domain during peacetime are primarily twofold. The first comes from the tributes provided by the Great Luo Heavenly Domain, while the second arises from the offerings submitted by the cities under their command. Weaker royal factions may have already collected their tributes early in the year, whereas powerful entities like the Gray Bear Palace possess sufficient offerings from their subordinate cities to meet their cultivation needs. Thus, they are not in haste to claim the tributes from the Great Luo Heavenly Domain. Within the offering hall, numerous jade plaques hung from above, shimmering with spiritual light, showcasing the treasures and rare materials available. As he entered, the Gray Bear King's gaze instinctively swept across the displayed plaques. In an instant, his attention was riveted upon one particular plaque. This plaque, suspended high above, extended for dozens of yards, listing an array of medicinal concoctions and their effects in intricate detail. At the very top, one particular elixir captured his undivided attention. 5th rank barrier-breaking spirit pill. Consuming this increases the probability of breaking through to 5th rank supremacy by 30%. The Gray Bear King's power ranked among the highest of the rulers, having already attained the 5th rank supremacy level. However, he had been trapped at the 5th tier supreme level for many years. Even many of those who were previously inferior to him had gradually caught up during this time, instilling in him a sense of urgency. Subsequently, he gazed at the other elixirs on the jade tablet and was astonished to find that all the elixirs listed were beneficial for cultivation. It is noteworthy that among all types of elixirs, aside from those that serve to save lives, elixirs that assist in cultivation are perpetually the most expensive and the most challenging to refine. Yet now, such elixirs completely occupied the space of a single jade tablet. The Gray Bear King even spotted elixirs that could aid in breaking through the supreme realm. Obtaining those elixirs would allow him to add several more supreme beings to his ranks. Nevertheless, he did not place too much importance on the elixirs for breaking through the supreme realm, instead making his way directly to the exchange counter. He sought to exchange for a 5th tier barrier-breaking spirit elixir. Adding a few more supreme beings to his ranks would not significantly benefit the Gray Bear Hall. However, if he could elevate his own strength to the 6th tier supreme level, he could secure greater advantages for the Gray Bear Hall. Elder Lin, I wish to exchange for the 5th tier barrier-breaking spirit elixir. Behind the exchange counter sat an elderly man clad in a black robe, his gaze somewhat murky. However, the aura emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a person of considerable depth. You also wish to exchange for the 5th tier barrier-breaking spirit elixir? Go wait over there. Whoever offers the highest bid will be able to make the exchange. The Gray Bear King was momentarily taken aback, turning to look in the direction indicated by the elder. There, in a designated area, stood several kings, all casting their glances upon him. Yet, not a single gaze was friendly. Rather, they were filled with palpable hostility, clearly intent on obtaining that barrier-breaking spirit elixir. As word spread, the number of people gathered in the offering hall continued to swell. Countless individuals from the Daluo Heavenly Domain gazed in wonder at the jade tablet. Discussions erupted, speculating whether the Daluo Heavenly Domain had invested heavily in acquiring a batch of spirit elixirs for cultivation. However, few mentioned the possibility of the Daluo Heavenly Domain hosting an alchemist. For an alchemist of such caliber, even aligning with a superpower would yield commendable treatment. The sudden unveiling of this batch of cultivation-enhancing spirit elixirs by the Daluo Heavenly Domain indeed caused a stir throughout the entire domain. Amid the eager anticipation of many, the kings commenced their fierce competition for the 5th tier barrier-breaking spirit elixir. Chapter 687, A Significant Harvest. Within the offering hall, an unusual bustle filled the air. The kings of the Daluo Heavenly Domain were engaged in a heated contest for the precious 5th tier barrier-breaking spirit elixir. The cultivation resources of the Daluo Heavenly Domain, aside from those earned through merit and those acquired by navigating the rules, could only be exchanged using supreme spiritual liquid. Those participating in the contest for the barrier-breaking spirit elixir were already at the 5th tier supreme level, placing them among the upper middle echelon of kings within the Daluo Heavenly Domain. However, by merely relying on the barrier-breaking elixir to ascend to the esteemed rank of 6, one could attain a position among the elite of the kings. Hence, they were resolutely determined to secure this particular elixir, for they were unaware of when the next opportunity to acquire another would arise. Such medicinal pills, which assist in cultivation, are perpetually in demand, yet seldom available in the market. Any faction that procures them tends to safeguard them carefully rather than auctioning them off. These elixirs constitute a fundamental aspect of a faction's strength, attracting formidable individuals to join and nurturing their own prodigies. Consequently, the timing of the next acquisition of cultivation elixirs by the Daluo Heavenly Domain remains uncertain, compelling all to seize the present opportunity with fervor. As the reported amounts of supreme spiritual liquid escalated, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd of onlookers. After all, the majority present were merely subordinates of the kings, and witnessing the kings lavishly spend fortunes on a single elixir sparked a flicker of envy in their eyes. They yearned to ascend to the status of kings themselves, where such vast quantities of supreme spiritual liquid could be freely dispensed. 300,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid, with a thunderous shout from the Bear King. All present could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief, turning their gaze towards him. The sight of the Bear King's red-rimmed eyes and bulging veins indicated that offering such a sum was indeed a considerable sacrifice. The other kings competing against the Bear King revealed traces of reluctance in their expressions, although their powers were gradually catching up to that of the Bear King. The depth of their respective factions still lagged behind. The Bear King, with his ample resources, was capable of producing 300,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid. In truth, had they been willing to match the Bear King's formidable commitment, they too could have mustered the same amount. Yet, they were reluctant to take the risk. They hesitated to wager on the 30% chance that the barrier-breaking elixir would enable their own ascension to 6. The Bear King, having stagnated in his progress over the past few years, was determined to acquire this barrier-breaking elixir, even at the expense of his faction's resources. Should he fail to attain the rank of 6 this time, it would likely mean a year of tightening belts for the Bear Palace. Approaching the counter, the Bear King had already provided ample time for his competitors to gather supreme spiritual liquid before the competition commenced. Thus, he promptly presented a Qinglin bracelet to Elder Lin. After Elder Lin assessed the offering, he retrieved a jade vial, which emanated a brilliant golden light, its abundant medicinal essence captivating the attention of all present. The Bear King seized it with glee, his face alight with joy, for he had paid a substantial price for this barrier-breaking elixir. Elder Lin remarked that the acquisition of cultivation resources had not previously adhered to such stringent rules. At that moment, a rival king, unable to compete with the Bear King, remarked in a somewhat envious tone, "Do not complain to me. These regulations were established by the newly appointed alchemist lord." Elder Lin lifted his eyelids slightly, his expression one of indifference as he spoke. "A guest elder of the alchemist?" The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, with King Grey Bear directly interjecting, "Elder Lin, why didn't you mention this earlier? An alchemist has arrived from the great Luo celestial realm? You all rushed in without even consulting me about exchanging elixirs." Upon hearing this, King Grey Bear's countenance darkened, and he suddenly found the elixirs in his hands less appealing, while the other sovereigns wore expressions of joy. The presence of an alchemist signified that the great Luo celestial realm would continue to possess such valuable cultivation resources. "Haha, King Grey Bear, congratulations on exchanging for the barrier-breaking spirit pill," remarked one sovereign who had just lost the competition, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Black Scorpion King you?" King Grey Bear retorted, his anger palpable, yet Black Scorpion King ignored him and turned to Elder Lin with a respectful gesture. "Elder Lin, when will the esteemed guest elder be able to refine a barrier-breaking spirit pill?" Elder Lin cast a glance at Black Scorpion King and chuckled. "Do you truly believe that acquiring another barrier-breaking spirit pill will allow you to obtain it at a lower price?" Black Scorpion King's expression shifted. "Was that not the case? The elixirs you refine can be sold for 300,000 supreme spirit liquids. Would you be willing to part with them for merely 100,000 supreme spirit liquids?" Elder Lin's words caused the expressions of the sovereigns present to change drastically. King Grey Bear's expression eased slightly. As long as he was not the sole one suffering a loss, having others share in the burden was a relief. "Elder Lin, you cannot be serious. The 300,000 supreme spirit liquids we can sell today is a result of our competition. Do you think the esteemed guest elder intends to treat us as mere lambs for slaughter?" Black Scorpion King replied with a tone edged in frost. Elder Lin glanced at Black Scorpion King and the many discontented sovereigns present. He recalled the Domain Master's token that Xiao Ze had displayed upon his arrival, naturally leaning further towards Xiao Ze's side. "Complaining to me is futile. Let me inform you that the esteemed guest elder was personally invited by the Domain Master." The expressions of the sovereigns instantly shifted, their grievances choking in their throats. They had not anticipated that the invitation had come directly from the Domain Master. Moreover, I advise you all to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. That esteemed elder possesses the Domain Master S token. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The Domain Master S token. If the personal invitation from the Domain Master elevated the esteemed guest elder's status to that of the three sovereigns, then possessing the Domain Master S token placed him directly above them. With such a status, coupled with the rarity of an alchemist, should they entertain any treacherous thoughts, the Domain Master would likely take matters into his own hands to eliminate them. The happenings within the hall reverberated throughout the great Luo, celestial realm, like a tempest, making everyone acutely aware of the mysterious alchemist guest elder now present within their domain. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze, the catalyst of this upheaval, busied himself in a side hall, meticulously organizing his gains. Previously, he was concocting elixirs within the grand hall of Mandala when he was discovered by Mandala upon her return, who promptly banished him to a side chamber of the palace. However, Mandala seemingly acquiesced to Xiao Ze residing within her palace. Xiao Ze had previously expended 1 million supreme spirit liquid, utilizing it to assimilate his own spiritual energy. The alchemical offerings provided by Mandala amounted to exactly 1 million, thus perfectly offsetting his expenditure, neither a gain nor a loss. Subsequently, he borrowed an additional 500,000 to procure various materials necessary for alchemy, representing an initial investment. The elixirs that Xiao Ze crafted, suitable for cultivation below the supreme realm, were already worth 500,000 supreme spirit liquid. Upon meeting Mandala's stipulated standards, all remaining elixirs were at Xiao Ze's disposal. With over 1,200,000 supreme spirit liquid acquired, it must be said that being an alchemist is indeed an extraordinarily lucrative profession. After repaying Mandala the 500,000 supreme spirit liquid, he had earned over 700,000 in profit. In the side chamber, Xiao Ze organized the fruits of his labor from this period. Although over 700,000 supreme spirit liquid was merely a drop in the bucket for him at present, every endeavor must begin with a promising start. Henceforth, he aimed to leverage his alchemical skills to amass a substantial quantity of supreme spirit liquid, thereby facilitating a complete transformation of his primordial space, particularly the primordial tree. Xiao Ze harbored a premonition that if he could assimilate the energy within the primordial tree into spiritual energy, it would yield unexpected delights. Ordinary supreme bodies are forged from spiritual energy, devoid of any extraordinary refinement methods, unlike those crafted from rare materials or unique energies. For instance, the Wanyan body, ranked 69th among the 99 supreme bodies, necessitated the collection of hundreds of exotic fires from the world to refine the spiritual energy, followed by a unique process to forge the supreme body. The Wanyan body, formed through such means, is exceedingly domineering, incinerating all in the wake of heavenly flames. However, the primordial tree is inherently unique. Should its energy be condensed into a supreme body, it may rival those of the 99 ranks. Yet, the transformation of the primordial tree's energy is not to be taken lightly. Xiao Ze produced a jade vial containing 200,000 supreme spirit liquid, inhaling slightly, causing the liquid to transform into a river of spiritual energy that surged into his body. Soon after, as he gazed at the now empty vial, he let out a soft sigh. The burden was indeed heavy and the journey long. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the infusion of 200,000 supreme spirit liquid into the primordial tree had merely created a ripple, leaving Xiao Ze somewhat disheartened. It seemed that for the time being, he would have to rely solely on his own spiritual energy and abilities, as the supreme body remained beyond his reach. With his thoughts gathered, Xiao Ze turned his attention to the fire cauldron before him. A torrent of spiritual energy emanated from within, and a verdant elixir landed in his hand. Is this the supreme celestial elixir? Beneath the esteemed rank of the 4th grade, there exists a pill capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation to the 1st grade. However, it is only effective for those at the initial stage of the supreme rank, proving futile for those at the mid-level of the 4th to 6th grades. It holds considerable allure for the leadership figures within the realm of Dou Qi, yet the royal class regards it with indifference. As Xiao Ze spoke, he carefully stored the pill, having concocted it while also gathering intelligence on the Dou Qi domain. The hierarchy of strength within Dou Qi can be delineated as follows. At the pinnacle stands Mandala, the domain lord of the Earth's supreme realm. Below her, there are the 3 emperors of the 7th to 9th grade supreme realm, whose powers are at the late stage of the supreme realm. Following them are the various monarchs of the 4th to 6th grades, residing at the mid-level of the supreme realm. Beneath these monarchs, there are respective leaders, most of whom possess strengths ranging from the 1st to 3rd grade, indicative of the early stage of the supreme realm. At the lowest tier are those practitioners who have yet to step into the supreme realm, forming the foundational level of Dou Qi. The primary targets for the pills Xiao Ze concocted are these monarchs and leaders, as only they possess sufficient supreme spiritual liquid to procure his elixirs. As for the pills required by the three emperors, Xiao Ze is indeed capable of crafting them. Nevertheless, the supreme spiritual liquid he currently possesses is insufficient to purchase the celestial materials necessary for pill creation. Moreover, the capacity for consumption witin Dou Qi is limited, particularly among the royal powers. Although a 5th-grade breakthrough spirit pill can fetch 300,000 supreme spiritual liquid, Xiao Ze knows that such a transaction would severely strain the royal faction's resources. Even if every royal entity were to acquire his breakthrough spirit pill, it would yield no more than 3 million supreme spiritual liquid for Xiao Ze. Alas, it seems necessary to consult Mandala and explore the possibility of hosting a pill auction in the subordinate cities of Dou Qi. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Xiao Ze's hands remained unyielding, fully engrossed in the alchemical process. With his current level of soul cultivation, multitasking is remarkably effortless. He even retrieved the initial elucidation of spirit formations he had previously obtained from the scripture pavilion, which contained fundamental knowledge about spirit arrays, providing him a perfect opportunity to experiment. Spirit arrays are techniques that resonate spiritual energy in a unique manner to summon the essence of heaven and earth. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flowed through the jade slip detailing the initial elucidation of spirit arrays, his comprehension deepened. However, upon encountering a particular passage, a slight twitch of his lips occurred. Setting up arrays in lower realms is relatively uncomplicated, as their energies are neither as dense nor as intricate as those of the vast world. There was no need to specifically cite the lower realm as an example. With a shake of his head and a smile, he dismissed the thought and moved on without further concern. Spirit seals serve as the foundation and conduit of spirit arrays, while the array diagram acts as the blueprint. Only through their combination can a spirit array be genuinely established. Regarding the cultivation method for spirit seals, Xiao Ze meticulously examined the instructions. After a brief moment, he raised his palm, and with a flicker of spiritual light, over 100 spirit seals manifested in an instant. According to the number of spirit seals, it could be said that I have, upon entry, attained the level of a 4th-tier spirit array master. However, Xiao Ze felt no sense of pride in this realization. His prior experience in array manipulation on the Dou Qi Continent, coupled with his current prowess at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, allowed him to masterfully control spiritual energy. Consequently, the rapid synthesis of over 100 spirit seals was quite reasonable. Moreover, the ancient wisdom bestowed upon him by the Bodhi tree further enhanced his capabilities. With a mere thought, more than 10 spirit seals flew forth, forming a spirit array in accordance with Xiao Ze's will. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp crack resounded as the array shattered, and a backlash force struck him, failing to even ruffle the edges of his garments. The array he had constructed harbored a contradictory node along with 7 disordered connections. Contemplating this, Xiao Ze sent forth another 10 spirit seals, creating a completely new spirit array. This time, however, the array did not collapse as before. Instead, it emanated a brilliant glow as the wind howled around it and pale blue flashes of lightning danced above. While this array seemed to correspond to a 1st-tier level, it regrettably lacked a diagram for its initial formulation. Although I am capable of crafting lower-tier arrays, the creation of higher-tier ones demands a considerable investment of time. Thus, it would be prudent to seek pre-existing diagrams instead. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze dissipated the hastily created 1st-tier spirit array. After carefully placing the elixirs extracted from the furnace, he rose and made his way towards the Grand Hall, intending to inquire with Mandala about the possibility of exchanging for some array diagrams. While he had previously obtained ancient texts and formulas for alchemy directly from the scripture pavilion, that had been an investment from Mandala in his capacity as a newly appointed alchemical guest elder. Providing him with precious formulas had enabled Xiao Ze to swiftly grasp the complexities of elixir crafting in the vast world. However, to acquire the array diagrams now, he could not rely solely on empty promises. Obtaining those invaluable diagrams would likely require a significant amount of supreme spiritual liquid. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ze could not help but press his forehead. Upon entering this expansive world, he realized the necessity of supreme spiritual liquid everywhere. Truly, it is the most universally sought-after cultivation resource in this grand realm, indispensable indeed. Chapter 689. The Dawn of Conflict, the Call to Arms. Within the grand hall of the palace, Mandala sat gracefully upon her chair, surrounded by a river of spiritual power composed of supreme spiritual liquid, amounting to millions. Bathed in the resplendent glow of spiritual light, her petite figure appeared almost translucent, radiant with brilliance. Even more intriguing was the faint golden light that shimmered above the spiritual glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this golden luminescence emanated from the divine fire patterns inscribed upon her skin, enhancing her delicate form and rendering it even more sacred. The mandala seemed to sense something, her exquisitely delicate visage adorned with slightly opened enchanting eyes, from which a golden radiance emanated forth. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure radiated from her golden pupils, exuding an air of unassailable authority. However, upon directing her gaze toward Xiao Ze, the imposing aura in Mandala's eyes swiftly receded, transforming into tranquility. With a subtle thought, the supreme spiritual liquid river was drawn into her cosmos bracelet. Xiao Ze gazed enviously at this magnificent river of supreme spiritual liquid. Even with just a fleeting glimpse, he could surmise that it contained no less than 3 million units of supreme spiritual liquid, merely a fraction of what Mandala required for her daily cultivation. Truly, she was a being of unparalleled status. What troubles you? Mandala's melodious voice resonated as she rose gracefully, her black skirt cascading down, flowing elegantly to her ankles. A pair of fair and delicate jade-like feet were bare, their purity evident from countless purifications through spiritual energy. Even those feet appeared extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a flawless work of art. Xiao Ze's gaze lingered on those feet for a brief moment before naturally rising to meet Mandala's golden eyes. I have a keen interest in spiritual arrays, and by chance, possess some talent in this area. I wish to procure a few array diagrams from the Pavilion of Hidden Scriptures, he stated earnestly. Mandala's brows arched slightly, a smile gracing her exquisite features. I had thought that after acquiring my token, you would freely take items from the pavilion. Xiao Ze shook his head, responding with sincerity. As an alchemist, the token you bestowed upon me is intended to facilitate my endeavors in alchemy, and I cannot overstep its boundaries. With the token given by Mandala, Xiao Ze was entitled to access the ancient texts and formulas related to alchemy. Yet, he would never presume that possessing the celestial domain token would entitle him to clear out the pavilion. Feel free to explore the pavilion, Mandala assured. Though it houses the vast collections amassed over many years of conquest in the Great Luo celestial domain, there are not many array diagrams, nor are they particularly precious, lacking even the rarest heavenly grade spiritual arrays. Masters of spiritual arrays are categorized into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human, each further divided into low, middle, and high tiers, altogether comprising 9 levels corresponding to the 9 ranks of supreme beings. The absence of heavenly grade arrays implies that the strongest diagrams preserved within pose no threat even to those at the advanced stage of supreme beings. It is no wonder that Mandala, as an earth supreme, regards them with indifference. After all, in her eyes, the value of Xiao Ze, as an alchemist, far surpasses that of those diagrams. Xiao Ze hesitated for a moment before graciously accepting Mandala's goodwill. I shall refine more pills that will contribute to enhancing the overall strength of the Great Luo celestial domain. However, I am concerned that the quantity of pills I produce may exceed what the domain can fully assimilate. I wish to inquire of the esteemed Mandala whether it is feasible to convene an auction for medicinal pills within the cities subordinate to the Great Luo heavenly domain. However, I ponder whether such an event might inadvertently bolster the strength of rival factions. A glimmer of insight flickered in Mandala's eyes as she regarded Xiao Ze intently. Although she had already received reports from her subordinates regarding Xiao Ze's remarkable speed in alchemy, she had not anticipated that this was not his ultimate capacity. Nonetheless, should the rival factions acquire the medicinal pills, they would be compelled to offer substantial quantities of supreme spiritual liquid in return, ultimately rendering a profit for the Great Luo heavenly domain. With a delicate gesture, Mandala approached Xiao Ze, her form levitating to align with his. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, "Are you in dire need of supreme spiritual liquid? Even if you possess an adept mastery of alchemy, there should be no need to overexert yourself to the point of fervently concocting pills," she remarked. Xiao Ze nodded, speaking somewhat ambiguously. "The skills I acquired in the lower realms necessitate a vast amount of supreme spiritual liquid for assimilation." Acknowledging his confirmation, Mandala appeared contemplative, musing aloud. "It seems I had underestimated the Great Luo heavenly domain, as the kings cannot digest the pills you produce." With a soft chuckle, Mandala continued, "However, there is no rush for the auction. Since the kings cannot assimilate the pills you create, allow the Great Luo heavenly domain to finance their procurement." "You jest, esteemed Mandala. The pills I concoct hold no value for you," Xiao Ze replied earnestly. "Not only are they of no use to you, even the 3 emperors under your command would find them lacking." Mandala rolled her eyes slightly. "Even if you offered your pills for free, I would not partake. They are intended as rewards for my subordinates. Previously, I was ensnared by a curse and remained in seclusion, while the surrounding factions grew restless. Now, it is time to make a move and exhibit a semblance of ferocity, lest those factions presume that anyone can encroach upon the Great Luo heavenly domain." As she spoke, a hint of authority emanated from her golden pupils, though the charming visage of a young girl belied this commanding presence. Xiao Ze, contemplating the matter, eventually nodded in agreement. Conquest and warfare remain the most direct means of plunder. The royal factions of the great Luo heavenly domain, despite predominantly claiming cities through conflict, would only retain a fraction as their own additional resources for cultivation. Yet, this would significantly augment their strength, naturally enhancing their capacity to digest greater quantities of medicinal pills. Furthermore, with the domain lord of the Great Luo directly financing the procurement of pills, it stands to reason that however many Xiao Ze produces, Mandala shall acquire in full measure. Mandala presides over the entirety of the Great Luo heavenly domain, commanding an abundance of cities, far surpassing the number held by the kings under her dominion. Naturally, Xiao Ze would not presume that Mandala had ignited the flames of war solely for his benefit. The aspirations of both parties, in a certain sense, were aligned, rendering their collaboration remarkably harmonious. Mandala sought to enhance the overall strength of her forces through Xiao Ze's elixirs, while Xiao Ze aimed to amass a substantial quantity of supreme spiritual liquid from the conflict they initiated. Upon receiving Xiao Ze's affirmative response, Mandala refrained from stipulating a specific quantity of elixirs and promptly departed. With the command of the Lord of the Great Luo domain, the entire Great Luo celestial domain sprang into action, akin to an immense war machine revealing its fangs. As the Great Luo celestial domain entered a state of heightened tension, Xiao Ze had already retrieved the array diagrams from the scripture pavilion, diligently multitasking between refining elixirs and studying spiritual formations. One elixir after another was meticulously crafted by Xiao Ze, while his mastery of spiritual formations soared as he immersed himself in research. However, during the process of elixir refinement, the over 500,000 units of supreme spiritual liquid that Xiao Ze had previously set aside began to dwindle rapidly, akin to flowing water. With the materials needed for elixir crafting exhausted, the prospect of continuing was bleak. Even a skilled artisan cannot work without resources. Thus, Xiao Ze was compelled to cease his alchemical endeavors and seek an additional 1 million units of supreme spiritual liquid from Mandala. In the course of this endeavor, Xiao Ze also gleaned insights into the circumstances surrounding the Great Luo Celestial Domain's campaign. As one of the premier forces in the Northern Realm, the Great Luo Celestial Domain found itself devoid of neighboring top-tier powers. In fact, the elite forces surrounding the Great Luo Celestial Domain were separated by a considerable buffer of first- and second-tier factions. The most formidable among those first- and second-tier factions reached only the late stages of the Supreme Realm, comparable to the level of the three emperors within the Great Luo Celestial Domain. Only those forces manned by formidable beings of the earthly Supreme Realm could rightfully be considered top-tier. Similarly, the renowned superpowers of the vast world were characterized by their governance under celestial supremes. Those first- and second-tier factions that dared to provoke the Great Luo Celestial Domain often did so under the auspices of a peer-level top-tier force. After all, the sudden dormancy of the Great Luo Celestial Domain inevitably stirred the cautious minds of rival top-tier factions. However, as fellow top-tier forces, they would not easily offend another of their kind. Thus, they would incite the first- and second-tier factions to test the waters. Of course, if such probing revealed that the Great Luo Celestial Domain had indeed fallen into a weakened state, they would not hesitate to bare their fangs and extract a substantial piece from the Great Luo Celestial Domain. In the tumultuous region of the northern realm of Tianluo Continent, conflict was exceedingly commonplace. Even a premier force like the Great Luo Celestial Domain could not remain perpetually unassailable. During the Grand Hunt in the northern realm, even the most esteemed powers risked being devoured if they let their guard down. In this current campaign, numerous royal-level factions achieved commendable successes. Among the myriad forces at play, one particular entity has garnered remarkable attention. It is none other than the Grey Bear King, who recently expended an immense fortune to acquire the 5th-rank barrier-breaking spirit pill. Following the acquisition of this elixir, the Grey Bear King ascended to the 6th-rank sovereign. During this campaign of conquest, he vanquished several sects, reaping substantial rewards that swiftly compensated for his prior investments. This success has inevitably sparked a tinge of regret among other sovereigns who previously vied with him for supremacy. Perhaps had they secured that 5th-rank barrier-breaking spirit pill, they too could have achieved dazzling results in this war of conquest. Notably, the Lord of the Domain has proclaimed that those who achieve commendable outcomes in this endeavor will be handsomely rewarded. As Xiao Ze returned from the treasury, where he exchanged precious materials, he was inundated with tales of the ongoing conflicts in the Great Luo Heavenly Domain. The Grey Bear King dealt a crushing blow to the Demon Wolf sect, while the Azura King subdued the Spirit Sea sect. However, it was not solely tales of triumph over enemies that circulated. Each king had chosen their targets. and some royal factions failed to recognize their own capabilities or underestimated their opponents, encountering formidable challenges and suffering significant losses. Even within the great Luo heavenly domain, no royal faction can guarantee perpetual prosperity. The heavy toll taken in this campaign could render their future arduous, with some facing the grim possibility of dissolution, much like the future of the Nine Nether Palace, which nearly met such a fate. Yet, Xiao Ze found himself powerless to alter this reality. For conflicts among large-scale factions of this caliber are inevitable. As time passed, and the spoils of war were continually transported back to the great Luo heavenly domain. This grand campaign of conquest culminated in the complete annihilation of several second-tier factions and the severe depletion of 2 first-tier factions. Had it not been for the intervention of the masterminds behind those 2 first-tier factions at the last moment, the great Luo heavenly domain could have wholly absorbed them at a certain cost. However, once the influence of those 2 first-tier factions was assimilated, the strength and foundation of the great Luo heavenly domain would undoubtedly be elevated. This grand contest of conquest has also captured the attention of numerous factions in the Northern Realm, making it evident that the great Luo heavenly domain is merely biding its time, not in decline, but rather sharpening its fangs. Just as in this instance, where it swiftly dealt devastating blows to the 2 first-tier factions, leaving their leading powers with no opportunity to react. Within the Grand Hall, Mandala sat comfortably in her chair, her delicate feet playfully kicking, revealing her buoyant mood. At that moment, Xiao Ze stretched languidly as he emerged from the side chamber. He had transformed over 150,000 supreme spirit liquids into pills and was eager to discover the rewards that awaited him. Have you completed the refinement? Mandala inquired with a smile, addressing Xiao Ze. Almost. If you do not wish to accept this batch of elixirs, I shall be burdened with a debt exceeding 1 million supreme spirit liquor, remarked Xiao Ze as he waved his hand, causing a magnificent torrent of elixirs to soar from his grasp, transforming into a river of spiritual pills. The surging potency of the medicinal essence stirred the very aura of the Grand Hall. A rich and intoxicating fragrance enveloped Mandala's senses, and as she beheld this river of spiritual elixirs, her eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't it said that alchemists expend tremendous energy in concocting elixirs? Yet, why does it seem to me that you create these potions with the same ease as one might dine or drink? Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talent. Xiao Ze replied with a smile, before posing the pivotal question. Are you able to accept all these elixirs? Naturally, with the resources of my Luo Tian domain. Consuming this batch of elixirs is more than sufficient, Mandala replied, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. A flicker of excitement crossed Mandala's eyes. With this batch of elixirs, the overall strength of the lower-tier cultivators within the Luo Tian domain could indeed be elevated. Although Mandala held little regard for the lower-tier practitioners, they were nonetheless integral to the domain's overall power. Contemplating for a moment, Mandala retrieved a jade vial from her Qinglin bracelet, emanating an overwhelmingly potent spiritual aura. Take a look. Will this supreme spirit liquor suffice? She lightly tossed the jade vial toward Xiao Ze, who promptly caught it and, after a cursory examination, was filled with astonishment. The vial contained no less than 4 million supreme spirit liquor. He had initially estimated that receiving 3 million would be quite generous. After repaying Mandala 1 million, he would still have 2 million left, ample for his cultivation for a time. To his surprise, Mandala had directly bestowed upon him over 4 million supreme spirit liquor. Xiao Ze looked up at Mandala in astonishment. Isn't this a bit excessive? This is the elixir procured by my Luo Tian domain, and the quality of your elixirs undoubtedly qualifies as exceptional. If auctioned, it would fetch a price approximately equivalent to this, Mandala stated, her tone revealing a hint of extravagance. In that moment, Xiao Ze found himself reminiscing about a wealthy young girl from years past. Thank you. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze accepted the offering, though he resolved to remember this favor, vowing to repay it in kind in the future. Money flows like water, and wealth rises like the tide. Chapter 691, The Award Ceremony. Xiao Ze understood that the 4 million supreme spirit liquor Mandala had given him was, in fact, a premium. Although Mandala claimed that at an auction, it could indeed command a price of over 4 million, that was contingent upon competitive bidding, which could slightly inflate the price. Under normal trading conditions, this batch of elixirs would not reach a valuation of 4 million supreme spirit liquor. Xiao Ze was also aware that perhaps this generosity stemmed from his assistance in suppressing the curse afflicting Mandala. Thus, Mandala has shown considerable care towards him in many matters previously, whether it be consulting ancient texts on alchemy and elixirs, or allowing him unrestricted access to the spiritual formations within the scripture repository, or indeed now. He remembers all the kindness Mandala has bestowed upon him. Should he achieve success in the future, he vows to repay her manifold over. As for the present, being merely an 8th-tier sovereign, Whatever he could muster from his depleted resources might scarcely catch the discerning eye of one as esteemed as Mandala, and it would be unwise to invite ridicule. Upon observing Xiao Ze's earnest demeanor, Mandala couldn't help but smile slightly, waving her hand to withdraw the flowing river of spiritual elixirs. If you possess the energy to concoct an even superior river of elixirs than today's, I would be willing to host an auction for your potions at the Tianshan City Auction House. This would attract the attention of various factions during the upcoming campaign in the Great Luo Celestial Domain, and it would serve as an excellent opportunity to draw in a larger crowd. Leaning her chin on her hand, Mandala casually remarked, "Of course, if you cannot produce elixirs of today's caliber, it would be best not to embarrass yourself. After all, you wouldn't want to tarnish your reputation as an alchemist or diminish the prestige of the Great Luo Celestial Domain." Xiao Ze's eyes brightened at Mandala's words. During his stay in the Great Luo Celestial Domain, he had gathered some knowledge about Tianshan City. It is one of the most prominent cities in the domain, contributing nearly 1 million sovereign spiritual liquids annually. To put it in perspective, even after the Jiuyou Palace conquers 600 cities in the upcoming campaign, their annual tribute would only amount to several 100,000 sovereign spiritual liquids, which pales in comparison to that of Tianshan City. Thus, one can imagine the prosperity of Tianshan City. If he could indeed organize an auction there, it would surely yield him a substantial profit, especially with the notoriety gained from the campaign, drawing in more participants. Truly, Mandala's strategy for this campaign is remarkably multifaceted. She is indeed a figure capable of managing a formidable power with finesse. As for Mandala's final words of caution, Xiao Ze took them lightly, merely smiling in response, regarding her as one with a sharp tongue yet a kind heart. Rest assured, if not for the constraints of sovereign spiritual liquids, the elixirs I present this time could exceed my current offerings by another 20%. Moreover, with my ample supply of sovereign spiritual liquids now, I can also attempt to refine some elixirs suitable for the later stages of the sovereign realm. Mandala widened her eyes slightly, sitting up to regard Xiao Ze. Is that so? After all, the later stages of the sovereign realm are akin to figures of the three emperors, undoubtedly high-ranking within the Great Luo Celestial Domain. Indeed, were it not for the limitations of spiritual energy, I could even concoct elixirs required by Earth sovereigns. Ah! Mandala gasped in amazement, her teeth lightly biting her lip as she stared at Xiao Ze, as if beholding a marvel. In my heart, I pondered, can the alchemical arts of the lower realms truly reach such heights? Yet, observing Xiao Ze's demeanor, so calm and unperturbed, I found myself swayed by his confidence. Perhaps it was the time we spent together that allowed me to witness his remarkable abilities, fostering my belief in him. Excellent. If he truly can concoct pills of the late supreme realm, the Dou Luo Heavenly Domain would be willing to offer a princely sum to acquire them. Moreover, should he ever possess the capability to forge pills that aid in the cultivation of the earthly supreme realm, he need only look within the Dou Luo Heavenly Domain for any coveted divine arts or spiritual formations. He is welcome to take them, Mandala declared with great exuberance, her expression brimming with admiration. Indeed, it felt as though I had stumbled upon a treasure. Such a level of alchemist is exceedingly sought after, even among the superpowers. After all, the ability to produce pills that assist in reaching the earthly supreme tier qualifies one as a top-tier alchemist in the vast world. Beyond that lies the realm of the elite alchemists, capable of crafting pills that even heavenly supremes find irresistible. Those at that echelon are treated with the utmost respect, even by the heavenly supremes. Witnessing Mandala's grand promises, Xiao Ze could not help but smile, at least until the source tree fully transformed its spiritual energy. He felt somewhat inadequate in his ability to concoct earthly supreme-level pills. That very afternoon, Mandala held a grand awarding ceremony at the Dou Luo Square, recognizing achievements and bestowing honors. The Dou Luo Square is typically sealed, only opening for grand events such as the Dou Luo Heavenly Domain's royal coronation or the awarding ceremonies following conquest battles. The vast expanse of the Dou Luo Square, stretching endlessly before the eye, was now bustling with figures, with battalions of resolute warriors standing at the center, becoming the focal point of the awarding ceremony. At the forefront of each army stood several figures, the various kings and their commanders. Those who had distinguished themselves in battle stood tall, their faces adorned with pride, while others who suffered heavy losses bore ashen expressions, fearing the dissolution of their forces. Amidst the rising and falling waves of sound, three imposing presences descended upon the three seats atop the high platform. They were the three emperors of the Dou Luo Heavenly Domain, the Sleep Emperor, the Sky Vulture Emperor, and the Spirit Eye Emperor. However, upon their arrival at the high platform, they did not immediately take their seats. Instead, they turned slightly to face the throne above them, bowing their heads in a gesture of respect. As the three emperors made their entrance, the clamor in the square gradually subsided, until silence enveloped the crowd. With countless gazes fixed upon the throne, in their eyes, anticipation, curiosity, reverence, and a yearning to behold that singular figure were palpable. They understood that the fundamental reason for the Dou heavenly domain's enduring strength lay in the existence of that very figure. As long as the domain lord of Dou remained, the Dou heavenly domain would forever be one of the pinnacle powers of the northern realm. Under the watchful gaze of countless souls, the space above the throne suddenly warped, and a golden silhouette gradually emerged, alighting upon the throne. An overwhelming aura of authority surged forth, spreading across the vast expanse of the Dou heaven. The golden figure enveloped the form of the Dou domain lord, obscuring the true essence of this powerful being. Should anyone dare to probe into the true identity of the domain lord, they would find their eyes seared by the retaliatory gaze of the golden apparition. As this golden figure took its seat, a multitude knelt in unison, their voices rising in a harmonious crescendo that reverberated for miles around. We pay homage to the domain lord. Chapter 692, renowned throughout the Dou heaven. Xiao Ze did not partake in the conferral ceremony, instead choosing to gaze at the Dou square from atop the Dou peak. Observing the dense throng of people and the formidable waves of spiritual energy, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Truly, it was a display befitting one of the premier forces in the northern realm. This time, he had procured over 400,000 units of supreme spirit liquid to exchange for rare natural treasures. Fortunately, Mandala had not hastened his repayment of the more than 100,000 units of supreme spirit liquid. Thus, Xiao Ze devoted all the liquid obtained this time to acquiring these precious materials. Due to the vast quantity and high quality of the treasures he sought, the treasury found itself somewhat strained, necessitating an urgent requisition of rare materials from other major cities within the Dou domain, which would require some time. For this occasion, Xiao Ze was not only crafting pills suitable for the early and mid stages of the Supreme Realm, but also those that could aid cultivation in the later stages of the Supreme Realm. As the tier of the pills ascended, so too did the demand for rarer and more exquisite materials, both in terms of quantity and quality. The treasures required for the later stage Supreme pills alone consumed over 200,000 units of Supreme Spirit liquid. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze estimated that if the upcoming auction proceeded smoothly, the resulting Supreme Spirit liquid would suffice for the spiritual power assimilation of the origin tree. Although the pills he prepared did not cater to those at the Earth Supreme level, they encompassed practitioners below that tier. The pills that could assist in the cultivation of those in the later stages of the Supreme Realm would surely entice even the leaders of first-rate forces in the Northern Realm, as they themselves were at that critical stage, and such pills might grant them the advancement they had sought for years. Even the most elite forces would be stirred to excitement, for those at the later stages of the Supreme Realm held a position of undeniable prestige among the top powers in the Northern Realm. Akin to the three sovereigns of the Dou domain, Xiao Ze could already envision the tremendous sensation the auction would create, drawing numerous first-rate and elite forces to compete fiercely in bidding. While the presentation of such a substantial quantity of pills might attract covetous eyes, as long as he refrained from offering pills at the Earth's Supreme tier, Mandala's strength would suffice to fend off those who would covet them. After all, the elixirs of the late Supreme Realm are insufficient to unite the apex factions against the vast expanse of the Dou celestial domain. However, during this interval, Xiao Ze is able to fully immerse himself in the cultivation of spiritual formations. It is not that he neglects his own spiritual power training. Rather, he has yet to complete the spiritual power assimilation of the origin tree. Engaging in spiritual power cultivation at this juncture may interfere with the subsequent assimilation process. Such potential disruptions to his future training are matters that Xiao Ze would certainly avoid. Nevertheless, since the advancement of his spiritual power cultivation is temporarily stalled, Xiao Ze is not without means to enhance his own strength. Achieving mastery in spiritual formations could equally position him at the pinnacle of the vast world. With a subtle shift in thought, countless spiritual seals soared from his hands, coalescing under his intent into a spiritual formation that harnesses the energies of heaven and earth. After extensive practice, he has finally elevated his skills to the level of a master of spiritual formations, barely catching up to his spiritual power cultivation. However, in terms of combat prowess, even with his current level of mastery in spiritual formations, he could easily vanquish the newly ascended Soul Emperor. As Xiao Ze gazed upon this exquisite spiritual formation, he noted the distortion of space, brewing an attack imbued with an aura of annihilation. Just as he successfully arranged the exquisite spiritual formation, the ceremony of merit and reward commenced at the Dou square. One of the three sovereigns, the Spirit Eye Sovereign, rose, raising both hands to summon a vast surge of spiritual power that manifested into a colossal golden tablet, spanning thousands of feet. This golden tablet detailed the achievements of the recent campaign against the various kings. The voice of the spirit sovereign resonated through the air. The Azura king has vanquished 3 sects and 4 factions, rewarded with 100 elixirs and 30 cities. Gasps of astonishment echoed as countless individuals absorbed the news of the Azura king's exploits and rewards. There was awe at both the Azura king's accomplishments and the nature of the rewards. Previously, rewards were primarily city-based, supplemented by divine arts and rare treasures. Unexpectedly, this time, the rewards predominantly consisted of elixirs, with cities as a secondary consideration, and divine arts and rare treasures intermingled. The Azura king displayed a look of delight, promptly bowing in gratitude. Thank you for the Lord's generous rewards. Behind him, the commanders and Azura guards also exhibited expressions of joy, some even breathing rapidly. 100 elixirs certainly could not all be allocated to the Azura king. Most would undoubtedly be distributed to the Azura guards. For the Deluo celestial domain, the Azura guards erupted in a perfectly synchronized cheer, their battle spirit soaring, stirring the very heavens. The golden silhouette upon the throne lightly tapped the seat. A hoarse yet profound voice emerging. The Azura guards are commendable. Upon hearing the Lord's praise, each member of the Azura guards felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Kneeling in reverence, the Azura king too wore a look of astonishment, joining the Azura guards in unison to express their gratitude. Thank you, Lord. The other kings and armies cast envious glances toward the Azura guards, as did the countless spectators witnessing the event. After the golden light and shadow spoke, it waved its hand, and in an instant, a magnificent river of elixirs burst forth from its grasp. The overwhelming potency of the elixirs swept through the square, causing all present to breathe in quickened gasps. Gazing upon the flowing river of elixirs, a surge of envy and desire stirred within the hearts of the onlookers. The sheer quantity of these elixirs was staggering in its worth. The 3 sovereigns exchanged astonished glances, their prior doubts regarding the elixir rewards set by the domain lord swiftly dissipating upon witnessing such a grand display. As the river of elixirs roared forth, 100 elixirs cascaded down before the Shura king. Such a generous distribution of rewards could undoubtedly stir the hearts of many, igniting their fighting spirit and awakening their innermost desires. This would compel them to strive even harder in their training, anticipating the chance to achieve great feats in the next conquest. With each successive release from the river of elixirs, the anticipation grew palpable among the crowd. The sheer number of elixirs sparked an insatiable curiosity about the enigmatic alchemist responsible for their creation. After all, could it be that the domain lord merely enlisted a single alchemical guest rather than a troupe of alchemists to produce such an abundance? In the discussions following the merit awards, aside from the domain lord, the most fervent topic of conversation was the mysterious alchemist. The prospect of having such a talented individual concoct a single pill for oneself promised a significant enhancement of one's abilities. The excitement coursing through the hearts of the onlookers was unmistakable, despite the alchemist's profound mystery. Even their name remained unknown. Yet, this did not deter the throngs from speculating about Xiao Ze, as the mention of the alchemist became increasingly frequent in their conversations. In a certain sense, Xiao Ze had achieved a measure of fame within the Grand Realm. Chapter 693, The Great Hunting War. Upon the conclusion of the award ceremony, Xiao Ze returned to the Great Hall only to find a petite figure seated upon the throne. Her delicate features were marred by a furrowed brow, suggesting she was troubled by some pressing matter. What is the matter, Senior Mandala? The Great Hunting War may commence sooner than expected. Mandala replied with a hint of distress before suddenly recalling that Xiao Ze had recently arrived in the vast world and might be unaware of the implications. She proceeded to elucidate, explaining that the Great Hunting War was essentially a means to determine the paramount force within the chaotic northern region. It was fraught with peril, and even the most formidable powers could not guarantee their survival within its confines. The war was to be held in the northern domain's forbidden ground, the fallen battlefield. As Mandala elaborated, Xiao Ze nodded in understanding. He was indeed aware of the Great Hunting War, yet Mandala's detailed account illuminated aspects he had not previously grasped. The fallen battlefield was the site of an ancient incursion by malevolent forces from beyond the realm during a time of turmoil in the vast world. The realm of Tianluo is not spared from calamity, as fierce warfare erupts in the northern domain. The battlefield of the fallen is one of the ancient war zones where countless elite warriors once perished. Hence, it has been dubbed the battlefield of the fallen, reflecting the brutality of that conflict. The multitude of top-tier warriors who met their demise there has rendered the spiritual energy within the battlefield as tumultuous as a volcano. The violent storms of spiritual energy that erupt are enough to instill trepidation even in the mightiest of sovereigns. Periodically, the storms of spiritual energy in the battlefield of the fallen diminish, marking the opportune moment for entry. It also heralds the commencement of the Great Hunt. However, many prominent factions estimate that the Great Hunt is still some time away. To their surprise, recent news indicates a weakening of the spiritual storms outside the battlefield of the fallen, suggesting that the Great Hunt may commence sooner than anticipated. Xiao Ze, deep in thought, recognizes that the battlefield of the fallen is a relic from ancient times, where numerous powerful beings have fallen, leaving behind countless legacies. Perhaps there exist treasures to be unearthed within. Observing Xiao Ze's contemplative demeanor, Mandala inquires, Xiao Ze, are you intrigued by the Great Hunt? Indeed, I am, he replies. If I could acquire some legacies from it, my strength would surely increase. Mandala furrows her brow slightly and warns, the battlefield of the fallen is exceedingly perilous. You must consider this carefully. If you choose not to enter, even if our Daluo heavenly domain were to suffer defeat and be divided by other powerful factions, your status as an alchemist would still afford you privileges and safety. However, should you venture into the battlefield of the fallen, you will face ruthless conflicts where your identity as an alchemist will hold no sway. It's a matter of life and death. Xiao Ze nods solemnly, his expression serious. Senior Mandala, I am fully aware of this. The path of cultivation is one of relentless advancement, a quest for opportunities to progress. Mandala gazes at him thoughtfully and gives a slight nod, her face breaking into a faint smile. In truth, the early commencement of the Great Hunt may not be a misfortune for you. The onset of the Great Hunt signifies that many elite factions will hasten to enhance their strength. Alchemical pills, which can swiftly augment one's power, will undoubtedly garner even greater demand. Xiao Ze's eyes brighten with anticipation. So, the alchemical auction will be even more bustling? Mandala nods slightly. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply focus on crafting those pills. Before long, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the northern domain. The Daluo heavenly domain is set to hold an alchemical auction, featuring even pills suitable for those at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. At this crucial juncture, just before the Great Hunt begins, it naturally attracts the attention of numerous factions eager to exchange their vast reserves of supreme spiritual liquid for treasures that can swiftly elevate their prowess. In the pursuit of survival during the Great Hunt, it is evident that the remarkable effects of elixirs may pale in comparison to the slower cultivation pace associated with the supreme essence. Particularly in the latter stages of supreme realm, even an abundance of supreme essence proves insufficient for significant advancement. At this juncture, the obstacles confronting them extend beyond mere scarcity of supreme essence. They are hindered by innate talent. An insurmountable barrier may perhaps be transcended by the mere consumption of a humble pill. Consequently, various factions have begun to stir, with the leaders of the premier forces eagerly preparing themselves. They amass substantial quantities of supreme essence, intent on acquiring those pills advantageous for cultivation in the later stages of supreme realm. When juxtaposed with the formidable powers of the top-tier forces, the most potent individuals among these first-rate factions are those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Thus, each incremental enhancement they achieve can secure greater opportunities for survival for their respective factions. In a certain sense, the leaders of these first-rate forces exhibit a heightened fervor for these elixirs. Within the palace of Daluo Peak, Mandala reclines upon her seat, encircled by a flowing river of supreme essence. With each breath, she effortlessly refines a considerable amount of this essence. After a prolonged period, she slowly opens her eyes, their brilliance flickering as she gathers the river of supreme essence. Could it be true what Xiao Ze claimed, that he possesses the ability to concoct pills of the Earth's supreme tier? A glimmer of anticipation sparkles in Mandala's gaze as she contemplates this notion. Shortly thereafter, Mandala directs her attention toward the side hall, her figure flickering as she arrives at its entrance. As if in perfect synchrony, the doors of the side hall swing open at that moment, revealing Xiao Ze, who appears somewhat fatigued. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ze conceals his weariness and produces a cosmic bracelet, presenting it to Mandala. Esteemed Mandala, I entrust everything to you, he states earnestly. Upon receiving the cosmic bracelet, Mandala's eyes flash with astonishment. Rest assured, I guarantee your harvest this time will not fall below 10 million supreme essence, Mandala declares before preparing to depart for the final arrangements of the pill auction. However, a thought seems to strike her, and she pauses, turning back to Xiao Ze. Since you intend to participate in the Great Hunt, would you be interested in leading an army? Your talent in spiritual formations is likely among the finest in the vast world. Perhaps you should consider pursuing that path. A meaningful glint passes through Mandala's eyes, for she is well aware of Xiao Ze's remarkable progress in spiritual formation cultivation. Her astonishment stems from this understanding. She is not uninformed. She possesses knowledge of the formidable spiritual formation masters within the vast world. Yet, never has she encountered anyone, like Xiao Ze, who has exhibited such rapid growth in this discipline. Were it not for the certainty that Xiao Ze hails from a lower realm, Mandala might have believed he had practiced spiritual formations for decades, simply reclaiming lost memories. In just a matter of days, under the foundation of some rudimentary formations, one can elevate their skills from novice to that of a master in spiritual formations. Should this statement circulate, no practitioner of spiritual formations in the vast world would believe it. Yet, Xiao Ze has achieved this extraordinary feat. Consequently, Mandala desires to see if Xiao Ze can tread the path of a battle formation master. Chapter 694, The Army of Dou Heaven. Mandala departed, leaving behind a bamboo slip stained with faint traces of dark red blood. Gazing at this ominous slip, Xiao Ze pondered deeply, sensing the pervasive aura of iron-blooded combat emanating from it. The aspiration to become a battle formation master indeed resided within him. After all, in this vast world where myriad paths compete, mastering an additional technique equates to possessing another trump card. When confronting formidable foes, having an extra card up one's sleeve could very well turn the tide of despair into victory. Of course, this hinges on his ability to become a battle formation master. Should he fail in this endeavor, he would not force the issue. The heart of battle formations. Xiao Ze softly recited the crimson characters inscribed upon the bamboo slip. As the iron-blooded aura surged toward him, a slight smile graced his lips. Without hesitation, he pressed the slip against his forehead. Instantly, a brilliant bloodlight erupted from the slip, and the resonating sounds of battle filled his mind, gradually forming an ancient scene imbued with the essence of slaughter. An endless army, suffused with an insatiable thirst for combat, advanced through the cosmos. They marched in perfect unison, each step echoing as if they were treading upon the very fabric of existence, exuding an unstoppable momentum that even the heavens could not impede. At the forefront of this formidable legion stood a seemingly frail figure, so delicate that one might doubt their experience on the battlefield. Yet, with just a glance, who could fail to recognize this individual as the sovereign of the terrifying army? Fight! The figure raised a hand, and the legion below erupted with a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Countless waves of battle intent coalesced, transforming into an almost tangible sea of combat energy, ultimately materializing into a colossal dragon with 9 heads. As the dragon manifested, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shattered, yielding to an abyssal void. The mouths of the 9-headed dragon opened wide, unleashing 9 beams of colossal light that surged forward with tremendous velocity. Crossing millions of miles, they plunged into a boundless rift in space. Through this rift, one could behold a lower realm besieged by the malevolent forces from beyond. In silence and secrecy, that realm, saturated with the foreign evil, was utterly obliterated. Such a cataclysmic assault weighed heavily on Xiao Ze's mind. To annihilate a lower realm with a single strike, this level of power must surely approach that of the celestial sovereign. Just as Xiao Ze's thoughts began to swirl, the ancient vision gradually faded, dissolving into fragmented information that infused itself into his consciousness. However, the bamboo slip appears to have suffered damage, containing merely fragments of text, and failing to preserve the complete legacy of the battle array masters. In ancient times, these masters shone brilliantly in their struggle against the incursions of malevolent extraterrestrial tribes. Yet, when this cataclysm, which engulfed the entirety of the vast world, descended upon them, countless legacies of the battle array masters were abruptly severed. Thus, the once illustrious path of cultivation for the battle array masters began to wane. The method of battle arrays is governed by strength, the lower path. It is guided by the heart, the higher path. Xiao Ze softly articulated the essence of this bamboo slip's most profound statement. However, I have yet to engage with the will of battle. It is premature to discuss cultivation at this stage. Xiao Ze tucked away the bamboo slip and strode towards the outer hall, following the information provided by Mandala to a concealed location. Since I have never encountered the will of battle, I shall seek to train with an army. Xiao Ze transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring through the heavens of Dou Tian. Although powerful beings within Dou Tian sensed his presence along the way, none dared to impede his passage. During this period, he had frequently traversed Dou Peak, and those formidable figures had discerned that this aura belonged to the enigmatic alchemist guest. Yet, Xiao Ze had not stepped into the limelight, and they had not rashly disturbed him. Nevertheless, when those strong individuals perceived the direction Xiao Ze was heading, a flicker of astonishment stirred within them. Why would the alchemist guest venture towards the training grounds of the Dou Tian army? Xiao Ze's journey to the Dou flame pool had, of course, received Mandala's endorsement. To cultivate as a battle array master, one cannot rely solely on individual speculation. Success in cultivation is unattainable without the synergy of an army. To truly experience the surging and formidable will of battle, approaching within 1,000 zhang of the black giant peak, Xiao Ze was intercepted by a figure. Halt! Is it you, Lord Xiao Ze? The one who obstructed him was a burly man clad in battle armor, resembling a small mountain. Xiao Ze dissipated his spiritual energy disguise, revealing his form, while simultaneously producing the heavenly domain token bestowed by Mandala. It is I, Senior Mandala, should have already communicated with the Dou Qi army, correct? The stout man glanced at the heavenly domain token, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, yet he nodded and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. I have met Lord Xiao Ze. The domain lord has decreed that you are now the supreme commander of the Dou Qi army. My name is Fenghua, the grand commander of the Dou Qi army. It is an honor to meet the supreme commander. Fenghua regarded Xiao Ze, unable to discern his depth, yet he felt a newfound respect for this newly appointed supreme commander. Xiao Ze smiled and nodded, following Fenghua as they made their way towards the giant peak. Supreme Commander, this place is the Dou Flame Pool, a unique cultivation site formed by the convergence of earth vein, energy, and spiritual power. As Fenghua guided the way, he also shared insights about the Dou Flame Pool, while keenly observing Xiao Ze's reactions. The Dou Flame Pool, despite being an extraordinary place for cultivation, is not one that just anyone can enter at will. Even Fenghua, upon his arrival at the Dou Flame Pool, had to channel his spiritual energy for protection to shield himself from the searing heat that could pierce the skin. However, what weighed heavily on Fenghua's mind was that, in the face of this extreme heat intertwined with spiritual energy, Xiao Ze seemed utterly oblivious, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he walked beside him. The towering black peak was a live volcano, with crimson lava churning, emanating an intense heat amplified by the spiritual energy. Above the lava, black platforms emerged, where figures clad in dark attire cast their gazes upon the two. Fenghua addressed the Dou heavenly army below, proclaiming, "This individual is the supreme commander personally appointed by the domain lord, Lord Xiao Ze." The numerous members of the Dou heavenly army on the platforms turned their attention to Xiao Ze, hesitating momentarily before bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the supreme commander." Although there was some discontent regarding the sudden arrival of this supreme commander, they ultimately recognized his appointment by the domain lord and did not openly defy him. However, for this supreme commander to attain the same level of prestige as the other 5 commanders within the Dou heavenly army would likely take considerable time. Xiao Ze quickly discerned the thoughts of the Dou heavenly army, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke to Fenghua. "Commander, summon all the Dou heavenly army within the flame pool. I wish to conduct a military exercise." Chapter 695, The Rising Spirit of Battle. Xiao Ze's words momentarily startled Commander Fenghua. "Lord Xiao Ze, do you intend to have the Dou heavenly army engage in military exercises in groups?" Xiao Ze shook his head slightly, looking at Fenghua. "To be candid, my purpose for coming this time is to attempt to cultivate as a battle array master. Therefore, I require an army as a trial subject to hone my command of battle intent." Upon hearing this, Fenghua's eyes flickered with surprise. A battle array master? Clearly, he had heard tales of battle array masters, known for their ability to maximize the potential of an army. Typically, a commander, even with the army's recognition, could only evoke a fraction of the battle intent, perhaps 1 or 2 tenths. Yet, a battle array master could fully harness the battle intent of the army, commanding its power to the fullest extent. It was unexpected that the domain lord held such high hopes for Lord Xiao Ze, aiming for him to become the battle array master of the Dou heavenly domain. However, to quickly gain the allegiance of the Dou heavenly army and establish sufficient prestige to command battle intent for the purpose of cultivating as a battle array master would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Fenghua nodded in agreement with Xiao Ze's assessment. Those who could enter the Dou heavenly army were undoubtedly individuals of resilient character, capable of enduring the arduous cultivation within the Dou flame pool. Gaining their acceptance for a suddenly appointed supreme commander would be exceedingly difficult. At least in the short term, Fenghua believed it to be an impossible feat for Xiao Ze. However, the subsequent words of Xiao Ze caused even the typically composed Fenghua to widen his eyes in astonishment. In light of this, let us adhere to the military principle that honors the mightiest among us. I shall engage the entire Dou Tian army in a martial contest, and in doing so, allow myself to witness the most formidable military force within the Dou heavenly domain. As Fenghua opened his mouth to offer counsel, he immediately sensed a subtle yet imposing pressure emanating from Xiao Ze. His expression shifted dramatically, and the words he intended to voice were swallowed back. "The pinnacle of the supreme realm. I comprehend now. We shall proceed according to Lord Xiao Ze's wishes." Fenghua promptly commenced the assembly of the entire Dou Tian army. He harbored no reservations regarding Xiao Ze's intentions and conveyed them plainly to the Dou Tian army. In the realm of the military, there is no room for subterfuge. Feng Hua explicitly informed all members of the Dou Tian army that Xiao Ze's purpose in orchestrating this martial contest was to establish his authority within the ranks. Feng Hua's actions were designed to ignite a spirit of defiance among the troops, preventing them from hesitating to act merely because Xiao Ze had been appointed as their supreme commander by the domain lord. As anticipated, when Feng Hua's words reverberated throughout the ranks, the Dou Tian army, training within the Dou Yen pool, cast glances laden with defiance. Their pride in being part of the mightiest military faction in the Dou heavenly domain fostered a profound sense of identity. The notion that Xiao Ze would dare to challenge the entirety of the Dou Tian army single-handedly was perceived as a blatant affront. Even the highest commander, appointed by the domain lord himself, would struggle to garner respect after making such a declaration. Consequently, the Dou Tian army swiftly assembled under the leadership of their commanders. Xiao Ze regarded the hurried figure of the chief commander as he departed, a smile gracing his features. This chief commander proved to be intriguing. Upon grasping his desire to establish authority, he aligned with his intent and stirred the fighting spirit of the Dou Tian army. Ostensibly, Feng Hua stood united with the Dou Tian army, collectively prepared to confront Xiao Ze, the supreme commander. Such deft maneuvering to navigate both sides was indeed commendable. As the clarion call for assembly echoed, even those deep within the Dou Yen pool responded, emerging from the molten depths. Xiao Ze beheld this assembly, comprised entirely of individuals at the supreme realm, numbering nearly 1,000. Each member exuded an extraordinary aura, undeniably worthy of being hailed as the mightiest army within the Dou heavenly domain. If one were to equate this to the realm of the Dou Qi Continent, it would be akin to an army formed by 1,000 Dou emperors. The original text characterized this force as capable of withstanding only the mandala and the 3 sovereigns, implying that this collective of 1,000 supreme realm warriors could confront even those at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Such a notion is indeed remarkable, considering the vast disparities that exist between each tier within the supreme realm. Only those prodigies and anomalies possess the strength and various means to challenge adversaries of a higher caliber. Yet, the challenge of transcending a significant stage remains exceedingly formidable, even if one can only leap across 1 or 2 ranks. However, by employing the tactics of battle formations, one can harness the collective strength of millions to contend against those peak powerhouses. The strategies of battle formations in this vast world are indeed extraordinary, which explains their ability to shine brilliantly amidst the conflicts with the malevolent races from beyond the realms. Xiao Ze stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the assembled 1,000-strong army. The Dou Tian army is led by 5 commanders, each commanding 200 soldiers. Although their numbers are few, their quality far surpasses the armies of the various kings of the Dou Tian domain. As none of the 5 commanders are formation masters, none can fully command the entirety of the Dou Tian army. Thus, they must resort to this clever stratagem, dividing their forces into 5 to manifest a portion of the Dou Tian army's might. Battle. The spirit of combat surged skyward, stirring the winds and clouds, even causing the molten lava below to swell with tremendous waves. Each soldier of the Dou Tian army had a fierce determination in their eyes, eager to demonstrate their prowess to the supreme commander who had descended from the heavens. "Come forth," Xiao Ze said with a faint smile. The commanders exchanged glances, and the 2 standing at the periphery immediately unleashed an astonishing battle intent. The chief commander had already briefed them that Xiao Ze was a late-stage supreme, and even they dared not underestimate him. Thus, at the outset, the 2 commanders acted in unison, their overwhelming battle intent coalescing into 2 pitch-black spears stretching 100 feet in length. Swift as lightning, they shot toward Xiao Ze, causing the very fabric of space to ripple with cracks in their wake. The stability of the vast world's space is unparalleled. Only those who reach the 8th rank of the Supreme can manipulate it. The ability of these 2 black spears to rend open spatial fissures attests to their formidable power. However, in the face of these 100-foot-long spears, Xiao Ze merely flicked his finger, unleashing 2 black fissures that slithered forth like serpents. The serpentine fissures whipped their tails and crashed upon the spear tips, shattering the battle spears into fragments. A vast storm of battle intent erupted, scattering the clouds in the heavens into dust. Witnessing the effortless destruction of the 200-foot-long spears, the many soldiers of the Dou Tian army could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Meanwhile, the chief commander, Feng Hua, stood at the back, his expression grave as he remarked, controlling space, an 8th-rank supreme. The power Xiao Ze displayed left Feng Hua utterly astonished. Although he sensed that Xiao Ze was a late-stage supreme, he had merely estimated him to be a 7th-rank supreme. To his surprise, Xiao Ze had already reached the 8th rank, surpassing even the 3 emperors. After all, The publicly acknowledged strength of the three emperors of the Dou Qi domain is at the 7th rank. Yet, the power Xiao Ze is now exhibiting is undeniably that of an 8th rank supreme. There is no need to hold back, my friends. I dare say that to establish prestige within the Dou Qi army, one must possess a modicum of strength, Xiao Ze said with a cheerful gaze directed downward. The first battle upon arriving in this vast world is indeed against the Dou Qi army, and they are a worthy opponent. Chapter 696, Commanding the Will to Battle. Xiao Ze's words gradually spread, casting a somber pall over the faces of all the Dou heavenly army. Even the commanders shared the same grave expression. An 8th rank supreme being was a formidable opponent that even the Dou heavenly army could not guarantee victory against. Strike together. The Grand Commander, Feng Hua, bellowed, while the other 4 commanders, equally solemn, rallied the fighting spirit of the Dou heavenly army. A vast ocean of battle intent brewed a terrifying assault, yet Xiao Ze remained poised in the void, calmly awaiting their lethal strike. Upon observation, he discerned that although the 5 commanders jointly led the Dou heavenly army and their numbers were equal, the battle intent they cultivated was evidently more formidable under the Grand Commander's leadership. Feng Hua's mastery of the battle intent surpassed the others, indicating that his position as Grand Commander was not solely due to his own strength, but also his profound control over the Dou heavenly army's battle spirit. If fortune favored him, he might even aspire to touch upon the realm of battle formation masters. However, the subsequent actions of the Dou heavenly army piqued Xiao Ze's interest, prompting him to watch attentively. He beheld the 5 commanders coalescing ancient seals, each distinct in form. To the untrained eye, they appeared merely peculiar, but Xiao Ze keenly discerned that despite their varied shapes, these 5 ancient seals seemed capable of harmonizing together. As this thought crossed his mind, the ancient seals of the other 4 commanders soared toward the Grand Commander's battle intent seal, fitting seamlessly into the designated grooves. In this unique manner, they amalgamated their battle intent. Although they could not summon the spirit of battle intent, this clever approach undeniably amplified its potency. Xiao Ze mused inwardly. While this combination of battle intent seemed straightforward, the reality was that differing battle intents, even upon mere contact, would typically incite vehement rejection. The successful amalgamation of these battle intents without discord clearly underscored the Grand Commander's pivotal role. My Lord Xiao Ze, this represents the most formidable offensive of the Dou heavenly army. Should you withstand it, we shall heed your command. Feng Hua declared, his eyes burning crimson, revealing the immense strain this assault placed upon him. No sooner had his words fallen than Feng Hua forcefully activated the peculiar battle intent seal, propelling it toward Xiao Ze with crushing force. The gargantuan ancient seal, nearly 100 feet in size, advanced with lightning speed, shattering the very fabric of space in its wake. An overwhelming tempest of battle intent unfurled, as if to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, in the face of this battle intent that could daunt even those at the late supreme stage, Xiao Ze remained utterly tranquil. With fists clenched, he concentrated his vast spirit energy, the power brewing within him capable of rending space asunder with mere restraint. Boom! Xiao Ze struck the ancient seal with a punch that astonished all within the Dou heavenly army. A surge of spiritual energy intertwined with the essence of battle erupted, manifesting as an extraordinarily chaotic storm of destruction that radiated in all directions, as if even the towering peak trembled in response. Yet, as the mountain began to quake, peculiar spiritual formations enveloped it, resisting the onslaught of this devastating tempest. However, the molten lava below was not spared. It was violently stirred by the storm, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent fiery torrents soaring high into the sky, tinting the heavens a deep crimson. As the ancient seal of battle shattered, the spiritual energy enveloping Xiao Ze surged, sweeping away the surrounding aura of conflict. It appears I have triumphed, he proclaimed calmly. At his words, the members of the Dou heavenly army stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the cascading lava behind Xiao Ze, witnessing the magnificent and overwhelming spectacle that sent shivers through their souls. Before the lava could fully descend, a flash of golden light ignited within Xiao Ze's eyes, and golden flames erupted forth, engulfing an expanse of tens of thousands of feet. All the molten rock that landed was incinerated into nothingness by these golden flames, causing no destruction whatsoever. The commanders, observing this scene, could not help but swallow hard. Had those flames descended upon them, their bodies would have been reduced to mere ashes. Much like the lava, they felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that Xiao Ze had faced them with mere physical prowess. Had he unleashed that divine fire, the Dou heavenly army would have suffered catastrophic losses. With this thought, the commanders knelt in midair, bowing respectfully to Xiao Ze. We are sincerely convinced and pay our respects to the Supreme Commander. Their words jolted the entire Deluo heavenly army back to reality, prompting them to follow suit and kneel in homage. We are sincerely convinced and pay our respects to the Supreme Commander. The eyes of the Deluo heavenly army were filled with reverence as they regarded Xiao Ze. After all, he had been appointed as the Supreme Commander by the Lord of the Domain himself. Their previous discontent stemmed merely from his sudden arrival, which had made him seem aloof. Now, having witnessed his formidable strength, they were more than willing to accept his leadership. Please rise, he urged. If I can achieve a breakthrough in battle intent, I shall lead the Deluo heavenly army to become even more formidable, capable of standing against even the 9th rank Supreme. At his words, excitement ignited in the eyes of the Deluo heavenly army. They took pride in their ranks and naturally wished for its enhancement. Battle intent, arise. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ze stepped forward and commanded. In those 3 succinct words, an aura of ironclad resolve surged forth, momentarily stunning the Deluo heavenly army before igniting their own fervent battle spirit. Though Xiao Ze had not truly engaged with armies in the vast world, nor had he directly encountered such battle intent, he was no stranger to military affairs. Having navigated the myriad cycles of existence beneath the Bodhi ancient tree, where he had experienced countless trials, in the midst of the battlefield, through bloodshed and valor, he ascended step by step to the pinnacle of martial prowess, forging a new empire. Such experiences, spanning countless reincarnations, he has endured at least thrice. Hence, though Xiao Ze typically remains unassuming, the indomitable spirit of warfare resides within him. Armed with an understanding of the original text and the endowment of ancient wisdom, he harbors confidence in his ability to wield the essence of battle. As Xiao Ze ventured into the vast ocean of martial intent, the passage of time began to alter its very fabric. Within the depths of his will, the ocean of battle intent coalesced into myriad forms, ranging from long spears to ancient seals. For a brief span, the leaders gazed, wide-eyed, at the silhouette within the sea of martial intent. They sensed that this was Xiao Ze's first encounter with such a force, for he had initially displayed signs of unfamiliarity. Yet, as time progressed, he rapidly evolved into a commander well-versed in the mastery of battle intent, rivaling even the most seasoned among them. This extraordinary talent sent shivers down the spines of all commanders. Aware of the immense difficulty in mastering martial intent, they were astounded by Xiao Ze's progress in such a short time frame. Suddenly, the Grand Commander, Feng Hua, recalled the purpose with which Xiao Ze had originally arrived. Could it be that he truly possesses the potential to become a battle array master? The mere thought ignited a fervor within Feng Hua's heart. If the Daluo heavenly army could be commanded by a battle array master, it would unleash its full might. Chapter 697, The Spirit of Battle Intent. Xiao Ze glided through the ocean of martial intent, absorbing its formidable essence, his eyes reflecting a contemplative gleam. His ease in being accepted by the battle intent of the Daluo heavenly army was undoubtedly due to the prior battle that established his reputation. Had he not undergone that confrontation, he would have been repelled by the very essence of battle, unable to even approach this ocean. Achieving such seamless control over martial intent typically demands an arduous period of acclimation. The ability to condense battle intent into forms such as long spears or ancient seals, in accordance with Xiao Ze's will, marked the pinnacle of what ordinary commanders could achieve. This aligns with the teachings inscribed on the bamboo scroll, which spoke of mastery through force. However, to truly become a battle array master, while controlling it through sheer strength is feasible, it is exceedingly challenging. To reach the zenith on the path of a battle array master, one must ultimately harness it through the heart. Yet, when Xiao Ze endeavored to immerse himself in the martial intent, he encountered significant challenges. Though he understood the pathway forward, the actual journey was fraught with obstacles. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze was aware of the direction he needed to take and possessed a modicum of innate talent in mastering martial intent. He remained patient, methodically reflecting on the original text regarding the nuances of controlling battle intent. The essence of combat intent is an ethereal and elusive phenomenon, born from the will of humanity. Its potency stems from the harmonious fusion of combat intent and spiritual power. Although the vast ocean of combat intent appears as a unified entity, each strand possesses its own independent will. To fully immerse oneself in this ocean of combat intent, the protagonist in the original tale, Mu Chun, adopted the method of relinquishing spiritual protection, allowing the combat intent to wash over him and melding his essence with it. Naturally, Xiao Ze possesses a deeper comprehension in this regard. After all, throughout the cycles of reincarnation, he has served as a commander, sharing both hardships and triumphs with his soldiers, thus understanding how to engage with the will contained within every strand of combat intent. As the ocean of combat intent envelopes Xiao Ze, Its surging waves begin to erode his own will. However, thanks to the guardianship of the Tree of Origin, Xiao Ze's soul remains unscathed even amidst the relentless onslaught of countless combat intents, let alone this modest expanse of combat intent. As the combat intent permeates his being, Xiao Ze gradually comprehends the meaning of mastering with the heart. Under the relentless onslaught, he continually experiences the will that lies within each strand of combat intent. While Mu Chun merges himself with the ocean, Xiao Ze, in a reverse manner, allows the ocean to merge with him. After all, as the combat intent continually washes over him, it is akin to an ongoing interaction with Xiao Ze. Though their paths diverge, they ultimately converge. They are destined to tread upon the same path, that of mastering with the heart. As time trickles by, 2 days swiftly pass, and the 5 great leaders gaze expectantly at the ocean of combat intent, pondering whether Xiao Ze will indeed achieve the legendary status of a battle array master. After all, the speed at which Xiao Ze initially grasped combat intent was astonishingly rapid, a talent that left them feeling both awed and incredulous. At that moment, they suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy and soon beheld a figure clad in a black gown, prompting everyone to hastily kneel. "We greet the domain lord." Mandala nodded slightly, turning her gaze toward Xiao Ze amidst the ocean of combat intent. "Please, tell me about Xiao Ze's situation." Feng Hua promptly clasped his hands in reverence and began to recount, his tone filled with admiration. Lord Xiao Ze has only just arrived, yet he engaged in battle with the De Luo Tian army, establishing his prestige, and subsequently entered the ocean of combat intent to master it. Lord Xiao Ze has remarkably accelerated his grasp of combat intent to match our level. Upon hearing this, Mandala's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed the rising and falling figure of Xiao Ze within the ocean, a faint smile gracing her lips. As she suspected, this individual possesses an extraordinary talent for spiritual array and battle array mastery, perhaps a rarity in a millennium. Even with merely the broken battle array heart bamboo slip, he is able to seize control of combat intent with such swiftness. Just as Mandala revels in her delight, another leader behind her could not help but interject, "Domain Lord, is it truly the case that this is Lord Xiao Ze's first encounter with combat intent? How can anyone progress so swiftly?" The other leaders cast curious glances. Although their seasoned judgment indicated that Xiao Ze was indeed encountering the essence of battle for the first time, his awkward demeanor unmistakably suggested a novice's experience. However, the rapidity with which Xiao Ze grasped the essence of battle exceeded their expectations, prompting them to question their own assessments. Could it be that Xiao Ze was a seasoned commander, feigning his apparent clumsiness? Otherwise, how could anyone master the essence of battle so swiftly? Mandala was momentarily taken aback. Her golden eyes scanned the leaders behind her, and she began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Xiao Ze's speed in mastering warfare was astonishing enough to challenge their collective wisdom. He is the newly arrived alchemist in our De Luo Tian domain, and he likely had never encountered the essence of battle before. Mandala spoke softly, revealing her understanding of Xiao Ze. He hailed from a lower realm, where exposure to the vast world's essence of battle was improbable. Upon receiving the domain lord's revelation, all the leaders couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What was even more astonishing was that Xiao Ze not only possessed extraordinary talent in battle formations, but likely excelled in alchemy as well. After all, the pills Xiao Ze concocted had already stirred great waves in the De Luo Tian domain. Even the De Luo army, training in the De Luo flame pool, had heard whispers of the mysterious alchemist's identity, yet they remained unaware that it was the very same Xiao Ze who had defeated them with a single blow. As the leaders stood in shock, a peculiar wave suddenly emanated from the ocean of battle essence. All eyes instinctively turned towards it. Gazing at the surging ocean of battle essence, a sense of the extraordinary arose within them, as if something profound was gestating within its depths. Boom! The essence of battle surged, raising colossal waves, from which a sharp aura emerged. Upon sensing this piercing essence, Mandala's gaze sharpened, and she thought to herself, the talent of this essence of battle spirit in the art of battle formations likely surpasses everyone's imagination. As Mandala's thoughts raced, a massive sword, 1,000 feet in size, slowly materialized within the ocean of battle essence. The peculiar waves radiated outward, and the leaders widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape. With their acumen, they could discern the true nature of the giant sword. The Grand Commander, Feng Hua, could not restrain his exclamation, "The essence of battle spirit?" Within the ocean of battle essence, Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes, gazing in surprise at the colossal sword. He had not anticipated skipping the lengthy steps to directly refine the essence of battle spirit. Nevertheless, this marked the foundational qualification to become a battle formation master. Chapter 698, The Supreme Origin Law Body. Within the depths of the Great Luo Flame Pool, a subtle wave emanated from the vast ocean of combat intent. This wave, though faint, was impossible to ignore. Merely sensing it stirred the blood within one's veins, evoking a thunderous cacophony of battle in the mind. The leaders were well aware that this phenomenon was the very essence of combat intent, a manifestation that could only be achieved through profound comprehension of martial spirit. Despite their relentless efforts within the great Luo army, they had yet to forge this essence. Remarkably, in just a few days, Xiao Ze had successfully condensed the essence of combat intent, leaving the leaders with complex emotions. However, Feng Hui gazed in astonishment at the colossal sword towering before them. He was surprised that the essence of combat intent from the great Luo army manifested as a giant sword, seemingly disconnected from the army itself. Feng Hui's query held merit. For the 5 leaders typically did not coalesce their combat intent into a sword. The long-standing habits of an army regarding the manifestation of combat intent would influence the final form of this essence, which was closely tied to the allegiance of the army, as exemplified by Commander Mu Chun and the 9 Yu Guards. The 9 Yu Guards, loyal to the 9 Yu, took the form of a 9 Yu sparrow. Yet, the domain lord was notoriously elusive and had never demonstrated a penchant for swordsmanship. Thus, how could the essence materialize as a giant sword? At that moment, Xiao Ze transformed into a beam of spiritual light, darting from the ocean of combat intent to stand before them, smiling as he spoke. This is because the great Luo army is the sharp blade in the hands of the Mandala Elder, clearing the thorns and obstacles ahead. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Mandala smiled faintly and remarked, "How come I never noticed you were so eloquent before?" Xiao Ze chuckled, his gaze fixed on Mandala, filled with anticipation. Mandala's presence suggested that the pill auction had concluded, and she must be carrying a considerable amount of supreme spiritual liquid. Naturally, he sought to flatter her. Mandala, coming to her senses, shot a playful glare at Xiao Ze and then retrieved a jade vial from her cosmic bracelet, brimming with vitality. "This is the bounty from the recent pill auction. I've reclaimed the 1 million supreme spiritual liquid you owe me. The rest is yours." As she spoke, she tossed the jade vial to Xiao Ze. She did not erase the debt for the supreme spiritual liquid, for she understood, through their previous interactions, that Xiao Ze was quite clear on such matters. "Thank you, Mandala Elder," Xiao Ze exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon feeling the abundant supreme spiritual liquid within the vial. The 5 commanders behind Mandala gazed in astonishment at the 2 individuals before them. They discerned that Mandala's demeanor toward Xiao Ze was far from that of an ordinary subordinate, and Xiao Ze reciprocated this sentiment towards Mandala. Observing Xiao Ze's anxious demeanor, Mandala smiled and remarked, "Now that we have secured the supreme spirit liquid, let us hasten back to engage in cultivation. I am equally curious to witness the techniques your subordinates from the lower realms possess." With that, Mandala and Xiao Ze transformed into 2 ethereal figures, swiftly darting into the distance. Before the commanders could fully process the scene, they heard Mandala's lingering voice, "Train the Luo Tian army diligently, lest you fail to even summon the spirit of battle." Upon hearing Mandala's words, the commanders exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles of resignation. How could we possibly compare ourselves to a prodigy like Lord Xiao Ze? Nevertheless, their eyes gleamed with fervor as they gazed upon the vast ocean of battle intent. The colossal sword of battle intent left by Xiao Ze had yet to dissipate, perhaps offering them a glimpse into the higher realms of mastering battle intent. With this thought, the 5 commanders eagerly plunged into the ocean of battle intent, seeking to comprehend the traces of battle intent left by Xiao Ze. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze returned to the side hall and promptly entered a state of cultivation. The jade vial contained a boundless supreme spirit liquid that swirled around him like a river. At that moment, he truly grasped the immense magnitude of this supreme spirit liquid, over 15 million. Such a staggering quantity was indeed remarkable, for it could likely procure a sacred artifact. Possessing a sacred artifact would yield significant advantages even in battles at the Earth Sovereign level. Of course, Xiao Ze was acutely aware that acquiring such an abundance of supreme spirit liquid was fortuitous, coinciding with the impending grand hunting event. Numerous factions were eager to acquire treasures to enhance their strength, making it a serendipitous opportunity. The elixirs Xiao Ze had produced were precisely what they desperately needed. Even if one faction refrained from contention, there would be others vying for them. Furthermore, various factions were concerned that if others obtained these elixirs and augmented their power, they might gain an advantage in the grand hunting event, potentially turning against them. Thus, even at the risk of significant price inflation, they were determined to secure the elixirs. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, the vast supreme spirit liquid surged into his body. As it flowed into the primordial tree, the tree gradually began to radiate a layer of spiritual brilliance. Time slipped away in the throes of cultivation, and when Xiao Ze regained his awareness, he felt an invigorating sensation from within. Under the purifying influence of the supreme spirit liquid, the primordial tree completed the assimilation of spiritual energy. The soul entity that had entered the primordial tree was nourished in return, resulting in a long-anticipated surge in Xiao Ze's soul power. What lies beyond the realm of imperial souls remains a mystery to Xiao Ze. However, he can distinctly sense a qualitative enhancement in his soul's power. The supreme spirit liquid, amounting to over 15 million, has elevated his primordial tree to a staggering height of over 890,000 meters, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier. The proximity to the 9th tier is tantalizingly close. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, his attention was drawn to the primordial tree. Upon closer examination, an expression of astonishment graced Xiao Ze's face. It dawned upon him that he had already attained the supreme. As Xiao Ze's words resonated, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet, gradually materialized within the primordial tree, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Ze himself. This supreme emanated a soft golden hue, and should one gaze through it, they would perceive a myriad of colors nestled within. Its essence bore a striking similarity to the primordial imperial flame. While the gentle golden radiance was not blazingly intense, Xiao Ze could sense a terrifying potency within, reminiscent of the ability to incinerate all existence. Akin to the primordial imperial flame. Indeed, the similarities were profound, and thus he named it the primordial supreme. Chapter 699. The transformation of the soul, manifesting multitudes. A vast torrent of spiritual energy surged within Xiao Ze, ultimately settling into tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flicker of spiritual light danced within them. The emerald golden gleam in his gaze was now adorned with a layer of ethereal brilliance, rendering it even more crystalline and captivating. Yet, in an instant, the spiritual radiance receded, and the emerald golden glow fell back into silence. It appeared that following the spiritual energy assimilation of the primordial tree, his various feedback abilities had undergone a transformation as well. Xiao Ze's eyes sparkled with curiosity regarding these changes, though he recognized that the moment was not ripe for deep inquiry. His intrigue lay more with another transformation, not the elevation of his spiritual realm, but rather the advancement of his soul's realm. Long ago, he had already achieved the imperial soul. Since attaining the title of Dou Emperor, he had diligently pursued the cultivation of his soul, witnessing a steady increase in its power. Yet, he had never experienced a qualitative metamorphosis, a leap akin to the transition from the pinnacle of the heavenly realm to the imperial soul realm. Xiao Ze surmised that he had remained stagnant within the confines of the imperial soul level. However, after completing the spiritual energy assimilation of the primordial tree, his soul power received a nourishing infusion from the tree, undergoing a profound cleansing. This resulted in a sublime elevation of his soul. In Xiao Ze's perception, his soul's origin appeared to have become markedly pure, and describing it as a soul sublimation would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, his soul power surged exponentially, multiplying by dozens, even hundreds of times. This remarkable enhancement left Xiao Ze astounded, as it surpassed the magnitude of increase typically observed between the pinnacle of the heavenly realm and the imperial soul. As Xiao Ze's thoughts stirred, a fragment of consciousness detached itself, manifesting as a luminous point of spiritual energy before him. Although this thought was devoid of roots, it imparted to Xiao Ze a profound sense that this ethereal light could endure for an extended period. This was indeed remarkable, as it represented merely a projection of Xiao Ze's mind rather than a direct separation of his soul's essence. The disparity between the two is akin to the heavens and the earth. A separation of the soul's essence would undoubtedly inflict harm upon Xiao Ze's very being, while the detachment of a spiritual thought would only result in a minor depletion of his soul's power. Given Xiao Ze's current recuperation rate, he swiftly regained this lost strength in mere moments. Could it be that a soul, transcending the imperial realm, could bestow enduring vitality upon itself? As Xiao Ze gazed at this thought, a glimmer of contemplation danced in his eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation within the Dou Qi Continent, any further progression would necessitate his own exploration. The potential for this thought to persist allowed Xiao Ze to envision myriad applications. With a flicker of his mind, numerous luminous points of spiritual energy materialized around him, their quantity swiftly surpassing 1,000. One thought could manifest thousands. Subsequently, Xiao Ze channeled his vast spiritual power to catalyze 10 roots of the primordial tree. With a mere thought, these roots transformed into 10 distinct figures, each adorned in golden armor that resembled both metal and wood, wielding heavy golden halberds. Observing their expressionless visages, Xiao Ze pondered momentarily before conjuring 10 golden masks for them to don. Beholding these 10 formidable golden warriors, he nodded in approval. With a wave of his hand, the 10 luminous points of energy descended into the golden figures born from the primordial roots. Boom! The fervor of battle erupted, a surging tide of martial spirit saturating the chamber, as if it had instantaneously transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. Success. The battle intent emanating from these 10 figures was extraordinarily potent. Xiao Ze realized that by perpetually repeating this process, he could forge an army uniquely his own. Moreover, this formidable force would be intricately linked to Xiao Ze's consciousness. The drive of this martial spirit would undoubtedly surpass his control over other armies by several folds, even dozens of times. In a certain sense, could this not be deemed the manifestation of one thought into myriad forms? Or perhaps, the embodiment of countless beings? Astonished by the capabilities afforded by the soul's elevation beyond the imperial realm, Xiao Ze pondered whether further paths lay ahead. His eyes sparkled with delight as he acknowledged the remarkable ability emerging from his advancement in spiritual realms. Perhaps, as he continued to grow, he could rival the peerless divine powers of the vast worlds, even the most formidable of the 36 transcendent abilities. For both the primordial tree and Xiao Ze's spiritual strength were ever evolving. In the midst of his thoughts, Xiao Ze began to refine this technique of embodying countless forms. Perhaps when Xiao Ze truly matures, this art of transforming into myriad forms will evolve into an unparalleled divine skill, renowned throughout the vast world. After a considerable time, Xiao Ze finally stretched and rose to his feet. Observing the 100 golden figures before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. With a mere flicker of thought, the 100 figures simultaneously ignited their combat spirit. Almost instantaneously, they coalesced into a golden primordial tree from the ocean of battle intent. The runes etched upon the golden tree shimmered with resplendent light. A mere glance from Xiao Ze elicited a smile of approval. Over 10,000 battle runes. By the standards of a battle array master, Xiao Ze had now entered the ranks, becoming a true battle array master. The strength of a battle array master is gauged by the number of runes they can manifest, which hinges on 2 factors: the quantity and quality of the army and the strength of the battle array master's will. Ancient battle array masters categorized their prowess into tiers: 1,000 runes, 100,000 runes, 1,000,000 runes, and 10,000,000 runes. It is evident that this path of cultivation, born from the crucible of war, employs a rather straightforward and unrefined method of classification. However, it remains comprehensible. A master of 1,000 runes can rival a 7th grade supreme. 5,000 runes correspond to an 8th grade supreme, and 100,000 runes can contend with a 9th grade supreme. 1,000,000 runes can challenge an earth supreme, while a battle array master with 10,000,000 runes is akin to a heavenly supreme, capable of obliterating a lower plane with a mere gesture. The scene Xiao Ze witnessed from the blood-stained bamboo slip was undeniably that of a battle array master commanding 10,000,000 runes. Observing that the 100 golden figures could unleash 10,000 runes, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was indeed formidable, coupled with his own will. It equated to each figure being able to manifest 100 runes. Yet, compared to the resurrected Qinglin army, there remains a vast chasm. In ancient times, the Qinglin army had slain many demonic emperors of the extraterrestrial evil clans, equivalent to heavenly supremes. A mere 10,000 members of the Qinglin army could activate 40,000,000 runes, meaning one soldier could evoke 4,000 runes. This disparity is indeed colossal. Xiao Ze eagerly anticipates the evolution of the golden warriors he has created, aspiring for them to reach the caliber of the Qinglin army and rival the heavenly supremes. Nevertheless, for now, he resolves to proceed with caution. Xiao Ze retracted his unformed thoughts and subsequently summoned the 100 golden warriors into the small world he had previously fashioned. While the primordial space could accommodate these golden warriors, their frequent excursions into battle might expose them to peculiar energies. Given that the primordial space serves as the foundation of Xiao Ze's power, prudence is paramount. At present, the golden warriors are not yet capable of forming a cohesive combat force. Thus, he shall concentrate on the Dou Qi army for the time being. Chapter 700. Preparing for the great hunting battle. Above the vast expanse of the Dou flame pool, a boundless ocean of martial intent enveloped the surroundings, coalescing into a colossal sword of battle. Upon this magnificent blade, radiant battle runes shimmered brilliantly, emanating an aura of formidable power that would instill trepidation even in the most seasoned practitioners of the supreme realm. Amidst this tempestuous sea of combat energy, a singular figure stood resolute in the void, impervious to the relentless surges of martial fervor that sought to disturb his presence. Xiao Ze's gaze remained tranquil as he surveyed the Dou flame pool, where lava churned violently, releasing an excruciatingly intense heat. Within the ranks of the Dou heavenly army, only the elite few could venture forth to hunt the extraordinary spirit flame python, a unique product of the Dou flame pool. This was not merely due to the extreme temperatures, but also because the spirit flame python possessed extraordinary might. It was not a true creature, but rather a peculiar entity birthed from the fusion of magma and spiritual energy, devoid of any intelligence. Yet, one should not underestimate the spirit flame python. Even a centennial specimen boasted power rivaling that of a third-grade supreme. Hence, very few from the Dou Luo heavenly army could dare to enter the Dou Luo flame pool in pursuit of this formidable serpent. However, at this moment, every one of the 1,000-strong Dou Luo heavenly army exuded an intense martial spirit, their eyes aglow with anticipation as they beheld the Dou Luo flame pool. With a flick of his fingers, Xiao Ze commanded the radiant sword, which instantly unleashed a colossal beam of light, stretching thousands of feet into the air. This unparalleled sharpness cleaved through space itself, plunging into the Dou Luo flame pool and creating immense waves of molten rock. As the tumult subsided, Xiao Ze harnessed the martial intent to form a vast net, plunging it into the depths of the pool, which yielded glimmering red orbs, the spirit flame essence, a precious substance cultivated within the spirit flame python, offering significant benefits to cultivation, albeit with the agony of its extreme heat during absorption. Distribute these spirit flame essences according to your abilities. Do not reach for the unattainable, for the mightiest essences may prove difficult to absorb. Choose wisely. Xiao Ze instructed with a wave of his hand, scattering the crimson orbs amongst the Dou Luo heavenly army. Excitement and pride sparkled in the eyes of the soldiers. Once regarded as a hidden trump card of the Dou Luo realm, they were seldom deployed. Only the domain lord and the 3 emperors could withstand the might of this realm, and even then, only against those of comparable strength. Yet now, they had undergone a transformation. Even in the face of the 3 emperors, the Dou Luo heavenly army could claim victory. As the blade of the domain lord, the Dou Luo heavenly army had become sharper than ever, igniting a fervent exhilaration within their ranks. All this change stemmed from the singular figure hovering in the air. Revered by the army. Thank you, Lord Xiao Ze, echoed the sentiments of the majority, their faces alight with fervent joy. In the past, their own strength was insufficient to enter the great Luo flame pool to hunt the spirit flame python. Thus they rarely had the opportunity to refine the spirit flame marrow. However, with the might of the battle formation now at their disposal, they could indeed refine the spirit flame marrow and enhance their power. Xiao Ze nodded slightly, acutely aware that the great hunt was drawing nearer. It was imperative for the great Luo army to intensify their training and elevate their strength to ensure their survival in the forthcoming great hunt, thus preparing for the impending challenge. As the great Luo army divided the spirit flame marrow among themselves, Xiao Ze's gaze shifted to the colossal sword of battle intent. The battle inscriptions upon it shimmered, numbering over 50,000, equivalent to an 8th-grade supreme entity, not far from Xiao Ze's own spiritual realm. Yet, in genuine combat, even without resorting to various tactics, Xiao Ze could easily suppress this formidable sword of battle intent. This was not solely due to his combat prowess surpassing his spiritual realm. Rather, it was of utmost importance that the sword's current form only embodied pure battle intent, a high-level application of which Xiao Ze had yet to master. Despite the great Luo army's formidable quality and Xiao Ze's indomitable will, the manifestation of 50,000 battle inscriptions was still a testament to his exploratory progress in the path of the battle formation master, lacking any complete inheritance. Not only was he unable to delve into higher-level applications of battle intent, but he had also reached an impasse in further refining the battle inscriptions. Were any true battle formation master to learn that these 50,000 battle inscriptions were entirely self-conceived by Xiao Ze, they would undoubtedly be astounded, left in disbelief. Yet, Xiao Ze remained unsatisfied, for his methods as a battle formation master merely kept pace with his spiritual realm. What he truly sought was to master techniques that transcended the confines of his spiritual realm. The only limitation impeding Xiao Ze's advancement was the power of will. Although his soul strength was formidable, the soul did not equate to will. He needed to acquire a genuine method of cultivating his will. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Xiao Ze pressed his palm downwards, transforming the ocean of battle intent into shimmering points of light, which then returned to the great Luo army. He swiftly moved to the edge of the volcano, observing the great Luo army fervently engaged in their training below, a smile briefly flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, he redirected his focus onto himself, recalling his attempts at practicing the will cultivation method shared by Mu Chun, the 9-calamity thunder prison visualization. However, relying solely on the descriptions from the cultivation process made it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Ze to deduce the 9-calamity thunder prison visualization. He had even stalled at the initial step of constructing the visualization itself. It seemed evident that to make further progress in the realm of battle formation masters, he must obtain a true inheritance of battle formations. At the very least, he needed to secure a method for will cultivation. Xiao Ze's gaze became vacant as he stared into the distant horizon, when suddenly, a flicker of spiritual light appeared before him. "What troubles you? Are you lost in thought?" came the tender voice of Mandala, her curious eyes fixed upon Xiao Ze's face. "Indeed, I am troubled by how to advance as a battle formation master." Upon hearing this, Mandala could not help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, "Are you still not satisfied? In this vast world, is there anyone quite like you? You have only recently begun to grasp the essence of battle intent, yet you can already manipulate it, condense the spirit of battle intent, and have even approached the threshold of becoming a battle formation master." Xiao Ze smiled and replied, "No matter how unprecedented a genius may be, if they remain stagnant before reaching the supreme realm, they cannot be considered a true powerhouse, even if they achieve the minor third tier of the supreme realm in just a few years." Mandala chuckled wryly. "What you currently lack is merely the complete inheritance of the battle formation master. Once you acquire it, with your talent, you will swiftly make remarkable progress in the realm of battle formations. It is precisely for this reason that I intend to enter the fallen battlefield to seek the ancient inheritance of battle formation masters." Xiao Ze stood up and looked at Mandala. "Do you require me to refine any elixirs?" "No, there are still half a month before the grand hunt begins, and it will be difficult to make further breakthroughs," Mandala replied calmly. "I merely wish for you to help reinforce the seals within my body. The seals within you are intact and do not require reinforcement, do they?" Xiao Ze glanced at Mandala, using the power of the Origin Emperor Flame to sense her condition. "I may need to engage in combat with formidable opponents of the same level, so reinforcing them would be prudent, just in case." "Very well, after all, the one at a disadvantage will not be me." Chapter 701, Elite Convergence. Within Mandala's palace, the intricate patterns of the spirit formation emerged, and the surging energies of heaven and earth were mobilized, forming an ancient Mandala divine flower. To ensure safety, Mandala activated the previously arranged spirit formation, which Xiao Ze then reinforced with sealing power. The powerful sealing energy radiated as purple light cascaded from the divine flower, causing even Xiao Ze to feel the flow of spiritual power within him become sluggish. Golden flames spread from his body to Mandala's, ultimately forming intricate fire patterns etched upon her skin. However, under the might of the Origin Emperor Flame, only a body of the Earth Supreme could remain unscathed. The garments adorning Mandala had turned to ash and faded away. Mandala, with her petite and delicate figure, sat cross-legged opposite Xiao Ze, her alabaster body shimmering with fire patterns imbued with sealing power. Since this was merely a reinforcement, Mandala did not need to exert too much effort to suppress the curse within her. With golden pupils fixed upon Xiao Ze, and noticing his clear gaze devoid of distractions, Mandala felt a slight sense of relief. Soon after, the golden flames enveloping them dissipated, and Mandala leisurely retrieved a black dress to don. Standing up, she waved her hand, dispersing the radiance of the spirit formation. "If you wish to venture into the fallen battlefield, due to the established rules among the major powers, you may not be free to explore at will. You can only accompany me deep into the fallen battlefield to seek the treasures of the Earth Supreme." Xiao Ze nodded, feeling no surprise at this revelation. Having chosen to follow the great Luo heavenly domain into the fallen battlefield, one must naturally adhere to the corresponding rules. Until one's own strength grows to a level where one can disregard these regulations, it is imperative to comply diligently. After all, the Northern Realm is not solely dominated by the great Luo heavenly domain. Numerous other formidable factions exist. Should the great Luo heavenly domain flout these rules, it could very well provoke the wrath of other top-tier powers. There is no issue, moreover, given my current strength. Searching for inheritances on the periphery of the fallen battlefield would be somewhat unfair to other factions. The depths of the fallen battlefield house even stronger fallen warriors, leaving behind inheritances that are truly extraordinary. Mandala, pleased with Xiao Ze's cooperation, nodded in approval. Since Xiao Ze had never explicitly stated his desire to fully join the great Luo heavenly domain, Mandala had thus far assigned him positions that leaned towards honorary titles, such as Alchemist Honored Guest and Supreme Commander. The title of Alchemist Honored Guest is self-explanatory, leaning towards a role where the faction offers veneration in exchange for the alchemist's contributions of medicinal pills. Similarly, the position of Supreme Commander of the Great Luo Army is also somewhat nominal, a title temporarily established by Mandala, where honor takes precedence over actual authority. Therefore, should Xiao Ze choose not to cooperate, Mandala would not impose upon him. As the Grand Hunting War approached, Xiao Ze refrained from delving into other cultivation paths, focusing instead on enhancing his spiritual power. He also allocated some time to concoct elixirs to exchange for the supreme spiritual liquid necessary for his cultivation. Regarding the battle intent of the Great Luo Army, Xiao Ze has currently reached a bottleneck. Without enhancing his willpower, it is difficult to increase the number of battle patterns. so he has set this aside for the time being. Nevertheless, when other commanders of the great Luo army sought his guidance on mastering battle intent, Xiao Ze generously shared his knowledge. Though his exposure to battle intent has been brief, he possesses a certain innate talent for battle formations. Thus, he is capable of instructing the commanders of the great Luo army on how to better grasp battle intent. Under his tutelage, several commanders have improved their understanding of this concept, simultaneously drawing from techniques in the original work of Mu Chun to refine the battle intent spirit for other armies. Xiao Ze cultivated a pseudo-battle intent spirit for the great Luo army, even without leading the great Luo army himself. The battle intent spirit imprint left by Xiao Ze enables the other commanders to invoke the pseudo-battle intent spirit. Although weaker than the genuine battle intent spirit, it is still significantly more formidable than a great Luo army devoid of such a spirit, effectively enhancing their battle intent by half a tier. Upon entering the fallen battlefield, the mission of the great Luo army mirrors that of the various kings, to collect fallen source pills in both the outer and inner realms of the fallen battlefield. After all, the spiritual storms in the depths of the fallen battlefield are a grave concern, even for those at the pinnacle of supreme realm. Moving with a large contingent of troops, the diverse assembly is prone to inadvertently triggering the dangers lurking deep within the fallen battlefield. As the grand hunting war commenced, the entire sky of the northern realm seemed to darken, shrouded in ominous clouds. Throughout the entire northern realm, all formidable beings could sense a palpable aura of impending slaughter permeating the atmosphere. Countless factions and powerful entities trembled beneath this pervasive atmosphere of death. For in past grand hunting battles, the decline of elite forces was not uncommon. Those elite factions that suffered severe losses in these grand hunts would inevitably be divided among the remaining powerful forces. The brutality was such that even the founders of these elite factions could not escape, perishing directly on the battlefield of demise. The source of such intense competition among these elite forces was the ethereal liquid of spirit god, born within the battlefield of demise. When a supreme being falls, their ocean of supremacy does not simply vanish. Instead, it undergoes erosion through the passage of time. When this erosion reaches its zenith, it crystallizes into the liquid of spirit god, the ultimate essence of a fallen supreme being. For those at the level of a supreme being, advancing further is exceedingly arduous. Thus, the liquid of spirit god, nurtured within the battlefield of demise, holds immense benefits for those at the supreme level. Consequently, this liquid possesses extreme allure for the leaders of elite factions, compelling them to risk their own downfall to participate in the battlefield of demise. Moreover, many supreme beings have established factions in the northern realms solely for the sake of acquiring the liquid of spirit god. Each time the grand hunting battle commences, this treasure, which greatly benefits supreme beings, naturally attracts those from beyond the northern realm. However, each time they have been thwarted by the united forces of all supreme beings within the northern realm. With a resounding chime that echoed through the Dou Ocean, multicolored clouds surged downward, landing upon the vast plaza, revealing armies pulsating with vibrant spiritual energy. At the forefront of these armies stood the kings of the Dou Ocean. This time, all elite forces of the Dou Ocean had mobilized for the grand hunting battle. Should they suffer significant losses in this contest, even a top-tier power like the Dou Ocean would face dire consequences, possibly leading to their own division. Xiao Ze transformed into a spiritual silhouette, following Mandala to the expansive plaza. Observing the impressive armies below, he nodded slightly. As he scrutinized the forces, countless gazes were cast upon him, filled with curiosity towards this individual who accompanied the domain lord. They quickly speculated that he must be the enigmatic alchemical guest. The three emperors of the Dou Ocean also turned their attention to the spiritual figure. Xiao Ze withdrew his spiritual energy and offered a slight smile to the three emperors. I have met the three emperors. You are the esteemed alchemist, are you not? Thanks to your elixirs, my own strength has seen significant advancement. The Emperor of Spiritual Eyes greeted Xiao Ze with a tone of deep respect. After all, he was not only a favored figure by the domain lord, but his concocted elixirs also greatly benefited them, warranting their respect and even a desire to curry favor. Chapter 702, The Battlefield of Demise. I am the alchemist of the great Luo celestial domain, and the art of alchemy is my solemn duty. If any of you seek to concoct a particular elixir, do not hesitate to approach me. Xiao Ze spoke with a cheerful demeanor, his tone remarkably congenial. This amiable alchemist instantly captivated the attention of the Spirit Eye Emperor, as such approachable high-tier alchemists are a rarity. The Spirit Eye Emperor and the Sky Vulture Emperor engaged in light banter with Xiao Ze. Even the usually drowsy Sleep Emperor opened his eyes, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Upon receiving Xiao Ze's smile in return, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the Sleep Emperor's eyes. For one of his spiritual prowess, facing Xiao Ze induced a slight pressure. It is important to note that he had already attained the rank of a 9th-grade sovereign. Thus, the fact that Xiao Ze could impose such pressure upon him suggested that his own strength might be equally formidable. This revelation astounded the Sleep Emperor, as the path of alchemy is notoriously arduous. Achieving such heights in the realm of alchemy, while simultaneously possessing formidable spiritual power, is indeed extraordinary. Mandala cast a glance at them before shifting her gaze to the army below. Noticing that the armies of various kings were fully prepared for departure, Mandala hesitated no longer. Her voice reverberated with immense authority, echoing far and wide. "Great Luo celestial domain, let us embark." Boom. In that instant, the sky seemed to shatter, as the vast army transformed into countless ethereal figures, rushing forth, sweeping beyond the great Luo celestial domain. Meanwhile, in other regions of the northern realm, mighty legions ascended, propelled by overwhelming martial fervor, sweeping across the heavens like a tempest. The entire northern realm trembled in anticipation of the grand hunting war. Countless spiritual figures surged through the skies, carrying a palpable sense of impending doom. The ultimate destination for these myriad spirits was the farthest western reaches of the northern realm. Once renowned for its countless legacies from the battlefield of the fallen, this area drew throngs of treasure seekers, all hoping to obtain its inheritance. Yet, the majority of these seekers entered, only to vanish without a trace. Thus, the fearsome reputation of this fallen battlefield spread, gradually becoming a forbidden zone in the northern realm. The far western region is desolate beyond measure, with solitary peaks piercing the heavens. Occasionally, the roar of beasts reverberates, enhancing the desolation of this realm. An enigmatic aura seems to perpetually shroud this land, its chilling essence penetrating to the bone, even causing spiritual energy to take on a sinister hue. Within this realm, one might perceive distant echoes of fierce battles from afar, yet upon closer inspection, the surroundings are eerily vacant, amplifying the sense of ghostly desolation. Deeper within the far western region, in stark contrast to the solitary peaks that dominate the periphery, the isolated summits here have been violently shattered, rendering the earth grotesquely jagged. A colossal black fissure, stretching tens of thousands of feet, rends the ground asunder, its width unfathomable, appearing endless. Within this chasm lies an abyss of darkness, as if it serves as a gateway to the netherworld. An endless, eerie gale surged forth, creating a barrier that isolated two realms. The ethereal shadows of the Luo heavenly domain surged majestically, ultimately descending upon a shattered, solitary peak. Xiao Ze raised his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he beheld the ominous tempest. This extraordinary spiritual storm was indeed remarkable. Accompanying the howling winds were the echoes of countless anguished roars emanating from the fissures, reminiscent of vast armies clashing within. Various factions held their breath, fixating on the colossal rift. The black storm that poured forth was visibly thinning at an astonishing pace. As Xiao Ze surveyed his surroundings, he anticipated that once this dark tempest shattered, the grand hunt would commence. In but a moment, the black storm disintegrated entirely. A resonant hum reverberated through the heavens, as if the very essence of battle surged forth. With the dissolution of the spiritual tempest cloaking the fallen battlefield, the voice of the mandala resounded. "Let the battle begin." At the command of the Luo domain lord, all forces of the Luo heavenly domain transformed into ethereal shadows, converging as one. They surged forth like a colossal dragon of spirit, charging into the vast rift that spanned tens of thousands of zhang. Xiao Ze observed the area surrounding the immense fissure, where countless spiritual silhouettes flickered like a torrential storm, madly pouring into the rift. It was likely that the vast majority of elite forces from the northern realm had already gathered here, drawn by the innumerable legacies and treasures within the fallen battlefield. Following the ethereal shadows of the Luo heavenly domain, Xiao Ze entered the battlefield of the fallen. The moment he stepped into the realm, an ominous chill enveloped him entirely. Yet before he could summon his spiritual power to fend it off, this chilling aura halted at the surface of his body, unable to penetrate. Beside him, the Spirit Eye Emperor cast a glance at Xiao Ze, smiling as he elucidated, "My lord, countless formidable beings have perished within this fallen battlefield, too many to count. Their demise has infused the very essence of this land with a trace of their deathly will. This will is particularly troublesome, for it is intangible and formless. Should it become too concentrated, it could easily invade one's body, corroding one's spiritual power and causing great detriment. However, for you, my lord, it should pose little threat, as this deathly will is most afraid of the most pure and radiant forces. As a renowned alchemist, you surely possess a unique celestial fire, which should alleviate any concerns regarding this hidden peril." Upon hearing the Spirit Eye Emperor's detailed explanation, Xiao Ze smiled and nodded slightly. "I see. Thank you for clarifying. Spirit Eye Emperor, In truth, with Xiao Ze's formidable physique, it would be exceedingly difficult for such a deathly will to infiltrate his being. His gaze then swept across the fallen battlefield. Where the forces of the Deluo heavenly domain had landed was a vast expanse of dark red plains. As if countless blood had seeped into the earth over ages, leaving a haunting testament to the fallen. A series of grotesque and immense fissures marred the landscape, resembling the scars of the earth, presenting a sight both shocking and profound. It is almost unfathomable to contemplate the ferocity of the battles that once erupted upon this ancient battlefield. Scattered across the terrain lie the remains of formidable beings from the vast realm, yet not a single corpse of the malevolent extraterrestrial tribes can be found. Xiao Ze understands that once these extraterrestrial entities fall, their bodies do not linger. Instead, they are transformed into a corrupting essence that taints spiritual energy. This tainted energy is utterly unabsorbable by the cultivators of the vast realm, marking the irreconcilable divide between them and the extraterrestrial tribes. The pollution of the spiritual energy by the extraterrestrial tribes is a calculated endeavor to extinguish the very roots of cultivation within the vast realm. Should the spiritual energy of the vast realm become entirely corrupted, all capacity for resistance would be lost. Hence, the possibility of coexistence between the extraterrestrial tribes and the beings of the vast realm is entirely untenable. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flickered, Mandala issued commands to the kings of the Deluo heavenly domain, urging them to gather as many fallen source pills as possible to unlock the seal of the Earth's supreme secret treasury. The elite forces of the Deluo heavenly domain were dispatched to delve into the depths of the fallen battlefield in search of this hidden treasure. After issuing the orders, Mandala, along with Xiao Ze and the three sovereigns, ventured deeper into the battlefield, leaving the kings and their armies in a state of bewilderment, collectively pondering one question: why had the esteemed alchemist also descended into the depths of the fallen battlefield? Chapter 703, The Power of Soul Origin. The kings and armies of the Deluo heavenly domain wore expressions of confusion as they observed Xiao Ze accompanying the domain lord into the heart of the fallen battlefield. Initially, they had believed his presence by the domain lord's side was a testament to his noble and unique status as an alchemist. However, it now appeared that their assumptions were misguided. Given the domain lord's ruthless nature, it seemed improbable that he would bring a burden into the depths of the battlefield, particularly in the presence of such a coveted treasure as the spirit liquid. Diverting one's focus to care for another could easily jeopardize the competition for the spirit liquid. If Xiao Ze was not a liability, it implied that his strength was formidable, perhaps even on par with the three sovereigns. The mere thought of this possibility filled the kings and the armies of the Deluo heavenly domain with astonishment. Xiao Ze, while being an esteemed alchemist, was also a powerful practitioner of spiritual energy, a talent that evoked profound envy. Subsequently, the armies of the kings dispersed to seek the fallen source pills. Within the fallen battlefield, violent storms of spiritual energy wreaked havoc, capable of easily altering the terrain and displacing the ruins. Thus, relying on maps from previous explorations of the fallen battlefield to gain an advantage was futile. Even Mandala could only provide the kings with somewhat vague maps, outlining the locations of ruins detected prior to the battlefield's activation, the majority of which were situated on the outskirts. The majority of the detected relics are of such diminutive scale that they scarcely qualify as even third-tier relics. Within this battlefield of the fallen, relics are roughly categorized into 3 tiers based on their size and the number of fallen source gems they contain. Aside from those relics that do not merit classification, third-tier relics harbor hundreds of fallen source gems. Upon refining second-tier relics, one may obtain thousands of fallen source gems. As for first-tier relics, the quantity of fallen source gems extracted can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thus, should a particular faction manage to monopolize a first-tier relic, they could potentially amass enough fallen source gems to unlock the seals of the earthly supreme treasures. However, this is an exceedingly arduous task, as the scale of first-tier relics, along with the formidable fallen guardians they protect, makes it virtually impossible for any single faction to claim them entirely. Above the first-tier relics lies the earthly supreme treasure itself, which is the very objective of Xiao Ze and his companions on this journey. The 5 of them proceeded at a breakneck pace deeper into the battlefield of the fallen. Although they encountered several relics along the way, they chose not to linger, instead leaving behind some esoteric marks understood only within the realm of Dou Qi, allowing the armies of various kings to explore while they hastily moved on. Ultimately, their quest to explore these relics was merely a means to the end of unlocking the earthly supreme treasures. To be delayed by these relics would be to lose sight of their true goal. Despite their swift speed, the vastness of the battlefield meant it took several days for the 5 to reach its depths. This was a region of unfathomable ferocity, where the sky perpetually lay shrouded in darkness. Terrifying spiritual storms ravaged the landscape, sweeping across the terrain with unrelenting fury. Wherever these storms passed, even towering mountains would be reduced to mere plains in an instant. Only the obsidian peaks, forged from pure and peculiar cold iron, could withstand the onslaught of these spiritual tempests. Their impenetrable strength was such that even the mightiest strike from an 8th-tier supreme would be unable to shatter them. Across the land, chasms of unfathomable depth dotted the ground, resembling colossal black dragons lying in wait. The profound darkness within these abysses sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon these depths, where ominous winds howled forth, echoing like the wails of lost souls. Faintly discernible within the shadows were entities that seemed to float like specters. As Mandala descended with Xiao Ze and the others, she casually explained, "These are the souls of ancient powers that fell here, now devoid of consciousness and transformed into ghostly forms. Yet do not underestimate them. Due to the unique environment of the battlefield, these souls retain much of their former strength. A soul that once belonged to a 9th-tier supreme could prove to be a formidable opponent even for an 8th-tier supreme. Furthermore, whether due to the peculiar energies of the battlefield or the circumstances of their demise, these souls exhibit a remarkable aggressiveness. Any disturbance of their presence would incite their relentless attacks." Mandala concluded with an expression of grave concern. Although they had endured the great hunting battle, they were not naive enough to underestimate the perils of the fallen battlefield. Subsequently, we fanned out in a semicircular formation to explore the depths of the fallen battlefield, cautioning against straying too far, for this place is far from benevolent. Besides natural disasters and wandering spirits, we must remain vigilant of other formidable forces. Mandala addressed Xiao Ze and the others, who all nodded solemnly in agreement. "Senior Mandala, please hold on a moment." Just as they were about to depart, Xiao Ze presented 4 jade tablets shaped like dragons. "These are manifestations of my source of power, capable of establishing contact at any moment, ensuring immediate transmission of messages." The others took the dragon-shaped jade tablets and tested them, their faces lighting up with astonishment at their genuine connectivity. Such treasures are undoubtedly instruments of war. Excellent. With such a weapon, communication will be far more convenient. Should this venture proceed smoothly, we shall reward you upon our return to the Daluo, heavenly domain. Mandala cast a deep glance at Xiao Ze, surprised by his capabilities, which surpassed her prior methods of communication. The group then dispersed. Xiao Ze gazed into the depths of the fallen battlefield, his form gliding just above the ground as he ventured further in. Due to the presence of energy storms, the high altitudes of the fallen battlefield were exceedingly perilous. If he encountered an energy storm while flying low, he could take refuge within the dark peaks. A thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very essence of energy. After traversing 100 miles into the depths of the fallen battlefield, Xiao Ze deliberately awakened a soul of considerable power, an 8th-grade supreme spirit. He was intrigued by the souls within the depths, for he sensed a wealth of soul source energy emanating from them. Thanks to the soul cultivation techniques from the continent of Dou Qi, Xiao Ze's perception of soul source energy was far more acute than that of the average person. As he beheld the chilling spirit approaching, Xiao Ze's fist shimmered with radiant energy, and he unleashed a punch imbued with vast spiritual power. Moments later, a pitch-black abyss several thousand feet deep formed within the depths of the fallen battlefield. In his hand, Xiao Ze held a swirling mass of soul source energy, more formidable than that of the tomb souls. Gulping, Xiao Ze could not suppress a tremor in his throat as he surveyed the surroundings. This fallen battlefield was indeed a treasure trove for him. The Origin Emperor flame blazed brightly, refining the mass of soul source energy. With slightly parted lips, he extracted pure soul source energy from the Origin Emperor flame time and again, drawing it into his body. Enhanced by his talent in soul devouring, he voraciously absorbed this pure soul source, augmenting his soul power. Chapter 704. The Ruins of the Fragmented Spirit Array. As the final vestige of soul source energy was absorbed by Xiao Ze, in Xiao Ze's eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction emerged, a profound contentment that resonated from the depths of his soul. After attaining the soul of the Emperor realm, he had long been devoid of such a sense of spiritual fulfillment. Following the assimilation of spiritual energy, his soul underwent a metamorphosis, elevating its essence and transcending to a higher realm. Uncertain of what lay beyond the Emperor realm, Xiao Ze took it upon himself to bestow a name upon this newfound state. Thus, he borrowed a character from the title of the Supreme Saint, naming it the Saintly Realm Soul. Above the Emperor Realm Soul lies the Saintly Realm Soul. Upon achieving the Saintly Realm Soul, Xiao Ze's previously stagnant soul power began to surge once more. The souls of the fallen within the battlefield contained primordial essence, akin to exquisite delicacies for Xiao Ze's spirit. Such an opportunity stirred a palpable excitement within him. It seemed that in the depths of the fallen battlefield, beyond the quest for the treasures of the earthly sovereign and the legacy of the battle array masters. He had yet another objective, to gather the primordial essence of the fallen souls. He mused inwardly. With this new goal, he felt no pressure. Instead, he was invigorated. For each essence of a fallen soul he collected would significantly enhance his spiritual power. This kind of cultivation, where one could tangibly perceive their growth, was utterly addictive. However, Xiao Ze was not reckless. The depths of the fallen battlefield harbored dangers not only from natural calamities and wandering souls, but also from formidable beings of other top-tier factions. This time, the number of elite forces entering the battlefield was considerable, far surpassing the days of Muchun. Yet, each opening of the fallen battlefield also bore the potential for the weakening of these top-tier factions, making them not entirely untouchable. I am unharmed, and have found no trace of the ruins or any anomalies, Xiao Ze murmured as he produced a dragon-shaped jade token, which he had crafted specifically for communication. This token allowed for mutual contact without disturbing the owners of other primordial roots. After understanding the token's purpose and confirming with Xiao Ze that it would not incur significant consumption, Mandala decided to maintain periodic communication to report their circumstances. After relaying his message, Xiao Ze snapped his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shot forth, striking a point in space 1,000 feet away where the fabric of reality twisted. With a crack, the space shattered, and a chilling, bone-deep aura burst forth from the distorted realm. A ghost, emanating an extraordinarily terrifying presence, surged forth, its blood-red gaze fixating upon Xiao Ze. Like a shadow, it flickered and appeared before him. The frigid aura seemed to freeze the very air, and its ghastly claws lunged at Xiao Ze. The cold energy swirling around it potent enough to temporarily freeze the spiritual energy of even an 8th-rank sovereign. As the essence of spiritual power serves as the foundation for cultivators, once it is frozen, facing an opponent of equal caliber renders one as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. This is precisely what makes the specter so formidable. However, in the face of that chilling energy, Xiao Ze felt no trepidation. The spiritual power surging within his palm exuded an intensely fiery aura. He delivered a powerful punch towards the claw-like appendage, which resembled a ghostly hand. With a series of explosive sounds, the specter's claw shattered into countless frigid fragments, akin to ice struck by a colossal hammer. Yet the specter remained unfazed, instantly reforming the claw without a trace of fear or hesitation, relentlessly launching an assault on Xiao Ze. Familiar with such adversaries, Xiao Ze met the specter's frenzied strikes with unwavering resolve, his fists repeatedly colliding with its attacks. The clash of spiritual energy and chilling force left deep ravines upon the earth. Soon after, as Xiao Ze infused the essence of the primordial imperial flame into the specter's being, he ultimately subdued it. Indeed, the specter of a 9th-grade supreme was formidable. Even I had to employ considerable tactics to contend with it. Xiao Ze surmised that the specter's strength in life was likely near that of a terrestrial supreme. Otherwise, it would not have remained so potent after perishing for such an extended period. Channeling his soul's power, he sealed the essence of the soul, reserving it for future absorption. Given the current predicament, every second counted, and it was wise to swiftly hunt more specters. He had already ventured 1,000 miles deep, slightly lagging behind the progress of Mandala and others. Just as Xiao Ze intended to quicken his pace to catch up with Mandala and the rest, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. The once gray heavens abruptly darkened, and the spiritual energy in the world became exceedingly violent. A pitch-black storm connecting heaven and earth rapidly approached from afar. Upon witnessing this ominous tempest, Xiao Ze's expression shifted slightly. Such a spiritual storm would pose significant trouble even for a 9th-grade supreme, and Xiao Ze certainly did not wish to confront its fury. Expanding his soul's power, he searched the surrounding dark mountains for a suitable refuge. Subsequently, Xiao Ze flickered away, distancing himself from the approaching black storm. Arriving before a dark mountain several dozen miles away, at the base of the mountain, he discovered a narrow crevice. However, through the probing of his soul's power, Xiao Ze knew that within this narrow gap lay hidden wonders. Without hesitation, he adjusted his form and slipped inside. Shortly after Xiao Ze entered the crevice, the violent storm of spiritual energy surged forth, leveling a towering mountain miles away and ultimately crashing against the dark mountain. The mountain trembled slightly, yet it remained unscathed. Within the dark mountain, as Xiao Ze felt the subtle vibrations of the earth, he shook his head, unhurried to exit. From his prior sensing, he discerned that the storm of spiritual energy stretched for hundreds of miles. In a brief span of time, this region remained enveloped in the grasp of a spiritual tempest, rendering escape impossible. Subsequently, Xiao Ze retrieved a dragon-shaped jade tablet, notifying Mandala and the others, before commencing to survey the darkened mountain peak before him. The spiritual essence extended over 1,000 zhong, prompting Xiao Ze to utter a soft gasp of surprise. Was it possible that misfortune had turned into fortune? He spoke quietly, for within his perception, it seemed that deep within the obsidian mountain peak lay an ancient relic. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ze's form flickered as he ventured deeper into the abyss. After traversing a fissure for a brief moment, a sudden distortion of space altered the scene before him. Within the relic, devastation reigned supreme, as if it had endured a fierce and violent conflict. Xiao Ze sensed a peculiar wave permeating the air, and his gaze shifted accordingly. This appeared to be a shattered spiritual formation. Chapter 705, The Supreme Power, Blood Spirit Sect. Xiao Ze attuned himself to the remnants of the spiritual array that lingered in the atmosphere. It seemed to be a high-grade heavenly spiritual formation, in its complete state. It could subdue even a 9th-tier supreme being. Alas, it was now in ruins, its power significantly diminished, a lamentable fate indeed. Shaking his head, Xiao Ze gently descended upon the dark crimson earth. Despite the high-grade heavenly spiritual formation's destruction, he remained vigilant. It was evident that an extraordinarily fierce battle had erupted in this ancient locale. Otherwise, such a potent formation would not have been shattered. Scattered across the ground were numerous remnants of broken materials, inscribed with various ancient runes. As he delved into the essence of the spiritual power, Xiao Ze's brow furrowed slightly. Based on the traces left behind, could this be a small command post from ancient times? Transforming into a shadowy figure, Xiao Ze approached a shattered edifice. To call it a palace would be an overstatement, for the structure had been utterly razed by external forces, leaving only a half-human-height bronze pillar standing. Yet, this bronze pillar was precisely Xiao Ze's focus, as he sensed an extraordinarily bizarre power emanating from it. Even after the passage of countless years, a faint aura still lingered. Indeed, it was the power of an otherworldly malevolent race. Xiao Ze speculated that this was likely a small command post from the ancient battlefield. After all, even beings of supreme power could not oversee everything single-handedly. Subordinate command posts must have been established to orchestrate the war against the otherworldly evil. However, this particular command post had likely been discovered by the malevolent race, which sent troops to forcefully breach it, shattering even the protective high-grade, heavenly spiritual formation. Just as Xiao Ze was about to delve deeper into the command post, he suddenly sensed a presence and turned to look behind him. There, a distortion in space revealed the sudden appearance of a figure clad in a blood-red robe. I find myself fortunate. In my attempt to evade the spiritual tempest, I have inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient relic. The elder in the blood robe emanated an extraordinarily formidable surge of spiritual power. With a sinister smile, he directed his gaze towards Xiao Ze. It seems that I have a rival, he mused. From which top-tier faction do you hail? Surely, you are not one of those first-rate forces sneaking in here, are you? Xiao Ze remained composed, instantly recognizing the identity of the elder, who was undoubtedly one of the 3 revered ones of the blood spirit sect. Before departing, Mandala had provided Xiao Ze with a general overview of the high-ranking officials from other leading factions in the Northern Realm, preventing him from being completely in the dark about his opponent's origins. The blood spirit sect was also a top-tier force, with its 3 revered ones holding positions akin to the 3 emperors of the Great Luo, celestial domain. Noting that Xiao Ze had chosen to disregard him, the elder merely chuckled coldly. His arrogance was palpable. It seemed that there was no one else of your caliber among the high-ranking officials of other top-tier factions. You must be the leader of a first-rate force that has slipped in unnoticed. Now that you are here, do not entertain thoughts of leaving. Perhaps in 1,000 years, you too will become a wraith upon this battlefield of fallen souls. The elder, known as the Blood Tiger Revered One, ranked among the most powerful of the 3 revered ones. With his strength, he was indeed a standout even among the upper echelons of top-tier forces. The Blood Tiger Revered One was already contemplating that if he encountered any lone powerful figures from other top-tier factions, he would strive to eliminate them, thereby weakening their strength in advance. As for the leaders of other first-rate forces, they were hardly worthy of his attention. Now that the 2 had jointly stumbled upon this ancient relic, the elder was certainly intent on claiming its treasures for himself. You are a revered one of the blood spirit sect, are you not? I am not the leader of any first-rate force. Rather, I am a guest elder newly joined to the Great Luo celestial domain. Xiao Ze replied casually, showing little respect for the revered one of the blood spirit sect. After all, the man before him was intent on killing him swiftly, and Xiao Ze harbored no goodwill. Even without sensing the power of the soul, he could discern the murderous intent flickering in the elder's eyes. Oh, so you are a guest elder of the Great Luo celestial domain? It matters not. You are destined to perish here today. Blame your misfortune on encountering me at this relic, the Blood Tiger Revered One declared. clenching his fist as a vast wave of crimson spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a ferocious, roaring blood tiger. The massive beast, towering over 100 feet, charged directly at Xiao Ze, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. To his astonishment, the blood tiger revered one was indeed the strongest among the 3 revered ones of the blood spirit sect. Wherever the blood tiger passed, the very fabric of space distorted, resembling an unrivaled beast, unleashing a terrifying aura. Although the blood tiger revered one feigned indifference toward Xiao Ze, his initial strike was executed with full force. He understood that anyone capable of venturing deep into the battlefield of the fallen was far from ordinary. At the very least, they must possess late-stage supreme realm capabilities. Additionally, Xiao Ze's concealed spiritual power left him somewhat perplexed, prompting the blood tiger revered one to go all out from the very beginning, intending for a swift resolution. Xiao Ze skillfully refined the Source Emperor flame into a fire orb the size of a longan. With a swift flick of his sleeve, the fire orb shot forth, hurtling towards the towering and fearsome blood tiger. Although the golden fire orb's power remained unmanifested, it left behind pronounced fissures in the space it traversed, causing a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the blood tiger's worshipper. Subsequently, as the golden fire orb collided fiercely with the blood tiger, Xiao Ze's mind stirred, and flames erupted, surging forth with an overwhelming torrent of blood fire, unleashing a tempest of crimson fury. At the pinnacle of the 8th grade supreme, how could such a formidable attack be unleashed? The blood tiger's worshipper, incredulous, gazed at the flame resting in Xiao Ze's palm. Is this divine fire? Each strand of divine fire in the vast world is renowned, and yet the individual before him commanded such a flame. Before the blood tiger's worshipper could ponder further, Xiao Ze conjured another golden fire orb, launching it directly at the worshipper. Since enmity had been established, retreat was no longer an option. The worshipper observed the golden fire orb, feeling none of the extreme heat emanating from the divine fire. However, the surrounding spatial rifts compelled him to take it seriously. Boom! A supreme avatar was summoned forth by the blood tiger's worshipper. Surrounding the avatar, blood energy surged, subtly manifesting as a throng of rampaging tigers. The worshipper formed seals with his hands, and the colossal blood tiger avatar swiftly mirrored his movements. As the seals were completed, the blood energy of the myriad tigers continuously poured forth, coalescing into a crimson torrent rushing towards the golden fire orb. This time, Xiao Ze refrained from detonating the golden fire orb directly. Instead, it pierced through the ranks of the blood tigers. The orb's might remained undiminished as it surged against the crimson tide, racing towards the blood tiger's worshipper. The worshipper's expression shifted as the energy swirling around him intensified. He directed the supreme avatar to continually generate the blood torrent, attempting to wash away the golden fire orb. Ultimately, the force of a single strike could not be sustained indefinitely. Under the relentless onslaught of the crimson tide, the golden fire orb was gradually pushed towards oblivion. Just as the blood tiger's worshipper exhaled in relief and turned his gaze to Xiao Ze, his pupils suddenly constricted. Before Xiao Ze, several golden fire orbs were being meticulously refined anew. A palpable sense of death loomed over the blood tiger's worshipper, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 706, Crushing the 9th grade, Paving the Way. Within the ancient ruins, standing upon the shoulders of the towering supreme avatar, the blood tiger's worshipper beheld Xiao Ze below, who was conjuring dozens of golden fire orbs the size of longans. Impossible. You are merely an 8th grade supreme. How could you consecutively manifest such terrifying attacks? It must be a bluff. The blood tiger's worshipper, gazing at the multitude of fire orbs, spoke with a mixture of fear and incredulity. As he concluded, his tone grew increasingly resolute, as if he firmly believed this defiance of reason was merely Xiao Ze's posturing. In the face of the worshipper's self-deception, Xiao Ze refrained from offering excessive explanations. The surging power of the soul has endowed Xiao Ze with a terrifying mastery of energy. With but a thought, dozens of imperial flame orbs pierced through the void, hurtling towards the blood tiger offering. However, this time, Xiao Ze did not proceed in a straightforward manner. Instead, he deftly manipulated each orb to traverse peculiar arcs, locking onto the blood tiger offering and its supreme body. The chilling sensation of impending death shattered the self-deception of the blood tiger offering. Sensing the imminent threat, it let out a thunderous roar, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth from its being. The towering supreme body beneath it also radiated a blinding brilliance, bathing the entire space in a sanguine hue. Amidst the crimson light, the blood tiger swirling around the supreme body was relentlessly consumed by it. From a distance, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow. The act of devouring one's own manifested power felt akin to the left hand undermining the right. Yet, he understood that faced with such peril, The Blood Tiger offering would not merely engage in futile efforts. At present, the Supreme Body consuming its own manifested power undoubtedly possessed an alternative strategy. In an instant, the Supreme Body shrank to a size of 1,000 feet, undergoing a significant transformation from a humanoid form into that of a blood tiger. This spectacle caused Xiao Ze to squint. It resembled a supreme, divine ability. Only the most formidable Supreme Bodies could wield such powers. It became apparent that although this Blood Tiger Supreme Body did not rank among the top tier, it was nonetheless formidable. Meanwhile, the figure of the Blood Tiger offering vanished beneath the shroud of the crimson light, seemingly concealed. However, Xiao Ze remained unfazed. For the golden fire orbs had already locked onto that realm. Like an intricate web, any entity attempting to escape would be instantly ensnared by the orbs. With a soft hiss, the moment the Supreme Body transformed into the Blood Tiger form, a golden fire orb silently descended upon it. Before the orb, imbued with immense power, the formidable Supreme Body appeared as fragile as paper, instantly torn open. Yet, the Blood Tiger Supreme Body paid no heed to its wounds. It opened its mouth, a blood-colored halo coalescing within, as a tempest of energy surged, prompting Xiao Ze to exercise caution. However, in the next moment, the Blood Tiger Supreme Body abruptly pivoted. The blood-colored halo it had been cultivating suddenly shooting forth towards the depths of the ruins. This inexplicable action momentarily stunned Xiao Ze, who swiftly turned to observe the Blood Tiger Supreme Body. He noted that under the onslaught of the dozens of golden fire orbs, the injuries on the Blood Tiger Supreme Body were steadily increasing. Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened. With a thought, the golden fire orbs surged towards the Blood Tiger Supreme Body, detonating with tremendous force. Countless golden flames erupted, their terrifying might tearing apart the very fabric of that region, transforming it into a vast void. As the space around him fell into silence, Xiao Ze turned his gaze toward the depths of the ruins. It was indeed a ruthless ploy to use the Supreme Law Body as bait, executing a clever ruse akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Xiao Ze surmised correctly that the Blood Tiger offering had utilized the recent, wildly violent crimson halo to escape deeper into the ruins. This overwhelming crimson aura had also obscured Xiao Ze's perception, allowing the Blood Tiger offering to evade capture successfully. However, Xiao Ze did not rush to pursue the Blood Tiger offering. He had already formed conjectures before completely annihilating the Blood Tiger's Supreme Law Body. After all, as one of the three revered offerings of a top-tier power, the Blood Tiger offering could not possibly engage in such inexplicable actions. The few possibilities that lingered in his mind were fleetingly considered. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze remained unhurried. After obliterating the Blood Tiger's Supreme Law Body and confirming its retreat into the depths of the ruins, he allowed his gaze to shift, expanding his soul's perception without hastily diving into the ruins. In ancient times, a brutal war must have erupted here, evidenced by the shattered high-grade spirit formations, indicative of the fierce battles that transpired. Moreover, the outcome of this war need not have favored the formidable beings of the Great Thousand World. It was entirely plausible that malevolent extraterrestrial entities lurked within. Letting the Blood Tiger offering venture forth to probe was far less perilous than risking his own safety. As for whether the Blood Tiger offering could attain any form of inheritance, Xiao Ze was indifferent. Unless the Blood Tiger offering acquired a powerful external force of the sacred object level, reversing the balance of power would be exceedingly difficult. Sacred objects were elusive even for experts at the Earth Sovereign level, let alone those beneath it. After a brief pause, Xiao Ze's figure flickered as he hastened toward the depths of the ruins. There, within a vast pit, the Blood Tiger offering, having sustained grievous injuries, struggled to rise. Looking utterly wretched, with traces of fear still etched upon his face. Damn it, when did such a terrifying creature arrive in the Doluo heavenly domain? The Blood Tiger offering could not help but curse vehemently, even relying on the might of divine fire to overpower him, an 8th-grade sovereign. Against this 9th-grade sovereign was enough to highlight Xiao Ze's monstrous nature, if not for the impending onslaught of the rampant spiritual energy storm outside the ancient ruins. He would never have dared to venture into the depths of these ruins. Now, he could only pray that within these depths lay means to contend with that creature. Transforming into a crimson spectral shadow, the Blood Tiger offering approached a massive, obsidian palace. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he sensed a familiar power within the palace, battle intent. Although he was not a battle formation master, the Blood Spirit sect had similarly cultivated numerous armies, rendering the Blood Tiger offering well acquainted with the essence of battle intent. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he glanced back and, gritting his teeth, charged into the dark palace. For in that fleeting time, it was certain that the creature would discover his presence. Just moments after the Blood Tiger's offering entered the obsidian palace, Xiao Ze's figure arrived at this location. The essence of battle? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes, with remnants of battle intent lingering. Could it be that this command post is still presided over by a battle formation master? However, Xiao Ze's formidable soul perception also detected, beyond the battle intent, the fluctuations of spiritual formations, as well as those sinister waves akin to maggots clinging to flesh. There lies the residual power of an otherworldly evil clan. Chapter 707, To the Bitter End. As Xiao Ze sensed the myriad auras within the vast palace, he paused briefly before entering. Upon stepping into the pitch-black hall, he was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming presence of battle intent. Yet, unlike the invigorating battle intent that stirs one's soul, this emanated a sense of decay. Xiao Ze raised his gaze to behold an army of over 1,000. However, the armor adorning this legion had succumbed to rot, and their visages were marred and ghastly. Observing this army, Xiao Ze sighed softly. This legion had presumably clashed with the otherworldly evil clan, their bodies invaded by malevolent energies, corrupting both flesh and intellect. After enduring the passage of countless years, they remained tainted by this evil essence. Evidently, this army had recently engaged in battle, their battle intent still surging, likely ignited by a clash with the Blood Tiger's offering. With a thunderous roar, the sea of battle intent from this decaying army surged like tumultuous waves, and a spirit of battle, shimmering with the glow of war runes, emerged from within. Xiao Ze instinctively turned towards the catalyst of this battle intent. That figure must be the commander of this decayed legion. The armor upon the commander appeared to have been forcibly rent asunder by some formidable entity, leaving behind jagged, grotesque gaps. The decayed commander slowly parted his lips, a hoarse voice escaping, "To protect the great thousand until death." As the words of the decayed commander resonated, the army's unleashed battle intent grew increasingly terrifying. Listening to the commander's words, Xiao Ze felt a stirring in his heart. To protect the great thousand, until death. These ancient warriors, in their quest to defend the great thousand world, were willing to sacrifice their very lives to vanquish the invading otherworldly evil clan. Even as malevolence invaded their bodies, leading to their demise, they remained steadfast in their commitment to safeguarding the great thousand. To the bitter end, esteemed predecessors. You protect the great thousand without rest, even unto death. Xiao Ze solemnly clasped his hands in respect towards the army. Then, he surged forward, his form flickering. As he passed through the oncoming spirit of battle, arriving at the heart of the army, he stood face to face with the decayed commander. Vast spiritual energy poured into the decayed commander's body, cleansing the malevolent essence within. As this immense spiritual energy surged into him, a sense of relief washed over the commander's withered visage. In that fleeting moment, the hollow depths of his eyes seemed to regain awareness, and the last vestiges of his will turned toward Xiao Ze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you. As long as the great thousand endures, we rejoice. The predecessors, in their unwavering quest to protect the great thousand, never faltered, and the younger generation holds them in deep reverence. Xiao Ze retracted his hand and, with a respectful gesture, inquired, "If within my capabilities, may I assist my lord in attaining liberation?" Upon the utterance of the final words by the decayed commander, his form began to gradually dissipate. With a serious expression, Xiao Ze affirmed, "To the best of my abilities, I shall exert myself to the utmost." The commander nodded with a smile, and even the last vestige of his obsession completely vanished. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from Xiao Ze, spreading forth and shattering the entire army. Among this force, only the decayed commander retained a trace of will, while the others were mere shells of their former selves. As Xiao Ze's spiritual energy surged, washing away the malevolent aura, the army, bereft of its dark support, disintegrated into mere dust, leaving behind a peculiar essence. With a flick of his hand, golden flames enveloped the remnants, and within mere moments, he refined a considerable quantity of fallen source pills. Nonchalantly, he collected them and cast his gaze deep into the obsidian hall. To aid the commander's master in achieving liberation, it appeared that this being had also succumbed to the taint of darkness. Xiao Ze flickered and made his way towards the depths of the hall, encountering 3 more armies along the way, each bearing the marks of battle. However, they retreated at the slightest provocation, never fully engaging in combat. Xiao Ze took a moment to assist their commanders in finding release. Eventually, he entered the innermost sanctum of the hall, where an immense spiritual formation enveloped the central area. Within this core, a formidable army stood poised, its strength evident even without the incitement of battle. The soldiers knelt before a stone pedestal at the center, upon which sat a figure cloaked in black, with eyes as dark as abysses, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The Blood Tiger Deacon stood before the spiritual formation, seemingly aware of Xiao Ze's arrival, and turned to face him. You have arrived too late. I have already made arrangements with this esteemed individual. Upon liberating him, He shall join forces with me against you. As the blood tiger deacon spoke, he gathered immense spiritual power in his palm, launching it towards the spiritual formation with a thunderous strike. Upon witnessing the deacon's action, a flicker of delight crossed the face of the figure atop the pedestal. Will this accursed formation, which has imprisoned me for countless millennia, finally be obliterated? However, before the spiritual energy could collide with the formation, Xiao Ze swiftly appeared behind the blood tiger deacon. With a fist charged with terrifying energy, he struck towards the deacon's back. Should the deacon fail to dodge, this blow would shatter half of his being. Alarmed, the blood tiger deacon quickly redirected his palm strike towards his rear, leading to a clash of immense power. Boom! The deaconess body was thrust against the shimmering barrier of the formation, creating ripples of energy. Blood tiger deacon, can you not see that he has already been tainted by the extraterritorial malevolence? Cough, and what of it? He has promised me his aid in dealing with you. The blood tiger's devotee, indifferent to all else, unleashed a powerful strike towards the spiritual array. Upon hearing this, a glint of fierce resolve flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes. Fully aware of the recklessness involved, in a flash, he appeared before the blood tiger's devotee, directing his fist squarely at the devotee's head. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the devotee's eyes as he showed no intention of halting his actions, striking the spiritual array with a palm. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the spiritual array crumbled, and the blood tiger's devotee's head exploded. Oh, what a splendid display of mutual destruction in this vast world, allowing me to escape. The figure atop the stone seat abruptly stood. However, the army below surged with battle intent, transforming into peculiar chains of battle intent runes that ensnared that figure. Escape? You are far too premature in your assumptions. With these words, countless spiritual seals erupted from Xiao Ze's sleeves, raining down upon the shattered spiritual array to mend it. The chains of battle intent briefly held the figure captive, granting Xiao Ze the opportunity to repair the array. No, you wretched array master. The figure's eyes glowed with a sinister hue, and an overwhelming malevolence surged forth, causing the chains of battle intent that bound him to tighten and emit ominous cracking sounds. Once Xiao Ze had completed the repairs to the spiritual array, he frowned slightly. This array was too ancient. Despite his patchwork efforts, it still retained considerable power. However, the prior destruction had left many seals on the brink of collapse. Xiao Ze raised his gaze towards the figure atop the stone seat, noticing that the chains of battle intent still held strong. Without further hesitation, he released hundreds upon thousands of spiritual seals from his sleeves, initiating a thorough restoration of the array. Once the spiritual array was fully mended and operational, it would undoubtedly obliterate the weakened remnant of the outer evil race. Chapter 708, The Array Master and the Battle Array Master. Within the obsidian hall, a multitude of spiritual seals soared from Xiao Ze's sleeves into the array, repairing the nearly shattered seals. Inside the array, a vast battle intent transformed into chains of battle intent runes, firmly imprisoning the figure atop the stone seat. However, as the figure exuded malevolence, the chains of battle intent began to emit ominous cracking sounds. Crack! As the first chain of battle intent shattered, it triggered a chain reaction. In mere moments, several chains broke free. In the wake of the ruptured chains, the warriors who had summoned the battle intent were reduced to mere dust under the backlash. Hee, I shall see you dead. The figure sneered. Xiao Ze's brow furrowed slightly, yet in this moment of urgency, he remained ever more composed. As the final spiritual seal descended into the spiritual array, this long-dormant formation finally radiated with a magnificent brilliance of spiritual power. Boom! With a swift flick of his sleeve, Xiao Ze set the array into motion, transforming the overwhelming spiritual pressure into layers of ethereal peaks that bore down upon the shadowy figure. Under the weight of these illusory summits, even the malevolent energy emanating from the figure could not withstand the onslaught, being relentlessly extinguished beneath the crushing force. No! Damn the array master! Damn the battle array master! The figure emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its dark energy surging forth. Yet, despite its fury, it was futile against the relentless oppression of the countless ethereal peaks. With a piercing roar, it was forced back onto the stone pedestal. Xiao Ze's gaze remained calm as he deftly manipulated the array with intricate hand seals, activating its full potential. The power of a spiritual array varies greatly depending on whether it is under the control of a skilled array master. Though Xiao Ze was not the creator of this formation, he had successfully gained control over it during previous repairs. With the array master's influence, its might could now be fully unleashed. Upon witnessing the ethereal peaks subduing the demonic shadow, Xiao Ze altered his hand seals, causing the array to surge with energy, filling the hall with a howling rush of spiritual force, illuminating the array with an even more resplendent glow. Countless points of pure spiritual light emanated from the array, drifting towards the shadowy figure, cleansing and erasing the malevolent energy that clung to it. Sensing the array's power, the expression on the shadow's face shifted dramatically. Years ago, a dedicated array master had sacrificed themselves to forge this formation, leading to their demise. And thus the full potential of the array had never been realized, merely a tool to assist the battle array master in suppressing him. However, now with an array master at the helm, its true might was manifesting. In addition to the suppressive ethereal peaks, there were also the purifying points of spiritual light. Damn it, you forced my hand. The shadow roared defiantly to the heavens, its malevolent energy ceasing to surge and instead coalescing, igniting into a raging black flame under its command. The infernal flames surged with ferocity, even shattering the spiritual peaks that had been suppressing it. A futile resistance. A desperate struggle. Despite sensing the shadow's defiance, Xiao Ze remained unperturbed. As he continued to alter his hand seals, the ethereal peaks multiplied rapidly around the shadow. Initially, empowered by the dark flames, the shadow had managed to rise partially. However, with the sudden increase in the ethereal peaks, it was swiftly pushed back down, rendered completely immobile, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing within its form. The boundless energies of the heavens and earth surged forth, being absorbed by the spiritual formation and transformed into countless luminous points of spiritual power. Under the adept control of Xiao Ze, these points cascaded like a falling galaxy, crashing forcefully against the shadow of the demon. Even the previously rampant demonic flames were extinguished entirely beneath the torrent of spiritual energy. As the luminous points continuously flowed into the demon's form, it felt itself being obliterated by their relentless assault, and a piercing wail erupted from the shadow. Yet this time, it had exhausted all means. The cries subsided after a brief moment, fading into silence. Sensing the complete dissolution of the malevolent aura, Xiao Ze let out a subtle sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the figure atop the stone pedestal. At that moment, the once twisted visage had regained its tranquility, and the previously tainted obsidian eyes returned to their profound depth, revealing a hint of melancholy and nostalgia as they regarded the operational spiritual formation. After a moment, the figure turned to Xiao Ze, and the oppressive aura emanating from its hand caused the fervent battle spirit of the troops below to retract entirely. I am grateful for your assistance, which has allowed me to liberate myself from the corruption of evil. You, a junior, fight for the vast world. And it is through your benefactor's legacy that we can unite against the extraterritorial malevolent races. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in respect, acknowledging the perfect control over the troops' fighting spirit, indicative of the complete eradication of the extraterritorial menace. Splendid. As long as the vast world endures, our sacrifices have not been in vain. The figure gestured for Xiao Ze to approach. You have come to this battlefield seeking a legacy, I presume? I am the emperor of the mysterious spiritual formation. Alas, you are not a formation master. Otherwise, I could have allowed you to attempt receiving my legacy. However, if you are willing, I can entrust my wife's legacy as a spiritual formation master to you. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder. In truth, I have dabbled somewhat in the field of formation mastery, Xiao Ze replied, and immediately summoned forth a golden warrior. The surging battle spirit emanated from it, transforming into a vast ocean of war intent, even coalescing into a golden tree adorned with countless radiant battle runes. A look of astonishment crossed the face of the emperor of the mysterious spiritual formation, as he had assessed that Xiao Ze was not a formation master, given that he bore no signs of having cultivated the power of will. Yet, the ease with which Xiao Ze summoned tens of thousands of battle runes left him both surprised and impressed. The ability to evoke such a multitude of runes without having genuinely trained in the power of will illustrated the strength of Xiao Ze's own will. It seems I have misjudged you. However, the legacy of formation masters is passed down through lineage, and it is vital to ascertain whether you can resonate with my legacy. If it does not align, pursuing it forcefully might bring harm to yourself. Of course, if the connection is lacking, I can still entrust my wife's spiritual formation legacy to you, ensuring that your journey here is not in vain, for you would fulfill a fragment of her wishes. A hint of confusion flickered across Xiao Ze's face as he pondered what the elder's wife's wishes might entail. A trace of sorrow appeared upon the countenance of the emperor of the mysterious spiritual formation. In those years, this place was besieged by an invading malevolent race from beyond our realm. In the fierce battle against them, I was unexpectedly possessed by one of these intruders. Faced with a dire situation, I had no choice but to seal myself within a battle formation. However, my mysterious army suffered significant losses in the war against the invaders and could not fully suppress the threat. In a moment of utmost peril, Xun'er sacrificed herself to construct this spiritual formation, working in conjunction with the army's battle array to jointly subdue the malevolence. As the Emperor of the Mysterious Array spoke of these events, a trace of sorrow flickered in his profound gaze. Now that you command the spiritual formation, completely eradicating the foreign evil within me, you are naturally fulfilling Xuan'er's last wish. Chapter 709, Inheritance. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor of the Mysterious Array, Xiao Ze let out a soft sigh. The bond between the esteemed couple is profound. They sacrificed themselves to seal the demons and protect the vast world. I am eternally grateful. It is merely our duty, the Emperor of the Mysterious Array replied. Shaking his head, the acknowledgment and recognition from future generations of the vast world brought a glimmer of solace to his eyes. In ancient times, the majority of battle array masters were part of a lineage, not bound by sectarianism. However, it was exceedingly challenging for a battle array master to find a suitable successor. The cultivation methods of a battle array master are fraught with peril. One must choose an appropriate heir, for otherwise, passing on knowledge may lead to injury or even death, ultimately jeopardizing the path of cultivation. The strength of a battle array master relies on the army, and the two are mutually reinforcing. If one party is overly strong, the ultimate power cannot be unleashed. The battle markings that determine the strength of a battle array master and their army are naturally influenced by both sides. Xiao Ze listened attentively to the Emperor of the Mysterious Array's discourse. Although he had gleaned some understanding of battle array masters from the original text, the Emperor's explanation was evidently far more detailed. The Emperor elaborately recounted the evolution and flourishing era of battle array masters, as well as his own experiences in this realm of cultivation. After his extensive narration, he observed Xiao Ze's earnest expression, nodding in satisfaction. With a flick of his sleeve, a crystal orb floated before Xiao Ze. This contains my complete methods of cultivation as a battle array master and related experiences, including the mental cultivation technique I devised, known as the Mysterious Heart Refinement Visualization. You may engage with it using your consciousness and see if it suits you. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xiao Ze replied with a respectful gesture, then closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to gradually extend towards the crystal orb. The Emperor of the Mysterious Array watched with eager anticipation. Based on Xiao Ze's previous performance and his prowess in suppressing the foreign evil, the Emperor was exceedingly pleased. If possible, he hoped that Xiao Ze would inherit his legacy as a battle array master. However, as time passed, a hint of regret appeared in the Emperor's eyes. Given Xiao Ze's capabilities, which could manifest tens of thousands of battle markings, his mental strength was undoubtedly commendable. It was perplexing that he had yet to make contact with the crystal orb. However, until now, the crystal orb has shown no signs of change, indicating that Xiao Ze is indeed not destined to inherit the legacy. At this moment, Xiao Ze slowly opened his eyes and, with a hint of regret, spoke. It seems that I am fated to be incompatible with my esteemed predecessor's inheritance. Indeed, it is a pity, yet the method of mental cultivation requires a certain affinity. To practice forcefully may lead to detrimental effects on one's intellect, mildly resulting in diminished mental acuity, or severely, to the shattering of one's mind and the obliteration of will. The Emperor of the Mysterious Array also shook his head with a sigh, and then, seemingly to console Xiao Ze, hastily produced a jade slip. Nevertheless, both the battle array masters and the spirit array masters possess paths that can lead to the pinnacle of cultivation. Accepting the inheritance of a spirit array master is equally valuable. This is the legacy of my wife, Xuan'er, the spirit array master. Gratefully, Xiao Ze received the jade slip with both hands, his expression notably serene. The Emperor of the Mysterious Array glanced at his own crystal orb of inheritance, then at Xiao Ze, hesitantly saying, "If you are not concerned about the incompleteness of the cultivation method, I have some incomplete mental cultivation techniques available. However, though these methods may be flawed, it does not imply they lack potency. Some are even legacies from renowned battle array masters of ancient times." Xiao Ze's eyes brightened. He was not overly concerned about the completeness. What mattered now was to swiftly enhance his capabilities as a battle array master, and he could always seek a complete legacy later. The choice of mental cultivation methods is not irrevocable. The true barrier preventing a battle array master from selecting a mental cultivation path lies in the compatibility between the two. Esteemed predecessor, I am willing to give it a try. With a wave of his sleeve, the Emperor of the Mysterious Array conjured several crystal orbs that floated before Xiao Ze. These are the ancient battle array cultivation methods I have collected. If none among these suit you, then I am at a loss and cannot assist you in truly embarking on the path of a battle array master. Yet, Xiao Ze's gaze was immediately drawn to a particular crystal orb at the center. It seemed to resonate with him, emanating a faint golden glow. As Xiao Ze's thoughts brushed against it, the golden light intensified. The Emperor of the Mysterious Array displayed a hint of surprise, exclaiming, I did not expect you to be so attuned to this visualization. This is the inheritance of the illustrious Saint Flame Battle Emperor from ancient times, the Supreme Saint Flame Visualization. Gratefully, Xiao Ze expressed his thanks for the predecessor's guidance. He sensed a profound affinity with this Supreme Saint Flame Visualization, likely due to his mastery of the Source Emperor Flame. Haha, I am delighted to be of assistance to you. With your talent, it is not unthinkable for you to ascend to the zenith of strength. Perhaps, in time, the vast world will rely on your guardianship. The Emperor of the Mysterious Array said joyfully, Now, I must go and see my Wanner. After all these years of delay, I wonder if she will hold any grievances against me. A flicker of relief passed through the Emperor's eyes. I bid you farewell, esteemed predecessor. Xiao Ze solemnly clasped his hands in greeting. The Xian Formation Emperor smiled gently, nodding as he gazed upon the army below, a hint of remorse gracing his features. I wish to request one final favor from you. Could you grant them a final journey? Throughout these long years, they have aided me in suppressing the otherworldly evil within, preventing their liberation. Now that the malevolent forces have been vanquished, let them find peace. I, as a junior, am willing to serve the elder. The Xian Formation Emperor nodded with a smile, gradually closing his eyes, seated upon the stone throne, falling into complete silence. Xiao Ze bowed deeply in respect, and then approached beneath the stone seat, offering a respectful gesture to the army. Esteemed elders, today the evil has been vanquished, and your wish is fulfilled. Please, rest in peace. As Xiao Ze's words resonated, the faces of the army, once filled with martial fervor, softened, revealing a glimmer of solace. Subsequently, a vast surge of spiritual energy emanated from Xiao Ze as he dismantled several bronze pillars around him, forging them into bronze coffins. Each warrior was laid to rest within these coffins. Even those reduced to dust in battle were not excluded. Afterward, Xiao Ze approached the stone seat once more, reverently placing the body of the Xian Formation Emperor into a bronze coffin. Once everything was arranged, he contemplated for a moment before forging a massive bronze tombstone. Upon it, he inscribed that this army sacrificed themselves for the vast world. He positioned the bronze tombstone before the array of bronze coffins, bowing solemnly towards this bronze graveyard. May the esteemed elders find eternal rest. A gentle breeze swept through, caressing the beloved souls who fought for the great world. Before long, Xiao Ze found himself outside the fissure, sensing that the storm of spiritual energy beyond the dark peaks had passed, allowing him to exhale with relief. This journey had yielded exceptional rewards, yet there was no time to organize them. He needed to hasten to catch up with Mandala and the others. Chapter 710. The Visualization of Supreme Sacred Flame. Elder Mandala, to evade the spiritual storm, I fortuitously stumbled into an ancient ruin and acquired certain legacies. At this juncture, Xiao Ze caught up with Mandala and recounted the events that transpired within the ruin. After all, he had slain a high-ranking member of another top-tier force and deemed it necessary to inform Mandala. Throughout the journey, Xiao Ze pressed on with urgency. Even when encountering specters along the way, he took the initiative to strike first, utilizing the Source Emperor Flame to inflict injury upon them. Only after they burst forth from the spatial rift did he employ his true lethal techniques to eliminate them and seize their soul essence. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mandala's eyes. He had not anticipated that despite Xiao Ze's outward appearance of being at the pinnacle of the 8th grade supremacy, he could so effortlessly slay a 9th grade supreme. Although Xiao Ze merely recounted his battle with the Blood Tiger's devotee in a casual manner, it was evident that his nonchalance had compelled the Blood Tiger devotee to relinquish his supreme form. Even at the risk of shattering the supreme body and facing its backlash, one must use it as bait to capture Xiao Ze's attention, thus allowing for one's own escape. This clearly demonstrates the immense advantage Xiao Ze possesses in his battle against the Blood Tiger's offerings. Nevertheless, in this fallen battlefield, all top-tier forces are intent on diminishing each other's strength. Eliminating the higher echelons of the opposing side is indeed a favorable outcome. Mandala waved his hand, urging Xiao Ze not to worry. Should the leader of the Blood Spirit sect seek to confront you, I shall naturally stand in your stead. However, as we delve deeper into the fallen battlefield, the likelihood of encounters will increase. It would be prudent to summon the 3 emperors back. As Mandala spoke, he produced a dragon-shaped jade token and directly commanded the 3 emperors to converge at their location. Holding the jade token, Mandala could not help but marvel at its ingenuity. Such a communication device is undoubtedly essential in warfare. More importantly, the consumption of this communication tool is minimal for Xiao Ze. Compared to the painstakingly crafted communication jade slips and other means, this dragon-shaped jade token is immeasurably superior. By the way, this is the remnant from the dissipated specter you requested. Mandala retrieved a collection of soul essence from within his cosmic bracelet and handed it to Xiao Ze. Upon learning of the significant benefits the soul orbs produced by the specters would confer upon him, Xiao Ze promptly requested Mandala's assistance in hunting the specters. As for the three emperors, hunting specters within this fallen battlefield poses certain dangers, so Xiao Ze refrained from soliciting their help. As the Earth Supreme, Mandala is more than capable of dealing with specters. Provided they encounter any during their exploration, hunting them will not require excessive effort. Thus, Xiao Ze requested Mandala to assist in the pursuit of a few. Of course, Xiao Ze had no intention of seeking assistance without recompense. He promised that if he were to return safely to the great Luo celestial domain, he would concoct a divine elixir effective even for Earth Supremes for Mandala. Thank you, Senior Mandala. Xiao Ze gratefully accepted the soul essence, prompting a slight smile from Mandala. Speaking of which, can you truly concoct a divine elixir that is effective for Earth Supremes? Indeed, after fully transforming my spiritual energy, my soul realm has also seen a considerable elevation, and my soul power has surged. Crafting a divine elixir should pose no issue. Receiving Xiao Ze's renewed affirmation, Mandala could not help but regard him with the gaze one might reserve for a rare marvel. It is worth noting that within the vast world, any divine elixir auctioned in a marketplace could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions of supreme spiritual liquids. To be capable of refining such high-tier pills would render one exceedingly sought after, even among the most powerful factions. Mandala felt fortunate that he had followed his instincts to investigate the desolate mountains of the great Luo celestial domain, leading to a series of subsequent events that greatly benefited him. The two remained in place, awaiting the convergence of the three emperors, while Xiao Ze organized the spoils he had acquired from the ancient ruins. Firstly, the bounty from slaying the blood tiger deity yielded an abundance of supreme spiritual liquid. Alongside several divine artifacts and techniques, Xiao Ze meticulously selected those of utility to him and subsequently entrusted them to Mandala, intending to exchange them for some supreme spiritual liquid. After all, Mandala, as the sovereign of the Luo heavenly domain, possesses myriad methods to dispose of items such as the Qinglin bracelet. Whether it be bestowing gifts upon subordinates or placing them in an auction house, these avenues serve as excellent channels for disposal. In contrast, Xiao Ze personally dealing with these items proved to be rather cumbersome. Next came the legacies of the Spirit Array Master and Battle Array Master. Xiao Ze dedicated some time to absorb the inheritance from the Spirit Array Master, Wanner, his eyes glimmering with surprise. Among the wealth of low-tier spirit arrays, two paramount heavenly spirit arrays stood out: the Infernal Annihilation Array, a low-grade heavenly array, and the Frost-Moon Convergence Array, a high-grade heavenly array. If properly prepared, successfully arranging the Frost-Moon Convergence Array could allow even a 9th-tier Supreme to be vanquished. The common perception in the vast world regarding Spirit Array Masters is that, unless one possesses overwhelming strength, it is unwise to confront a well-prepared Spirit Array Master. Xiao Ze recognized the Frost-Moon Convergence Array as a remnant of a high-grade heavenly array from ancient ruins. Although the extraterrestrial evil clans boast formidable power, they would not exhibit an overwhelming advantage against a fully arranged high-grade heavenly array. Judging by the might of the Frost-Moon Convergence Array, even peak 9th-tier powerhouses would find it a challenge. Thus, it appears that the strength of that extraterrestrial evil clan member must have approached the Earth Supreme level. Xiao Ze resolved to dedicate some time to see if he could arrange these two heavenly spirit arrays. For now, however, he would attempt to cultivate the Supreme Sacred Flame visualization method. He focused his mental energy to peruse the information within the crystal orb. The content was obscure and complex, accessible only to those with formidable willpower. For the weak-willed, even grasping the Battle Array Master's cultivation method would be exceedingly difficult. The Supreme Sacred Flame visualization method involves transforming one's thoughts into divine fire, immersing those thoughts within the flames, and refining them through fire. Once a divine fire has refined one's thoughts to their utmost potential, one must visualize another type of divine fire, merging the two in the mind to amplify their power, followed by further refinement through fire. Through the continuous fusion of the thought-imbued divine fires, one's mental flames undergo a metamorphosis, ultimately achieving the Supreme Sacred Flame, indicative of mastery over the visualization method. At that juncture, the strength of one's thoughts, fueled by boundless battle intent, can be wielded at will, subduing even the celestial supremes with but a snap of the fingers. Xiao Ze summoned his mental energy, laboriously completing the reading of the Supreme Sacred Flame visualization method, only to find his mental energy significantly drained. The consumption proved even greater than that expended in mobilizing the battle intent of an army to contend with several late-stage supreme beings. Nevertheless, upon grasping the essence of the Supreme Sacred Flame visualization method, Xiao Ze felt it was akin to a version of the burning art. However, it seemed that the latter part of the method for merging the divine fires was incomplete. Even if one cultivates this visualization method, it will ultimately culminate in the stage of refining one's will with a divine flame. However, Xiao Ze feels that he is more suited to this incomplete supreme sacred flame visualization method. After all, the primal imperial flame he possesses can continuously enhance itself. The supreme sacred flame visualization method requires the constant integration of divine flames to amplify their power and persistently refine one's will. In contrast, the primal imperial flame does not necessitate such a process. Merely visualizing it suffices to perpetually temper the will. In the chapter titled The Surge of Intention, Xiao Ze did not immediately immerse himself in the cultivation of his will, but instead pondered once more over the supreme, sacred flame visualization method. His previous intuition had indeed been correct. This is a version of the incantation of fire visualization. The supreme sacred flame visualization method also records the journey and experiences of a certain sacred flame war emperor in his cultivation of this method. According to the records, while cultivating the supreme sacred flame visualization method, the Sacred Flame War Emperor did not refine any other divine flames apart from the first flame he had mastered, as he had ultimately not practiced the true incantation of fire. The approach adopted by the Sacred Flame War Emperor was to forge connections with those who also possessed divine flames, or to spend considerable resources to visit superpowers that wielded divine flames to observe their prowess. This allowed him to visualize another type of divine flame. The path of cultivation was exceedingly arduous, yet the Sacred Flame War Emperor ultimately succeeded. The day he perfected the supreme sacred flame visualization method marked the moment he gained renown across the vast world. During the cataclysmic invasion of the alien evil race, the Sacred Flame War Emperor's fame soared as he vanquished countless foes, including the demise of no fewer than 10 demon emperors. Xiao Ze learned all of this from the mouth of the illusory array sovereign, who held the Sacred Flame War Emperor in the highest regard. The cultivation method that allowed one to reach such a pinnacle as a battle formation master is undeniably precious. Were it not for the incompleteness of the subsequent integration of divine flames, the value of this method alone would surpass several 100 million supreme spiritual liquids. Although the cultivation of this method is exceedingly challenging, it is indeed a pathway that leads directly to the pinnacle of supremacy. After contemplating for quite some time, Xiao Ze felt a bit weary and rubbed his brow. He had come to a comprehensive understanding of the supreme sacred flame visualization method. In a certain sense, the current incomplete version of this method is the most suitable for his cultivation. Thus, Xiao Ze placed significant importance on the supreme sacred flame visualization method and was determined to successfully cultivate it. He envisioned a divine flame in his mind and then channeled his intention into it, undergoing the tempering of the divine flame. With each integration of a divine flame, his will would be elevated through the process of fusion. Observing the description of how the fusion of divine flames could enhance one's will left Xiao Ze momentarily speechless. Though seemingly ordinary, the fusion of this willpower and divine fire is by no means inferior to the unification of two divine flames in reality. Throughout the process of merging these two divine fires, the will cannot detach from the flames. This fusion is undeniably fraught with destruction and annihilation. It is akin to the will being reborn through calamity, emerging anew from the flames. How could a will that undergoes such fiery rebirth time and again not be formidable? However, Xiao Ze lacked the method to merge divine fire. Thus he was unable to experience the transcendent sensation of rebirth through fire. He calmed his mind, emptied all thoughts, and adhered to the cultivation method of the supreme holy flame visualization, beginning to visualize the divine fire within his mind. Mastery of the supreme holy flame visualization necessitates an exceptional affinity for fire, and in this regard, Xiao Ze was undoubtedly qualified. Moreover, he was highly familiar with the origin emperor flame, having grown alongside it from his humble beginnings. No one understood the origin emperor flame better than he. Yet, shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. Could it be that the supreme holy flame visualization was flawed, preventing proper visualization? He privately questioned himself. His profound familiarity with the origin emperor flame made visualization seem straightforward. However, each time he completed the visualization, the origin emperor flame appeared akin to a rootless weed, dissipating into nothingness. Confirming the steps of the supreme holy flame visualization, Xiao Ze assured himself that his visualization was correct, leading him to cast doubts upon the method itself. Yet, unable to genuinely validate the issues with the supreme holy flame visualization at that moment, Xiao Ze resolved to seek answers from within. He had visualized no fewer than 100 times, yet each attempt ended as if devoid of roots. Where lay the problem? Xiao Ze meticulously recalled each of these hundreds of visualizations, correlating them with the process of Mu Chen's cultivation as depicted in the original text. Although the 9 tribulations Thunder Prison visualization and the Supreme Holy Flame visualization differed, their paths were aligned. Both involved visualizing the essence that tempers willpower within the mind, then separating a fragment of one's consciousness to sustain the existence of the visualized essence within this space. Following that, persistent cultivation was required to strengthen one's will through the trials of thunder or flame. However, Xiao Ze found himself stuck at the step of visualizing the essence that tempers willpower, the visualized origin emperor flame. Before he could separate a fragment of his consciousness to maintain its existence, dissipated like a rootless weed. Xiao Ze had also attempted to merge the 2 steps, visualizing the origin emperor flame, and then directly separating a fragment of consciousness to sustain it. Yet this too proved ineffective. Calming his thoughts, Xiao Ze, having finally acquired a method of cultivation so perfectly aligned with his own as a battle array master, was determined not to relinquish it easily. He scrutinized the reasons within himself. The origin emperor flame, being one of his most potent powers, should ordinarily pose no issues. Xiao Ze sought to genuinely feel the essence of the origin emperor flame. With a thought, he transported himself into the origin space. Upon gazing at the towering origin tree, which seemed to uphold the very world, Xiao Ze suddenly found himself in a state of astonishment. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. The primordial imperial flame ultimately relies on the existence of the primordial tree. Thus, how could one envision the primordial imperial flame without first embracing the primordial tree? Upon grasping this crucial understanding, Xiao Ze resolved to attempt once more, this time with a novel approach. Within the primordial tree, a space radiating with golden light emerged, where the sole entity governing the primordial tree emanated a subtle, luminous aura. The sole entity gradually opened its eyes, revealing a brilliance that sparkled with wisdom. Subsequently, it formed a hand seal and began to practice the supreme sacred flame visualization technique. Within the visualization space, a tree of gold materialized, a flame with a fierce golden fire. Once the visualization of the primordial tree was complete, it seemed to establish a connection with the primordial tree in the primordial space, taking root within Xiao Ze's visualization realm and supporting it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Ze's soul entity's eyes, as he realized that his consciousness had seemingly taken command of the primordial tree within the visualization space. With the soul now inhabiting the primordial tree and nourished by it, Xiao Ze was astonished to discover that the primordial tree conjured within the visualization could yield the same effect. This realization allowed his consciousness to delve into the primordial tree, continuously refining his intent. With a subtle shift in thought, Xiao Ze suddenly opened his eyes wide, feeling his consciousness grow steadily. Step by step, it felt akin to his earlier experience of his soul inhabiting the primordial tree, consistently nurtured by it. The supreme sacred flame visualization technique had transformed beyond recognition in his practice. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that with the intervention of the primordial tree, it had become the most suitable method of visualization for him. Chapter 712, 300,000 Battle Runes. Xiao Ze sensed his intent being refined by a gentle yet powerful force, enhancing it in an almost imperceptible manner, and an expression of bewilderment crossed his face. The method of honing the mind of a battle formation master was certainly not so gentle. Based on the original narrative regarding Mu Chen's training, it was evident that the process of a battle formation master's mind refinement was likely excruciating. To temper one's intent with thunder was anything but easy. Likewise, the supreme sacred flame visualization technique Xiao Ze had acquired utilized the might of divine fire to refine one's will. At present, Xiao Ze was able to enhance his mental strength in such a manner which would surely provoke envy and astonishment among all battle formation masters throughout history. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind, but he dismissed it without further consideration. Though the process was not as he had envisioned, the ultimate outcome was favorable, and thus, Xiao Ze would not refuse it. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and 1,000 golden figures materialized before him. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of Mandala, who gazed at Xiao Ze with curiosity, astonished at how he had acquired such an army. Could it be that he had obtained them from the ancient ruins? At that moment, the golden army erupted with a thunderous battle intent, transforming into a vast ocean of golden fervor, radiating an extraordinarily formidable power. This ocean of golden battle intent appeared as if crafted from pure gold, resplendent in its beauty. It resembled a magnificent sun descending into the ocean, emitting a dazzling golden light that evoked a sense of grandeur and intensity. Mandala gazed solemnly at this ocean of battle intent. Although its overwhelming force posed no immediate threat to her, it still bore extreme lethality for those of the 9th-tier supreme rank. Just then, the Spirit Eye Emperor, the Celestial Griffin Emperor, and the Slumbering Emperor traversed a thin barrier of spiritual energy to arrive at this convergence point. Upon entering, The three emperors were immediately enveloped by the formidable battle intent, which brought with it an overwhelming sense of impending doom, compelling them to mobilize their entire spiritual energy in search of security. However, upon witnessing the vast expanse of the golden battle intent ocean, their faces betrayed sheer astonishment. The immense wave of battle intent surged forth with unmatched power. Even a single sweep could severely injure them. Even the slumbering emperor, who had reached the 9th tier supreme rank, felt a similar sense of peril. Under the onslaught of the battle intent ocean, even a supreme of such caliber felt a chilling danger. When they finally discerned the figure commanding the battle intent within that ocean, their expressions froze in disbelief. Was it not Xiao Ze? Was he not merely an alchemist? The Spirit Eye Emperor could not help but croak out in disbelief. However, the other two had no time to respond, for within that ocean of battle intent, a great sun began to take form. It shimmered with countless battle runes, and upon closer inspection, there were no fewer than 300,000 runes. Before this embodiment of battle intent, even the most powerful among the 9th tier would be effortlessly annihilated. Gulping, the three emperors could not suppress their astonishment as they gazed at the figure before the battle formation, their shock reaching unprecedented heights. Mandala's golden pupils reflected the image of that great sun, and upon witnessing the 300,000 runes, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. While she acknowledged Xiao Ze's astonishing talent for battle intent, having already condensed tens of thousands of runes before truly inheriting the battle formation masteress legacy, she could hardly fathom that after only a brief period of training post-inheritance, the number of runes had surged to 300,000. According to her understanding, 100,000 runes could rival the 9th tier supreme, and 300,000 would likely eclipse even the pinnacle of that tier. Xiao Ze beamed with joy as he beheld the 300,000 runes. Armed with the abilities of a battle formation master, he felt invincible beneath the realm of earthly supremacy. Even those who had touched the realm of earthly supremacy were not beyond the possibility of confronting him, thanks to the prowess he now wielded as a battle formation master. Moreover, this is not the limit of Xiao Ze. His mental prowess continues to develop. Yet the golden army before him has yet to reach its full potential. Xiao Ze previously consolidated the golden army while ensuring a steady enhancement of his spiritual power, without having truly acquired the means of a battle array master. Excessively expending his spiritual energy on the creation of the golden army would be rather counterproductive. After all, in Xiao Ze's perspective, the cultivation of spiritual energy is paramount. Although there are other paths of cultivation that can also lead to the pinnacle, for Xiao Ze, the cultivation of spiritual energy is intrinsically linked to the tree of origin, which is the principal reason he regards it as fundamental. However, with the recent acquisition of the battle array master's techniques, he is now poised to alter his prior strategy. Xiao Ze had previously created the golden army with some restraint, allocating a portion of his power to its formation while ensuring his spiritual cultivation remained intact. After a considerable amount of time, he had managed to barely manifest 1,000, elevating the number of the golden army to 1,000. Yet, at present, Xiao Ze's mental prowess has not been fully realized. Should he increase the golden army's numbers to 5,000, he wonders if he could evoke 1,000,000 battle runes. If he could indeed awaken 1,000,000 battle runes, then with the methods of a battle array master, Xiao Ze would be capable of contending with a lower-tier Earth Sovereign. Moreover, upon reaching the lower-tier Earth Sovereign level with the battle array master's techniques, Xiao Ze would gain further opportunities, which would subsequently enhance his cultivation realm. With this thought flickering through his mind, Xiao Ze resolved to channel more of his energy into creating the golden army, aspiring to elevate its numbers to over 3,000, ideally 5,000. Thus, as long as his mental prowess is sufficient, it would undoubtedly enable him to summon over 1,000,000 battle runes. At that moment, even a lower-tier Earth Sovereign would find themselves at odds with him. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind, and he swiftly pressed his palm down. The surging ocean of battle intent transformed into golden specks of light, reintegrating into the golden army, which he then summoned back. Facing the astonished gaze of the three sovereigns, Xiao Ze offered a faint smile. I have merely been fortunate enough to acquire the legacy of the battle array master, which allowed me to break through. It is merely a stroke of chance. In the fallen battlefield, opportunities abound, and the three sovereigns surely have their share as well. Xiao Ze smiled in return. But the three sovereigns exchanged knowing smiles, for even the grandest opportunities must be grasped and mastered. Otherwise, they serve only as a source of envy and greed for others. Chapter 713, The Secret Vault of Earth Sovereigns. Indeed, Xiao Ze's enhancement in strength is a boon for our Daluo Heaven domain. In the forthcoming fallen battlefield, he will undoubtedly play a significant role. Mandala approached Xiao Ze, her gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. However, it was highly probable that they would soon encounter formidable adversaries from other elite factions. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to proceed together. Mandala's tone shifted, and the three sovereigns nodded in agreement. Had Xiao Ze not vanquished the Blood Tiger Guardian of the Blood Spirit sect, they might have continued to disperse in search of the supreme treasures of the fallen. Yet, upon the true demise of the Blood Tiger Guardian, they recognized the necessity of not following in the footsteps of the Blood Spirit sect. After all, other factions might not be as scattered in their explorations. Should they chance upon a few powerful individuals from rival factions while alone, there was a significant risk of being forcibly detained. Thus, even during their exploration in the Daluo Heavenly Domain, they resolved to remain within a radius of several hundred miles, even if it meant temporarily parting ways. Nevertheless, this approach undeniably diminished their efficiency. The depths of the fallen battlefield were immensely vast, and the supreme beings who had perished there were concealed by the battlefield's natural formations, rendering them profoundly hidden. Consequently, despite the fallen battlefield's extensive existence over the ages, the supreme treasures within remained largely undiscovered. Countless supreme treasures lay hidden in the depths of the fallen battlefield, awaiting the endeavors of future seekers. However, it was not the case that every opening of the fallen battlefield allowed elite factions to unearth the supreme treasures. Generally, even when such treasures were located, they were fiercely contested among several top-tier factions. Instances of the fourth Hall Master of the ancient Celestial Palace attracting the convergence of the 7 great factions were exceedingly rare. Typically, it was commonplace for elite factions to explore the fallen battlefield without uncovering any supreme treasures, even if they did not find the treasures. Gathering a bounty of fallen source elixirs within the battlefield was still a worthwhile endeavor. Fallen source elixirs were not solely capable of unsealing the treasures of the supreme beings. They also contained an abundance of spiritual energy, making them exceptional resources for cultivation. Though they paled in comparison to the supreme treasures, they ensured that one did not return empty-handed. In the ensuing days, the expedition from the Daluo Heavenly Domain encountered no other elite factions. Xiao Ze's earlier meeting with the Blood Tiger Guardian had been a serendipitous event. Had it not been for the extensive spiritual energy storm, the Blood Tiger Guardian would likely not have ventured into that dark peak, thus leading to their fateful encounter. During these 10 days, the Daluo Heavenly Domain continued its explorations over thousands of miles, yet the location of the supreme treasures remained elusive. However, they did uncover some ruins along the way, which alleviated the sense of fruitlessness. Throughout this period, Xiao Ze continuously harnessed the resources of the fallen battlefield to enhance his capabilities. Within the cave of the Dark Peak, the expedition from the Daluo Heavenly Domain was taking a rare moment to recuperate. Xiao Ze seized this opportunity to refine the gains he had accumulated during this time. Beginning with the essence of the soul he had acquired. Deep within the cavern, Xiao Ze established a spatial barrier using his spiritual energy. Encircled by a multitude of soul essences swirling around him, golden flames blazed fiercely, incinerating the negative emotions and impurities within the soul essences, reducing them to nothingness. Only the purest essence of the soul remained, absorbed by Xiao Ze. As he refined the soul essence, he produced the supreme spirit liquid, which he also absorbed and refined, nurturing the roots of the origin tree and continuously creating new golden armies. Having ventured into the depths of the fallen battlefield for nearly 2 months, Xiao Ze had experienced rapid progress during this period. Although a portion of the supreme spirit liquid was allocated to the creation of the golden armies, he did not neglect his cultivation of spiritual energy. Occasionally, he encountered ancient relics, from which he was able to obtain fortuitous encounters. At this moment, his spiritual cultivation had successfully broken through to the 9th tier supreme. Such advancement, while significant, did not equate to the rapid pace of his earlier training. However, due to the increasing disparity in the later stages of the supreme realm, each increment in strength demanded vast resources and considerable innate talent. This is why powerful beings from the myriad worlds flock to any hint of opportunity. As one progresses deeper into cultivation, relying solely on arduous practice yields diminishing returns. One must take risks to seize opportunities and secure pathways for further advancement. Of course, the heirs of the 5 great divine clans or top-tier superpowers are not burdened by such concerns. Before reaching the Heavenly Supreme, the resources at their disposal far surpass the yields of most ancient relics in the myriad worlds. Yet, the threshold of Heavenly Supreme remains a formidable barrier, one that even with superpower assistance cannot be easily crossed without sufficient innate talent. As time flowed, Xiao Ze's aura grew ever more profound, his spiritual energy surging, and his flesh radiating a shimmering brilliance. This phenomenon was a result of the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy affecting his very flesh. As the last strand of soul essence was absorbed, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was unfathomably deep, and locking eyes with him felt as if one's very soul could be devoured by those eyes. His soul power had also advanced, and this fallen battlefield indeed felt like a land of fortune to him. Typically, a fallen supreme in the later stages would not be able to cultivate such a vast soul essence. Yet, it seemed that due to the multitude of powerful beings who had perished in this battlefield, the specters might not solely be the remnants of a single strong soul. Xiao Ze's eyes flickered with speculation regarding the origins of these specters. With a swift wave of his sleeve, dozens of golden lights descended before him. Following that, specks of soul light fell upon those beams. The light transformed, forming several golden figures clad in armor, wielding weapons, and exuding fierce battle intent. It was no small feat. He had finally gathered a total of 5,000. Just as Xiao Ze was reflecting on this, a message from Mandala suddenly arrived. Are you ready to emerge? Hasten forth, for the supreme treasure of the earth has been uncovered. Xiao Ze, momentarily taken aback, promptly rose to his feet, tidied his belongings, and dispelled his spiritual defenses. Before him stood the Spirit Eye Emperor, pacing back and forth at a distance. Upon witnessing Xiao Ze lower his defenses, the Spirit Eye Emperor exhaled in relief and hurried to stand before him. Xiao Ze, you must have received the Domain Lord's message as well, correct? Yes. I have been in seclusion for quite some time, and I owe my gratitude to you for guarding me, Spirit Eye Emperor, Xiao Ze acknowledged. Realizing that his prolonged retreat had led Mandala to take the initiative and venture forth with the Sleep Emperor and others in search of the treasure. Indeed, they had successfully pinpointed the location of the supreme treasure of the earth. After nearly 2 months of exploration, amidst the vast and boundless battlefield of the fallen, they had discovered some traces. The two quickly followed their senses in the direction of Mandala. Chapter 714. The three parties converge. Before long, Xiao Ze and his companion traversed a mountain range and arrived at a desolate expanse of black earth, surrounded by towering mountains. This particular area seemed as though it had been erased by some dreadful entity. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the blackened ground, and his expression tightened slightly. It appeared as if this land had been scorched away by flames. As someone well-versed in the manipulation of fire, he understood the devastation flames could wreak. This continuous mountain range was no ordinary formation. It was composed of pure, special cold iron, a remarkable sight to behold. The dark mountains formed from this unique cold iron could withstand even the spiritual storms that raged deep within the battlefield of the fallen. Yet now, a substantial portion had been directly incinerated. While Xiao Ze pondered this, the space nearby suddenly warped, and 3 figures emerged from within. The foremost figure, clad in a black dress, was petite and delicate, her small face radiating an air of tranquility, as if nothing could stir her emotions. It was Mandala, accompanied by the Sleep Emperor and the Sky Vulture Emperor. Xiao Ze and his companions swiftly flickered to their side, joining the trio. Domain Lord, where exactly is the supreme treasure of the earth? Why can I not perceive it at all? The Spirit Eye Emperor's eyes sparkled with spiritual light, yet she could detect no anomalies in the blackened earth. Xiao Ze, however, focused his gaze upon the desolate land, deep in thought. To cause such destruction, it could only be the work of the Earth Supreme himself, wielding a formidable, celestial fire. Could it be that this site is the ancient battlefield of the Earth Supreme? Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Mandala nodded. The supreme treasure of the earth is indeed remarkably concealed. Had it not been for the need to eliminate a specter, I would not have discovered this place. A smile graced her face at this revelation. Little did she anticipate that aiding Xiao Ze in hunting the specter would serendipitously lead her to the location of the supreme treasure of the earth. As Mandala spoke, she extended her delicate, alabaster fingers and gently pressed down towards the distance. Instantly, the energies of the universe surged, manifesting as an immense peak of spiritual power that crashed down upon the obsidian earth. This was a technique of crystallizing spiritual energy, a power only the sovereign of earth could wield. For the sovereign of earth, crystallizing spiritual energy was as effortless as breathing, its might and resilience rivaling that of ordinary artifacts. Thus, those of the sovereign of earth rank regarded common artifacts with disdain. Buzz. Countless shards of cold iron were reduced to mere powder beneath such overwhelming force, revealing the ancient runes hidden beneath the black soil. The protection afforded by these ancient runes was a treasure reserved solely for the sovereign of earth. After the fall of the sovereign, this natural array of the fallen battlefield concealed and safeguarded the secrets. The strength of this protection posed a considerable challenge, even to other sovereigns of earth. Fortunately, the fallen source Dan, also derived from the battlefield, could dismantle such defenses. It was precisely due to the unique conditions of the fallen battlefield that the sovereigns of earth in the northern realm were willing to expend substantial resources to cultivate armies. Their aim was to ensure that upon discovering the sovereign's hidden treasures, they would possess sufficient fallen source Dan to breach the sovereign's protective seals. With the sovereign's hidden trove now revealed, all that remained was to observe the performance of the various kings. In the face of the sovereign's treasure, A hint of excitement tinged Mandala's voice. The spirit essence within the sovereign's trove held immense allure for the sovereign of Earth. Progressing beyond the sovereign stage was exceedingly difficult. Only the spirit essence could provide a significant enhancement. Should we guard this place, obscuring it from the eyes of other formidable forces? Inquired the Emperor of the Sky Vulture. However, Mandala shook her head, deeming it futile. I have conducted a preliminary survey, and it is likely that the sovereign's hidden trove lies beneath this dark mountain range. Within these vast, shadowy mountains that stretch for thousands of miles, there are likely numerous entrances to the sovereign's trove. Guarding just one entrance does not guarantee exclusive access to this treasure. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Spirit Eye displayed a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Stretching over thousands of miles, even if all the armies of the great Luo heaven were to converge, they would barely make a ripple in the vastness. Who could truly ascertain how many entrances lay hidden within this expansive mountain range? Truly, the majesty of the Sovereign of Earth remains unparalleled, even in death. The hidden trove of the Sovereign is grand beyond measure. Emperor of the Spirit Eye, Emperor of the Sky Vulture. You too shall proceed to the outer realms of the fallen battlefield to assist the numerous armies of the great Luo heaven. Mandala pondered for a moment. Realizing that since they had uncovered the Sovereign's hidden trove, hesitation was unwarranted. Regardless of the quantity of fallen Source Dan, they must swiftly enter the Sovereign's trove. Even if the fallen Source Dan were insufficient, they should still be able to weaken a portion of the sealing power. Subsequently, she could take action to shatter the remaining barriers, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, resulting in the rulers of the Luo celestial domain acquiring a meager supply of fallen source pills. They will undoubtedly diminish the power of the seals. After all, no matter the situation, the Luo celestial domain stands as a paramount force within the northern realm, contending only with other elite powers. Indeed, the Heavenly Vulture Emperor and the Spirit Eye Emperor exchanged glances, clasping their hands in acknowledgment before departing in unison. Once they had left, Mandala waved her delicate hand, enveloping Xiao Ze and Sleep Emperor with her spiritual energy. Instantly, the three figures vanished once more, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Within the hidden space, Xiao Ze sat cross-legged in the void, retrieving a jade vial containing supreme spiritual liquid. With a gentle inhalation, a vast torrent of the liquid surged into him. Beside him, Sleep Emperor cast a glance at Xiao Ze, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Such talent, yet he remained ever diligent in his cultivation. It was no wonder that Xiao Ze had ascended from the pinnacle of the 8th rank to the 9th rank supreme in less than 2 months. Soon, Sleep Emperor also began to succumb to drowsiness, evidently entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, Mandala floated lightly in the void, drawing in immense spiritual energy with each breath, swiftly refining it within her. At the very moment the Luo celestial domain was taking action, a formidable aura emerged from the vast, boundless black mountains. In the southwestern corner, an old man draped in a blood-red robe, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, gazed at the two figures before him, unable to suppress an outburst of anger. That useless blood tiger, it seems he has indeed been slain. You too, set forth to the outer realm and assist the blood spirit sex forces. The two elderly figures, their expressions anxious, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing their leader had not laid blame upon them, and they hurriedly bowed and departed. The old man's eyes glimmered with a hint of ferocity. Do not let me discover the identity of the murderer, otherwise I shall ensure they are ground to dust. In the central region, a middle-aged man clad in a 5-colored robe led several figures to this location. Congratulations, sect leader, for successfully locating the Earth's supreme secret treasure. Those pursuing him hurriedly clasped their hands in respect upon seeing the ancient runes below. Haha, it seems this time our Tianyuan pavilion has not returned empty-handed, he exclaimed. Beixian, you lead the others to assist the forces, lest we linger too long in our dreams. An elder in dark robes responded with a bow and promptly directed 2 companions to the outer realm to aid the Tianyuan pavilion's army. Meanwhile, this dark mountain range, besides the Luo celestial domain, was also the focus of attention from other elite factions, including Tianyuan Pavilion and the Blood Spirit sect. Days later, the Spirit Eye Emperor and Heavenly Vulture Emperor safely escorted the numerous armies of the Luo celestial domain to the depths of the fallen battlefield. The Spirit Eye Emperor led the kings to meet the Domain Lord, to report to the Domain Lord. The combined forces of the kings have acquired over 320,000 fallen source pills. Among them, those who excelled. Mandala nodded upon hearing this, encouraging those remarkable rulers with a few words. Upon our return to the Luo celestial domain, we shall discuss merits and rewards. Let the countenances of the illustrious kings beam with joy, for in the annals of past grand hunts, the Domain Lord has never hesitated to bestow generous rewards upon those monarchs who have distinguished themselves. Mandala, holding the fallen source stones of the kings, along with those acquired in the depths of the fallen battlefield, has amassed a total exceeding 400,000. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, this bounty is more than sufficient to unlock the supreme earth treasury. Subsequently, the kings and the 3 emperors shall accompany me into the supreme earth treasury. While the armies remain stationed here to provide support, the kings promptly clasped their hands in respect, understanding that their vast forces, being numerous and unwieldy, might inadvertently incite the perils lurking within the supreme earth treasury. Within its confines, what is requisite is not sheer numbers, but a formidable elite force. Mandala then led the assembly toward the heart of the Black Earth, the very site where she had previously breached the barrier with her spiritual power. With a gentle motion of her delicate hand, she compressed the tens of thousands of fallen source stones into droplets of exceedingly viscous fallen spiritual liquid. These droplets, heavy as mountains, fell under Mandala's guidance upon the ancient runes. The seals of these venerable runes are immensely potent. Thus, relying solely on the over 400,000 fallen source stones would never suffice to dismantle all the seals. Hence, Mandala meticulously sought out the most vulnerable seal. As the droplets of fallen spiritual liquid descended upon the ancient runes, they gradually dissolved to reveal a gaping fissure large enough for passage. Upon witnessing the formation of this substantial opening, Mandala paused her actions and waved her hand. Commence. The numerous armies watched as the high echelons of the great Luo heavenly domain entered the fissure, their expressions tinged with apprehension. The contest among the upper echelons within this supreme earth treasury will ultimately determine the fate of the great Luo heavenly domain. Whether they shall continue to bask in its protection and cultivate in peace, or become lost souls or mere pawns on the butcher's block, hinges on the outcome of this conflict. As Xiao Ze traversed the fissure, a fleeting moment of disorientation enveloped him, and the surroundings transformed drastically. He soon found himself immobilized. For the other high-ranking members of the great Luo heavenly domain, who had entered alongside him, had vanished without a trace. Was it an illusion, or had they been teleported to disparate locations? After sensing the soul essence within the primordial tree and confirming its stability, he exhaled in relief. It appeared they had indeed been transported to different locales. This place resembled a corridor, imbued with a familiar aroma of medicinal herbs. As Xiao Ze surveyed his surroundings, astonishment dawned upon his visage. He seemed to be ensnared within a labyrinth. The myriad of passages formed a three-dimensional maze, and a scent of decay mingled with the familiar fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Clenching his fist, he struck the nearby corridor wall with a powerful blow. Accompanied by the sound of decaying metal tearing apart, the wall yielded readily, creating a substantial opening. As he gazed across the vast chasm, the identical passageway on the other side beckoned. Xiao Ze hesitated momentarily, poised to traverse the three-dimensional maze in this manner, when he noticed the gaping hole gradually shifting and astonishingly beginning to mend itself. Concurrently, the corridor itself seemed to have been incited, trembling violently. Bright runes, reminiscent of flames, rapidly emerged upon the walls of this segment, causing the temperature to surge exponentially in an instant. Xiao Ze furrowed his brow. Although his robust physique could withstand the heat, he felt a growing sense of gravity as the temperature continued to rise. The current heat far surpassed that of magma infused with spiritual energy. A layer of golden flames manifested around Xiao Ze, insulating him from the searing temperatures that appeared capable of scorching through space itself. Such a terrifying heat must originate from some extraordinary celestial fire, perhaps even divine in nature. Enveloped in the source emperor flame, Xiao Ze remained unfazed by the escalating heat, instead pressing his palm against the now-healed wall, seeking to discern the source of the intense warmth. I possess the protection of the source emperor flame. Others lack such means. If they attempt to breach the wall as I do, they would surely suffer dire consequences. Shaking his head, Xiao Ze took a step toward the source of the searing temperature. However, as he distanced himself from this section of the passage, the surrounding temperature swiftly plummeted. Is it unable to pinpoint me, the destroyer? Does it lack sentience and merely reactively annihilate those who dare to breach its walls? Withdrawing the source emperor flame, he navigated through the labyrinth. He refrained from further attempts to dismantle the maze, uncertain of the annihilatory measures it might unleash should he provoke it again. If it were to forcefully expel him, the repercussions would be too great to bear. As Xiao Ze delved deeper, a towering bronze door suddenly materialized before him, entirely occupying the passageway. Gazing upon the majestic bronze door, towering at 100 feet, he felt no surprise. It had long been within the purview of his spiritual perception. He had deliberately journeyed in this direction, for the maze was filled with the ordinary, and only this bronze door warranted exploration. Etched upon its surface were somewhat dim runes, occasionally illuminated by a flicker of spiritual light. Xiao Ze meticulously sensed the bronze door, and in a flash, he arrived at its central region. Here, the runes gleamed more brightly than elsewhere, seemingly possessing a function of recognition. As he caressed the runes, they remained unresponsive. Recalling the previously surging temperature coupled with the familiar aroma of medicinal herbs, a conjecture emerged in his mind. Could this be within a medicinal cauldron? Pondering this, he retrieved a pill and a rare treasure from the earth, placing them upon the runes. The pill elicited no reaction. Yet the rare treasure instantly provoked a response from the runes. The once sporadically flickering runes suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, drawing the precious celestial treasure into their embrace. Ethereal flames enveloped it, and before long, the treasure was distilled into a drop of pure medicinal essence. Subsequently, the bronze door creaked open, ushering the essence within. In a flash, Xiao Ze seized this fleeting opportunity to venture deeper into the passage. With a thunderous crash, the bronze door slammed shut behind him, reverberating with a startling sound. Yet Xiao Ze remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the drop of medicinal essence. He observed it being drawn further into the depths of the passage by the runes adorning the walls. To his astonishment, he had discovered a method of swift passage. The destination of the essence was likely the very heart of this peculiar medicinal cauldron. A wave of realization washed over him, for it seemed that the entire secret treasure of the Earth's sovereign was, in fact, an immense medicinal cauldron, one that indeed evoked the sensation of refining the very heavens and earth within its confines. As Xiao Ze followed the essence through another bronze door, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. No longer did he encounter the monotonous corridors of before, but instead, a vast ocean of molten lava stretched endlessly before him. The medicinal essence, upon reaching this sea of magma, was immediately engulfed and vanished without a trace. As if imbued with sentience, the magma surged forth, creating towering waves that threatened to consume Xiao Ze as well, as if intent on refining him within its fiery depths. However, confronted by the colossal waves of lava, Xiao Ze merely flicked his fingers. An immense wave of spiritual power, under his command, clashed with the molten tide. Though he could not yet crystallize his spiritual energy to the level of the Earth's sovereign, he was still capable of wielding the forces of nature in attack. The lava waves were decisively repelled by his spiritual surge, yet a slight furrow appeared on his brow. For within those molten tides, an even more formidable power was brewing. Just as Xiao Ze remained on high alert, the fabric of space twisted in another direction, revealing a bronze door. Almost immediately, a petite and exquisite figure emerged from within. Mandala, too, was met with a drop of medicinal essence, a message conveyed to her by Xiao Ze through the dragon-shaped jade token. Given the myriad dangers lurking within this treasure trove of the Earth's sovereign, even Xiao Ze's current strength could not guarantee his safety. It was plausible that remnants of Earth's sovereign-level threats resided within, much like the fourth lord of the ancient celestial palace, who, before his demise, had forged a spiritual automaton of Earth's sovereign caliber using the vast majority of his spiritual energy. Encountering such entities would pose significant challenges for Xiao Ze. Thus, he relayed this method of swift passage to Mandala, ensuring that with an Earth's sovereign powerhouse safeguarding them, their expedition would be far more secure. As Mandala beheld the silhouette of Xiao Ze, her taut expression eased slightly. In an instant, she flickered and appeared before him, her hand pressing downward with a subtle, yet commanding force. From the depths of the molten sea, a colossal magma dragon, thousands of feet in length, surged forth, emanating an aura of annihilation as it ascended skyward. Its maw, crafted from molten rock, appeared capable of rending anything asunder. Yet, beneath Mandala's delicate hand, it disintegrated into countless streams of spiritual magma, cascading back into the depths of the molten sea. Only then did Mandala turn to Xiao Ze and speak. Xiao Ze, I am grateful for the method you provided. Otherwise, breaching that peculiar labyrinth would have posed considerable challenges and drained much of my strength. By mere chance, I managed to deduce the intricacies of this Earth's sovereign's secret treasury. Xiao Ze shook his head, envious of the tremendous power that could be wielded with a mere gesture by the Earth's sovereign. If what you say is true, then this Earth's sovereign's treasury is akin to a vast medicinal cauldron, placing us at its very heart, the crucible for refining the essence of all medicinal powers. Mandala's golden gaze swept over the molten sea, sensing the immense energy brewing within. The heavenly treasures she had previously extracted were transformed into a medicinal essence by the bronze door, merging into this ocean of magma. It seemed that this place was once a remarkable medicinal cauldron, designed to assist alchemists in their craft. Yet now, the heart of this cauldron amassed the energies of heaven and earth accumulated over countless millennia, without an alchemist to forge it into pills. Evidently, the master of this Earth's sovereign's treasury was indeed an alchemist. Mandala nodded in acknowledgement. In this regard, she lacked Xiao Ze's extensive experience, which allowed him to swiftly discern the situation at hand. However, her golden eyes turned towards the depths of the molten sea. The formation of this molten ocean was no simple matter. It likely intertwined with the sovereign sea of a fallen earth sovereign. The spiritual energy here was overwhelmingly abundant. Xiao Ze pondered deeply, realizing that refining through the medicinal cauldron could indeed significantly preserve the spiritual energy from the sovereign sea. No wonder I sensed such an abundance of spiritual power here, rendering it a veritable paradise for cultivation, as it integrated the energy of the earth's sovereign. Let us proceed. The divine liquid condensed from the sovereign sea should lie deep within the molten ocean. Mandala's eyes sparkled with fervor as she spoke to Xiao Ze. As for the kings and the three emperors, they would likely face little danger within the labyrinthine passage. On the contrary, the perils would multiply upon entering the molten sea. With a casual wave of her hand, Mandala shattered the long-brewing magma dragon once more. The two figures transformed into ethereal shadows, soaring towards the depths of the molten sea. Along the way, the vast molten ocean continuously conjured terrifying magma assaults, seeking to refine the two into its depths, merging them into its fiery embrace. Before the supreme being Mandala, no magma assault could withstand a mere flick of her hand. Although the ocean of magma was a remnant of the Earth's sovereign, it ultimately fell short of reaching the pinnacle of that power. After delving tens of thousands of miles into the magma sea, the two finally halted their advance. Gazing upon the immense crimson volcano before them, Xiao Ze's eyes reflected a peculiar expression. Typically, magma resides within a volcano, yet here it was reversed, with the ocean of magma enveloping the towering crimson peak. However, Mandala's countenance grew solemn as she regarded the volcano. They could both sense the terrifying power brewing within its depths. At that moment, Mandala suddenly furrowed her brow, glancing in two directions. Trouble is brewing. We may have adversaries. Xiao Ze followed her gaze. His exceptional spiritual perception allowed him to detect two formidable fluctuations of spiritual energy approaching at an alarming speed. As expected of the lord of the great Luo domain, capable of breaking through the labyrinth ahead of us. I truly admire your prowess. A resonant voice seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, echoing like thunder across the realm, causing the magma sea below to surge in tumultuous waves. Xiao Ze looked up. Such power could only belong to an earth sovereign. A middle-aged man clad in a five-colored robe emerged from the distorted space. Simultaneously, another figure materialized from the crimson waves, garbed in blood-red robes, his hair white as snow, yet youthful in appearance. The master of the heavenly abyss pavilion. The master of the blood spirit sect. Mandala's golden eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a gravitas she reserved for adversaries of equal caliber. The master of the blood spirit sect's gaze flickered. He had overheard the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion's earlier remarks. Mandala's significant lead over them suggested she had gained an advantage within the Earth's sovereign's secret treasure. Now, with three factions vying for the Earth's sovereign's secrets and one possessing undeniable strength, the master of the blood spirit sect naturally contemplated an alliance with the other party. The previous words of the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion clearly hinted at such intentions, perhaps even directed at him. Lord of the great Luo domain. Do you possess knowledge of this Earth sovereign's treasure? Otherwise, how could you maintain such an advantage over us, being of the same tier? The master of the blood spirit sect cautiously probed, confident that unless the opponent possessed flawless deceit, he could not be easily misled. There is no need for such probing. I do not possess any greater understanding of the Earth sovereign's secrets than you do. Mandala's lips curled into a cold smile as she spoke plainly. Her words prompted the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion and the master of the blood spirit sect to reflect, for Mandala's demeanor did not suggest any pretense. Could it truly be mere coincidence that they are so far ahead? The master of Tianyuan Pavilion pondered, inadvertently directing his gaze towards Xiao Ze, who stood beside Mandala. Initially, he had not focused on this being, who was not even a true sovereign. However, it seemed there was indeed something extraordinary about being in Mandala's presence. Yet Mandala did not afford the master of Tianyuan Pavilion much time for contemplation, directly stating, "Since we three parties have arrived here, let us discuss whether we intend to enter and seek the spirit divine liquid, or if we shall first engage in a contest here." The master of Tianyuan Pavilion turned his gaze towards Xiao Ze. "To seek the spirit divine liquid, but lord of the Daluo domain. It appears your side possesses a numerical advantage. Having met the master of Tianyuan Pavilion, I am but a humble sovereign, far inferior to the transcendent methods of earthly sovereigns. Please disregard my presence." Xiao Ze replied with a respectful gesture, somewhat surprised by the sudden shift of attention towards himself. "Nay, no matter how fortuitous the circumstances, the labyrinth's complexity is something I have experienced firsthand. If the lord of the Daluo domain intends to break through the maze by strength, How does a mere sovereign stand equal with us here? The words of the master of Tianyuan Pavilion caused the master of Blood Spirit sect to turn her gaze towards Xiao Ze, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. While it seemed the lord of the Daluo domain had not spoken falsely, she was also not as naive as she appeared. Such ancient beings were often deeply scheming and their thoughts inscrutable. The current situation indicated that the lord of the Daluo domain had already gained an advantage within the labyrinth's trials, arriving here before the two of them. Should they follow the lord of the Daluo domain's suggestion to find the spirit divine liquid first, they might very well miss out due to her possessing some intelligence regarding the secrets of the earthly sovereign's treasure. Indeed, young friend, if you truly possess knowledge of certain secrets within this earthly sovereign's treasure, do share them, the master of Blood Spirit sect remarked, her countenance brightening with a warm smile. Should we locate the spirit divine liquid, neither I nor the master of Tianyuan Pavilion would hesitate to offer you sovereign liquid and divine artifacts for your selection. Are you both disregarding my presence, attempting to undermine me before my very eyes? Mandala's expression turned cold, and she let out a disdainful snort. It seems that you have already made your choice. Let us engage in a contest here first. Mandala's sudden shift in tone left both the master of Tianyuan Pavilion and the master of Blood Spirit sect momentarily stunned. Did she not fear their combined efforts against her? In truth, Xiao Ze had communicated with Mandala through the dragon-shaped jade token, assuring her that he had the means to hold off one earthly sovereign. Thus, their side possessed the combat strength equivalent to two earthly sovereigns. In contrast, the uneasy alliance of the master of Tianyuan Pavilion and the master of Blood Spirit sect, even if temporarily united, could not rival their formidable strength and might even hinder one another. Is the lord of the great Luo domain truly unable to discern the gravity of the situation at hand? Should you insist on engaging in a confrontation here, do not blame me if my companion and I choose to unite against you, as you previously held the upper hand. A flicker of delight passed through the eyes of the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion. If this lord of the great Luo is indeed so foolish, we may as well eliminate him from consideration. In such a case, even if we cannot monopolize the divine spirit liquid, sharing it with the master of the Blood Spirit sect would be preferable to dividing it among three parties. The master of the Blood Spirit sect's gaze shifted slightly, mirroring the thoughts of the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion. With the three factions at odds, it is advantageous to first remove a single adversary, particularly one who may possess intelligence regarding the supreme treasures hidden within this realm. For him, this is a welcome development. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Since I arrived here before you, anything I say will be met with skepticism, will it not? The aura surrounding Mandala surged, as if the very spiritual energies of this realm were stirred by her shifting emotions. Then let us kindly request the lord of the great Luo to exit this supreme treasure trove. The master of the heavenly abyss pavilion, too, wore a smile. For this unfolding scene was precisely what he had hoped to witness. Radiating with a kaleidoscope of spiritual light, the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion emanated energies that were as fiery as flames, as chilling as ice, and as vibrant as life itself, an intricate tapestry of attributes. Clearly, this master possessed mastery over various forms of spiritual power, which, when combined, would yield extraordinary might and render him inscrutable in combat. Meanwhile, the master of the Blood Spirit sect, draped in a robe of crimson, exuded a bloodlight that revealed the faint outlines of ethereal beasts and divine creatures within its depths. Evidently, he had refined the essence of these beings for his own use. The overwhelming might of the three supreme beings erupted, causing the very fabric of this space to tremble, as if it could scarcely bear the weight of such formidable power. Even the churning ocean of magma below cracked open deep fissures, struggling to heal from the oppressive force. Xiao Ze's figure flickered as he retreated, simultaneously waving his sleeve to summon a radiant golden glow that appeared as if a golden cloud had descended from above, with Xiao Ze standing atop this celestial formation. His sudden movement drew the attention of both the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion and the master of the Blood Spirit sect. Upon witnessing the true nature of this cloud, astonishment crept onto their faces. An army? To confront the domain lord together seems an unfair advantage. Perhaps it would be more fitting for a humble supreme like myself to experience a lesson or two, Xiao Ze remarked with a smile, then lifted his right hand and clenched his fist, unleashing a torrent of formidable golden battle intent that shot skyward. The intense waves of energy instantly swept across an expanse of tens of thousands of feet. The terrifying pressure of battle intent emanated from this golden army, creating a massive pit in the molten sea below. This was merely the natural release of battle intent, yet it possessed such overwhelming might. The sheer magnitude of this display caused the pupils of both the master of the heavenly abyss pavilion and the master of the Blood Spirit sect to constrict in shock. You are actually a battle array master. It is inconceivable that the Daluo heavenly domain could cultivate a formidable army capable of rivaling the might of the Earth sovereigns. The two Earth sovereigns exclaimed in unison, sensing a palpable threat amidst the surging battle intent. The golden ocean of battle intent, radiant as the sun, was far from mere pretense. The power it unleashed would instill trepidation even in the hearts of the Earth sovereigns. Mandala, perceiving the eruption of battle intent from Xiao Ze's direction, could not help but smirk slightly, then clapped her delicate hands. A resplendent peak of spiritual energy surged forth, pressing toward the master of the Tianyuan pavilion. Let me witness your five-colored spiritual radiance. The impending clash between the two Earth sovereigns promised to unleash earth-shattering power. Meanwhile, the blood spirit sect master narrowed his eyes, casting a gaze toward Xiao Ze. It seems the Daluo domain master holds you in high regard. Do you truly believe that your army can contend with the Earth sovereigns? With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Ze extended an inviting gesture. Then let the blood spirit sect master come and test it. Chapter 718. The Destruction of the Fiery Sun. As the blood spirit sect master felt the surging battle intent within the golden ocean, his expression darkened slightly. He was relieved to have chosen this location for their confrontation. Had they ventured into the crimson volcanic realm, separated from the Tianyuan pavilion master, the combined might of the two Earth sovereigns from the Daluo heavenly domain would undoubtedly have subdued either of them. At present, being able to restrain each other was not the worst outcome. Moreover, the fluctuations of battle intent before them were not entirely genuine. The blood spirit sect master had heard of battle array masters possessing techniques to condense false battle intent, intended to intimidate opponents and seize the initiative. Whether the current ocean of battle intent was real or not would require testing. Who knows if you are merely playing tricks? The blood spirit sect master scoffed, his sleeves swirling as an aura of extreme terror emanated from him. A subtle smile graced Xiao Ze's face as he flicked his fingers, and the vast ocean of battle intent surged forth, unleashing titanic waves. Whether it is trickery or not, blood spirit sect master, you shall discover for yourself. I too am curious whether my army can truly match the Earth sovereigns. As Xiao Ze's words fell, the golden battle intent transformed into colossal waves, sweeping outward. Wherever they passed, the space fractured, descending upon the blood spirit sect master in a manner reminiscent of overwhelming pressure. The battle intent waves blotted out the sky, resembling a golden dome pressing down. Before they even made contact, the terrifying pressure left a massive indentation upon the molten sea below, measuring tens of thousands of feet. Xiao Ze's assault, seemingly effortless, concealed an unstoppable force that could only be truly appreciated when faced with it. Even those who had reached the realm of Earth sovereigns would find themselves utterly annihilated by the onslaught of these golden waves. The blood spirit sect master, sensing the threat posed by the golden waves, suddenly grew solemn. Even he could not afford to underestimate this formidable force. With a swift motion of his robe, a torrent of crimson spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a multitude of galloping spirit beasts. He practiced the 10,000 beast spirit formula, drawing upon the essence of myriad creatures from heaven and earth, melding it within himself to unleash an overwhelmingly terrifying power. The tide of spirit beasts collided violently with the golden wave, resulting in a cataclysmic shockwave of spiritual energy that tore the magma ocean below into chasms stretching for tens of thousands of miles, unfathomable in depth. Under the sheer ferocity of this battle intent, the blood spirit sect master staggered slightly, forced to take a step back. His countenance darkened instantaneously, for this signified that he had indeed fallen into a disadvantage during the recent clash. For a moment, disbelief washed over him. A mere master of formations had managed to place him, a being of the earth supreme, at a disadvantage. Allow me to test your true mettle. The blood spirit sect master's expression grew grim as he advanced a step forward. Heaven and earth law manifestation. As his words fell, it was as if the very laws obeyed him. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy coalesced before him, forming a mountain of spiritual power towering 1,000 zhang high. This mountain, crystalline and translucent, was composed of pure spiritual energy from the world, its might and hardness rivaling that of divine artifacts. Go! The 1,000 zhang spiritual mountain surged toward Xiao Ze. In the face of such a formidable attack, capable of effortlessly annihilating a peak 9th rank supreme, Xiao Ze merely flicked his robe. Within the golden sea of battle intent, brilliant golden rays erupted like a volley of arrows, raining down upon the spiritual mountain. The thunderous sounds that followed were deafening, akin to the simultaneous roar of 1,000 thunderclaps. When the brilliance of battle intent finally faded, the once mighty spiritual mountain lay riddled with countless wounds, ultimately shattering into a myriad of luminous specks, returning to the ether of spiritual energy. Blood spirit sect master, do not hesitate. Unleash your Earth Supreme techniques. You impudent youth. Do you think that with this army, I cannot subdue you? The blood spirit sect master, facing a supreme, yet suffering consecutive setbacks, wore an expression as dark as the deepest waters. With a tremor of his robe, blood light surged forth, coalescing into a blood wolf. This creature, with its mouth agape, seemed poised to devour the very heavens. With a sweep of his robe, the blood spirit sect master directed the blood wolf toward Xiao Ze. As he moved, Xiao Ze felt the world around him morph into a sea of crimson. The colossal blood wolf, its form stretching beyond sight, opened its cavernous maw, descending upon Xiao Ze and his golden army. Within the depths of that gaping mouth, it appeared that even the heavens and earth could be consumed, let alone the forces within. This assault was astonishingly fierce, enough to instill trepidation even in those of the same rank as Earth Supremes. You wish to devour me? Are you not afraid of bursting your own belly? Xiao Ze, sensing the wolf's intent to consume, could not help but reveal a cold smile at the corner of his lips. As the thoughts stirred, amidst the ocean of battle intent, the long-gestating spirit of war finally emerged from the depths, akin to the sun rising majestically from the sea. Above this resplendent sun shimmered an extraordinary brilliance of war patterns, with no less than 1,000,000 radiant designs illuminating the scene. The obliterating light of the blazing sun, with the transformation of the hand seals in Xiao Ze's grasp. The great sun of battle unleashed a dazzling radiance, exuding a terrifying power capable of incinerating all that exists, and shot towards the blood wolf in the heavens, directly pouring into its maw. Boom! As that obliterating light surged into the blood wolf's mouth, its ethereal abdomen seemed as though it had truly absorbed a radiant sun, causing its form to swell dramatically. Until it reached its maximum expansion, it erupted with a thunderous crash, golden light radiating from the crimson, dispelling the sanguine hue. The brilliant golden brilliance illuminated the expanse for thousands of miles, drawing the attention of even another battlefield of Earth's supremacy. Observing the magnificent golden light of battle intent, the Lord of Tianyuan couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Mandala revealed a smile, subsequently intensifying her assault, resolutely restraining the movements of the Lord of Tianyuan. Meanwhile, at the moment of the blood wolf shattering, the master of blood spirit appeared as though he had suffered a grievous blow, involuntarily retreating several steps, his complexion shifting from pale to purple. The blood wolf emblazoned on his sleeve also emitted a mournful howl before shattering, causing an expression of immense pain to cross the master of blood spirit's face. This was the spirit of the divine beast, the devouring sky demon wolf, painstakingly refined from its precious blood, a manifestation of his beast spirit technique that commanded all beasts. The beast spirit, forged from the essence of the devouring sky demon wolf, possessed power rivaling that of lesser divine techniques. In the vast universe, its might surpassed even that of perfected divine arts, earning it the title of divine power. With the might of such divine power, even the Earth's supreme beings would be tempted by its allure. To think it would be directly ruptured by Xiao Ze's spirit of battle intent. The prospect of nurturing the beast spirit anew would entail further consumption of the devouring sky demon wolf's precious blood. The thought of this cost caused the master of blood spirit's face to twitch involuntarily. However, he had little time to lament, for the great sun of battle began to radiate golden halos, harboring unfathomable power within. As he sensed the formidable energy concealed within those golden halos, a shudder of dread crept across the master of blood spirit's countenance, for within that great sun of battle, he discerned an aura reminiscent of death itself.